Yang Ning, an 18-year-old young man who didn't appear particularly outstanding, was actually the lucky protagonist favored by fate. This was because he possessed a system called Urban Supreme, which allowed him to evaluate all kinds of goods. Today, while strolling along Shenyang Street, Yang Ning relied on this system and happened to spot a piece of wearing emerald guanine on a vendor's stall. At first, the owner asked for 5,000 coins. Yang Ning haggled it down to 500, but the owner insisted that he must pay 1,000 coins if he wanted to buy it. Yet, Yang Ning closed the deal in an instant. After the owner received the payment, he remarked that Yang Ning was still inexperienced, as the item had only cost him 50 coins. However, the owner never imagined that Yang Ning had made a much better profit than he did, for the system had appraised the jade piece at a value of 4,280 coins. Once he had bought the jade, Yang Ning dashed into a quiet alley and activated his system. Yang Ning checked his inventory. Inside were all sorts of inexpensive items he had purchased, but the system had appraised them at higher values. Since he was in need of money, Yang Ning decided to sell everything, and in no time, he earned 10,000 coins. This amount was even higher than his income from working, so he was thoroughly satisfied. Later, the system reminded Yang Ning that he had a few unassigned skill points. He clicked on the character attributes section, and his information immediately appeared. His current strength was 49 points, skills 46, speed 51, energy 48, stamina 41, and his overall rank was E, even with the title of good for nothing. This nickname made Yang Ning feel offended. But never mind, what mattered more was that he had an unallocated skill point. After considering for a while, Yang Ning decided to add it to his physical attribute. The higher this stat, the better his ability to withstand attacks and the greater his immunity, not to mention the slower aging process. After distributing the point to his physical attribute, Yang Ning felt a refreshing sensation from head to toe. So this is what it felt like to enhance the physical stat. He could even feel his body becoming a little stronger. Now, back to dealing with that annoying useless title, right? Useless? Yang Ning really couldn't understand why the system had issued such a title. He turned it off, then continued with the task. The next task was Earth First Brave Gold, which involved finding and cultivating his first purpose in life, becoming rich and handsome as a CEO, and reaching the pinnacle of life. His current progress was under 500,000, and the reward was 5 energy points. Additionally, the system reminded him that he had earned 10,000 coins, which could be exchanged for 1 attribute point. Seeing the words attribute point, Yang Ning's face lit up with joy. This was the real focus. He wanted to earn as many attribute points as possible to add to his physical attribute from before. The sensation was so comfortable. His desire to earn money and complete the task flared up, and he headed to a busy street. However, modern items like bicycles and cell phones weren't good options since they were too common. Jewelry in the malls is also out of the question due to the huge disparity between their prices and actual value. So Yang Ning had determined his target, the antique street. But there was another problem: finding good antiques wasn't easy either. With so many stalls like this, even with the help of the system, Yang Ning had no idea how long it would take him to check everything. Just as he thought about this, the system window suddenly popped up in front of him, startling Yang Ning. Luckily, this thing only existed in his mind, so no one else could see it, otherwise, it would have been a big deal. It turned out that a new mission had just been released, named Fire Ice Golden Pupils. According to the mission description, there was currently a quality item near Yang Ning. His task was to buy it without raising any suspicion. Yang Ning looked left and right for a while. A quality item? Where is it? He decided to sit down next to the nearest street vendor stall and seriously observe the goods on display. But everything here looked ordinary, making Yang Ning seriously doubt whether there was anything good to be found at this stall. Until he lit a cigarette, and then the system screen popped up with a brief 2-character message: quality. Yang Ning was astonished and spread his hand out. It turned out that he had accidentally picked up an old ring earlier. The system reminded him that this ring was made from a blend of amber with a dense texture, and the inside was engraved with a finely crafted image of a carp and a dragon. This intricate sculpting technique comes from the team at Rui Wang Mansion, specifically crafted for the princes of the third rank, princesses, imperial relatives, royal dignitaries, and members of the royal family. Additionally, the beeswax used in the crafting has been sourced from the Yurin sect for over 200 years. Because of this, the estimated value of this ring is around 350,000 coins. When this figure was revealed, Yang Ning's face immediately turned pale. 350,000 coins, he thought, I feel like I'm about to strike it rich, but I can't let the shopkeeper find out that I want to buy this ring or I'll get pressured into paying a higher price. So Yang Ning tried to compose himself. The shopkeeper had no idea that he had a miraculous pricing system, and seeing the young man's face shift from green to white, he thought the boy was just suffering from a stomachache. Yang Ning worked hard to stay calm, then recalled the lessons he had learned on how to handle awkward situations. He placed the ring down and picked up a wooden statue, pretending to ask, "Where are you from, sir? How should I address you? How much is this wooden statue? Call me Old Zhu." "Alright, I'm from the area near the small river. If you like that statue, I'll let it go for 50 coins. 50 coins wasn't exactly cheap for someone as poor as Yang Ning, Old Zhu. Noticing his stiff posture, the old man quickly lowered the price to 30 coins, hoping to avoid losing the sale. But suddenly, Yang Ning placed the statue down and made a surprising proposal. "Old Zhu, here's the deal, give me a total price for everything, and I'll take everything off your hands." Old Zhu was initially very surprised, then he looked around and whispered to Yang Ning, "Giving you this whole stall isn't a problem, but honestly, there's nothing valuable in this pile. I'm afraid you might not have enough money and end up like others, picking up antiques and losing money. That would be really unfortunate." Seeing how sincere he was, Yang Ning actually felt a bit embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, "It's okay, Old Zhu. Actually, I just want to learn how to sell things, and I plan to use your stall to practice. Just give me a price." Old Zhu hesitated for a while before shyly asking Yang Ning, "Would 2,000 coins be alright?" Yang Ning immediately agreed, even handing Old Zhu extra money for the man's honesty. "This is too much, I can't accept it," Old Zhu said, flustered. But Yang Ning pressed the money into his hand. After all, the ring was worth nearly 350,000 coins, so he didn't mind giving a few hundred more coins to the man who had sold it to him for so little. Afterward, Yang Ning specially told Old Zhu, "If you come across anything good in the village in the future, bring it here. I'll buy it all." After receiving the money, Old Zhu seemed very happy, constantly thanking him, and slowly walked away. Once Old Zhu's figure had disappeared into the distance, Yang Ning could no longer contain his emotions. He had actually gotten the ring worth 3,480,000 coins. The task of having sharp eyes and a keen mind was now complete. Yang Ning received the reward of the labeling identification skill, which allowed him to scan nearby items and assess their value. The scanning range was a 5-meter radius around him, which could be increased further. Immediately after leveling up, Yang Ning realized the magic of this skill. His previous visual acuity was at most 270 pixels, but now, Yang Ning felt as though it had transformed into 1080 pixels, truly sharp and clear. Perhaps because he was too happy, Yang Ning didn't notice that someone had been calling him for a while. "Hey, I've been calling you, can't you hear? What kind of person just ignores others like that? Not a bit of courtesy." Yang Ning turned his head and saw two unfamiliar girls leaning on the antique stall he had just bought from Old Zhu. The two girls had contrasting styles, one was a beautiful, cold queen, and the other was an adorable, cute lowly, also pretty. He tried to restrain his lustful gaze, cleared his throat, and then asked, "Little girl, what's the matter? Why are you looking for me? I'm about to level up to grade 2, what's little about me?" The lowly girl puffed up her cheeks in anger, glaring at him. But in Yang Ning's eyes, with such a small frame, how could she not be a little girl? Seeing the mocking look in Yang Ning's eyes, the girl began to complain, then acted coquettishly toward the cold beauty beside her. "Sis, he's bullying me, don't worry about it." The girl responded in a voice as sweet as honey, addressing her sister. But when she turned to Yang Ning, her expression quickly hardened into hatred iron that could not be forged into steel. Then she rudely reached out toward him and spat out 2 words, "Give it here." The beauty was truly stingy with words, as if they were worth their weight in gold. Question marks seemed to appear on Yang Ning's face. What on earth did she want him to give her? "I want to see what you're holding." In Yang Ning's hand there was only that precious ring. Although he didn't know what she wanted to look at it for, he couldn't help but want to tease her. "Pretty lady, if you want to see it, you must say so plainly. If you don't say, how am I supposed to know what you want to see?" Yang Ning prattled on for a while. His tone made the little girl burst out laughing, while her sister's face grew increasingly grim. Seeing her clutch it like a tigress and fearing she might really strike him if she lost her temper, Yang Ning handed her the ring. The 2 sisters examined it seriously. Yang Ning leisurely smoked at his side. "Look carefully in any case, I'm not going to give this to you." He said it while thinking to himself, if she dared take this ring, he'd take her little sister home to raise. Just wait and see. But it seemed the 2 of them inspected the ring for a while without discovering anything, so they returned it to Yang Ning. He took it back, slipped it into his pocket, and didn't forget to scare the little girl enough to make her cry. He felt quite pleased. However, the elder sister, after watching Yang Ning's actions, became convinced there was definitely a secret hidden inside the ring. Therefore, she suggested that he sell the ring to her. "Oh, you want to buy it?" Yang Ning asked, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. "Let me think about it," he added. The strange girl initially thought Yang Ning would refuse outright, but to her surprise, he responded this way. She then thought that if she offered him a bit of profit, he would surely sell it to her. So she started to negotiate, beginning with 10,000 coins, but Yang Ning didn't sell. The other party gradually raised the price 20,000, then 30,000, followed by 50,000, even 80,000, and up to 100,000, but Yang Ning still shook his head. 100,000, and you're still refusing to sell? Are you some kind of fool? The girl was getting desperate. Yang Ning casually replied, "Do you even know the origin of this ring to be so certain?" At that moment, the little lowly sister disappeared, and when she returned, she was dragging along an older man whom they called Lu Baba. She immediately tattled, "Lu Baba, hurry up, this perverted man has been bullying me." A whole bunch of question marks appeared above Yang Ning's head. Ever since these 2 sisters showed up, they had acted like they were the center of the universe. Now they were calling him a pervert. He had no idea who the man was, but as soon as the beautiful, cold woman saw him, she asked him to examine Yang Ning's ring. "Lin Manxian, when did you come to Nanhai without telling me?" "I'm sorry." Lin Manxian obediently replied. After arriving in Nanhai, she had originally planned to visit Lu Ba, but while passing by here, she accidentally discovered this and was detained. The man whom the 2 siblings referred to as Lu Ba was actually named Lu Guahun. He was an antiques appraiser who had lived here for 20 years but had never come across any valuable items. Therefore, he naturally did not regard the ring Lin Manxian had found as anything special, intending to merely take a quick look before taking the 2 siblings out for a meal. However, as soon as he picked up the ring, Lu Guahun's expression changed immediately. The onlookers around them started whispering because of this. "What exactly is this ring?" Lu Guahun seemed to be evaluating it highly. Could it really be something valuable? Sweat appeared on Lu Guahun's forehead. He believed that the ring must be centuries old, and its highest value would likely be up to 150,000 coins. Upon hearing Lu Guahun's words, Lin Manxian unexpectedly bid 180,000 coins, leaving everyone around her stunned. Earlier, a few people who had passed by old Zhu's stall had seen the ugly ring priced at only 20 coins, and now it had skyrocketed to such an overwhelming amount. Yang Ning remained completely unfazed. Seeing him like this, Lin Manxian became even more anxious. "Are you still not satisfied with 80,000? Don't be too greedy." Lu Guahun interjected from the side. "Young man, perhaps you don't know much about this ring. I've already told you that the highest price for it is 150,000, but my niece has offered a much higher price. Why haven't you agreed to sell it yet?"
Yang Ning smiled provocatively, then countered, "Do you really think that neither of you know the origin and history of this ring?"
Lu Guohan was irritated by his condescending attitude, while Lin Manxian continued to raise her offer.
"This time, it's 200,000. This figure made the onlookers around them even more excited.
"I really like this ring, and I also want you to understand what it means to be reasonable." With that level of confidence, Lin Manxian must also be a young lady from a wealthy family. Unfortunately, if Yang Ning sold it for that price, he would still incur a loss, so he had no intention of agreeing.
Moreover, he was already irritated by her attitude. Was she here to buy the item or to give orders? What do you mean by that?
Lin Manxian nearly jumped up.
You all are ganging up on me, telling me to know my limits and not be too greedy, saying that I don't know the origin of this. Well then, if you're so knowledgeable, why don't you tell me what the origin of this is?
Lin Manxian and Lu Guohan exchanged looks. It seemed that neither of them expected someone like Yang Ning, who ran a small stall, to react this way. Lu Guohan even claimed to be quite famous in this city of Nanhai, and that hardly anyone didn't know him. Therefore, the figure of 150,000 coins that he assessed for the ring is completely objective. There's no question of price manipulation or bullying Yang Ning.
Oh, so you know the origin of this item? Yang Ning continued to provoke.
Young man, you'd better provide sufficient evidence to convince me, or else I'll make you regret it. After all these years, no one has dared to challenge me, Lu Guohan said gently, only to begin threatening again when things didn't go his way. Lin Manxian advised him to calm down, let Yang Ning explain the origin of this ring first, then we can continue negotiating the price later. Yang Ning, on the other hand, wanted to make these overly proud people respect him for once. So, he started reading aloud in a voice like Google Assistant, repeating the information that the system provided without a single mistake. Then, listen carefully. This ring is made from the remains of deep-sea amber, with carvings of fish and a dragon symbolizing the glory of the sky. However, to be able to carve both the inside and outside like this, I fear it was crafted by Rui Wang Mansion. This dragon other than those of royal blood who would dare use it? From what I can see, its previous owner must have been someone from the royal family. Lu Guohan was stunned upon hearing this, but seeing Yang Ning's confident demeanor, it didn't seem like he was making up a story. After a while, he suddenly burst into laughter. Young people today really are like waves pushing the waves, more talented than an old fool like me. Lin Manxian was a little slower to react than Lu Guohan. After a moment, she raised one finger and then quoted that she could offer 1 million for the ring. 1 million was a sum that even the people who had lived on this antique street for many years had never heard of before. Yang Ning was so stunned that he dropped the cigarette he was smoking. He had only intended to haggle over the original price, but who would have thought the other party would directly quote 3 times that amount? Lin Manxian, I really have to give it to you. Are you sure about this? Yang Ning tried to remain calm. Without needing to think, the other party immediately responded that she was certain. So, Yang Ning threw aside any concern for face and respectfully handed the ring over with both hands to the queen. However, Lin Manxian said that the 1 million coin wasn't just for the ring. Yang Ning had to promise her one thing. At that moment, Yang Ning put on his usual playful demeanor and replied, "All right, as long as it's not beyond my limits. But if you want me to marry you, I can consider it." In response to Yang Ning's teasing, Lin Manxian's younger sister was furious, but Lin Manxian herself remained remarkably calm. She walked over, handed Yang Ning a bank card, which contained 1 million coins, took the ring, and told him that she expected him to meet her at 8 a.m. the following day. Once the three of them had achieved their goal, they quickly left. Yang Ning looked at the black card in his hand, and his emotions erupted. Damn, I've really struck it rich. The crowd of people still gathering around hasn't dispersed yet, and now they are all throwing him looks as sharp as bullets. Yang Ning, though feeling a chill running down his spine, wasn't too surprised. He had spent 2,000 coins to buy a street vendor stall, and in return, he had made 1 million in the blink of an eye. Who wouldn't be envious of that? Yang Ning quickly left the antique street and went to the bank to check things out. After leaving the bank, he was incredibly excited, wondering how many attribute points he had received this time. As soon as he opened the system, he saw the notification that he had completed the number 1 Brave Gold mission. The system rated his completion of the mission at level E. Below that, there were 63 points, and the free attributes had not yet been added. Compared to a few scattered points he had earned before, this time was definitely a big haul. However, Yang Ning was slightly puzzled. 63 seemed a bit odd. Didn't the previous mission reward 1 attribute point for every 10,000 earned? The number of attribute points received after completing a mission also depended on his ranking. The average score needed to rank at level C was 60, and to surpass that, one needed to earn 100,000. This time, he had earned 1 million, and the 590,000 he had made previously could have gotten him 59 points. The remaining 410,000, however, meant that since his attribute points had already reached 300, ranking him at level C, he could only receive 4 more attribute points according to the rules. The system's explanation was long and confusing. Yang Ning had to read it over and over before he could barely digest it. So, according to the system's calculations, it was completely reasonable for him to get 63 points, but he still couldn't shake the feeling of dissatisfaction. The system didn't give him much time to dwell on his frustration because his new mission, titled Millionaire, was already sent to him. Mission description: in this materialistic era, people can only live in reality. Money is not omnipotent, but without money, nothing can be accomplished. The task was for Yang Ning to earn 1 million coins, and the reward would be the title of millionaire to replace that hated, worthless title he currently held. Yang Ning almost screamed, "Is this system crazy? I just earned 1 million coins, and before I could even rest, it wants me to earn another million? It's even worse than a machine." But for the moment, he pushed the new mission aside and started thinking about where he should allocate those 63 attribute points. He clearly remembered the sense of comfort he had felt when adding points to his physical attributes before, so this time he seriously considered whether he should put all 63 points into this category again. Yang Ning even entertained the fantasy that, if he did, he might just become a superhero. And so, he actually did it. After confirming to add all 63 points to his physical attributes, Yang Ning eagerly waited for the miracle to happen. But then 1 second, 2 seconds passed, and nothing happened. Yang Ning almost cried, thinking the system had tricked him. But then, he received a new notification. The system explained that due to the excessive number of points being added to his physical attributes at once, he needed to find a comfortable and quiet place to begin the fusion process. "This is really too simple," Yang Ning said, "just a bit of money in hand, and you're all set." He then took a taxi and found a nearby hotel to rest. In fact, to reward himself, he even chose a luxurious hotel. The taxi stopped in front of the most luxurious hotel in the area. A few beautiful female staff members in cheongsams were standing at the door to greet guests. They flashed a professional smile and said in unison, "Welcome, honored guest." However, when the car door opened, what greeted their eyes was a pair of old, mud-caked sneakers. Yang Ning then stepped out of the car, revealing an expression like a country bumpkin who had just arrived in the city. "Wow, this place is huge." Seeing this, the 4 female staff members didn't say anything to each other but all turned away at once, secretly looking down on Yang Ning as a poor, destitute man. Yang Ning, oblivious to the issue, didn't understand why they were behaving like this toward him. Only one female staff member, who was cleaning the glass by the side, kept smiling and greeted him. Seeing her good attitude, Yang Ning's mood lightened a little. However, as soon as he stepped through the door, a male receptionist blocked his way. The man was unattractive and had a worse attitude than the female staff outside. "Do you have money?" he asked bluntly. "Are you saying that if I don't have money, I can't come here?" Yang Ning replied, irritated. "It's not that. It's just that I don't have a private car, okay? I just made a few extra bucks and haven't had the time to buy a few Ferraris yet. It's not that big of a deal." After finishing his words, he took out a stack of cash and threw it into the hands of the man, saying, "Take the money, go have hot pot, and get out of my sight." Then, he pulled out another stack of money, much thicker than the first, and handed it to the only female staff member who had greeted him earlier. Seeing the amount, the girl guessed it must be over 10,000, so she hesitated to take it. "Even if it's a tip, I can't accept such a large amount," she said, but Yang Ning stubbornly pressed the money into her hands. "Take it," Yang Ning said. "This amount might be too much for you, but it's my way of thanking you. When I stepped out of the taxi, all the staff looked down on me, showing me the bare minimum respect a customer deserves. But you, on the other hand, were different. You deserve this money." The others, hearing Yang Ning's words, felt guilty and secretly envied the girl for receiving such a generous tip. Because of the commotion, even their manager had to come out. He first hurried to apologize to Yang Ning, then promised to report the matter to higher-ups so that the other staff would be severely disciplined. Yang Ning didn't care much about that. He directly asked the manager for the most expensive room in the hotel. Seeing his generosity, everyone was even more astonished. The best room in the hotel was priced at 20,000 coins per night. Yang Ning didn't even bother to listen to the price quote, simply pulling out another stack of cash and pressing it into the manager's hands, saying he wanted a room and that the rest was a tip. This feeling is truly refreshing. When Yang Ning was about to head upstairs, he suddenly heard someone call him to stop. He thought it might be someone else, but it turned out to be the polite female staff member who had greeted him earlier. She had a very happy smile on her face. "Thank you so much for what happened earlier." After returning to his room and washing up, Yang Ning received a notice from the hotel regarding the rewards and disciplinary actions for the staff involved. They acted quickly, but this wasn't of much importance to him. What mattered most now was upgrading his body. Since there was no one around, Yang Ning didn't need to hold back in any way. The continuous increase in his physical attributes made him feel incredibly comfortable. His body felt as soft as gummy candy, while his soul seemed to be immersed in an energy stream. However, as time passed, the speed of the attribute increase accelerated, making Yang Ning feel so exhilarated that he almost wanted to die from it. The next morning, he woke up to a terrible, unpleasant smell. Opening his eyes, Yang Ning realized the smell was coming from his own body. His skin was covered with a layer of slimy black substance, possibly impurities that had been expelled during the process from the previous day. Yang Ning hurried into the bathroom and washed off all the dirt. When he looked in the mirror, he was astonished to see that his body had become perfect, much more defined than before. His legs were a bit longer, now reaching a height of 1.87 meters, and his face was more refined. He even felt that if he were a woman, he would definitely fall in love with the version of himself now. Yang Ning was so immersed in this happiness that it wasn't until much later that he remembered he had plans to meet with the sisters, Lin Manxian. Glancing out the window, he noticed their car was already parked downstairs. It was a good thing. Today, he would give them a surprise with his fresh new look. Yang Ning changed into a slightly more refined outfit, lit a cigarette, and leisurely walked down the stairs. As soon as the two sisters saw him, their mouths fell open. "We clearly saw him just yesterday. How could he look so different today? Can we even recognize him anymore? It's like a day has passed, and he's changed completely." Yang Ning couldn't help but tease them. Lin Manxian quickly regained her composure and urged him to get in the car. But at the same time, she wondered if she was imagining things. Not only did his face look different, but Yang Ning was also noticeably taller than he was yesterday. The bonbon car drove out of the city center. As they sat in the car, Lin Manxian's younger sister couldn't stop sneaking glances at Yang Ning, who was lounging comfortably in the back, then asked her older sister, "Why did we have to bring him along, and on top of that, make you be the driver?" "Don't worry about him. Just sit quietly," Lin Manxian replied. Although Yang Ning was asleep, his hearing was still working at full capacity. He was curious about what the two sisters were up to and decided to observe them. At the same time, he took advantage of the situation to study the system and see if there were any good opportunities for his own development. The system shop had quite a few interesting items. For example, skill tomes or types of medicines, antidotes, beauty elixirs, but they all must be purchased with points, and Yang Ning only has 20 points left. While he was lost in these thoughts, the car suddenly braked hard. Yang Ning hadn't fastened his seatbelt and immediately slammed his face into the front seat. He shouted in frustration, "What is going on?" Although my resistance to impact is strong, it's still not enough to withstand this inertia. Seeing that no one in the front seats responded, Yang Ning leaned forward. It turned out Lin Manxian was so tense because someone had blocked the road. They were clearly on the highway, yet 4 black cars, like something out of a mafia movie, had appeared out of nowhere and boxed them in from front and rear. Lin Manxian hurriedly told Yang Ning to take her younger sister and run ahead, because she knew she was the target of these people. No sooner had she spoken than a few ruffians, the sort you could tell at a glance, stepped out of those cars. They looked through the windshield, saw Lin Manxian, and immediately fixed on their target. She also knew that sitting there would accomplish nothing, so she instructed Yang Ning, "Take my sister and run," then got out of the car herself to distract them. Lin Manxian stood alone against the gang. It was, in truth, somewhat intimidating, but she forced herself to maintain her usual composure. She shouted, "Who sent you here? How much were you paid? I'm willing to pay you 10 times that amount, just let them go." The men burst into derisive laughter. They sneered, "Haha, money already gets you excited." Unfortunately, the Hu family is in love with a beautiful woman, and that woman is you. Not even rivers and mountains can change that. At this moment, Yang Ning and his younger sister Lin Manxian also got out of the car. She immediately became anxious and said, "Didn't I tell you to leave? Are you trying to get us all killed together or what?" As for the thugs, upon seeing Lin Manxian's younger sister, who was only in her teens, they became even more brazen, revealing their savage nature. "Hey, there's still a cute little girl here. I really like these little Lolas." "Ha, just my type." Yang Ning, while puffing on a cigarette, walked forward. He hated being treated as invisible, especially by these lowlifes. Although Yang Ning was tall and sturdy now, to those thugs, he was still just a kid, a beginner trying to play the hero saving the beauty. "If you have any sense, I'll spare your life. Get lost now." They gave their order, but Yang Ning completely ignored what they said, focusing only on his cigarette. "Damn it, didn't you hear what I said?" The thugs were fuming, their faces dark with anger. Seeing their expressions turning dangerous, Lin Manxian's younger sister looked worried and kept tugging at Yang Ning's sleeve. He, though seemingly calm on the outside, was actually panicking inside, desperately trying to figure out how to handle the situation. Yang Ning almost wanted to tear the whole store apart, but luckily, he found a temporary solution in a moment of urgency: a skill scroll. This item is worth 20 points and boosts strength by 30 points for 3 minutes. Handle those punks, 3 minutes should be enough. Just as Yang Ning finished equipping his skill, the bald leader of the thugs swung his staff, causing Lin Manxian and her sister to panic. The staff struck Yang Ning's left shoulder hard, causing the cigarette in his mouth to fall out, and his expression showed clear pain. The thugs were very pleased with themselves, thinking that one blow had broken his collarbone. However, Yang Ning's next reaction stunned them. He was completely unharmed. The pained expressions he had shown earlier were just for show. Immediately after, Yang Ning launched a powerful counterattack. With the added strength, one kick from him sent the opponent flying several dozen meters. The bald thug was taken down in an instant, and his underlings, witnessing this, were filled with fear. What Yang Ning had just done was beyond what ordinary people could achieve. As the saying goes, when you strike a snake, aim for its head. The leader of the gang had been taken down, and the remaining low-ranking thugs were trembling in fear, begging for their lives. But Yang Ning had no intention of sparing them. The skill cost him 20 points and could only be used once, so it had to be worth it, right? During these 3 minutes, Yang Ning went on a killing spree, taking down the entire gang until they were all lying defeated on the ground. Shaking and groaning in pain, he walked toward them, choosing the one who was still most conscious to interrogate. "Who sent you? If you don't speak, I can't guarantee your third leg will remain intact." Before Yang Ning could threaten further,
the thug immediately spilled everything he knew. "Boss, it was Gao Fu, the same Gao Fu who sent us the information this morning, telling us to block your car here." "Don't talk nonsense."
Lin Manxian's sister suddenly screamed after hearing this. Her reaction caught both Yang Ning and the thug by surprise. Lin Manxian seemed embarrassed but urged Yang Ning to get in the car, insisting that they leave first. He glanced at the thug one last time and then broke one of his legs.
"I'm just crippling one of your legs as a warning. Don't let me run into you again."
Once in the car, the three of them didn't speak. It was unclear what the two sisters were thinking, but Yang Ning was busy considering how to earn more points. After buying that scroll for 20 points, he realized that money wasn't everything. These points were actually far more useful. Apart from the rewards from specific tasks, the only way to earn points continuously was by selling items to the system.
10,000 coins would get you 10 points.
But some items lost value when sold to the system compared to real-world transactions. For example, that ring, if sold to the system, would fetch nearly 350,000, but selling it to Lin Manxian would get him a full 1 million. Yang Ning felt a headache thinking about it, so he decided to push the matter aside for the time being.
"You've got money, so you should enjoy life first. What about using money to exchange for points? How does that work?"
The car drove for a long stretch, finally stopping in front of a luxurious villa. Lin Manxian told him to make himself at home, while she went to get something.
Seeing such a large house, Yang Ning couldn't help but look around, curious. "Don't you have any nannies or servants? How do you two cook?"
"My sister and I cook for ourselves, you don't need to ask," Lin Manxian's younger sister replied irritably.
"Oh, you can cook?" Yang Ning couldn't resist teasing the little one. Of course, I often help my sister cook. Sometimes I even wash the dishes." "Oh, if I'm the one cooking tonight, you better eat a lot."
Lin Manxian's younger sister was just a growing girl, and standing in front of Yang Ning's good looks, it was hard for her to keep her composure. She quickly turned away, her face turning as red as a ripe tomato. Yang Ning, however, still wanted to tease her a little more, until she got mad.
"Dong Dong, who's this guy?"
Suddenly, a strange voice interrupted, one that wasn't Lin Manxian's. Yang Ning turned around and was immediately struck by the breathtaking beauty of the woman standing before him. Dong Dong hurriedly ran toward her, then angrily accused Yang Ning of being a lecher.
"Fei and I, don't go near him, he's a pervert."
Yang Ning hurriedly stopped the girl from speaking, saying, "Don't ruin my reputation." The beautiful woman stared at him for a while, seemingly evaluating him, before extending her hand and introducing herself as Dongfang Fei Ni. No wonder she was a beauty. Her hand was as graceful as a flower, as delicate as jade. Yang Ning quickly took her hand, then introduced himself, his face awkwardly struggling to hide his discomfort. Dongfang Fei Ni looked at him, unable to stop herself from smiling inwardly.
"Little handsome boy, where is Dong Dong's sister?"
Her beauty left Yang Ning so stunned that he couldn't regain his composure. In fact, he couldn't control himself and absent-mindedly mumbled, "You're so beautiful, oh my god.
You look absolutely stunning."
It was the first time Yang Ning had seen someone so beautiful, and he was genuinely moved, almost to the point of tears.
Although Dongfang Fei Ni wasn't new to compliments, it still seemed to delight her. "You sweet-talking little rascal. I like you now. Call me Sister Fei Ni. Come on." A voice from the second floor echoed down.
Dongfang Fei Ni had heard it, but still wanted to tease Yang Ning a little longer. She flashed him an enchanting look and then asked, "Little handsome boy, is it me or my sister who is your ideal type?"
"Of course, it's you," Yang Ning replied without hesitation.
Dongfang Fei Ni gave him a deadly seductive smile and then went upstairs. Yang Ning, still lost in the euphoria of the moment, was pulled back to reality by Dong Dong. "You're such a pervert," the girl screamed.
"We don't have it."
Yang Ning wiped the saliva from his mouth, then screamed back in response. Meanwhile, upstairs, Lin Manxian had already told her sister about the attack she had experienced today, not forgetting to mention Yang Ning's contribution. If it weren't for him, Lin Manxian would surely have fallen into the hands of those thugs. Dongfang Feini thought for a long time, and a few suspicious names came to her mind. The first was Bui Yongxian, who had always harbored ambitions towards Lin Manxian. He had even openly confessed his feelings for her in front of the public before. But Lin Manxian shook her head.
Bui Yongxian is indeed arrogant and self-absorbed, but he wouldn't have any connections with Lu Hu.
Besides, that kind of shady behavior isn't his style. Dongfang Feini then thought of another named Zhang Yukong. Lin Manxian also felt something wasn't quite right. Zhang Yukong may be hypocritical, but at least he ensures my safety in every situation. As for a schemer like Lu Hu, once he takes an interest in a girl, it's almost impossible for her to escape his grasp.
So who could it be? Dongfang Feini truly couldn't think of any other names.
Lin Manxian was also feeling very troubled. Earlier, the thug had revealed the name Gao Fu, but Gao Fu had been her chauffeur since she was young. She even regarded him as a close family member, so she couldn't believe he could be involved in such a thing. However, upon further reflection, Gao Fu had been acting a bit strange lately, often stepping outside to take phone calls from someone. Today, he had also mentioned an urgent matter and couldn't drive the sisters out. If it hadn't been for someone beside Lin Manxian revealing her whereabouts, Lu Hu would never have been able to intercept her car at the right time. While she was lost in these thoughts, Dongfang Feini walked over and patted her shoulder a few times. By the way, Lin Manxian, the little lover you found is really great, handsome, cute, and could be someone you could keep around for a long time.
Don't talk nonsense.
Lin Manxian's face gradually reddened as she quickly explained.
He's just a guest I invited.
Guest?
Are you planning to have him participate in the appraisal?
Dongfang Feini seemed very surprised by her younger sister's move, since Yang Ning looked only about 17 or 18 years old. But Lin Manxian had insisted that he was skilled in antique appraisal, so Dongfang Feini decided not to interfere any further. A while later, they both went downstairs. The sight of this curvy beauty made Yang Ning almost have a nosebleed. It was then that Lin Manxian officially introduced them to each other. This is my sister, Dongfang Feini. She's interested in lingerie modeling and especially loves teasing men. Yang Ning silently thought to himself, no wonder Dongfang Feini was so seductive, she turned out to be a model. Seeing his face growing redder, she suddenly leaned in and gently scratched his chin with her finger.
Little handsome boy, don't you think my sister Lin Manxian is more beautiful, just like last time? Yang Ning replied without thinking. Of course, it's you. As soon as he said this, he could feel a chill running down his spine, along with the piercing gaze of Lin Manxian behind him. As the rumors go, women are indeed the queens of silly jealousy. Over here, Dongfang Feini continued to tease. Little handsome boy, if I'm prettier than her, would I get a reward? Haha, golden nest and silver nest won't let me reward you with a girl. I still think my wife is the best. Yang Ning shyly replied, referring to his wife as the system that helped him make money, but Dongfang Feini misunderstood. What a pity, little handsome boy, you're so young yet already have a wife. But if, hypothetically, I didn't have an heir, I'd be willing to help you with that research. Saying these cheeky words, Yang Ning himself felt embarrassed, but Dongfang Feini remained unfazed. She leaned in very close to him and whispered, that can't happen, little one. Just now, when you said I'm prettier than Lin Manxian, it made me happy, but unfortunately, Lin Manxian introduced me to you earlier and forgot to mention that I don't like younger men. After saying this, Dongfang Feini, with her innocent face, quickly pulled away, leaving Yang Ning feeling so awkward that he could have added a few more points to his sense of shame. But indeed, Lin Manxian was an excellent cook. That evening, Yang Ning ate as if he hadn't been fed for a week. After the meal, Dongfang Feini pulled Dong Dong to wash the dishes, giving Yang Ning and Lin Manxian the chance to talk privately. In fact, he had already overheard part of their conversation upstairs earlier. The Lin family primarily derives their financial resources from the appraisal of antiques, and they also possess a much stronger appraisal team compared to other families.
After the recent incident, Lin Manxian recognized Yang Ning's appraisal abilities and wanted to send him to participate in a competition called the Ancient Relic Inspection Camp. This competition is organized by dozens of institutions, such as the Antique Association, the Jade Association, and the Collection Association, whose authority is nearly absolute.
Once someone secures a position in the competition, their value and reputation skyrocket.
She wanted Yang Ning to participate in this competition and then come work for her company.
However, his competitors in the Ancient Relic Inspection Camp would not be easy opponents.
If I win first place, will you offer me a reward?
Yang Ning asked curiously.
He was confident that he could secure the top spot. Lin Manxian originally intended to advise him not to get too cocky, as the opponents were all formidable. But Yang Ning asked if she dared to make a bet with him specifically. If he won first place, Lin Manxian would have to marry him. Lin Manxian had thought she was used to this young man's teasing remarks, but after hearing his suggestion, her face turned bright red.
"You're just a kid who hasn't even taken the college entrance exam yet," Lin Manxian said, flustered, turning her face away. "Then let's change the terms. If it were you, you'd probably marry soon.
Women over 25 have already lost 50% of their value, and as time goes on, their value diminishes even further.
But you and your sister are different.
The girl will still be valuable for about 10 more years."
Yang Ning replied, his tone as though appraising two precious items. However, it seemed he had gone a bit too far with his joke, and as a result, Lin Manxian gave him a severe beating. Meanwhile, Dong Fong Fei Ni and her younger sister Dong Dong, who were in the kitchen, only peeked out to watch the commotion and had no intention of getting involved in the ruckus. The next morning, Lin Manxian led Yang Ning to the center where the appraisal competition was being held. Yang Ning followed her, constantly admiring how beautiful she was, her figure perfect, her face stunning though her personality was somewhat lackluster. When they reached the reception desk, the staff greeted Lin Manxian politely with a respectful "Lin director." It was clear that despite her youth, she held a significant position. Yang Ning glanced around the area, noting that there were a few people studying antiques, most of them elderly. Suddenly, a young man with blonde hair appeared out of nowhere, rushing toward Lin Manxian with an excited expression. He introduced himself as Zhu Shuebin, mentioning that he had studied abroad and had met Lin Manxian before at a banquet at the Tianxia restaurant. Teacher Lin Manxian didn't respond.
Zhu Shuebin then turned to Yang Ning, eager to strike up a conversation.
"Ha, is this your younger brother? You two don't really look alike, do you? Wait, no, he must just be your bodyguard, right? He's so young but looks so strong. With a body like that, he must eat a lot."
Yang Ning smiled on the outside, but inwardly he was gritting his teeth. If you're blind, you could still hear that this Zhu Shuebin guy is trying to flirt with Lin Manxian, and even deliberately putting me down.
If that's the case, then I won't be polite either.
After all, Yang Ning is very confident in his own boldness. Yes, I am young, full of energy, strong, tough, and determined. It's simply because the demands of my clients are getting higher and higher, and only women worthy of me can have me.
Yang Ning truly had no filter.
As soon as he said this, both Lin Manxian opposite him and Zhu Shuebin beside him froze up, afraid that outsiders would think they were raising a pet. Lin Manxian immediately became furious. "Hey, speak properly."
I'm just joking, don't be mad." Yang Ning quickly explained, not wanting to get beaten up in public.
Watching their banter, Zhu Shuebin suddenly felt like an even bigger third wheel than a blinding spotlight. Clearly, he was the odd one out in this situation.
"Young man, you're intentionally saying things to cause misunderstanding, aren't you?" Zhu Shuebin still wouldn't give up. "Whoa, that's unfair. I didn't do anything."
"It's your mind that's running wild," Yang Ning replied with an innocent face, as if he had done nothing wrong.
"I'll tell you this," Yang Ning continued, "the younger you are, the more energy you have, and the more flexible your body is.
Old-fashioned bodyguards like them can't compare to me.
If a woman ever finds herself in danger, they'll definitely come looking for me. Is there any mention of you?"
Zhu Shuebin was so taken aback by his sarcastic remark that he was left speechless and couldn't respond. After that, he used the excuse of stepping outside to take a phone call to escape from this awkward situation. Lin Manxian also gave a helpless smile. Yang Ning had a playful personality, but he had indeed helped her deal with a troublesome person just now. Soon after, a middle-aged man approached them. But this time, it was someone they knew, and Lin Manxian even called him Meng grandfather. Old Meng immediately noticed the ring on Lin Manxian's hand with a quick glance, confirming it was no ordinary item.
Manxian, where did you find this?
Lin Manxian pointed to Yang Ning, who was leisurely smoking nearby, and said she had bought the ring from him. He bought it from a street vendor for a few thousand coins. The ring was among the antiques, and I bought it back for 1 million. As soon as Lin Manxian said this, the whole room buzzed with excitement.
To spend a few thousand and get 1 million in return, how incredibly lucky must one be to do something like that? Xu Shuibin, standing in the crowd and eavesdropping, was so enraged that his eyes turned red.
He had studied abroad and worked hard to return, landing a job where he only earned 7,000 coins a month. Old Meng carefully examined the ring and confirmed that it was worth several million coins. If it were auctioned, it would surely bring in a large profit.
This statement even shocked Yang Ning himself.
The ring was originally worth just around 350,000 coins. Now it has been bumped up to millions of coins.
It looks like I'll have to ask the system to find some more good items later.
Putting the ring aside for now, today Lin Manxian came here for another reason, which is to introduce Yang Ning to Old Meng and the other veteran experts.
Girl, do you want him to participate in the ancient relic inspection camp on behalf of our company?
Old Meng was extremely surprised. The other members of the Lin family's appraisal team also began to complain. They saw that Yang Ning was young, with no apparent experience in appraisal, and they feared that he would embarrass the Lin family if he took the exam.
Xu Shuibin, seeing this, eagerly made sarcastic remarks. A bodyguard should just stick to being a bodyguard. He doesn't know anything, yet he wants to participate in an appraisal? Isn't he afraid of embarrassing his master? Yang Ning pretended not to hear the endless nagging, because he had already noticed something more intriguing.
In front of him, a peculiar vase was shaking vigorously.
Immediately, Yang Ning activated his yin-yang vision. Could this be the vase that emitted a glowing aura, accompanied by the sound of a high-quality mechanical appraisal?
The vase's surface was covered in blood-red coral with white patterns and flat scars. The body of the vase was decorated with bas reliefs, pine trees, rocks, and lingji mushrooms. On the other side, there were carvings of cloud walls and ocean waves. The body of the vase was also adorned with lacquer and bone, and it had been fitted with a polished ivory. The vase was crafted during the year of Yuhan. 160 years ago, the value assessment system 77,800 coins, Blood Mountain Cloud Avoiding Mist Lake, a thought appeared in his mind as Yang Ning was appraising. And so, Yang Ning smiled gently. Although he had known the function of appraisal lenses before, the theoretical effect and practical use were completely different matters. If the system was a radar to search for and locate targets, then the appraisal lens was like a heat-seeking missile that assisted him in attacking the target. With this, he clenched his hands tightly in delight. Today was truly a great day. Old Meng's eyes suddenly brightened as if he had discovered something. He extended his hand toward Yang Ning. Young man, it seems you like these jars? If you do, I'll give one to you. Yang Ning glanced at the other person. The jars seemed to have been well taken care of. Perhaps Old Meng was very fond of them. But then, Yang Ning decisively pointed to the pile of porcelain. However, if Old Meng is offering, I'll accept. I'll take this red jar. Upon hearing this, Old Meng was so shocked that he froze. Meanwhile, Man Xian, still naive, wondered if he hoped Yang Ning wouldn't pick something too valuable. Old Meng narrowed his eyes and scrutinized. Hey, does this kid know that this jar is the most valuable one? No, it can't be. It took me a long time to appraise this vase. With this kid's age, it's impossible. While Yang Ning leisurely smoked, Old Meng, now tense, spoke. This jar seems a bit dirty. You two should choose something else.
He exhaled a cloud of smoke, his expression one of arrogance. So, does that mean I can't take this jar?
Old Meng, both flustered and anxious, quickly responded, I didn't mean it like that.
Man Xian, slightly annoyed, asked, what do you mean then?
Yang Ning, easing the tension, raised both hands. Old Meng said, the jar is dirty, I just want to help clean it. Then, with a playful smirk, he added, Old Meng's question was directed at his own evasive face, was that right? She then spoke up, coming to his defense. Old Meng just wants to give you a proper gift, you don't need to be so picky with him. Upon hearing this, Yang Ning reached out for the jar. Well then, I'll take it. As soon as he held the jar in his hand, he flashed a joyful grin, thank you, Old Meng. At this point, Man Xian, looking confused, could only press her lips together. A thought suddenly flashed across her mind, could it be that it's really? Man Xian quickly grabbed his wrist. Wait. Yang Ning, puzzled, tilted his head. What's the matter? She firmly demanded, give me that jar, I want to take it home as a decoration. Hearing this, he raised an eyebrow. Aren't there other jars? Man Xian was resolute, but I only like the one you're holding. At this moment, Xuebin, adopting a casual tone, chimed in, Miss Lin, wasn't this jar dirty? If you like it, I can buy you a new one. Yang Ning, unfazed, smirked arrogantly. Aren't there plenty of others? This made him feel uneasy. They ignored me, yet you still wouldn't let it go. But all I wanted was that jar. With that, he decisively placed the jar into Man Xian's hands. Fine, fine, Yang Ning said, pretending to give up, waving his hand. If you like it that much, then consider it a gift from me. Although a little embarrassed, Man Xian still hadn't asked. Then, what's the origin of this jar? Don't lie to me, he said, raising an eyebrow and taking a drag from the cigarette in his mouth. Blood Mountain Cloud Avoiding Mist Lake. Made from cinnamon and blood coral. The body is adorned with white patterns and smooth, calloused marks. The jar's surface is embossed with pine trees, stones, and lingji mushrooms. On the other side, there are engraved designs of cloud walls and a sea mural. The cloud patterns are intricately carved with hidden animals. The body also incorporates yellow materials and bamboo, with an ivory piece that's been carefully refined, crafted during the year of Yuan, around 160 years ago. Her words caused a stir among the crowd, and Xuebin was so shocked that it sent a chill down his spine. How much do you think this jar is worth? Is it real or fake? If it's so precious, why would Old Meng put it on display like that? The person just mentioned was even more astonished. This young man hadn't even examined the jar, yet with just a glance, he knew its exact origin. Suddenly, Yang Ning noticed the group standing there in stunned silence. He tilted his head slightly and closed one eye amidst the haze of smoke. Hey, I've told you everything. Could you stop staring at me like that? Xuebin furrowed his brow, feeling a bit disgruntled. Are you saying that Old Meng would spend his whole life studying antiques just to put something like this on display, thinking it's a fake? He happily turned his head to look at the person who was grimacing over there. Isn't that right, Old Meng? At this point, his face had turned pale. At first, I just wanted to show off to my friends that I had found a rare item and purposely placed it in the corner. I never expected things to turn out this way. Old Meng helplessly spoke up. This jar was indeed made about 100 years ago. He's right. The people around them couldn't believe it and shouted loudly. What? Someone stroked their chin in doubt. If this jar is worth that much, why is it displayed here? Could it be that Old Meng confused it with something else? His face suddenly turned serious behind the glare of his glasses. Man Xian also awkwardly observed. I've messed up. I should never have brought him here. Then, to her surprise, Yang Ning spoke up. I'm also curious. If Old Meng knows the origin of this item, why would he leave it here? Doesn't he fear it might get stolen? Hearing this, Old Meng chuckled lightly. Who knew your eyes were so sharp? Yang Ning feigned innocence, closing her eyes.
Old Mang, are you trying to hurt my feelings, or are you complimenting me?
Man Xian innocently clasped his hands together.
Then, Grandpa, what about the judging role? Yang Ning frowned in displeasure.
There are 6 evaluation committees. She was walking ahead of him and lightly explained. The 6 committees are the Calligraphy and Painting Department, the Ceramics and Industrial Arts Department, the Oil Painting Department, the Ancient Books and Manuscripts Department, the Stamps and Currency Department, and the Gems Department. Each of these 6 committees selects the entries. Tomorrow, you will have to use all your skills to complete the assessment. Yang Ning pretended to be tired and troubled. Is it possible for me to not participate? Man Xian decisively turned her head and refused, no.
So Yang Ning had no choice but to compromise. All right. A figure appeared just as Yang Ning was walking away. Then what do I need to do? Schweben asked, full of resentment, grinding his teeth. My father is in charge of the Gems Department. Let's see how you, Yang Ning, got that ticket. The elevator doors opened on the 6th floor. The two of them, Man Xian and her companion, were somewhat surprised, and a dashing man, looking like a playboy, asked in a fatherly tone, "Who is this young man?" Her face was full of disdain. Does it concern you?
The man calmly smirked.
Very well.
Then he glanced at Yang Ning and introduced himself. I am Zhang Yukong, but everyone calls me Young Master Zhang. In Nanhai, no one doesn't know me, and no one dares to disrespect me. Yukong General Xiao, he winked, if you like, you can call me Young Master Zhang.
Hearing this, Yang Ning could only raise an eyebrow, speechless.
Then he turned to look at Man Xian.
Who is he? She coldly avoided the question. I don't know.
At this moment, Yukong was seething with anger.
The nerve of them.
He lightly placed a hand on his trembling shoulder with a mocking tone, trying to appear indifferent and uncaring. You understand, don't be upset. Seeing Yang Ning and the others turning to leave, Yukong quickly chased after them. Man Xian, today I booked a spot at Hailan Tian to celebrate the return of 2 of my friends.
If you come, they will be very happy.
Hearing that, Man Xian glanced thoughtfully. If I refuse today, who knows what might happen tomorrow? It's just one meal, I guess I'll have to go. In the end, she reluctantly agreed.
All right, Yang Ning, you can come with me.
Yukong immediately showed his displeasure.
He's going too.
She decisively avoided his gaze.
If he doesn't go, then I won't either. You can find someone else to go with you.
Yukong had no choice but to speak up.
Fine, but in his mind, he was still considering what kind of relationship he had with Man Xian.
The twilight sky descended over the vast dining space. 2 beautiful women sat side by side, one resting her chin in her hand, lost in thought, while the other gently held a glass of wine.
Meanwhile, Yang Ning hurriedly shoved food into his mouth. Food is a battleground for me.
You ladies better not try to compete with me. The 2 beauties were speechless. Ignoring Yang Ning's fervent eating at the table, Alai turned to chat with Man Xian.
Miss Lin.
She lightly swirled the wine in her glass. I've noticed that many famous actresses this season are hiring makeup artists to give them short bangs, but compared to them, Miss Lin doesn't fall short at all.
I think this hairstyle would suit you even better.
Li Shu, sitting next to her, added, this season's trend for women leans more towards darker, classical styles. There's a limited amount of these outfits available. If Miss Lin is interested, we can arrange to get one for you. Man Xian gently lowered her head to refuse. No, thank you. Suddenly, Li Shu leaned in closer to inhale the scent, catching her off guard.
And then she asked with amusement, Miss Lin, do you like the perfume brand Romantic?
I heard this label is launching a new product in the fall. I guess it will be the next Romantic edition. But Man Xian only pursed her lips in irritation. She shouldn't have agreed to come here. She turned her head and glanced at Yang Ning, who was busy eating. Her face fell into a look of weariness and helplessness. So Man Xian squeezed the other person's knee hard with her hand. He cried out in pain, baring gleaming white teeth still speckled with a few strands of straw. Despite Yang Ning's look of hatred and clenched fists, she calmly sipped her drink.
Do you know that even heaven's thunder spares meal times? Are you angry? Is that my problem?
A flash of anger hit me, then he lightly placed his hand on the table to stand up.
I went into the restroom.
The men's room sign was shining. Yang Ning smoked while keeping an eye on the person beside him. Shui Bin's gaze was full of contempt.
Mr. Yang. Yang Ning's tone was laced with sarcasm.
I didn't expect to be lucky enough to meet Mr. Zhu here.
Did you come in to eat?
The other man curled his lip to reply, then suddenly flinched in alarm. Shui Bin cursed furiously, "You're the one who came in to eat. Your whole family came in to eat."
Yang Ning leisurely waved and walked away. I went ahead and called out, "Mr. Zhu, enjoy your meal."
He carried with him a flare of fury and ground his teeth. "You bastard! Just you wait, I'll make you see what happens if you dare mess with Shui Bin of mine." Yang Ning had returned to the dining area. He whispered into Man Xian's ear, "Just now, I caught Shui Bin in the bathroom.
He has impotence.
Despite such a large urinal, his little man can only drip and splatter everywhere." Seeing her giggle softly, he couldn't help but chuckle along. A shadow glanced over towards the cheerful dining table of Man Xian. Yukong gritted his teeth, shaking with anger. "This bastard dares to joke around with Man Xian in front of me, and she even laughs with him." Alai, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, spoke up, "Such vulgar words in a place like this, it's really rude." Li Shu was also displeased.
Seeing Man Xian's confused expression, Yang Ning slyly smirked. "Ha? Then I'd like to know what exactly I said that was vulgar and rude?"
She bluntly commented, "To judge a man, the most important thing is his appearance.
Second, you look at his family background and whether his education is high.
Third, whether he's part of the upper class."
Alai sneered dismissively, without elaborating further. "Look at his clothes, cheap from head to toe.
If we were to ask him about fashion trends, cosmetics, or fine dining in high society, I bet he wouldn't know a thing." He frowned and scratched his ear. "Listening to you, it seems like over the years, you've learned quite a lot."
The two of them spoke in unison. "What do you mean by that?"
Li Shu immediately turned to look at Yukong. "Zhang, young master, you must stand up for us, he insulted us."
He shouted angrily, "Didn't you hear me?
Hurry up and apologize to them for me, or don't blame me for being rude."
Yang Ning remained disdainful as he spoke. "You said the next trend for Dio is classic, but I don't think so."
Li Shu crossed his arms and sneered, "If I'm wrong, then tell me what the next trend is."
Alai also acted disdainfully. "If he knows, then let's just sit back and listen."
He held the cigarette in his hand, lowering his eyes to look down.
"I think everyone believes the next trend will be classic, but there are still things hidden behind.
Why are the colors of the clothing made bolder, yet they use soft tones?"
Then Yang Ning squinted, affirming, "But if combined with bright jewelry, it will create a contrast."
The other two were left stunned. Those around them also focused on his words. "I think the next trend will be based on the blooming of flowers in spring." Li Shu and her friend turned to look at each other, wide-eyed and open-mouthed. What he said was indeed not wrong, this possibility couldn't be dismissed. And it was, in fact, quite brilliant. He slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. "By the way, you mentioned that when the Lu Hai Guild City season comes, short hair will become the new trend."
Yang Ning calmly painted a funny image, mentioning a few stars she referred to. "If I'm not mistaken, their hair was long.
The short hair didn't even suit their faces."
"How could I have long hair like an eggplant in your mind?"
His words made Man Xian cover her mouth, stifling her laughter. Alai and Li Shu were both furious and scared, huddling closer together.
"What kind of person is this? Unfathomably deep."
He still maintained his stern demeanor, and on top of that, she even mentioned that the channel brand would be launching a new romantic product. "I don't think so," she said.
"Because romantic is the type that was created to commemorate channel's 100th anniversary.
The next one should be launched on a more significant anniversary, like the 115th.
The faces of the two people were drenched in sweat. They stood up, tense.
Young master, we remember we have an urgent matter to attend to, please allow us to leave.
Thank you for the hospitality. At their hurried appearance, Yang Ning only raised an eyebrow. Hey, I still have something to say.
Man Xian continued to laugh cheerfully, while Yukong was grinding his teeth in anger. At this moment, she turned her head slightly.
The main characters are leaving, we should leave as well.
He smiled and stretched. The two figures slowly moved away, witnessed by the other person. Yukong spoke sternly, Tianyi, the person next to him is adjusting his gloves.
I'll take care of it.
Young master finally turned around and left. Investigate his background for me, and if possible, eliminate him. He immediately obeyed the order.
Yes.
The conversation could be heard from the car speeding down the road.
Who did you hear that from? Someone asked in confusion. What's going on?
Man Xian, while driving, tilted his face to converse. The information you mentioned earlier. Hearing this, Yang Ning slightly curled his lips. So that's what it is.
Then he arrogantly raised an eyebrow. That's what you call skill.
The words made her thoughtful and contemplative. On the outside, he seemed to boast a lot, but upon closer inspection, it was hard to tell just how deep he was. The tone of resignation echoed as the car sped by, as if saying, I'm afraid of you. One fine day with white clouds in the sky, Dong Dong was drunk on the sofa at that house.
Fanny sat in another chair, holding the remote with a focused expression.
Suddenly, a noise caught her attention. Seeing the two of them, Fanny teasingly spoke, causing him to blush.
Your little boy is back. At that moment, Yang Ning was silently calculating in his head.
The little imp kept throwing hints at him, and just as he thought he might catch her, someone suddenly presented an old jar.
He glanced at it in surprise.
This jar.
Man Xian raised the jar high and spoke. Return it to him. Yang Ning, overjoyed, took it in his hands. Really? I can hardly believe it.
I thought I had lost this jar for good, but it's come back.
Am I dreaming?
Then, Fanny pointed forward.
What's that?
She slowly replied. An antique jar worth 120,000 coins. Upon hearing this, Fanny gasped and covered her mouth.
120,000 coins?
She nudged Man Xian with her elbow.
Little miss, giving someone such a precious item. Is it a token of love?
The other person became shy.
What are you talking about?
Then, Man Xian turned back with a serious expression and explained. The thing is, earlier this morning at the company. Outside, two beetles were climbing over each other while the leaves still carried the morning dew.
Fanny's face was full of worry. Are you serious?
Then, she pulled Yang Ning away, her expression filled with confusion.
Come with me to my room.
His face became extremely tense, a feeling of unease washing over him. The door quickly opened, and they hurried inside.
Fanny shyly sat on the bed. What are you standing there for? Come here.
Yang Ning froze, his whole body stiff.
After guarding his purity for 18 years, was today the day he had to say goodbye?
Yang Ning's face turned bright red, and he awkwardly scratched his head, saying,
I'm not ready.
He thought to himself, my moment is coming. At that moment, Fanny was admiring the pendant in her hand. I've been looking for you today to ask you to help me with this, she said, holding out the pendant.
Yang Ning's body stiffened.
His heart shattered, and tears began to fall. Looking at the pendant on Fanny's chest, all he could do was cry out in despair.
How could you change me with something like that jade Buddha?
Then the system began to evaluate the pendant.
Item found, jade Buddha hammer.
Quality rating, mid-tier craftsmanship, made from raw materials sourced from the Yulong River. natural golden skin, beautiful tone, exquisite craftsmanship.
Unlike the smiling Buddha, which symbolizes luck, this one has a jade-like color, resembling the soft warmth of sheep's fat, and is as warm and moist as it was in the beginning, with a translucent white, gelatinous glow. The blood was like moonlight, smooth like sand, and moist like wax fat. The jade was transported and baptized by nature, gathering the essence of everything in the world, with a certain collection value, priced at 268,085 coins. As he looked at the item, he sighed. This piece of jade was a good one. Then, Faye and I pulled out an exquisite box. I still have many things, you can help me. The jewelry inside began to be appraised. The items discovered: Supreme Nanjiang Golden Pearl Necklace. The item discovered: Natural Delta Tahiti Pearl Necklace. The item found: Sujasai Necklace. The items found: Pendant.
Red male item found: Red Moreland Twine Ring. Item found: Tan Ring.
Her expression was full of eagerness. Handsome little guy, are these jewels worth a lot of money? Yang Ning was a bit surprised. Actually, quite a bit. He was also a little curious. Sis, where did you get these jewels from? Faye and I innocently avoided the question. After all, it wasn't a scam.
She tilted her head and scrutinized.
How much?
Yang Ning held the box in his hand. If you entrust a professional auction house to handle the sale, you should be able to sell them for around 7 million. In the case of a good buyer, it could reach tens of millions.
Faye and I asked again. How long? Yang Ning suddenly frowned. Well, if you're quick, in about 10.5 days. If you're slow, you might not sell everything in a year. Suddenly, her face turned tense. Yeah, if it's cheaper. Hearing that, he was stunned and turned his head to look at Fei Ni's sad expression. Sis, I just need the money urgently. She sighed, her eyes dropping in distress. I've thought about how you see it. Right now, it's still 8 million. Man Xian has lent me a lot, and now I can receive more than 3 million. At that moment, Yang Ning thoughtfully stroked his chin. If I sell it directly to the system, I could get more than 3.6 million in cash immediately and over 900,000 in my bank card. That would be enough to cover the transaction. It could help her, but it would also earn me some points. Then he glanced at Fei Ni. Sis, do you want to talk about it? No, I can accept these jewelry items. Of course, there's a limit to my incompetence, and I can only offer up to 4.5 million. I have a lot of money on me. She seemed to ponder for a moment, then Fei Ni decisively placed her hand on the back of his hand to finalize the transaction. At that moment, Yang Ning was drying his hair with a look of general shao. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. You have a new message, please check. He quickly picked up his phone to check. Sure enough, the balance of his bank card had increased by nearly 3.8 million. First, he transferred money to Oriental Fair, then checked how many points he had earned. A notification appeared clearly on the screen: millionaire task completed, 134,000 out of 1 million in asset points, 3,770 points, which surprised him greatly. Now, I have 3,770 points. Yang Ning held the phone and gently lay down on the bed. There were so many things to think about now. What should he buy? He then tapped on the beauty tab. In this way, he should also give them some benefits. A bottle of medicine quickly appeared. He just had to choose this one. At that moment, the group of people, including Man Xian, were chatting on the sofa. Yang Ning slowly walked down the stairs. The beautiful women were all here. Fei Ni sighed softly. The handsome guy, quick speed. This is the way to use martial arts for going to the bathroom. The money will be paid. While Dong Dong was listening intently, Man Xian also asked, Sister Fei just told me, it seems like you made a lot of money this time, at least 3 million, is that right? Hearing this, he flashed a bright smile, almost more than that. Thank you, Sister Fei. She responded happily, your little mouth is quite sweet. Suddenly, Man Xian teased, although this is the relationship I hoped for, it's too cheap. Just saying thank you, isn't that a little too little sincerity? The girl is also very excited. You want to eat? At that point, Yang Ning gently shook the 2 bottles of medicine in his hand. It wasn't worth showing sincerity over. Looking at the glossy pills spilling out, someone curiously asked, "What is this?" He began to slowly explain, "This is a beauty and detoxification pill. It's made from various herbal medicines from country H.
Although it doesn't have an official label, it has no side effects." Upon hearing this, Fanny smiled and responded, "So, thank you very much, but I usually." Suddenly, she widened her eyes in astonishment. Before her, Fanny saw the passionate expressions of the 2 people as they gazed at the bottle of pills. "What's going on here?" She then pouted slightly. Man Xian showed a cheap guilty expression, as if she had stolen her diary a year ago.
Then she faced Dong Dong and asked, "Sis, are these pills really effective?"
The little girl hesitated slightly.
"Yes, I don't know if they are effective."
But Fanny furrowed her brow and asked, "Why does your sister act like a cat-smelling fish when she sees these pills?" These words made the little girl puff her cheeks in anger. "I am a cat."
Suddenly, Man Xian thoughtfully considered it.
In fact, when she had seen Yang Ning the previous day, his skin was also not entirely in control. The next day, he looked like this, and his height had also changed. His martial arts skills were now even higher than mine with high heels on.
Fanny, shocked, cupped her face. "This doesn't make sense."
Yang Ning, on the other hand, was so embarrassed that he was sweating profusely. "It's because of the pills, I only changed because of those pills." The 3 of them spoke with doubt. Leaving behind their confused expressions, he turned his face away in distress. Fortunately, he had handed over the responsibility to the process of reorganizing the movement of the barrier. The person in question was holding the bottle of pills, taking 3 doses, 2 pills each time, after 3 doses to remove the basic toxins. Yang Ning's face was full of excitement. "That's right, remember to follow the 3 doses exactly to get rid of the toxins.
Don't take it with sugar."
At this moment, the little girl spoke up, pleading for her.
"I want it too."
Fanny tried her best to grab the bottle of medicine from Man Xian's hand.
"Dong Dong, be good.
You're still young, your body is developing, you shouldn't take this medicine." Her older sister also spoke up. "Dong Dong, you're young, you shouldn't take things like this." The little girl's voice was full of grievance.
"Fanny, both of you are bullying me."
Yang Ning could only shrug and sigh.
Any woman who faces the allure of benefits becomes frantic.
On a perfectly peaceful day, a girl was struck with a painful slap to her face. She trembled, lying on the floor. Facing the man's threatening tone, "I warn you, next time don't blame me. Basically, I've been quite polite handling all the trouble you've caused. As for Lu Hu, he was unaware of your existence in the family. Get out of my sight."
Mei Miao, feeling wronged, held her cheek and cried. "Is it because of that Man Xian? What does she have that I don't?"
Then she bitterly watched the figure of the person walking away. Mei Miao gritted her teeth, swearing, "I will never bow down. Man Xian, just wait for me. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me.
If I can't have it, you won't have it either. I will kill you."
The blazing sun shone down on the house. At this moment, Yang Ning, with his 8-pack abs, was peacefully drunk and lying on the bed. Suddenly, the sound of screaming startled him, causing him to open his eyes wide.
Yang Ning immediately ran down the stairs. "What's going on? What's happening?"
Man Xian's face was full of astonishment, and her skin seemed smoother than before. Fei Ni, on the other hand, was holding her face, amazed.
"Your skin's so much whiter now."
Seeing this, he could only sigh.
"Why did you call me down here, ladies? I thought there was a thief in the house."
At that moment, standing in front of him with no clothes on, Fei Ni observed with interest, while the person next to her was startled. She quickly threw a pillow at Yang Ning.
"Pervert!"
He angrily grabbed the pillow to cover himself.
"Is it the first time you've seen a man?"
Our boys always sleep like this, why are you getting all worked up? Fanny put her hand to her mouth and sighed.
Little master. That boy's impressive.
On the other hand, Man Xian was extremely embarrassed and covered her face.
Hurry up and put on some pants.
At that, Yang Ning, feeling wronged, turned around. Even though I rushed out in a hurry, it's still my fault. I'll go back to my room and put on pants, just stop staring. A few plates of food were laid out before them, and someone asked with a teasing voice.
Handsome, don't you think I look better now?
His tone was full of resignation.
Yes, Fanny is the most beautiful in the world.
As the two were happily chatting, Man Xian glanced over.
Is Dong Dong still sleeping?
Yang Ning went to wake her up. Just then, her phone suddenly rang, and she answered it in confusion. Man Xian trembled, her eyes filled with tears. While Yang Ning was still confused, Fanny was deeply worried.
What's wrong with Man Xian? Don't scare me.
The person being called out in pain delivered the news, Fanny, Fuba is gone. Hearing this, Fanny immediately embraced the other person, trying to console them.
Fuba, that's Gao Fu, the one behind the scenes, the one the thugs exposed, right? Then she turned to face Man Xian, who was wiping her face in distress. Is Fuba really the one behind everything?
The other persons slowly shook their head, the trail had gone cold. Just earlier, Fuba had come down from the house he had just purchased, on the 27th floor.
Man Xian's face was filled with sorrow.
Luba's investigation revealed that Fuba's son owed 10 million in usury loans and had no way to repay it. Recently, Fuba had suddenly received a large sum of money. He suspected that this might be related to the kidnapping. Seeing the person before her sobbing uncontrollably, Fanny could only gently speak. Fuba must have chosen to jump from the building, probably to plead for his family's safety.
Man Xian, comforted by her hand on hers, choked on her words. How could I make things harder for his family? Moreover, even if Fuba had problems, he could always talk to me.
Why is that?
At that moment, Yang Ning seriously pondered.
Though he didn't know the person named Fuba, seeing her in such pain, it was clear he was no bad man. For someone who had always been good, to suddenly change like this.
It seemed rather unforgiving.
He furrowed his brows. Even if Fuba had been forced into some financial entanglement, there was no way he would harm Lin Man Xian or go to a thug like Lu Hu. There had to be more to this.
Fanny sighed again and reminded, don't let Dong Dong know.
If it asks, just say that something happened at Fuba's house, and you need to take care of the family.
Man Xian decisively stood up. Don't worry, I know what to say.
She regained her composure and gently pushed her chair back.
Let's go.
Today, we still have to attend the 6th department's assessment. A contemptuous voice came from inside the Lin family's auction house. A kid who still smells of milk, I don't think he has any real ability. The 6 ministers sitting across the table, Bei Kong, curled his lips as he tasted his tea.
Xing Zhong, from your words, are you implying that young people can't handle the harsh tests of life? Another person spoke up, they don't deserve that kind of opportunity. Young people should just obediently learn from their seniors.
Old Meng eased the atmosphere by raising his cup and saying, that's true. Xiaoniu, you're the same age as Xiao Zhu, but the rest of us old guys are from the same generation as your fathers and uncles.
Young people should be more humble and learn from their seniors.
Minister Niu silently puffed on his pipe. Uncle Kang beside him, feeling uncomfortable, thought to himself, that old man has no sense, dragging me into this too.
I'm not that much younger than him.
He put on a mocking tone, Master Meng, I heard that the kid discovered an antique on your desk.
Did you throw it into a corner as collateral, letting it gather dust? I never thought even you could make such a mistake.
Old Meng gritted his teeth in anger after hearing this, slamming the teacup onto the table. At that moment, Man Xian was pointing and instructing, these are all seniors in the industry, so you must maintain a serious attitude.
Remember everything I taught you on the way here. Yang Ning, feeling bored, replied, got it. Suddenly, an angry shout rang out, startling both of them. What does that brat you think he's doing? Despite her tension and inability to speak, he still covered his mouth and laughed at the insults being thrown around. You old piece of trash, you raised a grandson even worse than you. Does your old man know this? Old Meng stood up furiously, slamming the table. What do you mean, Zhu? At this point, Chairman Li sternly shouted, Enough! The two men sitting nearby, old Zhao chuckled mildly to ease the tension, while Chairman Li sternly struck the table with his hand. Stop arguing and sit down. His tone was calm, yet authoritative, leaving the two young ones stunned. Aren't you going to introduce yourself? He spoke with a bright smile. Respected teachers, my name is Yang Ning. I'm currently studying at Hunan High School, preparing for college entrance exams. The reason I'm here is to conduct a survey with your esteemed guidance. He paused before continuing, as a representative of the Lin family, I'll be participating in this auction. A voice suddenly rang out, making old Meng nod in agreement. If one only read the ancient jade books, their ability would surely be quite limited. In front of masters like us, that kind of knowledge would be of no use at all. Chairman Li cautiously observed, I feel that this young man is very confident, but at such a young age, his knowledge is still rather limited. Old Zhao nodded slightly. At the very least, this young man didn't seem to be the type to rely on connections to get recommended. If he wishes to, let him have a try. Ming Huang placed a hand on his lips, deep in thought. I have previously recommended Xiao Feng to participate, and I still stand by that decision. Minister Niu spoke solemnly, I believe young people often lack experience. This is a competition, not a game. We still need someone both cautious and capable. Meanwhile, Bo Kong recalled the resolute look on his son's face. Father, don't let Yang Ning take part. Then he folded his arms gloomily. What had happened was no longer important, there was no need to dwell on it. Old Meng leisurely lifted his teapot. In any case, my recommendation has already been approved. The rest of you may proceed as you wish. Someone suddenly pulled out a box. Chairman Li took a scroll from within. Let's give it a try. Yang Ning was a little surprised. He began to examine the painting spread across the table and discovered the artifact Sky-Defying Cloud Plum Blossom Fist. The intricate artistry breathes life into the work. The artist infuses the painting with sincere craftsmanship and deep emotions, blending his unique style into the artwork, reaching a level that ordinary people cannot surpass. Thus, the piece not only pursues imagery and formal transformation, but also deeply contains cultural essence and legal principles, resulting in a painting that undeniably increases its value, with an estimated worth of 10,000 USD. Immediately, Yang Ning expressed his admiration. Excellent, a sky-defying cloud plum blossom fist, truly worthy of Chairman Li's signature. His words astonished everyone, causing their jaws to drop. In an instant, he had identified the origin of the painting. It was truly remarkable. Chairman Li was very intrigued. Yang Ning, is it? Please, tell us more about this painting. But Yang Ning, nervous, scratched his head. Chairman Li, I'm just a youngster, how could I possibly be qualified to evaluate a piece like this? Bo Kong, hearing this, sneered, it's good to know your limits. Minister Niu, observing the exchange, took a slow drag of his cigarette and said, knowing your limits, old Zhu, I think you're paying too much attention to him. He clearly can't explain the reason behind it. Suddenly, Yang Ning narrowed his eyes seriously. All right then, let me speak with confidence. Chairman Li, I must admit, I'm not in a position to evaluate this artwork. However, from my perspective, Chairman Li, you've consistently insisted on learning painting from the ancients and traditions. But one cannot just learn from the ancients without understanding tradition. If one only learns tradition, in the end, they won't surpass the ancients. Using the ancients as the ultimate goal means that you can never truly exceed them. Originally, setting the ancients as the central goal to strive towards means that you will never be able to surpass them. The resounding voice of Yang Ning left the masters bewildered, speechless. Art, by its very nature, is innovation.
Any innovation of tradition is, naturally, the continuation of the past. Innovation is not about fleeting trends, it is about facing the demands of the present age and the sense of historical mission. A work of art must reach a certain depth before it can condense into life force, making one's own sincere artistic feelings and style come to life. Man Xian, wearing a satisfied smile, listened intently, particularly immersed in it, standing above those who could not surpass their limitations, especially in today's time. A work must not only pursue imagery and form, but must also grasp deeply the cultural spirit and its underlying principles. He then presented his thoughts seriously. I believe Chairman Li has come a long way on this path and has persevered without rest. Step by step, he has completed it and surpassed himself. He has created a renowned painting with his own unique philosophical concept and become a master in his own right. Everyone turned their eyes to Yang Ning, who was deeply impressed and spoke in praise. Well said. At that moment, old Zhao nodded in agreement. Indeed, many people continue to take the ancients as their standard model, but no one is truly satisfied. Even if they mimic the image and alter the form, they cannot replicate the spirit of the painting that the ancients once created. Minister Niu continued, this is the essence. Bo Kong slowly commented, as if only able to confirm, yet without the soul, turning back to find it was nothing but a decaying corpse. Chairman Li immediately clapped his hands in praise. The youth these days are impressive. Every word they speak is like a precious gem, each sentence draws people into a deeper state of contemplation. The younger generation is truly formidable, I will recommend you. Upon hearing this, Yang Ning beamed, showing a wide grin and giving a thumbs up to Man Xian, who nodded back in response. At that moment, old Zhao held the thick book in his hand. Young man, I could directly hand you the recommendation, but to show my respect for you and to avoid certain people spreading rumors, the key is to strictly adhere to the company's regulations. Therefore, I still intend to test you. Just provide me with the information, it doesn't need to be too detailed, and I will give you the recommendation. Yang Ning immediately activated his divine perception. The book was quickly appraised, revealing the item 12 coils of the spirit serpent, an item of exceptional quality, a collectible item from the Qinghua period, compiled and revised by the renowned medical scholar of the Bertong school. Originally 24 volumes, it had been condensed into 12, each volume taken from unique techniques within the school. The original manuscript of 12 coils of the spirit serpent was inside, and could be used to treat certain conditions. The manuscript still had a substantial value, its space appraisal value being 1,140,060 coins. Yang Ning slightly raised his head. Elder Zhao, what if we negotiate? Sell me the 12 coils of the spirit serpent. Upon hearing this, Chairman Li was startled, his eyes widening in surprise. Man Xian, equally stunned, reacted with an angry tone, as if to blow the person away who dared to make such a request. Not for sale. She frowned in contemplation. If this person could be so dazed, the ancient book series must surely be of incredible value. Old Meng also examined it seriously. Although it was a secretive imperial edict, Yang Ning was simply excited and joyful, but now he was left stunned, his eyes wide open. Suddenly, he pointed ahead. This is the 12 coils of the spirit serpent, highly valuable. What do you all think? Minister Niu smiled faintly, really lacking in social experience. With this kind of temperament, if you went to participate in the ancient text appraisal competition, you'd probably mess up, and the company would end up embarrassed. Bo Kong, sitting calmly beside them, slowly raised his teacup. He then began to tell an old story. Back when we collected the bundle of spirit serpent scrolls, the other party claimed it was a family heirloom and demanded 500,000. Teacher Zhao said the book was just a reprint, not worth much, and in the end, we settled on 30,000. Man Xian, feeling a bit displeased, turned her head and sternly asked, tell me, what did you discover? Yang Ning nervously avoided eye contact. Didn't I already say? The 12 coils of the spirit serpent is just a reprint. It's not worth more than a few coins. But Man Xian wouldn't let go. I want to hear the truth. This 12 coils of the spirit serpent will definitely be sold at the auction. Do you want the company to suffer a loss? Yang Ning could only stay silent, turning away in tension. At that moment, old Zhao, still smiling, spoke up. Xian, this is also just a reprint. but it has been well preserved.
It still holds some value when sold.
She immediately tilted her head sternly upon hearing this.
Grandfather Zhao, you don't know this person.
Even if he bought 1 million for a low price and resold it at a high one, it would only be a sly grin, and he definitely wouldn't be stunned in surprise like this. Her words left the elders speechless. As the book lay there, unattended, Man Xian asked, "Speak quickly."
Yang Ning calmly propped her hand up, scratched her nose, and asked, "What's the benefit?"
She immediately shouted angrily, "You, however, Man Xian, will still have to compromise."
"Fine, what do you want?" With that, Yang Ning raised her hand confidently. "The identification fee is 500,000. Upon hearing this, someone yelled loudly, 500,000? You'd better think carefully. 500,000? How much is the 12 coils of the spirit serpent really worth?
Looks like Man Xian had no choice but to fold his arms and compromise.
Alright, I agree. You're still clever, waving your hand, money for goods.
He still kept the smile on his face. Kid, the appraisal is 500,000.
Is there no skill to it?
Forgive me, my eyes are poor, I can't tell how much it's worth.
Yang Ning calmly retorted, then, according to Elder Zhao, how much is the book worth?
Only then did he place his hand on his chin and ponder, well preserved, it should be worth more than 10,000.
He glanced down at the card in his hand and decided, then I'll buy it back for 800,000. Troublesome. Give me your bank account. Right, or should I have the company staff print a receipt for the transaction? The elders exchanged glances, but no one spoke. Yang Ning raised an eyebrow, pretending to be innocent. What's wrong with everyone? Hurry and call the office staff or the secretary or someone, I'll wait.
At that moment, Man Xian spoke up, 1 million, I can indeed consider it.
Upon hearing this, the boy happily confirmed, really?
Her face suddenly darkened, but of course, it was all an act.
Man Xian watched as Yang Ning, disappointed, turned around and sighed. What?
She lowered her eyes thoughtfully. Based on his attitude, it's safe to say that even if we spend 500,000 on the assessment fee, the company won't suffer any losses. Then, Man Xian looked up and continued speaking, if you trust me, I'll bring the money to you later. The boy could only sigh in frustration.
All right then.
Suddenly, Yang Ning cleared his throat as if to warn of something dangerous. You started commenting on the book 12 Coils of the Spirit Serpent, which was compiled and edited by the famous medical scholar Hong Zhongli during the Manhwa period. Originally, there were 24 volumes, and these 12 volumes are from that set. Old Zhao chuckled and explained, that's right, this is just a copy, but it's well preserved, so it still holds some value. Yang Ning slowly restated his thoughts, Elder Zhao, I'm saying the 12 Coils of the Spirit Serpent was compiled and edited by Hong Zhongli during the Manhwa period.
Alright, Elder Zhao, you are indeed considered the best expert on ancient books. I wonder, have you ever heard of Zhongmen? Hearing this, he looked a bit confused. Zhongmen, could it be the great Zhongmen, the mysterious Zhongmen?
I heard that each member has extraordinary skills.
He gently closed his eyes, then imagined the ancient pages.
That's right, old Zhao must also know that many people from Zhongmen can peel away the layers of paper without leaving a trace. He refuted weakly, surely, this couldn't be the 12 Coils of the Spirit Serpent.
Yang Ning held the book in his hands to examine it.
If his eyes weren't mistaken, this 12 Coils of the Spirit Serpent bore quite a few traces of Zhongmen's work. Ancient records mentioned that Hong Zhongli and Zhongmen shared a rather close relationship. Old Zhao's face gradually darkened. If this book truly originated from Zhongmen, then I almost became a sinner to the company.
At this, both Minister Niu and Bo Kong were taken aback. Could this really be a treasure?
Meanwhile, Chairman Li remained silent, merely observing.
Seeing their expressions, Yang Ning's lips curved slightly. You don't believe me? Why? Bring some hot water, and everyone step back.
But old Zhao hastily stopped him.
You want to prove it? I won't allow it. You'll destroy it. Yang Ning calmly covered his ears. Fine, as long as you remember to pay me afterward. Man Xian cautiously asked under everyone's watchful eyes. Zhao family, the value of these books is?
Old Zhao lowered his head, his tone heavy.
If the appraisal is accurate, and with the auction considered, it could fetch at least 40 million.
At those words, everyone else cried out in shock, 40 million. Man Xian, however, was left speechless in astonishment. First the secret palm technique, then the blood coral cloud bat, and now the 12 coils of the spirit serpent. If a talent like this could join the Lin family. She turned to face Yang Ning.
If you come work for the Lin family, I'll make sure you're well rewarded.
He grinned teasingly.
On what grounds should I turn around? No problem, he said.
If you're willing to marry me, spend the wedding night with me, I won't even go to college.
I'll stay in the Lin family and work properly for you.
Hearing that, Man Xian was instantly furious.
You're never serious, are you?
At that moment, old Mr. Meng finally spoke up to persuade her.
Girl, that suggestion isn't bad.
A grown man should take a wife, and a grown woman should marry.
This lad, I find him quite pleasing to the eye.
Immediately, she turned her head and retorted, Grandfather Meng, please don't joke like that. I only want him to work for the Lin family.
Then, he widened his stern eyes. But how much do you plan to pay him? 5,000? 10,000? 100,000?
Those words startled Xian. Old Meng recalled the items that Yang Ning had previously taken an interest in. Girl, the first day you met him, he made $1 million off you. The second day, you brought him to the company, something nobody cared about suddenly became worth 200,000 once he laid eyes on it.
That's not even counting the rest.
And today, from an item I thought was worth only a few tens of thousands, with just one glance he raised its value several dozen times. He calmly lifted his steaming teacup. So, if he hadn't revealed the true worth of this 12 coils of the spirit serpent today, wouldn't he have easily pocketed 40 million? For someone like that, what kind of salary would be fitting? 200,000? $1 million? Man Xian was at a loss for words and could only lower her eyes in dejection. Her voice turned sorrowful, so unlike the carefree, humming Yang Ning not far away. You again innocently flashed a grin and pointed at my face, saying that since I'm in a good mood, I won't remember what happened earlier.
But Man Xian turned his head and asked, Grandfather Zhao, what secret does the 12 coils of the spirit serpent truly conceal?
Old Zhao stroked his chin thoughtfully. If that's the case, it's very likely that when Hong Zhongli compiled the manuscript, it had been crafted by someone from Zhongmen using an extraordinary technique to create the 12 coils of the spirit serpent. After a moment, he stood up and reorganized the manuscript.
In any case, my recommendation is now given to you. With that, old Zhao waved his hand and left. At that point, old Meng happily turned his head. So, who's next?
Immediately, Minister Niu slammed his hand on the table and stood up. I take back what I said earlier.
Kid, you really have some skills. Even if I didn't want to admit it, I have to recognize it. He calmly responded, I wonder how Minister Niu plans to test me.
Then, he placed a bag of items on the table with a thud. As he unpacked it, Minister Niu grinned with a shrewd look. Recently, the company acquired a painting, but I've been unable to assess its value.
If you can, show me your abilities. Yang Ning looked at it blankly and evaluated. This is a canvas painting, an oil painting. The artwork, featuring countless beautiful women, quickly appeared before him.
Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a precious item of average quality, estimated to be a modern art piece. Under the brushstrokes of the artist Li Sin, 6 girls stood in an unclear position, lost in the nighttime city, leading a luxurious life that revolved around constant changes. He exploited an illusionary image, revealing the true nature of society through basic techniques, so this work inherently holds a certain value, estimated at 89,605 coins. Yang Ning stroked his chin with a cunning expression. This painting evokes the sensation of sensual women existing neither in darkness nor in light, as if it speaks of an era filled with obsession and emptiness. His serious tone echoed in the astonished silence of Man Xian and the painting's owner. The painting expresses sorrow and melancholy, like a dream of dark clouds, like a bleak shade of red and gray, drawing out the gap between reality and illusion, further making one envision a distorted space.
This kind of space, I believe, develops fear and an avoidance of reality. Yang firmly asserted, the artist is Li Sen. Upon hearing this, Minister Nyo exclaimed in surprise, really?
It's Li Senator then. He stepped forward and placed a hand on Yang's shoulder.
All right, my nomination will be for you.
On the other side, Ming Huang calmly sipped his tea.
I withdraw my nomination.
Chairman Li turned his head in surprise upon hearing this.
Is that possible?
At that moment, Bo Kong, tense as he rested his chin on his hand, calculated quickly, but he couldn't let him pass. Still, his skills were formidable, and though this situation was really troublesome, he couldn't afford to offend him.
After all, he still had matters to attend to. Suddenly, the phone rang. A call was coming in, and he quickly picked it up.
Bo Kang's eyes widened in surprise, and he thought to himself, this is great, the Shu family is relying on a big power, how could I possibly be worried now? After turning off the machine, he turned around with a sly smile, with this item in my hands, you'll still have to rely on your own strength to get it. Bo Kang's words made Yang Ning raise an eyebrow, intrigued. You brat, your luck truly surprises me, but I think it should stop here. Upon hearing this, Old Meng immediately scolded in annoyance, you turtle, you really know how to open your eyes and talk nonsense.
Can those past matters be settled just by luck?
Bei Kong quickly retorted, old man, don't bring up the past.
You've been talking nonsense for too long, I've tolerated you enough.
Let me give you a piece of advice, an old man who does not die is a menace. Old Meng was so angry that he slammed the table, causing the teapot to shake. You. He gritted his teeth, staring fiercely at the other man.
If you've got the guts, say it again.
Seeing this, Chairman Li immediately intervened to mediate, stop arguing, let's proceed with the first test.
Bo Kang's expression suddenly became dangerous. My test is very simple, stone cutting.
Man Xian, Chairman Li, and Old Meng were all puzzled.
Stone cutting? Yang Ning looked confused, his face darkening. What's stone cutting?
Minister Nyo, while lifting his smoking pipe to his mouth, explained, stone cutting, also known as stone peeling, is the process of cutting open those raw stones. If there's no water profit inside, then it's worthless. If there's water profit, then it's a sure sign of wealth. He chuckled and stepped closer to Yang Ning.
Stone cutting can also be seen as a kind of gambling, but luck only accounts for half of it.
The rest depends on your ability to judge, your experience, and your skills. At this moment, Bo Kong was touching the pile of stones on the ground.
Here we have several rough stones.
Choose 3 samples, as long as you cut inside and it contains fei chui, regardless of quality, it will count as passing the test.
He raised his eyebrows with a calculating look.
I have to make it clear to you, this pile of rough stones belongs to me, and has nothing to do with the company. If you want to cut any stones, you'll have to buy them with your own money. Old Meng shouted angrily, that Zhu guy, too arrogant, who doesn't know you bought these worthless rough stones at a cheap price?
But Yang Ning remained calm, 3 pieces, right? Can I take more?
Bo Kong paused for a moment, a little surprised. By now, Yang Ning had bent down and was looking at the pile of stones. Just follow your rule, then, 3 pieces to be cut for the processing fee.
However, I'm also interested and would like to cut a few more.
Old Meng anxiously tried to stop him, don't buy them, these are just scrap, this scoundrel is clearly trying to trick you.
Bo Kong smiled lightly, glancing at him.
Don't listen to this old man, these are all genuine rough stones, I'm not trying to deceive you.
Yang Ning smiled calmly, are you testing my eyesight?
Then Yang Ning focused and examined the pile of stones. 3 rough stones emitted a green glow, 4 gave off a white light, and the rest were just dull gray-black. He pointed at one stone and asked, but how much is this rough stone worth? Hearing this, Bo Kong quickly raised his finger, 1 million.
Yang Ning smirked and evaluated, 1 million? Not worth it.
That amount is enough to buy a car, let alone these raw stones priced so highly. He furrowed his brows tightly. Alright, I'll drop it by 700,000, but if you still insist on negotiating, the highest price is 500,000.
If not, don't even think about buying.
In the end, Bokong compromised with a sly smile.
500,000 it is, then. Let's quickly sign the contract.
With that, he signed his name on the contract.
Bokong quickly urged, hurry up and sign.
But to Yang Ning's surprise, Old Meng grabbed his hand.
Are you really going to go through with this? The old man's voice trembled, tears streaming down his face. Kid, you're so confident, but in the end, it's all just scrap. Yet Yang Ning's expression remained resolute. It's just 500,000. Earning it back will be easy enough.
He turned to Man Xian, who was frowning in the distance, and said, Miss Lin, you agree, right? Her face was cold. Minister Zhu, I will have the finance department transfer the 500,000 to you immediately.
Bokong nodded happily. It's fine, it's fine. Finally, the signatures were completed. All done.
He carefully rolled up the contract. I'll approve it on my end. Miss Lin, have the finance department account for my salary and bonus, then we'll split it together. Hearing this, Man Xian was slightly confused.
What did he mean by that? Suddenly, a voice drew Yang Ning's attention. If Mr. Zhu has decided, our company will not keep Zi Qing.
In a graceful appearance, wishing Mr. Zhu great satisfaction and success in his new position. Someone then spoke up, President Lin. At that moment, Yang Ning was so excited that steam nearly came out of his nose, his eyes turning into heart shapes.
Imperial concubine Bei Kong approached Zi Qing with a respectful air, hands clasped together. President Lin, what wind brings you here?
She frowned slightly, scrutinizing her.
Am I not allowed to come?
Then Zi Qing crossed her arms, facing the dazed young man.
You must be Yang Ning, the one Elder Zhao mentioned?
He replied nervously, having to ignore the stiff, frozen young man nearby. She turned her head toward Ming Huang. I heard your 6 departments are holding an assessment.
How's the progress so far?
He reported cautiously, at present, aside from me forfeiting my vote, everyone else has passed. Concubine Bei Kong spoke up, her face full of calculation. President Lin is truly a capable aide. With your presence in this appraisal competition, it will surely shine brilliantly.
If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Tonight I'll deliver my resignation letter to President Lin's office.
But Zi Qing immediately refused, no need.
Just hand it to Secretary Liu.
The secretary handles such matters directly.
I'm far too busy.
He could only grit his teeth and curse inwardly.
Right after that, Yang Ning eagerly raised his hand and suggested, don't rush off yet. Since we're free, let's take a look and see if these stones can produce any fei shui.
Hearing that, the man could only force a smile, of course not. Yet the young man quickly reached out and touched one of the stones.
To everyone's surprise, Yang Ning lifted the raw jadeite boulder, leaving Man Xian utterly stunned.
It's worth about 10 million. She looked at the lifeless object on the table with suspicion.
Do you think this rock is worth 10 million?
He calmly smirked, speaking in a teasing tone.
Cut the stone. Who dares to guarantee it will be profitable, or that we won't have to pay compensation?
I'm just picking a random stone that catches my eye. Man Xian firmly held the stone in his hand.
I trust you.
He then raised his voice to address the people around him. The company has a stone cutting workshop with 2 experienced assistant masters who specialize in cutting stones. Yang Ning mocked Bokong, who looked uncomfortable behind them. Unfortunately, Mr. Zhu is not interested in cutting stones this time.
The expression on his face was full of disdain and boredom. If you want me to trust you, don't even dream of it.
At that moment, everyone had gathered in the stone cutting workshop.
He cast a satisfied glance at Bei Kang's gloomy face. I knew you would follow me here.
Vice Master Liu carefully examined the stone in his hand. It looks thin at first glance, it needs to be polished with a grinder to smooth out a few centimeters.
3 cm won't do, change to a different side, another assistant master suggested softly. I think it should be cut from here. Yang Ning gently leaned toward Man Xian, whispering. Who is this woman? Let me introduce her to you.
Lin Ziqing is my sister and the CEO of Lin Family Company.
I'm just the vice president in name.
Lin Family has grown in recent years thanks to her. Meanwhile, the stone was being placed into the cutting machine. The sharp blade touched the tough stone vein. The faces of Vice Master Lu and the person next to him showed clear surprise and confusion. He hurriedly turned his head.
Miss Lin.
The next words astonished Ziqing.
The jade has been cut.
The smooth cut of the stone revealed its exquisite, beautiful colors, causing an uproar among the crowd.
The jade has been cut, the jade has really been cut. How is it possible to cut it like this? Man Xian incredulously confirmed. Vice Master Lu, is this fei shui? What is its quality? The assistant monk picked up the raw stone. This is. He carefully examined it.
The texture is delicate and meticulous, pure and flawless.
This is definitely ice-type fei shui, made from fine jade.
She and Bo Kong were still in shock. Old Meng's eyes, on the other hand, were sparkling, and the assistant monk eagerly offered his advice. This block of fei shui can be cut into 2 pairs, and the remaining material can be used to make 2 sets of jewelry.
Ziqing then began to calculate.
The Qingjun Company, through the jewelry market, has already invested in and partnered with the outside world. Once the finances are in place, we could open stores in other countries. Man Xian was extremely supportive. Qing's sister, let me leave the raw stone to you. Suddenly, she turned her head, startling Yang Ning. Ziqing slowly spoke. And you, all you know how to do is nervously scratch your nose. Man Xian instructed the finance department to immediately transfer 10 million to Yang Master. Suddenly, he glanced at the notification from the main mission system. Rich man 10 million, the mission requires the trickster here to value ancient materials. People living in modern times know money isn't omnipotent, but without it, nothing can be done.
Strive to earn money. The current progress is 10 million.
The reward for the mission is the title of Rich Man with 10 million. The host receives the title of Rich Man with 10 million.
Yang Ning, feeling delighted, tightly gripped the stone.
The system then delivered a new notification.
Main mission, the $1 Million Tycoon. The task worth 10 million is just the starting point. Strive for tens of millions.
People were fans, while some harbored jealousy and resentment. The $1 Million Tycoon's task progress was no less than 10 million. The reward for the $1 Million Tycoon mission surprised him.
There was a new task. Yang Ning picked up another stone. All right, come here, Vice Master Lu, help me cut this.
Bo Kong, panicking, covered his face.
It's impossible, this can't be happening.
He rushed forward to snatch the stone. I won't sell it, return the raw stone to me, it's mine.
But Yang Ning was quick to dodge. He waved the paper in front of him with a smug expression.
You said in the agreement that breaking the contract requires compensation of 100 million.
It's in black and white, Mr. Zhu, you really won't sell? Immediately, Ziqing's voice sounded, threatening him, making him tremble.
Mr. Zhu, I hope you understand and restrain yourself.
Otherwise, I'll immediately call security to escort you out. Bo Kong, flustered, wiped his sweat with a towel.
I'm sorry, I lost my composure for a moment.
What I meant was.
He then brought over a large box of stones.
Old Lu, I've got another raw stone.
Please help me cut it later. Vice Master Lu looked at her, caught in an awkward dilemma.
What should we do now? Yang Ning calmly raised his hand.
Then, under Beikang's instructions, the old man picked up the stone. Old Lu, be careful. When cutting, it's very likely you'll find the same kind of jadeite rough as before among these. The blade began slicing through the stone. His face tensed and shriveled, his heart pounding.
Each layer revealed nothing but ordinary rock utter disappointment.
Bo Kang's expression grew tense as he shouted, "Keep cutting." Vice Master Lu was at a loss for words, completely disheartened. While Man Xian looked bewildered and Zi Qing appeared speechless, Bei Kong stubbornly refused to give up.
The next piece still nothing.
Yet he persisted, refusing to stop. Soon, Bo Kang's face was soaked with tears and despair.
Keep cutting. The next one must have jade inside.
At last, Vice Master Lu spoke up to stop him. "Old Zhu, let's call it a day." But Bo Kong furiously shoved him aside, brushing off his filthy hand.
"Get out of my way. I'll cut it myself. I don't believe this."
At that moment, Yang Ning, losing patience, curled his lips slightly.
"All right then, let me do it first." Bo Kong trembled, turning around with blazing fury. "Who dares fight me for it? I'm not done yet."
Then he lunged at the stone and started cutting again.
"I don't believe it. With so many stones, there has to be jade somewhere."
In the end, the massive stone was reduced to rubble scattered at his feet.
Bei Kong stared down in disbelief. He clawed at his deceitful face in madness. "It's all fake. I'll report this. I'll expose it all."
Suddenly, Yang Ning walked over with a few pieces of raw jade stone and patted the man on the shoulder, startling him.
"Step aside, it's my turn."
He smiled brightly, lifting the stone amid the other man's bewilderment.
"Vice Master Lu, I randomly picked 4 pieces."
The old man quickly placed the stones into the cutting machine under Old Meng's expectant gaze.
"Hurry up, keep going."
The next voice made Bo Kong, who stood behind, tremble in terror.
"Careful. Here, this side, this one's jade too, cut along this side." Tears and snot streamed down his face in disbelief. "Impossible. How could this be?"
At that moment, Vice Master Lu stood frozen, clutching the jade in his hands. Yet all these pieces turned out to be grade B.
"I think Master Yang is truly incredible. He can tell it's jade just by touch." Suddenly, Yang Ning raised another stone. "No need to rush. Anyone interested in buying these 2 pieces?" Zi Qing glanced over calmly. "I wonder what Master Yang desires."
"I'll buy the 2 raw stones for 5 million. Those words made Bei Kong grit his teeth in shock.
Yang Ning's eyes flickered thoughtfully. 5 million.
He calculated silently. According to the system's appraisal, one stone was worth 1.4 million, while the other was even more astonishing 2.8 million. Based on the Supreme System's estimation, this was only the beginning. It would take at least tens of millions to truly surpass expectations. As the woman looked at him in confusion, Yang Ning raised an eyebrow cunningly.
"Or maybe I should just cut them myself."
Then he carefully handed the stone to Vice Master Lu.
"Cut this one first, all right?"
He was tense, pressing his lips together. This block couldn't be cut recklessly without serious loss, measured in 10,000 units. At that moment, the ethereal green light in the stone revealed itself.
This sight caused Vice Master Lu to exclaim in astonishment. "Color of money, fei chui, cut the jade, it's ice."
Everyone was delighted by his assessment, confirming that the jade was indeed fei chui of the ice type. Upon hearing this, Bei Kong was thrown into complete confusion.
The fei chui jade. Old Meng, standing nearby, shot him a mocking glance. Bo Kong charged forward, frothing at the mouth. "Is this fate, or has destiny wronged me?"
He could only helplessly tremble as he reached out. "Those blocks are clearly mine." Everyone, witnessing this scene, grew deeply concerned. "Quick, call someone, call an ambulance." At that moment, Zi Qing spoke up, her voice calm and negotiating. 8 million, Yang Master, would you sell it to me? He smiled and nodded in agreement. No problem.
Then, she appeared slightly curious. "Yang Master, why not cut this block?"
Yang Ning answered sincerely, "I'm not sure about this one. I don't want to risk ruining it with this little toy.
I want to hold on to the good memories, so I'm keeping it as a keepsake."
Chairman Li praised him, touching it as like a jade present. Sending this news out would shake the nation.
If you don't cut the final block, it's a bit of a letdown.
You're still young, yet you know when to stop. Truly remarkable for someone your age. Old Meng nodded comfortably.
Everyone was in high spirits today. If the jade wasn't cut, so be it. After all, it was a gamble. Even if it couldn't be cut, it was still worth something. Nyo, the minister, took a light puff from his tobacco pipe.
You're still young, yet you already know when to stop.
Truly, youth is full of talent. Yang Ning's expression was somewhat speechless.
It's not because of that, you guys.
Yang Ning stood in front of everyone. Alright, the cutting's done, let's go.
He held the stone in his hand with a mischievous look. I didn't cut it because I didn't want to scare you all. The remaining rough stones are all glass type. Tight-lipped, Man Xian turned around, then began to ask cautiously, You're not really planning to cut this rough stone, are you?
Yang Ning forced a smile.
No, no cutting. After all, something so beautiful in this world shouldn't be ruined. Man Xian kept her focus on evaluating the stone.
I feel like this rough stone isn't simple.
Curious, he asked, do you know a bit about stone appraisal?
Man Xian leaned in seriously, her face tense as she looked at Yang Ning.
The thing in your hands might not be so simple either. Suddenly, a voice rang out, drawing both of their gazes.
Alright, how about we cut the next layer of the stone?
In front of them stood Ziqing, her face full of interest.
It's just the three of us here, no one else needs to know. Upon hearing this, Yang Ning blushed and agreed.
Alright. He grinned widely, raising both hands in excitement.
When two great beauties are looking forward to me like this, how could I possibly refuse?
The group, led by Chairman Li, had already left, with Old Meng leaving behind a gentle smile. Several hours later, when dragonflies were fluttering around the tall tree branches, Ziqing urged, Vice Master Lu, let's start cutting. He carefully lifted the stone block. Suddenly, the door unexpectedly opened. Do you all think that just because we're older, we're easy to fool? The group led by Chairman Li appeared. Old Meng spoke with a serious expression. You guys really are a bunch of superstitious fools. We guess you've been waiting for everyone to leave so you could secretly come and cut the stone. He teased. Young Master Yang, you don't have the guts to do this properly. Upon hearing this, Yang Ning awkwardly scratched his head. Old Meng, I wasn't sure and was afraid you'd laugh at me. Old Meng then relaxed and smirked.
Who would laugh?
Who dares to laugh? Chairman Li finally spoke. Quiet down, Xiao Lu is about to start cutting. At this, Vice Master Lu placed the stone block on the cutting tool, and the blade began to grind against the stone's surface. The four old masters watched intently, their faces tense with anticipation. He glanced down with a sad expression. It's a pity, the quality is too ordinary, just an oil jade, not worth much. Yang Ning, worried, suggested, try cutting from the other side and see if it's different. Ziqing and Man Xian both fell into deep thought. Old Meng spoke up to comfort them. This jade present is already quite good. Even an oil jade isn't bad, but he still frowned with a sense of regret. Vice Master Lu once again confirmed, it's indeed an oil jade. Yang Ning's eyes narrowed at this point. Make sure to double-check the systems list. It's correct. The system now lists the value as 2.8 million, and with that, he spoke with sudden excitement. Minister Niu and Old Meng were horrified after hearing this. Yang Ning's expression was extremely determined, the secret of which was hidden inside Fei Chui. The group of people observed silently as Vice Master Lu was cutting the stone, when suddenly Minister Niu spoke up to stop him. Hold on, old Lu. Chairman Li looked a bit confused and asked, what's going on? Old Meng's expression remained tense as he urged, quick, look inside the stone. A green light is showing the jade. Could it be someone is excitedly shouting jade within jade? Vice Master Lu was so moved that he almost shed tears as he held the stone up.
I've heard of this before, jade within jade, stone within stone. Never thought I'd see it with my own eyes today.
All these years of cutting jade have not been in vain. He stepped forward to examine it closely.
That's not important. Look carefully at the color of this jade. It looks a bit like what, exactly?
Ziqing, hearing this, felt a bit doubtful.
Could it be? Man Xian, standing beside her, softly asked, Xing sister, do you know what kind of jade this is?
Then, she opened her eyes wide in surprise.
If you're saying this is fei chui, and it's the imperial green type.
Man Xian and Old Meng were both startled. Upon hearing imperial green jadeite, Vice Master Lu tensed up and placed the stone down on the table. In that case, the rest of it should probably be cut by a stone-cutting master. Minister Niu gave a thumbs up in approval.
Good.
Ming Huang sighed and added, I've heard that something like this, when made into a ring or pendant, is worth no less than 10 million each.
Ziqing turned around, surprising Yang Ning, and raised an eyebrow. Sell it?
You blushed, eyes wide open, as the space fell into silence with Ziqing's confusion and Yang Ning's foolish expression. The three elders were sweating nervously. You touched your chin in contemplation, then awkwardly checked the system again. First, you needed to review the task progress. The system screen displayed, main task, the millionaire. Task description, 10 million is just the starting point, strive for the millions.
Hated by the small-minded, admired by the world, a millionaire. Task reward, title millionaire.
Yang Ning's face was serious, you needed another 2 million to complete the task, so there was no need to rush to sell this. However, you continued to ponder deeply, raising a finger with a sudden realization. Though your goal was to accumulate points, selling to the system would only give you this amount of money, while Ziqing offered a price of 8 million. The screen then displayed 54 points. Yang Ning silently wondered if there was a way to get both points and money. At that moment, she revealed a sad expression and spoke to you, young master, I know it might seem sudden, but this imperial green jadeite is extremely important to the Lin family group. Hearing this, Yang Ning merely glanced at her and smirked, I'm sure imperial green jadeite is important to any jewelry company. If I recall correctly, this type of fei chui along the shores of China is so rare that only a handful of warships have been able to find it. Any ship that does treat it like a priceless treasure.
Ziqing did not hide anything.
That's right, for now, foreign countries have restricted the export of these types of fei chui, so it's impossible for jewelry corporations to acquire them in stock. As for the Lin family, this kind of material is becoming increasingly scarce, making it more and more difficult to obtain. Today, regardless of whether it's a block or a piece, it's crucial for the Lin family.
Then, his firm voice echoed before the exquisite stone.
I don't want to sell this piece of fei chui for now. As soon as he finished speaking, Old Meng, Chairman Li, and Minister Niu all stood there, their mouths agape in shock.
She lowered her eyes in disappointment. Why don't you want to sell it? You haven't even heard the price yet.
Yang Ning slowly waved his hand and turned to leave.
Because I don't want to.
Ziqing was puzzled.
Why not? His expression was completely calm. I'm worried that you won't be able to resist its temptation. Upon hearing this, Ziqing could only fall silent. At that moment, Man Xian furrowed her brows and asked, Give me a reason why I shouldn't sell that thing? Yang Ning gave an innocent look, turning his gaze toward her. A reason? He said casually. The reason is very simple. I plan to make a bracelet for my mother, and of course, I have to prepare one for my future wife as well. After hearing this, Man Xian could only furrow her brows in thought. This person really concealed himself too well. She evaluated him secretly, originally thinking he was just a naive Shaolu, but she didn't expect his antique appraisal skills to be top tier. When it came to fighting, he had great strength, understood current trends, and could even produce mysterious beauty products. Today, he had come to appraise the stone paintings, showing expertise in everything. In the end, just how far could his limits go? Suddenly, Yang Ning flashed a sly smile that startled Man Xian. If both of you consider becoming my wives, Wouldn't you get a portion of the imperial green jadeite? And you wouldn't even have to spend any money?
She gritted her teeth in anger and said, in the end, he's still just a rogue. Old Meng, however, cheerfully stepped in to mediate.
I think this matter can be resolved with a compromise.
He turned his face toward Zi Qing.
President Lin wants the imperial green jadeite because he wants to use the Lin family's position to break into the jewelry making industry.
Whether he succeeds or not is secondary.
She agreed. That's right.
Old Meng then turned to Yang Ning, who wanted to use this material to make bracelets for his family.
The other party also agreed. Yes, that's how he suggested it.
Here's what we'll do, Old Meng continued. The Lin family will invite a master craftsman to create the pieces in exchange for payment. Once the work is completed, the Lin family can borrow it for a month, and in return, they'll pay you double the amount as collateral.
Yang Ning's lips curled into a smile. That sounds good. Consider it a favor to Zi Qing. With Old Meng's satisfied expression, they shook hands and reached an agreement.
The sky above the house was bathed in a romantic hue. At this moment, Yang Ning was comfortably lying on the bed, looking over his system interface. The appraisal competition was still a month away, and it seemed like he would head back to Hunan tomorrow. For now, he checked his attribute points. Words appeared brightly on the interface. Attribute board. Strength, 55. Skill, 46.
Speed, 51. Vitality, 53. Stamina, 99.
Upon seeing this, he thought for a moment.
What should I add the remaining 54 points to?
Then he suddenly remembered something.
That's right, my current accumulated points should be enough to buy that thing. A book quickly appeared.
Item, Wang's Basic Military Training Manual, Normal Quality.
Wang's Military Training Handbook. A fact, allows the user to temporarily fuse with Wang memory cards.
Requirements, Strength 65, Skill 70, Speed 65, point cost 1200.
Yang Ning's tone carried a hint of excitement. That's the one. In the next second, he sat up abruptly and clicked on the item. After that last abduction incident, I think this is quite necessary.
Yang Ning smugly opened his mouth wide, widened his eyes, and rubbed his chin. With my God-given talent, fame, and prestige growing day by day, it's bound to make people jealous. If I don't find a way to protect myself, that would be foolish. Then, regaining his calm expression, he purchased the item, added points to the missing attributes, and allocated the remaining ones slightly to his stamina. The screen flashed again. Status panel, Strength 65, Skill 70, Speed 65, Stamina 59, Endurance 99. Seeing this, Yang Ning joyfully raised both hands.
Absolutely perfect. My overall physique is now top tier. Let's see what this manual can do.
The book began flipping on its own.
You have used Wang's Basic Military Training Manual. Suddenly, a wave of icy coldness surged into Yang Ning's mind, and he collapsed instantly.
Bubbles rose from his mouth, as if he were sinking into the depths of a dark ocean. Yang Ning slowly opened his drowsy eyes, and the image of a person being struck with a powerful punch to the face appeared. Training for combat, followed by a warrior flying out from an explosion. This was real battlefield training. Countless blurry images merged together, the surroundings darkened, and more images appeared: desert, grassland, deep forests, and towering mountains.
His expression became increasingly dazed and weak.
Yang Ning cried out in pain, pulled himself off the bed, and panted heavily, his face drenched in sweat. Then, Yang Ning reached out and flipped the switch to turn the light on. He stared blankly at the object in his hand.
The small clock clearly showed the time 4 o'clock.
Yet, only a dozen or so hours had passed.
How did it feel like he had just experienced several years? Yang Ning stared in astonishment at the system's screen.
The progress of his fusion was only 1/3 complete. It displayed the total progress, close combat, military tactics, special forces, and even a status bar. Seeing this, he spoke aloud, so, I've only fused with close combat skills, which means there's still military tactics and special forces skills to go.
Yang Ning raised an eyebrow and gave a faint smile.
It seemed that Wang military cards had thought too simply with those 4 words, but it still made one eager to see more.
The sun cast harsh rays into the room, and the clock on the wall ticked steadily.
Man Xian stretched, her face showing signs of sleepiness, when she suddenly revealed an expression of surprise.
It's still so early, and you've already gotten out of bed?
At that moment, Yang Ning was pressing his hands against the floor, working out in the early morning to train his body.
Where are little miss and Fei's sister?
Man Xian brought the glass of water to his lips and replied, Dong Dong has already gone to school, and as for Fei's sister, she's still busy working with 2 major companies. Hearing this, he sat up with a face drenched in sweat.
A company? Isn't she just a lingerie model?
Yang Ning approached, listening to Man Xian's indifferent tone. She's not just a model, but also the president of a famous lingerie company. The clothes she wears are usually produced by her own company, which helps her advertise the products while also gaining fame. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and his cheeks flushed. What caught Yang Ning's eye at that moment was the large soul hidden beneath her nightgown. But then, he awkwardly turned his head in another direction. Man Xian, on the other hand, angrily covered her chest, but Yang Ning mischievously smiled, her grin reaching her ears, using the Wang military manual, and her reaction speed was noticeably faster.
Anyone trying to peek would probably never notice. While pouring the water, Man Xian asked, Aren't you still preparing for your high school graduation exams? You should go back and study, don't you want to take the exam? Yang Ning answered decisively, Huafu University.
She lifted her glass of water with a hint of concern.
Huafu University is the best school. If you pass, I'll treat you to a meal. How are you doing in your studies? Are you confident?
Yang Ning took the glass of water and awkwardly scratched his head. I'm second in class, but from the bottom up. Upon hearing this, her face turned panic-stricken. Finally, Man Xian sighed helplessly, Forget it, if you pass the specialist exam, I'll still treat you to a meal.
Yang Ning smiled innocently, showing his teeth, Well, first of all, thank you.
The train passed over the tracks, with a blend of urban scenery and rolling hills in the distance. He sat on the train, slightly tilting his head in contemplation. He had been told to go back and prepare for the competition, but it seemed that preparation wouldn't be so simple.
Suddenly, Yang Ning's eyes widened in surprise and embarrassment.
Before him stood the silhouette of a beautiful woman, her back turned, but incredibly alluring.
Yang Ning's expression immediately changed, his lips pressed together in a worried frown. Wait, no.
There's a saying that peeping can lead to crime, and she's facing this way.
Could it be?
The girl tilted her body, revealing an expression of slight embarrassment.
Was this seat number 7?
Immediately, he raised both hands, his mouth agape and his eyes sparkling.
It was the same old story, an innocent and beautiful girl. Yang Ning propped his chin up, his eyes intently forming into a heart shape. Nuan Nuan, seemingly noticing something, glanced sideways.
Seeing that, he quickly turned his head and hummed nervously. At that moment, 2 young men with a sly look appeared.
Song Chi whispered, Look at that girl over there.
The older man, Lang Chao, grinned wickedly, Big brother, this girl is a real gem.
If not, let's go and chat with her.
The man beside him thought for a moment, How about we wait until the train stops, follow her, and then slowly win her heart? Yang Ning, with his arms crossed, sat in silence, listening to their conversation. Later, I'll eat first.
You stand guard outside for me. After I'm done, it's your turn.
Thank you, big brother. His eyes were filled with disdain. This kinder scum, in a minute I could torment you in 50 different ways. The ship raced on. Yang Ning lifted his eyes, letting the sunlight fall across his face. Before him, the 2 men who had been following Nuan Nuan earlier, lecherous and vile, silently slipped closer to her. One of them suddenly called, making Nuan Nuan turn around.
Hey, little girl.
Despite Lang Chao staring at her, she stared bewildered at Song Chi's leering face.
Stop for a moment, one said. My boss wants your phone number. Nguyen recoiled in fear. Sorry, but I don't have a phone.
Hearing that, he showed his displeasure.
How about we find somewhere to eat on us?
Lang Chao was also not very pleased. She hurried away.
Sorry, but I'm busy, please step aside, she said. Song Chi scowled, a menacing aura blocking the way. Nguyen was frightened. Don't be shy, do you think you can leave? The other man ground his teeth in anger. We only want to invite you to eat, after we finish we'll take you home.
She could only tremble as she spoke. Please step aside, or I will call the police. His face grew darker, more terrifying.
Do you believe it?
I'll take you up the mountain and sell you. When that happens, don't say you'll call the police. Escaping may not even be possible. He quickly cut in. Mountain men like to buy women to bring home and have their babies. Sometimes 4 or 5 men pool their money to buy one, then take turns playing with her. They would put bracelets and shackles on the woman, and beside her there would be a pair of large mastiffs. After hearing that, Nguyen panicked, covered her ears, and screamed, "Help me!" At that moment, Yang Ning, who had been hiding behind a wall out of boredom, finally heard the cry for help. He had thought this young lady was composed, but it turned out she was still foolishly adorable. So he placed a hand over his mouth and coughed a few times. While Nguyen was sobbing pitifully, the two men turned their heads at the same time.
Song Chi quickly recognized him.
Boss, that's the kid from the car earlier.
Yang Ning looked puzzled and pointed at himself. Lang Chao then demanded, "You've been following us?"
Hearing that, Yang Ning raised an eyebrow, pursed his lips provocatively, and walked past them. Instantly, the man threw a punch at him.
You brat, what's with that attitude? You looking to die? But Yang Ning easily blocked the punch. Song Chi's face turned pale with fear.
Narrowing his eyes coldly, Yang Ning shoved him down onto the cold ground and calmly raised his fist.
That line should have come from me. Song Chi lay on the ground, trembling, while Lang Chao, though clearly terrified, still shouted arrogantly, "You want to die? Do you even know who I am?" Yang Ning's expression remained indifferent. That doesn't matter. He stepped forward slowly.
Hunan is such a big place. If I send you to the hospital for 3 months, are you sure you'll be able to find me once you wake up?
Now Yang Ning was standing right in front of Lang Chao.
Even if you send a bunch of people after me, are you sure your finances can handle it? After hearing this, he was drenched in sweat, his face tense. Although the words were just a threat, they made sense. Even if he wanted revenge, he wouldn't know where to find him.
Lang Chao still clenched his fists and asked cautiously, "What do you want to do?"
Yang Ning bared his bright white teeth with a mocking grin, "I just want to invite you to a meal." Upon hearing this, his face darkened.
Lang Chao lunged at Yang Ning with a knife. Go to hell. Yang Ning easily dodged the attack, leaving Lang Chao stunned.
He struck Lang Chao's hand forcefully, making the knife fall to the ground, then decisively hit the back of his neck, causing Lang Chao's face to turn pale.
Lang Chao quickly collapsed to the ground.
Seeing this, Yang Ning smirked disdainfully. Truly a bunch of weaklings, he hadn't even warmed up yet. Then he arrogantly tapped his fist lightly. Being a master really was lonely, finding a worthy opponent was so hard. Whenever he felt the urge to practice, he had no one to spar with.
Suddenly, Yang Ning looked around urgently. Where did that girl go?
His face showed signs of fatigue and disappointment.
Isn't it supposed to be like those hero stories where after saving the damsel in distress, she rewards you with her body?
At the very least, she should have left a phone number, gone for a drink, or rented a room together.
She couldn't even tell me her name or thank me?
A figure appeared just as he was about to leave, looking dejected.
Forget it, I'll just go home. Tiani smiled with a hint of danger. You've got some skill. Looks like you're probably from the military.
The taxi moved slowly. The junior monk in the meditation hall looked somewhat confused. This is a high-end apartment complex, only private cars are allowed in.
Are you sure I can drive in? Yang Ning calmly replied, It's nothing, it's nothing. The junior monk went to open the door.
Then, Yang Ning cheerfully poked his head out. Thank you.
You can stop here.
The security guard responded enthusiastically, Shoo, sir. The car sped through the complex, and then General Shao stepped out with a bill in his hand.
No need for change. The junior monk squinted disdainfully, Thank you, Mr. Yang. With that, Yang Ning excitedly opened the door to the house. Minister of the Cattle Division, I'm home.
Seeing Zun Shan looking incredibly surprised, he asked, And Ning, weren't you injected with growth hormones? Yang Ning calmly walked up to him, I wasn't injected with anything, just that last time I was in a car accident. At night, I felt some movement in my body. Hearing this, Zun Shan tilted his head slightly, Is it still moving now? TSN slowly stood up, though he carefully observed Yang Ning, This time, you've turned misfortune into a blessing.
You've grown a lot taller.
Yang Ning suddenly exclaimed with excitement, If it happens again, I'd be willing to let the car hit me. With a face full of joy, Yang Ning raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, Height and size don't matter, what matters is that I've gained this supreme system. But Zun Shan angrily slapped him on the head, Don't say such unlucky things. He then looked stern, Go study for your graduation exam immediately. The voice from the other side spoke up, I hope you can perform well in the upcoming exam. You'll probably need to go to school tomorrow. Many of the subject heads have called me multiple times. Yang Ning quickly left. Alright, Minister of the Cattle Division, I'll go review beforehand. Watching his figure disappear into the distance, Zun Shan looked slightly dazed, unable to speak. At Hua Hai, in a private business association, Yukong sat in a chair sipping wine. A figure appeared, causing him to place the glass down on the table. You're back. Then Yukong raised his glass, much to Tianyi's surprise. Come here and drink. This wine isn't bad. So, he quickly drank it all, leaving Tianyi slightly flustered. A moment later, Tianyi placed his empty glass down on the table. The wine was rather ordinary, with no distinctive flavor. Yukong was speechless, This is red wine. If you drink it all in one gulp, how could you even taste the flavor? He leisurely held his glass, continuing his conversation with the person sitting nearby. So, how's it going? Has that kid died yet? Tianyi frowned slightly in thought. I haven't done anything to him yet. Yukong gave a casual glance, probing. So, it seems like this person is not simple after all. At this moment, more wine was poured into their glasses. I once asked a friend to gather information about him, but their authority wasn't enough. His position is not low, he used to work in the National Security Department. Tianyi carefully explained. However, it wasn't all for nothing. On the contrary, some information was gathered. I also want to warn you in advance. Yukong asked tentatively. What's the matter? The man quickly replied. It's best to stop here, or we'll provoke him. Hearing that, Yukong's expression darkened. Who exactly is he? Tianyi continued gravely. Lately, some videos have been going viral online, a rich guy getting infuriated and tipping 10,000, and the main character is that young man. I took a trip to Hunan, where that kid left his personal information, and sure enough, he's living in the largest villa in Hunan. Yukong pondered for a moment. In such a small provincial-level city, even the richest man wouldn't dare challenge the Zheng family. Then he asked. Is he that wealthy? Tianyi's steady voice sounded again. He does have a lot of money, but compared to the Zheng family, he's still far behind. The key point, however, is that he's staying in the villa of Ningguo. Those words left Yukong puzzled. Ningguo? The man explained softly. You may not recognize the name, but surely you've heard of the man who single-handedly influences both the economy and politics of Jiangning province, the one known as the God of Wealth, Ningguo, who has only risen to fame in recent years. But even the old master, back when he was alive, held Ning Guosheng in the highest regard. If, within 10 years, no one can suppress Ning Guosheng, then this man, the god of wealth of Jiangning province, could well seize control of Nation H, and perhaps even become the richest man of all. Finally, he calmly concluded, they are as close as brothers. Yu Kang's face was full of astonishment and panic. Guoxian and Guosheng are brothers, but Yang Ning doesn't fit his surname as Yang. Could it be that Ning Guoxian was having an affair on the side? Is that kid really the son of Ning Guoxian? Tianyi lowered his head slightly, deep in thought. After a period of investigation, I discovered even more shocking news. The next words left Yu Kong dumbfounded. People outside think the Ning family only has 2 brothers, but in fact, there's also a sister. However, 19 years ago, she married a man with the surname Yang. The Ning family actually has 3 siblings, the Yang family, the Ning family, and Yang Ning. He paused briefly before continuing, so, who is this man with the surname Yang? Tianyi frowned. I don't know. His tone gradually became heavier. It's because we don't know that we have to be extra cautious. His identity is falsified, and even searching through the National Security Bureau, do you think a little money can solve that? Yu Kong listened intently, tension mounting. This man with the surname Yang, could he be from the Yang family in Beijing? Suddenly, he was struck with surprise. Beijing, the Yang family, which family is that? At this point, Tianyi's expression remained serious. There are several Yang families in Beijing. I guess I don't need to explain further, do I? You must know more about this than I do. He then offered a remark, this is getting a bit crazy. At that moment, in a villa in Hunan City, Yang Ning was sitting on the bed. While observing the system, he was also on the phone. I'm here reviewing, he said. The person on the other end of the line explained, Mom mentioned that after a while, she would come to visit. I'll sneak along with her. You're not supposed to tell Mom, I'm just going to follow quietly. However, Yang Ning wasn't very interested. Alright, when the time comes, I'll go pick Mom up. Right, once Mom is here, you won't have to worry about coming. He furrowed his brows, pushing the phone away as a cry of distress echoed from the speaker. Why? Yang Ning brought the phone back to his ear. Don't you want to review for the university entrance exam? Xin, who was leaning on her hand with a furrowed brow, replied irritably. Cutting the gap in our academic performance doesn't need to be mentioned, but you're still acting indifferent. Fine, I just want to review for now. Let's stop here. The little girl was quite surprised by this response and, feeling frustrated, turned to report to her mother. Mom, he hung up. Mayu smiled gently when she saw this. In a few days, I'll help you with your older brother. The little girl beamed with joy at hearing this. Really? Yes, it's settled, Mayu replied softly. Alright, go back to your study now. Mayu maintained a calm expression as she watched the little girl leave. But suddenly, her face filled with deep contemplation and concern. At that moment, Yang Ning was resting his chin in his hand, staring at the system interface, unsure of what to bring to the exam. Then, he suddenly noticed something: a screen displaying very detailed information about an item, mind-expanding potion. The function of expanding the nervous system and the cerebrum, while simultaneously enhancing the body. The product is of high quality, absolutely free of side effects, and allows for the exchange of 1,800 accumulated points. Upon reading this, Yang Ning couldn't help but sigh. 1,800 points isn't cheap, but you decisively pressed the purchase button. Still, it's worth buying. A bottle of solution suddenly appeared, and Yang Ning pondered for a moment before taking it in his hand. Then, he forcefully poured it into his mouth. His face twisted in discomfort, and he felt unusually stifled. His eyes shut tightly, only to slowly open again with a dazed expression. Yang Ning was a little surprised as he looked at the hand that was touching his bookshelf. He nervously opened a book and began reading. Time passed quickly, and 3 minutes later, the book was firmly closed. Satisfied, Yang Ning closed his eyes, the pages of the book passing through his memory, and then he exclaimed with joy, 1800 points, seems like it's really valuable. Yang Ning looked down at the book in his hand, contemplating. His reading speed had increased by 20 times, coupled with an enhanced memory. This herbal medicine that expanded his mental capacity was indeed very effective. He clenched his fists in excitement. This exam won't be a challenge for me anymore. Suddenly, Yang Ning turned to look at the system board. How many points do I have left? The screen clearly displayed the remaining points as 470, and he gasped in shock, only that much left. Yang Ning bitterly gritted his teeth, tears welling up, feeling helpless. It was all for this small benefit. The same trading system is the right path. Points, I want points. With that, he moved toward the bed. All right. The young man lay down on the mattress and began to think, continuing to integrate the military king's trump card from the military guide section. Yang Ning tilted his head back on the pillow while the system screen displayed all sorts of battle equipment, tanks, helicopters, submarines, and on a fine day in the grand building. He walked along, casually looking at the people around him. It had been 20 days since he last went to school. Everything was the same, except for the fact that, compared to the two guys from before, he had changed drastically. Yang Ning closed his eyes contentedly. Now, his brain could perform arithmetic calculations: addition, subtraction, multiplication, division up to 6 digits in just 2 seconds. Even a complex math problem could be solved in at least 10 different ways. He was so happy he was trembling. After just 2 hours of study, he had already surpassed the best student in his class for an entire month. Suddenly, someone called his name, making him snap his head around. Yang Ning. It was Xiao Fei who had arrived. I thought you were hit by a car, so I called you. Xiao Fei stood opposite Yang Ning. Did you know I've been really worried about you? I heard you had an accident and didn't eat all day. I missed you so much. I've even lost weight. The other person glanced at him, inspecting his figure. Lost weight? That doesn't seem right, does it? Xiao Fei looked a little vexed. It's just that I lost weight without showing it. In the next instant, Yang Ning grinned and pinched his cheek. Xiao Fei awkwardly rubbed his head under Yang Ning's teasing gaze. Suddenly, a voice caught the attention of the two, instantly familiar. It turned out to be you. Zheng Zhuan, he tilted his head with a mocking expression. Didn't you get hit by a car? Still limping around, the heavens really have no eyes. Hearing this, Xiao Fei was furious. Zhi Zhuan, is it already too early in the morning for you to be spitting venom? He kept a calm expression while threatening. Who's talking to you? Xiao Fei, I warn you, don't bother me if you have nothing better to do. He spoke loudly with an annoyed look on his face. Then stop causing trouble with Yang Ning. Upon hearing this, Zhi Zhuan ground his teeth in anger. Xiao Fei, do you want to get involved in my business with him? He squeezed his eyes shut and shouted. So what? What do you want? Xiao Fei calmly raised an eyebrow. Disgusting. I told you, you want to fight? Xiao Fei immediately responded. Exactly. He then pointed behind him. I'm too lazy to talk to you. If you want to compare yourself to me, there's a physical education class today. I heard the test is for the boys to run 1 kilometer. This made Xiao Fei momentarily stunned. Xiao Fei secretly glanced over at Yang Ning. Then, he spoke again, his voice strong. Zhi Zhuan sneered, full of confidence. With Li Yuan by my side, between the two of you, the fastest one to finish will be the victor. With that, he turned and walked away. I'll be waiting for you. Xiao Fei stood behind, slightly stunned. Wait a minute. Yang Ning continued to quietly observe, his gaze sharp. At that moment, he suddenly became flustered and held his head. Li Yuan was a physical education student at Jiangning University, who had just been directly recruited as a top-tier candidate. Yang Ning maintained his calm expression, then smiled slightly and said, If it's a competition, shouldn't we bet a little money?
Zheng Zhuan tilted his head upon hearing this. You still want to bet? Yang Ning's expression was slightly provocative. What? Afraid of losing?
He burst out laughing. Because of your stubborn courage, we'll bet. The loser will have to take off their pants and run around the schoolyard a few times. Yang Ning remained calm, a slight smirk on his lips. That's what you said, don't back out. Xiao Fei, on the other hand, looked very flustered.
He didn't.
In front of them, Zheng Zhuan, looking smug, walked away. Yang Ning helplessly looked at Xiao Fei as he cried out, "You've ruined me, how am I supposed to catch up with him and Li Yuan?" Finally, Yang Ning spoke to reassure him, "Hasn't it always been you causing the trouble? Besides, we're in this together, aren't we?" At that, Xiao Fei finally relaxed, realizing that what Yang Ning said made sense. However, his expression soon turned frustrated. But when have I caused trouble?
When? This is slander.
Upon hearing this, Yang Ning smiled faintly. I'll lend you a hand. Then, he suddenly remembered the image of Xiao Fei aggressively chasing after animals, making him feel awkward.
Last semester, 2 stray dogs were in heat.
Outside the school gate, Xiao Fei had thrown stones at them and interfered with their instincts, making them feel helpless. Yang Ning still recalled the embarrassed look on that person's face, which made Xiao Fei awkwardly touch his face. 2 months ago, he and Ji Zhuan had caused a commotion by putting 2 rats in the desk drawer. The man had been so terrified that he had screamed like a ghost for several days while going to school. But it didn't stop there, he also thought about the uncomfortable, itchy appearance of that person. Last month, he sneaked into old Zhu's room, and that afternoon, the old man asked for leave, apparently due to being bitten by a flea. By now, Xiao Fei's face was covered in sweat. Yang Ning then seemed to suddenly remember something and raised his index finger. Right, I heard that he saw a grass snake while riding his motorcycle. Before he finished, Xiao Fei was already crying and hugging him.
Yang Ning simply gave him a sideways glance. Many people said he was dumb.
I don't think you're stupid. But now I really feel like you're quite foolish. Everything you've done has been fixed so perfectly that it's almost the same. At this point, Xiao Fei's face was filled with worry.
Do you have any way to deal with Ji Zhuan and Li Yuan? Don't hope for anything from me.
But Yang Ning still smiled, pinching his dejected face. His personality knows that our relationship is so good, so he's setting you up, but it's not right for you, right?
Xiao Fei continued to press. What do you want to do? Yang Ning asked back seriously. I'm asking you, do you want to fight against Ji Zhuan's intelligence?
After saying that, he put on a mischievous expression and raised his finger. I'll give you a method to make a dragon run freely for a kilometer.
After hearing this, Xiao Fei was left confused and unsure.
Yang Ning draped his arm over his shoulder and whispered. It's like a stimulant. This will help your body push beyond its normal limits. However, you definitely won't be able to get out of bed the next day. That's the side effect, but of course, it can help you defeat Ji Zhuan. No store sells this kind of medicine. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fei placed his hand on his chin, deep in thought. Then, his face showed a clear resolve.
Okay, give it to me. This time, I'll risk everything.
So, Yang Ning led Xiao Fei away. Don't worry, I'll give it to you after class. Suddenly, Xiao Fei became very excited. By the way, do you know? Recently, there's a great beauty in our class. Yang Ning wasn't particularly interested, he had seen many beautiful girls lately. After saying this, he grinned, thinking of those girls. If Xiao Fei saw the beauties Man Xian, Zi Qing, and Fei Ni, would he ascend to heaven? Then, Yang Ning and Xiao Fei walked down the hallway, and as he was about to open the door, Yang Ning's eyes were drawn to Nuan, who was focused on reading a book. He stood there for a moment, lost in thought.
The person I met on the train on the way back. Yang Ning walked over, surprising her.
Hello. He smiled and raised his hand.
It's good to see you again.
Nuan quickly realized it was him.
Are you okay?
She stood up happily to talk.
I really appreciate your help back then. Yang Ning responded politely. It's nothing, it's just my duty.
The scene before him made Zhizhuan grit his teeth in fury.
Wasn't he hit by a car? So that half-month sick leave was fake? How on earth did he and Nuan Nuan get to know each other?
The boy beside him also showed a look of jealousy. But Yang Ning, on the other hand, was in high spirits.
If you really want to thank me, how about treating me to a meal? Or I could treat you instead. Those words made Zhizhuan sneer in disdain.
I really can't figure out what nonsense that idiot is babbling.
Just spewing garbage. What's it got to do with you? She's Nuan Nuan, why should she treat you to a meal? 2 words, keep dreaming.
Yet, she looked delighted.
Sure, I can. I'll be eating at a small restaurant this noon. You don't mind, do you?
Zhizhuan was utterly shocked, she actually agreed. Xiao Fei immediately stepped closer to Yang Ning, pointing eagerly at himself.
I'm going too.
Yang Ning deftly put his arm around him and winked at Nuan Nuan.
Look, this guy eats a lot.
He'll pay for his own share, we don't need to cover him. That left her a bit embarrassed, while Xiao Fei looked downright miserable.
You change your whole personality the moment a girl shows up, don't you?
Zhizhuan's eyes burned red with rage. Then he turned to the 3 of them, still dazed, and declared.
Yang, don't you forget our match today. The male student behind Zhizhuan sneered mockingly. With just the 2 of you, it'll be over in a few minutes. Another chimed in. Is he stupid or what? Daring to provoke Zhizhuan, he's really nothing but trash.
Yang Ning and Xiao Fei were uncomfortable listening to the teasing words.
Don't be so honest, Xiao Fei said.
They had just been hit by a car, their minds still not fully clear.
Nuan Nuan, somewhat confused, spoke up, a competition? About what?
He tilted his head and gave a light smile. This guy really doesn't know his limits, he wants to race with us, and whoever loses will have to take off their pants and run a few laps around the field. So Xiao Fei had to endure the teasing.
That fat guy could win? Against you?
Finally, Professor Lu spoke up, it's class time now, everyone back to your seats. Xiao Fei, tired, stretched and yawned.
P.E.
was the last class of the morning, so he took advantage of the break during this math class to rest and recharge. Seeing him slump down, sleeping soundly, Yang Ning could only smile faintly, but suddenly his expression became serious.
Yang Ning decisively put his test papers down on the desk.
I have to take the entrance exam first, so now it's time to fill in all the necessary knowledge. He focused seriously on the task at hand. Zhizhuan, seeing this, was so furious that his face turned purple, pretending to act all casual. You're always at the bottom of the class, yet you act like you're such a diligent student. Looking at Yang Ning doing his homework, Professor Lu was a bit surprised.
He glanced down, observing, then spoke up with a comment.
Your paper is filled with ink, young student, but your calculations are a bit too convoluted. Yang Ning just smiled lightly at this, and now the professor was so shocked he had to open his mouth, his face drenched in sweat. He carefully reviewed the solution, noticing that the boy had made it more concise and ideal, reducing the calculations even further.
Impressive, for a student with such poor grades, to come up with such a profound calculation?
No, this algorithm doesn't even appear at the high school level.
Even students from the university's mathematics department wouldn't be able to come up with this calculation.
In the end, Yang Ning picked up his pen with a satisfied smile.
Done, Professor Lu genuinely praised. You've done well, my student. So now you realize his appearance, don't you?
Professor Lu curiously pushed his glasses up.
Can you tell me how you came up with this algorithm? Did you perhaps study some program before?
Yang Ning confidently explained, let me tell you, sir.
I just thought of it on the spot. Both calculations give the same result, I'm just comparing which one saves more time.
After hearing this, Professor Lu looked furious and grim.
I must make this little brat speak the truth.
He pointed at the student's problem. With this type of calculation, within the scope of the university mathematics curriculum, only masters could use it. These words made Yang Ning tense up, sweat dripping from his face. He scratched his face awkwardly, pretending to be confused. Isn't that impossible? Didn't I tell you I've never touched a university textbook? Professor Lu narrowed his eyes, examining him, looking as if he wasn't buying it. Could it really be that you thought of it just like that? Suddenly, Miss Lu spoke up. What's your name? Xiaofei excitedly exclaimed, Professor Lu, his name is Yang Ning. She walked up to Yang Ning, whose cheeks turned bright red at the mention of his name. Zhizhuan, on the other hand, appeared quite smug, though it was hard to tell exactly what he was trying to say. It seemed like he was making the teachers angry. Miss Lu, curious, asked Han, you're quite gifted in mathematics, so why haven't you been getting such good results before? Hearing this, he could only glance away sheepishly. I've just recently started enjoying math. She firmly shook her head and waved her finger. Xiaofei leaned in close to Yang Ning and whispered, do you have some kind of relationship with her? Yang Ning, with a dreamy look in his eyes, softly replied, what's there to even have a relationship about? We've sat together for so long, yet you still ask such silly questions? Can't you think a bit? Xiaofei, speaking honestly about what was on his mind, said, I feel like there's something about you I can't figure out. Before, I stuck with you because of your personality. If I didn't understand you, whatever was different about you would show right away. I even thought you were being a bit reckless. Yang Ning showed a smug expression and just glanced at the books, saying, do you believe that? Hearing that, Xiaofei could only scratch his face awkwardly. After a moment, Xiaofei, with a more familiar tone, spoke up, it's been only half a month since we last met, and the first thing you do is give me some kind of stimulant pill. Seems like our relationship is really unclear. The way you can even twist and vary the methods of solving these problems, how do you do it? Teach me, Junior. Yang Ning, with a smug grin, quickly replied, you want to learn? Then he spread his arms with a bright smile. The words made Xiaofei so angry that he raised his middle finger. Yang Ning looked innocent and said, I'm telling the truth. The gentle sunlight streamed softly over the academy grounds, with a few girls surrounding him, sighing in admiration. Yang Ning, I just heard, did Professor Lu praise you? He rested his chin on his hand, and General Xiao asked one of the girls who was reviewing her work, let me see how you solved this, is this what you did? Zhizhuan watched the scene, grinding his teeth in hatred. His mouth continued to pretend. Manhwa happily ran over to Yang Ning and sweetly spoke, can I ask you to help me solve this problem? Hearing this, his eyes lit up, and he happily agreed, sure, come sit down. Zhizhuan, leaning against the desk, gritted his teeth and glared at the two of them chatting intimately. He was jealous, silently cursing, just wait, this isn't over. When the time comes, I'll make Nuan realize you're just a worthless guy. A moment later, the teacher with shining golden hair and a hot body entered. Students, this is the English class, please take your seats. Xiaofei leaned close to Yang Ning and whispered, Teacher Chen, she is here, look at how seductive she looks today. When he didn't get a response from his close friend, he turned around to look. If you don't look, then fine, but once you do, Shinshi can't help but be moved by the image of Yang Ning as a well-behaved student. No way, right? How can he stay so calm? Has this guy really changed? Doesn't the beautiful woman in front of him stir any emotions? Is he even a man anymore? At this moment, Yang Ning was pretending to read a book attentively, but in reality, he was searching for an item in the system. Mastering a foreign language was very important. Even without considering things like exams or tests, a foreign language was still seen as a life skill with great utility. Before, he hadn't thought this was very important, but after seeing Lin Ziqing speak English fluently with others, he couldn't help but admire him a little. After a while of searching, he excitedly exclaimed, I found it. This is the item that merges the mother tongue with memory. It's of average quality, but its effect is to establish a native language. Through the fusion with memory, the owner can master a language in a short amount of time. Points required, 400. Yang Ning rubbed his chin and muttered, I only have 470 points left. I had to use 10 points this morning to exchange for the potential activation medicine for that fat guy. If I exchange for the mother tongue memory fusion, I won't have much left. After hesitating for a moment, he still decided to exchange for it, thinking that this was something crucial for him. The system quickly sent out a notification, you have acquired the mother tongue memory fusion. In the next moment, Yang Ning's subconscious was enveloped by a stream of technological light, and with a confirming sound, the system said, you have used the mother tongue memory fusion. Done, he slowly opened his eyes. Xiao Fei just happened to nudge his shoulder, reminding him, hey, what are you spacing out for? Having just woken up from a state of consciousness, Yang Ning didn't understand what was going on around him. He hurriedly turned his head and surveyed the whole class. Seeing his confused expression, the others laughed in delight. Finally, Yang Ning stopped, his gaze fixing directly on the blackboard. Shen Shi seemed to have appeared in front of him without him noticing. Listen carefully, for the country, the college entrance exam is a matter of right or wrong. He stood up and answered confidently, in my opinion, the college entrance exam is a gateway that needs to be passed in order to enter university. Once we open this gate, we thought we could escape the hole, but in fact, we just jump into another hole. This is a flaw in the education system. She was dissatisfied with this answer, furrowing her brows as she corrected him, your thinking is too extreme. I must change this misguided mindset of yours. You need to understand that getting into a good university and having a good degree is the key to securing a good job. Yang Ning closed his eyes and responded calmly, but with an education system like this, from the perspective of foreigners, it's utterly ridiculous. Students are only going to school to take exams. We spend 12 years studying, but the knowledge we gain is completely useless once we enter society. Shen Shi, angry, slammed the table. What? Useless? Have you ever studied seriously? Have you ever listened attentively in class? You're young and yet you're not putting in any effort. When you get older, you'll regret it. Haven't you ever thought about the debt of gratitude your parents have for raising you? Seeing that the teacher was being overly one-sided, even resorting to moral constraints, he bluntly declared, you don't need to worry about my family matters. And by the way, this is a school, not the place to discuss family issues. She didn't seem to care, coldly warning him, stop speaking like that in front of me. Have your parents come to school? I have a few words I need to say to them. Yang Ning, still stubbornly seeking justice, asked, is it right or wrong to say that the college entrance exam is just about speaking honestly? Is that wrong too? If you don't like it, then you don't need to say anything, he replied. In this class, there was no need to talk about ideals or national affairs. If she wanted to discuss that, she could find someone else to talk about it with her. Shen Shi snapped, when did I bring up national affairs? I only asked you to translate what I said. Then both of them suddenly froze. Xiao Fei, who had been sitting and listening to the argument, was wide-eyed in shock. Yang Ning's face turned pale, beads of sweat running down his face as he thought to himself, damn, we've been speaking English this whole time. The whole class has been completely confused for a while now. Professor Liu had been quietly observing the class from outside. Suddenly, Nguyen spoke up, teacher, what were you discussing with classmate Yang just now? We didn't quite understand. Xiao Fei, already tear-streaked, clasped his hands together in admiration for his older brother. You are truly my real brother. The farthest distance in this world isn't that I am in the sky and you are on the ground, but when we are this close and I still can't understand what you're saying. Yang Ning pouted in disdain and turned away. The classmates all started to compliment, so it turns out you're not only good at math, but your English is impressive too. The sentences you and she were speaking, I didn't understand even a single word. You're really something. He scratched his head awkwardly, modestly replying, you're too kind, though inside he felt a little regret. I might have gone a bit overboard this time. Zhizhuan's deskmate also became more cautious. Zhizhuan, I feel like this Yang guy, after the car accident, has become smarter.
He angrily snapped, "Are you jealous? Or do you want to go get hit by a car too?" Professor Lu, who was standing outside the door, suddenly picked up the phone. "Hello, Principal, is that you?"
Shenshi, after calming down, had to privately admit that Yang Ning's pronunciation was even more accurate than his own, and he could easily keep up with the speed of the announcer on his station.
The use of regional expressions was also particularly precise.
If Yang Ning weren't a student he had been mentoring for 2 years, he would have honestly thought the person was an expatriate who had grown up abroad. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, tap, 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 interrupting the lively atmosphere of the classroom.
Professor Lu opened the door and stepped in. "Ms. Chen, sorry to interrupt, I'll be quick. I just need to finish this and then I'll leave."
He maintained a serious expression and spoke briefly. "Next week, our school will organize the final mock exam.
I hope the students will pay attention to their review once they get home."
Then, Professor Lu suddenly paused and stared at one side for a few seconds. The person he was focused on was none other than Yang Ning. After class, Shenshi called Yang Ning to her office for a private talk.
"Did you not pay attention in class today? With the way you performed today, I'm sure the lesson wasn't hard for you. But I really don't understand, after 5 mock exams this semester, how is it that you've never scored above 50 points?
She paused and looked directly at him. "Give me a reason."
Yang Ning stammered, making up an excuse. "If I said that I've just recently started to like foreign languages, would you believe me?"
Shenshi blushed, staring at him, and thought to herself, "This is the first time I've seen Yang Ning up close. I didn't expect this boy to be so handsome, his body is also nice. Did he really look like this before?" She was startled by these improper thoughts and quickly shook her head.
"What am I thinking?"
Shenshi calmed herself and asked, "Your pronunciation is very accurate, it sounds just like someone from your area.
Have you ever lived abroad?" He honestly replied, "No, I haven't." She was confused and said, "Then how come your pronunciation is so perfect?" Yang Ning simply listed a series of possibilities. "I watch a lot, listen a lot, and speak a lot.
I watch American and British movies, and from those films, I can hear a lot of local accents from different regions. Then, while people are memorizing vocabulary, I memorize the dialogues from the movies."
Shenshi didn't believe these words, silently thinking that there must be another reason, but the person wouldn't say it. However, she eventually gave up and waved her hand in resignation. "Forget it, you can go now."
By this time, the schoolyard was filled with students.
Xiaofei ran over to Yang Ning and asked, "Did they give you a hard time?"
He shook his head, "No."
He then curiously asked, "Then why did she call you to the office?" Yang Ning reminded him, "Stop asking so many questions."
Although he appeared cold toward Xiaofei, he still took out a bottle of medicine. This was the kind of medicine that could make him run extremely fast. Although this medicine had no side effects, it would have a very powerful impact on the body.
"If you can't get out of bed tomorrow, don't blame me." Xiaofei eagerly took the bottle, brushing off the warning. "Isn't it just not being able to get out of bed? As long as I can beat Wang Zhizhuan, even if I have to lie in bed for a day, or even 10 days, it's worth it."
Yang Ning stood by, watching him drink the entire bottle, and then clapped his hands in praise.
Such a manly spirit. He walked over with concern, "Do you feel anything special?"
Xiaofei licked his lips and replied immediately, "Nothing." As soon as he finished speaking, his face turned pale and distorted in pain.
Yang Ning panicked, "What's wrong? If you feel uncomfortable, you should speak up." Xiaofei exhaled and then smiled, acknowledging, "This stuff isn't bad." He clenched his fist with determination, then turned to Yang Ning. "Where did you get this?"
"Now my whole body is filled with energy, especially in my legs, it feels so light, like I'm floating." He seemed a bit surprised.
"So you can actually feel it?"
Xiaofei focused intently on his hands. "Of course. People with a heavier build, like me, always feel much heavier when walking compared to someone as thin as you. That's why I can feel this light, floating sensation so clearly."
Yang Ning playfully slung his arm around Xiao Fei's shoulder. You sure live heavily. He shot back with a serious face, you're the one living heavily. Your whole family lives heavily. At that moment, the PE teacher blew the whistle to call everyone together. Yang Ning slowly smiled, shrugging on his jacket. He clenched his fists, his eyes and smile exuding determination. The girls watching couldn't help but scream wildly at his coolness. Teacher Wu approached, complimenting him, how come I never noticed how firm your body was before? Well, since I'm about to graduate, I thought it was time for you to see the real me. You little brat, you're really good at pretending. He awkwardly scratched his head, laughing it off. Li Yuan stepped forward to mock him. Should you even be standing here? Someone as short as you can be in the front row? But when he got close to compare their heights, he was shocked to find that Yang Ning was almost a full head taller than him. Li Yuan was speechless. He remembered the health checkup from last month. Didn't Yang Ning only measure 1.73 meters back then? Could it be that he had been using growth hormones? How could he have grown so much in just 1 month? Yang Ning gave him a quick glance before sneering, Hey, shorty, after all that talk, what were you trying to say? Li Yuan angrily looked down at his feet and judged, That's not right, you shameless person, you dare to wear thick insoles. Yes, you definitely have insoles on. Then he turned to report to the teacher, Teacher Wu, look at him. The teacher asked in surprise, What's going on? Li Yuan immediately pointed at Yang Ning and explained, Teacher, don't you think it's strange that he's so tall? Teacher Wu walked over and patted Yang Ning's back, noticing the muscles were quite firm. Been hitting puberty again recently? Yang Ning politely responded, Maybe. After being hit by a car, my bones developed a bit. Li Yuan, dissatisfied, complained, Teacher Wu, he said his bones developed. Do you believe such a thing? The teen thinks he's cheating. He seriously calculated, the sole is 7 cm, and the upper part of the shoe is 6 cm. These numbers match most of the athletic shoes sold on the market. These 13 cm shoes would require at least 10 cm of padding. Is he really only trying to be a few centimeters taller than me? But with this thickness, how could he even walk? Li Yuan turned pale and fell silent. His classmates burst into laughter. Xiao Fei was the most enthusiastic, Did you think those were high heels that girls wear? You can just be as tall as you want? Li Yuan no longer had any objections. Teacher Wu then instructed the class, Alright, everyone, start warming up. In a moment, we'll do a long-distance running test for the year. Xiao Fei grinned broadly and suggested an idea. Teacher Wu, I'm having a competition with them. How about you be the referee for us? What do you think, teacher? He was quite surprised. Long-distance running? In the past, whenever there was long-distance running, you were always the first to escape the group. Why the change today? Xiao Fei still smiled confidently. Today is different. Teacher Wu, back then I kept my skills hidden because I didn't want to hurt anyone's pride. Teacher Wu didn't say anything more but looked down and asked the whole class. Anyone else want to compete? Yang Ning and Ji Zhuan immediately responded. His assistant took out a notebook and made a note. All right. Then the 4 of you can start by testing yourselves. According to your rules, whoever has the shortest total time will be the winner. A moment later, the 4 of them were in position. Teacher Wu raised the gun and loudly called out ready. Each of them had a different expression, but all were fully focused, waiting for the signal. The sound of the gunshot and Teacher Wu's command of start echoed simultaneously. The moment the gunshot was fired, they all started running as fast as they could. What was most surprising was Xiao Fei. Ji Zhuan, seeing his performance, was so stunned that his eyes widened. How is he running so fast? The other classmates were equally shocked. How can that chubby kid run that fast? Teacher Wu, however, was more concerned with something else. He looked at Li Yuan and Yang Ning, puzzled.
The two of them were still standing at the starting line.
Yang Ning glanced at Li Yuan. "Why aren't you running?" He pouted in annoyance. "The enemy's not running? I don't either."
Upon hearing that, he suggested, "How about we wait for those two to run past the line, then we can start our run?"
Li Yuan agreed immediately. "All right."
A blonde friend, who was watching the race, shouted, "Look, that fat guy is already 100 meters ahead." Sure enough, Xiao Fei was still running full speed ahead, leading Zhizhuan.
Li Yuan gasped, "How is that possible?"
"I never expected he'd outrun that 160-pound guy." The crowd of friends yelled and cheered, "Zhizhuan, catch up! Catch up!" He was excited, his eyes bloodshot, and he yelled fiercely. Zhizhuan, shouting a warning, pushed himself to chase Zhou Xiaofei. "Don't even think about it." But as expected, the more scared he became, the faster he ran. Zhizhuan seemed struck by lightning, stunned in place.
"What?" Teacher Wu was also stunned, unsure of what to say. Li Yuan smiled and reminded, "It's our turn now." Yang Ning looked at him and smiled, signaling that he understood. Xiao Fei shouted, "Don't run, let me pass you."
As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Yuan shot ahead, overtaking him. Zhizhuan, seemingly unaware of when it happened, felt exhausted, his body shaking as he walked. Someone mocked, "You're really slow, even a cow could catch up to you." He looked over in surprise, and the one mocking him was none other than Yang Ning. Furious and embarrassed, Zhizhuan yelled, "You wouldn't even dare race with a Yuan, and yet you still have the nerve to mock me." Teacher Wu, growing impatient, asked Yang Ning, "Are you going to run or not?" He confidently replied, "Of course I'm running. I'm just waiting for him to catch up so I can give him a lap." Zhizhuan, drenched in sweat, muttered, "You talk big, but can you back it up?" Before he could finish his sentence, Yang Ning surged ahead, making him swallow the words he was about to say. Teacher Wu couldn't help but exclaim, "It's like a gust of wind." All four of them were pushing hard under the scorching sun. The positions had shifted dramatically, with Yang Ning now in the lead. Li Yuan seemed exhausted, panting heavily as he trudged along at a snail's pace. Xiao Fei smiled as he watched Yang Ning's back and thought to himself, "The greatest distance in the world isn't when you're in the sky and I'm on the ground, it's that we've been at the same school for 2 years and yet I still don't understand you." Yang Ning crossed the finish line and let out a sigh of relief. His classmates were so stunned they couldn't react, moving from one surprise to the next until they were almost paralyzed. Teacher Wu checked the stopwatch, stammering, "History." He excitedly shouted, "World record! A world record! A new world record has been set." After Teacher Wu quickly took out his phone to make a call, the head of a student had just set a world record in the 400-meter race, surpassing the short distance record held by American athlete Mike for 15 years. A few minutes later, 2 middle-aged men hurried over. Teacher Wu furrowed his brow and assessed, "The leaders are here with Principal Wang. It looks like it's Minister Zhang from the Ministry of Education." Principal Wang shouted in astonishment, "Look, she's about to cross the finish line." Yang Ning quickly reached the finish line. Teacher Wu, timing perfectly, pressed the stop button on the stopwatch, 1 minute 33 seconds 18, breaking yet another record. The principal turned to ask, "What's the record for the 800-meter event?" He hurriedly replied, "In 1997, Danish athlete Wilson set the world record at 1 minute 41 seconds. After asking, he stared intently at the race. The final 200 meters were almost complete. "Let's witness this miracle together," the classmates excitedly cheered, "Go we go we go." Principal Wang, full of excitement, said, "She's at the finish line." "How long did it take?" Teacher Wu immediately reported, 2 minutes 2 seconds 28. Not fully understanding whether this was fast or slow, he inquired further, "What's the world record?" Teacher Wu briefly replied, "The world record is 2 minutes 11 seconds 96. Upon hearing this, Principal Wang exploded with excitement. To break 3 world records in a single day, who would dare say our country's health is inferior to others? I swear I'll never let them say that again." Suddenly realizing he had gone overboard, he coughed, "Ahem, please have this student come here.
In my opinion, this school may become famous nationwide, even worldwide, because of her. The female students, who admired Yang Ning, rushed over to flatter her. Are you my real brother? You've broken the record. The world record. Senior, you're so handsome, you're really amazing. He had just finished running, his sweat dripping, and he repeated in confusion, a world record? Xiao Fei ran over and responded, that's right, you've broken 3 records in a row. The world record for the 400-meter sprint, as well as for the 800 meters and 1,000 meters. Yang Ning was bewildered inside. Breaking records continuously? And world records at that? He really hadn't done it on purpose. Among the crowd, a guy with spiky hair suddenly shouted, aren't you the rich guy who used money in his face to take advantage of people at Nanhu restaurant a few days ago? Others quickly realized, he's the internet tycoon? He's even more handsome in person than in the video. Senior, please accept my bow, I really want to be your girlfriend. As Yang Ning became more popular, the girls turned to bickering to push away the competition. Gold digger, you must be after his money, right? Yes, I am. What's the matter? Dare you say you don't have the same thoughts? Just then, a clear, sweet voice rang out, rich guy, let's be friends. The one who spoke was a girl with a pure appearance, wearing a soft, figure-enhancing dress that accentuated her perfect figure. The boys were stunned. It was the stunning beauty Zhou Qian from Nanhu Sanzhong, the one every guy dreamt about. She rarely took the initiative to talk to guys anymore. Though she had received countless love letters, Yang Ning took the step to approach her and shook her hand, introducing himself, hello. He looked at Zhou Qian and silently assessed her. Her gaze held admiration, but there was no trace of infatuation, longing, or desire. She smiled, feeling a sense of joy inside. She had originally thought she would be taken advantage of, but unexpectedly, this senior didn't do that. Yang Ning politely asked, do you want to be friends with me? Zhou Qian didn't answer directly, instead asking, am I not worthy? He flashed a bright, sunny smile. Of course you're worthy. It's just that being cared for by someone like you makes me a little nervous. Who would dare refuse a chance to be friends with such a beautiful girl? She responded modestly, Senior, you're really good at joking. Actually, I came here to talk to you about something. Zhou Qian slowly explained the situation. Class 7's head teacher, Miss La, has a child who is suffering from leukemia. The chemotherapy and hospital bills over the past 6 months have drained their family savings. And since I'm the president of the student council this term, I wanted to ask if you could help Miss La and us get through this tough time. Yang Ning turned to Xiao Fei to confirm, is this true? He smiled widely and nodded. Yes, that's right. I even donated 10 yuan myself. Yang Ning teased him, only 10 yuan? Embarrassed, Xiao Fei waved his hands frantically. I really plan to donate more money soon. Curious, Yang Ning asked, how much more are you planning to donate? Xiao Fei, with a serious expression, spread his hand out to count. I plan to donate 500 yuan. Yang Ning patted him on the back in satisfaction. Now that's more like it. Xiao Fei gritted his teeth in anger, cursing inwardly. Yang Ning, you're doing this on purpose. I still have to take care of my own pleasures and indulgences with this 500. He thought for a moment before smirking deviously. So, how much are you donating? 50? Yang Ning, not overthinking things, answered nonchalantly, if you're donating 500, I can't be worse than you. With that, he took out a check from his pocket. Then I'll donate 50,000. The entire room of fans was shocked, as if struck by a thunderclap. 50,000? Xiao Fei opened his mouth, trembling. How much did you say? Zhou Qian, slightly calmer but still surprised, asked, Senior, did you just say? You want to donate 50,000? Yang Ning looked puzzled at their wide-eyed stares. What's with everyone's looks? Do you think 50,000 is too little? Then I'll donate 100,000 instead.
As soon as these words left his mouth, everyone froze in place.
He quickly pulled out his phone. "Get me your account number, I'll transfer the money right now." Zhou Qian suddenly spoke up, "Senior, wait a second." Yang Ning stopped as told. "Are you saying you only accept cash?" She repeatedly denied, No. "Senior, we can't accept such a large amount. Maybe you should hand it over to her personally instead."
Yang Ning scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward.
He had been busy lately. He was thinking of ways to decline the offer.
He still had homework to do, and even hacking a game would take up a lot of his time. Finally, he pulled Xiao Fei out and suggested, "How about this, let him take my place, and you lead him to find Miss La."
He happily patted Zhou Qian, "No problem, leave it to me." She forced a smile. "Miss La's daughter is at the People's Hospital in Nanhu City.
I still have a meeting in the afternoon, so how about we gather at school tomorrow morning and go visit together?"
Xiao Fei was completely disappointed. "Is there someone else too?"
Not long after, Teacher Wu shouted loudly to the students who were freely mingling, "All right, class is over, disperse now." Then he waved to Yang Ning, "Come here for a moment." He was awkwardly pulled away by him, his arm around his shoulder.
Ji Zhuan gritted his teeth in frustration. "How is that possible?
That guy is usually just a useless piece of trash. A math genius, an English master, a sports ace, a rich guy. He's probably just missing the tall, rich, handsome type, right?
What's so special about all that?"
As soon as he finished speaking, someone shouted, "Hey!" Ji Zhuan turned pale as he realized who it was.
Xiao Fei, with a mischievous look, teasingly hinted, "Remember what we agreed on at the beginning?
The loser has to strip and run around the school grounds."
"What's up? You planning to back out?" Li Yuan immediately turned hostile. "This bet has nothing to do with me. I never wanted to participate in this contest in the first place."
Ji Zhuan stared at him in horror. "Close friends, huh?" He knew he was losing the argument but still shamelessly demanded another round.
"The mock exam is next week, and we will compare our results." Xiao Fei was displeased, gritting his teeth. "I really don't dare to compete. I've always been the last from the top, and you're asking me to compete with you on results? You're really shameless."
Yang Ning had already expected that he would back out and even suggest a competition based on results, so he said that if Xiao Fei really didn't care about his dignity, he would compete with him.
Hearing this, Xiao Fei's face turned darker, and the entire class burst into mocking laughter.
Ji Zhuan turned around and fled, but not forgetting his pride, he threw out a parting remark, "All right, this time I will definitely win." Xiao Fei mischievously raised a friendly finger, "Goodbye, coward." At this moment, Yang Ning had been pulled into the office, completely unaware of what was happening on the sports field. Inside the office, Principal Wang and Minister Zhang were respectfully standing on either side of a man sitting in a chair. The man asked, "Kid, not bad. What's your name?" He answered succinctly, "Yang Ning." The man spread his arms in praise, "A hero born in youth, breaking 3 world records in one go, impressive."
Yang Ning politely responded, "Thank you for the compliment, sir." In reality, he was quite curious who was this person. Even Principal Wang and Minister Zhang were showing him such respect.
Minister Zhang spoke up, "Li Yuan from your class doesn't meet the requirements for an exception candidate.
Every aspect needs to be better. As long as you agree, you can directly become a student at Jiangning University." Principal Wang added, "Mr. Yang, I just called Jiangning University. If you agree, I will immediately register you as an exception candidate." He scratched his head in confusion and said, "Could I have a few days to think about it?"
The large, imposing man spoke in a calm tone. "After all, this is a big decision in life, so of course, it requires careful consideration." Principal Wang cheerfully spoke up, "Next, let's go have a meal together."
Yang Ning panicked and waved his hand, "Thank you for your kindness, teachers, but I have something else I need to take care of right now." With permission granted, he quickly left the office.
He sighed in relief, thinking to himself that at least the beautiful woman had agreed to invite him for a meal. He didn't want to have a meal with a bunch of old men. At that moment, the system notification popped up: secret mission, someone likes you. The Someone Likes You secret mission described the task of using your own charm and working principles to gain respect and affection from others. From today onward, your life will be more closely connected with many people. Fate is a mysterious thing, yet it is not illusory. At the very least, it will make your life more colorful. Current progress 11/1 completed. The reward for the mission is the system level up, unlocking the reputation function and the position function. Yang Ning rubbed his chin with a pleased expression, thinking. The mission had been completed naturally, and moreover, it was a secret mission with a historically significant milestone. A while later, he arrived at the bank, accompanied by Xiaofei, Zhou Qian, and Wan. Xiaofei casually glanced at the balance in Yang Ning's wallet and screamed loudly. Do you really have money? 90 million or 900 million? He softly corrected him. You misread it, there aren't that many zeros. He slowly counted each row of coins: 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. After counting, Xiaofei grinned widely. Turns out it's only 9 million. Yang Ding also grinned. I told you, you misread it. A moment later, Xiaofei finally reacted, his face turning red as he angrily shouted, more than 900,000 is still a lot. Damn it, tell me the truth, did you steal this money? He instinctively closed his hands tightly. Yang Ning turned to hand Zhou Qian a thick stack of money. This is 100,000 coins. Please send it to Miss Law for me. She smiled and nodded. Got it. I'll make sure it gets to her personally. Xiaofei whispered into his ear, didn't you say I should give it to her? He replied dismissively, anyone delivering it would be more reliable than you. Nuan, seeing that everything was settled, spoke up, let's go then, I promise to treat you to a meal today. Zhou Qian was going with them too. Yang Ning replied briefly, sure. Then he took long strides forward. Walking alongside him were two exceptionally beautiful young women. Xiaofei, left behind, hurriedly ran after them. Hey, wait for me. None of them noticed a man in white who had been following them the whole time. The man, with a mole near the corner of his right mouth, furrowed his brows in concentration. He was determined to ruin this, but still needed to be cautious. This guy is really sneaky. He leaned against the wall, casually saying, let them enjoy their victory for a bit, we'll wait until next week. The older brother smirked, thinking to himself, it's true that Yang Ning has always been ranked low, but suddenly he's turned into a genius, breaking world records, and even ruining a Yuan special admission qualification to Jiangning University with Zhou Xiaofei. If my mind wasn't still clear, I'd really think I was dreaming. Zhizhuan gritted his teeth and ordered, you go tell them, tonight's dinner is cancelled. I have to cram for the mock exam next week. I need to rely on my own ability to reclaim the glory that should have been mine. The four of them, unaware that they were being targeted, leisurely made their way to the restaurant. The staff greeted them with a polite attitude, dinner? Is there still a room available? Just 3 people, right? Xiaofei burst out in anger, shouting directly, it's 4 people. Yang Ning quickly stepped forward to smooth things over, yes, it's 4, that's also considered 1 person. Nuan smiled and reminded, you two go ahead and sit in the dining room first. We need to use the restroom for a bit. Once seated at the table, Xiaofei suddenly asked, even though Nuan is treating, in the end, you're the one who's going to pay, right? Yang Ning immediately answered, of course, how could I let a girl pay? He was just waiting for this moment, his mouth watering as he looked at the menu. Xiaofei said, well, then I won't hold back. Yang Ning helplessly reminded him, watch out for me. As the dishes were brought to the table, Xiaofei began to evaluate them. It looks pretty good. We've been waiting for so long, but still not enough people to eat, he seemed quite eager. Why has Zhou Qian and Nuan been gone for so long? Yang Ning had a bad feeling and quickly stood up. Let me go out and check. Xiaofei quickly grabbed a few pieces of food and chewed hurriedly. I'll go with you.
At that moment, loud shouting could be heard outside the bathroom. Get out of the way.
Nguyen Nguyen stood in front of Zhou Qian to block him.
What do you want to do? You bunch of scoundrels.
One of the men cracked his knuckles and twisted his neck to stretch.
Don't get upset, beautiful. Come have a few drinks with us. Name your price if you want.
She firmly refused.
I'm not going. Get out of my way.
Xu Xi stepped closer, threatening.
Our boss has taken a liking to you too, that's your good fortune.
Behave later, or I might just sell you two to a nightclub. In a desperate situation, Nguyen Nguyen screamed for help.
Help! Help me! He puffed out smoke and sneered. Calling for help? How laughable. Don't you two know whose turf this is? Director Liu poked his head out from the room next door. Why aren't you inside yet?
Minister Zhong's getting impatient.
Xu Xi blew out smoke and explained. These two girls don't know any better. Aren't I just teaching them a lesson?
If they act like princesses and upset Minister Zhong, it'll be bad for everyone.
He closed his eyes and waved his hand. Then hurry up. The men immediately moved forward, ready to make their move. Come on, come on. Zhou Qian and Nguyen Nguyen struggled shamelessly to wrench themselves free.
Suddenly Xiao Fei, using his weight advantage from behind, lunged forward and crashed straight into Zhu Xi.
He was stunned. What the?
He landed with a pleased grin, luckily the drug hadn't worn off.
Yang Ning had come up behind Xiao Fei.
I was wondering why you two were gone so long, turns out you ran into thugs. Tears welling in her eyes, Nguyen Nguyen recounted in indignation, they blocked us here and even snatched our phones so we couldn't call you. He stepped closer, took her hand to soothe her.
We'll change the day, I'll treat you to a meal another time.
Having regained his senses, Zhu Xi, blood boiling, roared, where did you lot come from?
Is that so? Get them, hit them hard.
His henchman charged at Yang Ning. Unperturbed, he delivered an uppercut to one man's gut and drove his elbow into another.
With a string of precise, graceful blows, Yang Ning effortlessly put them down.
Xu Xi was now trembling all over, sweat pouring like a river.
Are you a soldier? Yang Ning only gave a hard smile. A student?
He ground his teeth in fury. I don't care whether you were in the military or truly a student, if you dare hurt my people, you're dead today. Surround him, don't let him get away. A Yuan made a call to summon people, saying the young master had been attacked. Xiao Fei grew slightly worried.
What do we do? Yang Ning calmly instructed him, you protect them, the rest leave to me.
He felt a bit relieved inside, as it was the perfect moment to test the results of his training with the Elite Warrior Handbook. Normally, it was hard to find someone to practice with. One of the thugs, seeing him take his stance, shouted, watch out, he's going for you. In the next moment, Yang Ning spun around and delivered a powerful kick to the face of the man with a buzz cut. The man fell backward, losing his balance. The group of thugs was taken aback. One of them, still acting tough, said, you're pretty strong, I'll admit. I'm no match for you, but our boss is on his way, and you won't be leaving through that door.
Without blinking, Yang Ning rushed forward. I'm really scared now. With a single punch, he knocked Zikong out. The man collapsed, groaning, my joints. Nguyen Nguyen. Zhou Qian and Xiao Fei couldn't help but marvel, that's some serious strength. Supervisor Liu ran out again, urging, why hasn't anyone gone in yet? It's been hours. Minister Zhong's patience is running thin. Are you all?
Seeing the chaotic scene outside, he froze, mouth agape.
Moments later, Supervisor Liu had disappeared without a trace.
Shit, the reinforcements that a Yuan had called arrived, charging in all at once.
Which one of you assholes dared to touch our boss? Was it you? Stop wasting time with him, just beat him up. Yang Ning sneered, underestimating him.
Swiftly, he used his moves to take down the entire group of scorpions, leaving them battered, with teeth scattered across the floor.
Look up, it seems this guy is not easy to deal with. Two shadowy figures slowly appeared by the door. What's going on?
The person called Minister Zhong stood there, giving orders. Xiaolu, call Minister Chen who's in charge of this area, tell him to come here and handle this. Yang Ning curled his lips and looked at him. Do you think you're the only one who knows how to make a phone call? As he spoke, he tightened his grip on the phone in his hand. Xiao Fei quickly called someone for backup.
Hello, Dad, are you eating with Mayor Li? I'm being falsely accused by some director, saying your son is gathering people to fight.
The thugs gaped in shock.
Who is his dad? Eating with the mayor? Yang Ning also made a call. Uncle Lu, it's Xiao Yang.
Yes, I just came back yesterday. I'm living well in Huahai, but there's a small conflict.
This Minister Zhong, what? You want me to call Secretary Zhao of the Political and Legal Committee? You want Mayor He to come over?
The thugs were once again stunned.
Political and Legal Committee? Mayor He, who are these people?
He smiled and turned on the speakerphone, letting the person on the other end respond, Kid, don't worry. As long as you haven't killed anyone here in Nanhu, there's nothing that Guahanbo can't handle. Xu Xi's hair stood on end after hearing that.
No mistake, that was definitely his voice.
This person ruled both the black and white sides of Nanhu City. At that moment, a voice came from behind.
Don't bother Mr. Lu. I'll handle this, it's fine.
The man who arrived was the one that both Principal Wang and Minister Zhang respected, the same person Yang Ning had met in the office.
Wan Nuan joyfully called out, Ah!
Yang Ning and Xiao Fei were both shocked.
Dad? Nuan Nuan's dad.
With a cold expression, he said to Xiao Yu, tell Lao Ha to come over. He respectfully replied, yes. Then Xiao Yu stepped aside and made a phone call.
This is Xiao Yu. Secretary Z is inviting you to the Lu's restaurant. Secretary Z is very angry right now.
At that moment, Yang Ning realized that the powerful man was Su Ruibai, Secretary Z. He patted Yang Ning on the shoulder and smiled, saying, thank you.
Young man, you've saved my daughter once again. Yang Ning politely replied, it's nothing, really.
Ruibai looked at him with increasing approval, saying, I didn't expect it. Not only are you in good health, but your martial arts are also quite impressive. By this time, Zhu Xi was sweating profusely, wondering to himself, who exactly is this guy?
How does he know everyone and can talk to anyone?
Soon after, the police arrived, escorting the gangsters to the station. Ruibai instructed Minister Zhang, a young man like him, who dares to act for justice, should be recognized by the school.
He rubbed his hands in agreement, saying, yes, he will definitely be recognized. Yang Ning reluctantly spoke up to decline, please, there's no need for any recognition.
In his heart, he couldn't help but feel fear. People who fear fame are like pigs who fear getting fat. Doing something this big might not always be a blessing, it could also bring disaster. Ruibai asked with a serious face, why is there no need for commendation? He stammered as he replied. Because right now, I still need to focus on my university entrance exam, so I don't want to put too much pressure on myself. Just keeping things as usual is enough. The elder didn't press him further. Alright then, I respect your decision. However, this should still be recorded as an achievement for you. Remember to add it to your file when the time comes. Minister Zhang nodded in agreement. Ruibai suddenly asked, I heard you also donated 100,000 to the teacher at the school to help with her child's leukemia treatment, is that true?
Yang Ning smiled widely and admitted.
Yes, that's correct. The elder finally showed a hint of surprise, thinking to himself, the total amount Nan Husan has raised hasn't even reached 30,000 yet. Minister Zhang quickly apologized.
Secretary Z, this was my oversight. Once I return, I will make sure to strengthen the oversight of this matter. Principal Wang also spoke up.
Next Monday, I will invite the people in charge of the elementary and middle schools to the Ministry of Education to organize a motivational assembly, encouraging everyone to contribute.
Ruibai nodded lightly, signaling that he understood. At that moment, Mayor He rushed in. Secretary Z. He anxiously asked. Secretary Z, are you all right? Yang Ning whispered to Xiao Fei. Why did your dad come here? He explained.
I just mentioned that Secretary Z was here, and he immediately rushed over. Mayor He respectfully said. My son doesn't understand the situation and has caused trouble for Secretary Z. Yang Ning turned to chat with Nuan Nuan. I didn't expect you to be the daughter of the city party secretary. You don't have a bit of the spoiled young lady's temper. That's really rare. She shyly turned her face away. It's not like you think. I've always been by my mom's side before. He was quite curious and asked, so your dad and mom have always lived separately? Nuan Nuan gave a brief reply, it's just some family matters, nothing worth talking about. Her hands were clasped together, revealing a bit of awkwardness. She glanced at the distinguished figures who were chatting. Zhou Xiaofei's father, Nuan Nuan's father, and someone from Yang Ning's phone, whose identity he didn't know who exactly were these people. The next day, when the sun was already high in the sky, Yang Ning finally got out of bed. He yawned and muttered to himself, high school students finally get a break on Saturdays and Sundays, but today I really have to go out. Walking down the street, Yang Ning began to make plans in his head. Today, he needed to thank Guai Hun. After all, he had helped him out yesterday. It would be a bit strange not to show any appreciation, especially since no one even recognized him. The storms and tempests had finally passed, and as he was walking, his phone rang. Yang Ning answered indifferently, who is this? Old Zhu chuckled, the boy, don't you recognize me? Didn't you give up your stall for me last time? You even placed a large order for wooden handicrafts. Hearing that, his eyes lit up. He remembered now. Is it Master Zhou? He spoke first, do you accept those handicrafts? I came to the city today, so I brought them here. Yang Ning agreed immediately. Of course. Are there any other things besides those? Old Zhu replied, the village elders asked me to bring some antiques, let me show you. He agreed and gave a meeting point. Sure, let's meet at Sai Road. I'm standing there now. He chose that place because he thought no one would recognize him. Although old Zhu did recognize him, he didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble. A few minutes later, he arrived at Sai Road. Old Zhu cheerfully waved his hand and called, the boy, I'm here. Yang Ning politely greeted him. Yes, Zhou Master. Do you have anything good today? Internally, he commanded the system to open, but then sweat began to drip down his face. The system displayed, system upgrade in progress, completion in 48 hours. He silently groaned in frustration, no way. Yang Ning turned around and cried out, why didn't I remember to check this? Now what am I supposed to do? Old Zhu, concerned, asked, the boy, what's wrong? He turned back and was surprised to see something glowing in old Zhu's basket. Yang Ning secretly rejoiced, it seemed that the system upgrade didn't affect the use of the appraisal eye. Old Zhu opened the box and eagerly introduced, take a look, see if you like any of these. Yang Ning furrowed his brows, assessing the origin of the green light. It definitely didn't come from anything in the box. But it's the box itself. This box seems to have a bit of an ancient style, but it is absolutely unrelated to any kind of ancient head. Then Yang Ning spoke up, Master Zhou, where did this box come from? He answered honestly, are you talking about this box? It's quite old. It's been around since I first started understanding things. I think it was left by my grandfather. Yang Ning looked at the box and pondered. Old Zhu was an honest man, so he wouldn't be up to any tricks. If Yang Ning offered a high price to buy the box from him, he would definitely refuse. But if it was smuggled like last time, his conscience wouldn't sit right. Thinking this, he expressed his concern.
Master Zhou, is there something troubling you?
Old Zhu sighed and said, "It's not a big deal, really. It's just that the village elders are urging me to find a way to invite a teacher to the village to teach the children."
Yang Ning couldn't help but ask, doesn't the village have a teacher?
Old Zhu's face grew somber as he replied, "It's all because of the rough roads in the village.
Last year, the flood made the roads even worse.
For the past 6 months, my village has been almost isolated, and the teachers we've asked keep refusing to come, no matter how much we try to convince them." Yang Ning asked about the situation in the village.
So, how long is this rough road? Is there anything interesting in the Lu family's area that might attract others?
Old Zhu answered in turn, "It's less than 10 miles, and there's only a clean, clear river. The rest is all mountains. If it weren't for how difficult the road is, people from the village could grow some fruits and flowers on the mountain.
And it could also make quite a bit of money."
Yang Ning had a rough understanding of the situation in the village, so he suggested, "Master Zhou, how about I fix the road in the village?" Old Zhu didn't want to make things difficult for the young man, so he declined, "That won't do. Fixing that road would cost tens of thousands."
Yang Ning didn't give up and made a proposal. "Money isn't important. As long as it's within 2 million, I believe I can manage." Seeing his enthusiasm, Old Zhu became a bit suspicious. "Boy, you're helping our village, what's your real intention?" Yang Ning simply smiled kindly. "If I said it's charity, I'm afraid you wouldn't believe me."
"Actually, I think I'm just free right now, so why not let me provide the money for the road repairs, and you all can plant trees and fruits.
If we make money later, we'll share it."
Old Zhu was so moved that he nearly shed tears and wanted to kneel in thanks. "If this is true, you would be a great benefactor to Mr. Lu." Yang Ning hurriedly stopped him. "Master Zhou, there's no need to do that." So, once again, he went to the bank. Yang Ning carefully handed over his card to Old Zhu and instructed him, "The password is 6 sixes. I'm giving you the card now, and in a few days, I'll contact the road repair team to sort things out." Old Zhu was extremely grateful. "Thank you, boy. Don't worry. In the future, if you need us to do anything, the village elders and I will do it. We'll listen to you."
Yang Ning smiled back. "Let's talk more after the road is fixed."
"No need to thank me. Isn't there a saying, if you want to benefit, you have to fix the road first?" Old Zhu quickly rode his bike back to the village to share the good news.
Yang Ning happily waved him off for a short distance, feeling relieved himself. Only after doing that could he be at ease. Guohan poured tea while chatting with Yang Ning. "So, you agreed to fix the road for them?"
"Kid, 1 km of cement road costs at least 18,000.
That's a lot of money. Looks like you're getting quite a return this time." Yang Ning didn't think of it that way and didn't expect to gain that many treasures. Old Zhu is an honest man.
"If I were to smuggle his goods, I wouldn't feel comfortable with it, so I agreed to help fix the road. Their village would only find out what kind of treasure this box truly was after the system upgrade."
Guohan looked at him with increasing admiration. "You know?
Old Feng and Old Zhao are about to sing your praises to the skies. Even Old Z can't stop praising you, and Old Meng, don't get me started, she's practically wishing she could adopt a granddaughter just to marry you off. By the way, I heard you're interested in emerald rough stone?"
Yang Ning expressed his own opinion. "It's just so-so." But Guohan was quite impressed. "Just so-so?"
"Imperial green jadeite was cut by you already. There's an emerald rough stone conference tomorrow.
Are you coming with me?" Yang Ning was quite intrigued. "Rough stone betting?"
Guohan continued to persuade him. "I don't know anything about rough stones, but after hearing your story, I've made up my mind."
"Do you have time tomorrow?" Yang Ning immediately agreed. "Of course, there is."
Uncle Lu spoke up. "Even if we're busy, we can still set that aside, right?" "Right." As for Lu Hu, Guohan quickly caught on and reported back that Lu Hu is just a small figure. "I'm still investigating who was behind the orders."
Suddenly, Yang Ning made a surprising decision. "Let Lu Hu go."
Guohan was taken aback but thought Yang Ning must have his own reasons, so he inquired, "Why do you want to release Lu Hu?"
Are you trying to draw the snake out of its hole? He calmly took a sip of tea. A small figure is still just a small figure. Our goal is to find the real culprit. I never thought this was done by Miss Lin's driver. I have a feeling the real culprit might actually be a girl. He didn't understand what led Yang Ning to this conclusion. Why do you think that?
Yang Ning analyzed it slowly. The other party doesn't seem to care about Miss Lin's safety, they just want to ruin her. And that Lu Hu has no experience in capturing corners, he's just been showing off power from the beginning.
So, I've come to a conclusion. He pursed his lips and said with certainty, it's jealousy. Guohan nodded in agreement. That makes sense. He then rearranged the clues in his mind based on what Yang Ning said. As a man, facing Lin Manxian, it would be natural to feel greedy, possessive, infatuated, or obsessed. If someone were to develop jealousy toward a girl, the answer can only be a girl. Yang Ning still felt somewhat disappointed. Of course, I don't know much about who was behind it. After all, I don't know many people around Miss Lin. He wasn't particularly concerned. That's enough, as long as we know it's a girl, the scope has already been narrowed down. It won't be long before we can figure out who's behind it. The next day, the two of them arrived at the Jadeite conference as planned. Yang Ning and Guohan descended one after the other. He adjusted his tie and gave a reminder, "Kid, you'd better pay attention to me today. There are quite a few of my business rivals here today. I don't want to become the laughingstock." He said confidently, "Then just wait and see, uncle." Suddenly, an uninvited guest appeared in front of them. "Isn't that old Lu?" The man smirked. "I didn't expect you to be here too. Got the tuition fee ready?" Guohan suppressed his anger. "The tuition fee's ready, but I'm not sure if anyone dares to collect it." The man, named Vin, turned away with disdain. "Do you think this is the underworld collecting protection fees? What do you need someone to dare to collect for? You really have no class. A person like you showing up here only harms the image of this exhibition." He gritted his teeth, ready to charge. "Shen Rong, you." Yang Ning quickly stepped in to stop him. "Uncle Lu, don't waste your time talking to him. You'll just get unlucky. I've already said his forehead has a black mark, he might go bankrupt today." He shouted angrily, "What dog's eyes did you use to see my face and call it black?" He glanced indifferently and said, "Isn't it black? It's so black it's turning purple." Chen Rong, furious and his face burning red, spat, "You rotten kid, do you believe I'll tear your mouth apart?" Guohan beside him chuckled. He shrugged mockingly, "Isn't this at least a 5-star restaurant? Why is there some brute who only knows how to beat and kill? Not even a shred of class, he really disgraces this city." The others laughed heartily. Now Guohan spoke calmly, advising, "Kid, don't pay attention to people like that, it'll lower your worth." Yang Ning played along, "Uncle Lu is right. I still have a lot to learn from you, Uncle Lu." Chen Rong had no retort, he glared threateningly, "You two just wait." Guohan lowered his voice with a warning, "Kid, be careful from now on. That man is narrow-minded, a textbook petty villain. He probably has no fewer subordinates than I do, but when he operates he never leaves a trace, unlike me. There are many disgraces that make me feel ashamed." Seizing the moment, Yang Ning praised, "This proves Uncle Lu is an honest man, having done things before, he's not afraid of others knowing. It's precisely because people possess different convictions that those who stay become true friends." He chuckled with satisfaction, "Today's affair is thanks to you, otherwise I'd be nursing another bellyful of anger." The two were about to enter when someone, reckless with their own life, ran toward them. The third person was that bratty fool. When Yang Ning turned around, he caught sight of Bo Kong and Xuebin, who were getting closer in a familiar manner. He didn't hold back and said bluntly, "Isn't that Zhu Xuebin, the clueless fool?" He didn't even try to hide the disdain in his eyes, surprised that he would run into him here. It was truly a coincidence. Yang Ning, still maintaining the bare minimum of courtesy, replied, "Well, kid, I didn't expect to see you here." Guahan stood silently, observing. That was Zhou Bo-kong, the traitor of the Lin family.
The tension between him and Bo-kong was palpable, about to spill over. The people around them were already breaking out in sweat from the intense atmosphere. The tension was overwhelming. Just as things were reaching a boiling point, another person stepped forward. Uncle Lu, has he arrived? Both Guahan and Yang Ning turned their heads in unison. The young man appeared in a white suit, exuding a charm that made everyone else around him pale in comparison.
He greeted them politely. It's been a while.
Guahan paused, his gaze sharpening as he took in the person before him.
He then asked with a hint of doubt, Yushu, isn't this white-eyed wolf working for you? He smiled lightly, Uncle Lu, I invited Uncle Joe over multiple times.
I'm well aware of his talents, so I've been inviting him for a long time. But only this time did Uncle Joe finally take the time to visit my small company. Bo-kong also smiled, trying to flatter, directorly, you're too humble. If Changyang Group can be considered a small company, then Hua Hai doesn't even have a handful of big companies.
Guahan kindly advised, Yushu, this person is not a good one. He would easily betray the Lin family as well.
But Yushu interrupted him, Uncle Lu, every day in the business world, countless people switch jobs. It can't be called betrayal, nor can it be said to be letting down others.
It's simply changing one's working environment.
He still wanted to persuade him, but as soon as he started with the word but, Yushu turned around and waved his hand, Uncle Lu, I still have some matters to attend to.
Let's talk later.
Guahan sighed regretfully, Yushu is still so naive. He can recognize a person's face, but not their heart. With this temperament, he will sooner or later suffer. Yang Ning furrowed his brows and observed, silently evaluating why this person gave him such an eerie feeling. It was as if the chessboard had been set up, and there was an extra piece, a knight or a cannon that didn't belong, as if someone was preparing to disrupt the game. At this moment, Yushu suddenly asked Bo-kong, Uncle Joe seemed very angry just now. Before he could respond, the obedient son hastily explained, Mr. Li, that person is the one who swindled 7 raw stones from my father. Still smiling, Yushu raised a question, but I heard that Uncle Joe willingly sold those stones to that friend of yours? As a businessman, Bo-kong could see Yushu's expression and quickly smiled, Li director, your information isn't wrong. Shue Bin, stop speaking nonsense.
It's not good to talk without facts.
Shue Bin still wanted to continue, but the child was upset. Yushu didn't probe any further, instead, she handed out the glass of wine. No matter what had happened, from now on, both father and son would work for her, so they should try their best to help the Changyang Group increase its profits. As for the jadeite, she didn't understand much, but once the Changyang Group decided to invest in the gemstone industry, it would have to make a name for itself. And, if that guy was really as capable as he seemed, then both of them should be cautious. Bei-kong confidently assured Director Li, don't worry, we will definitely complete the mission.
Elsewhere, a furious shout echoed, that damned Guahan.
Chen Rong furrowed his brow, grinding his teeth as he muttered, and that brat too, remember them well.
Xia Yan waved his fan reassuringly, Old Chen, don't be angry. I've heard that Guahan doesn't understand gemstones at all, do you get what I mean? He was taken aback, Old Xia, are you suggesting that we lure him into a trap, make him experience some losses?
Xia Yan smiled with subtle meaning, money is a small matter, the important thing is to make him lose face in front of everyone.
That's the result we need. Chen Rong's face darkened. The problem was, how could Guahan fall so easily into a trap? He knew he wasn't good at gemstones, yet he still dared to try? Xia Yan laughed confidently, this is his territory, and the topic is about raw stones.
If we don't cut off the snakes at the roots, it will definitely leave behind a lot of bad rumors. A moment later, at the exhibition hall in the hotel, Guahan placed a block of stone in front of him.
How would one even know if there was jadeite inside this stone? He picked up the stone and explained, Uncle Lu, does this stone contain jadeite?
The core still depends on the exterior. If you look at the veins, you'll see that the side facing east, following the rule of the sun rising from the east, is full of vitality, welcoming the new and shedding the old, showing signs of good fortune. Therefore, this stone will yield jade. And looking at the veins of this stone, it shows the pure yin that does not give birth, and the pure yang that does not transform, one yin and one yang.
Two forces interacting to create all things under heaven. This is a heavenly treasure.
It must contain jadeite.
The others, upon hearing this, mocked, "Is this boy crazy?" Only Guahan took it seriously, mouth agape in amazement.
If that's the case, it will indeed yield jade. He nodded, at least the exterior seemed to suggest that it was correct. Cutting it open would reveal whether it contained jadeite or not. Someone couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, "Talking nonsense!" The crowd buzzed, and criticism poured in, bringing feng shui knowledge into stone judging.
Do you think we're all fools? Where did this kid from outside the industry come from to stand here and deceive people? Drag him outside. He's a fraud.
Guaihan quickly stepped forward to defend Yang Ning. "Everyone, don't misunderstand. This is my adopted nephew, not a scammer, and not someone Mr. Chun invited to fool me." One critic retorted, "Being young, you should learn more from your elders. Don't think you know it all after learning a little, truly nonsense."
Another person chimed in with a moral lecture, "Observe more in the future, speak less, got it?" He irritably asked the two people, "So, do you two think these stones don't contain any jadeite?" He was seething inside, unable to hold back his anger.
I know I might have made a hasty analysis, but I said this for Guahan's sake.
What gives you the right to lecture me?
At the peak of the situation, a voice of judgment rang out, "Ridiculous, it would be strange if there were jadeite." Yang Ning and Guahan turned their heads to look at the speaker, and Ding Shan appeared, wearing a gaudy yellow floral outfit.
Yang Ning stepped forward and suggested, "How about we give it a try?" He crossed his arms arrogantly and asked, "How do you suggest we play?"
"You want to make the rules if these two stones don't show any jade or only one stone has jade present, I'll give you 1,000,000.
"But what if both stones have jade?" Ding Shan grinned triumphantly. "Then I'll lose 110,000 to you." He was secretly pleased with himself.
The rough material with the highest chance of containing jadeite had already been taken elsewhere, so there was no way it would be here.
He confidently declared, "You know how to play.
Let's not even talk about whether there's jadeite. If just one stone has jade, I'll concede."
This bet is really 1-to-1. Are you sure you want to play it this way? He quickly agreed. Fine, if I lose, I'll give you 5,000,000.
Yang Ning stroked his chin thoughtfully and commented, "That's a bit too little, but even a small amount is still something."
Let's do it. But what if you back out if you lose? Ding Shan scowled. Me back out? Kid, don't underestimate others.
I'm more worried that you won't admit defeat.
Guahan snorted coldly, "It's just 1,000,000. If he can't pay, I'll pay for him."
Of course, let me make it clear first. If you dare go back on your word, don't blame me for spreading the news across the city. Xuebin and Guokong, who were standing nearby, had already seen the betting rules, and he found it laughable. Those two stones were basically impossible to produce a jade from, it was just absurd.
Guokong hesitated, it was hard to say.
Xuebin turned around in surprise to look at his father. That day was just a fluke. Did his father really think the kid had any real ability?
He angrily lectured his useless son. A fluke? When have I ever seen you get lucky?
If you were even just a little lucky once, this old man would already be at home enjoying his retirement. As the person carried the stone up, the crowd began to gossip.
The youth these days were too hasty.
Exactly, 1,000,000, if placed on an ordinary person, it would take 10 or 20 years to earn.
This young man looks like he doesn't know anything about jade cutting. Ding Shan decisively ordered it to be put away.
As soon as he reached the door, someone handed him money. Although 1,000,000 wasn't a lot, it was enough to exchange for a good car.
Yang Ning seemed doubtful, did I hear that right? 1,000,000 can really buy a good car?
He turned back to ask for confirmation.
The man softly analyzed, tell me, what kind of car can 1,000,000 actually buy?
Every owner here has assets worth hundreds of millions. 1 million might not even be enough for one evening of gambling.
Ding Shan hesitated. I see the people around laughing mockingly. Yang Ning taunted, aren't you still driving that car worth tens of thousands? He felt embarrassed, grinding his teeth. The man.
But he still restrained his harsh words.
I live frugally. The boy, you've never made money.
You don't know how hard it is to earn money. It's easy to lose wealth, but much harder to keep it. Yang Ning was blunt, frugality is frugality, poverty is poverty.
Stop pretending to save face.
In his heart, a 1 million car was already a great achievement. Yang Ning continued, today, I came here in Uncle Lu's car.
Do you know what a Rolls Royce is? I realized I was playing the lute for a cow. You don't even know what a Rolls Royce is.
No wonder a 1 million car seems top-notch to you. Looking at the way he carried himself, he was miles away from Uncle Lu's style.
Ding Shan was completely humiliated, wanting to curse, but didn't have the standing to do so. This boy.
Yang Ning didn't let up. Some people are afraid of losing status even after driving hundreds of thousands worth of cars. Some buy a 1 million car and act as if they own a blackjack.
Hua Hun clapped from behind, quietly complimenting, the kid's insults are spot on.
Ding Shan's face turned pale, his voice low and menacing, you little brat, just wait. Let that young man think he's all that. The older ginger is always spicier.
Hua Hun turned to remind him, no need to wait and see. It's already been cut off.
A jade block appeared in the cut, and Mr. Chin examined it before declaring it a flawless reward. The crowd watching the commotion gasped in shock.
What? Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Jade present, really? Impossible. How could it be jade? Could it be that feng shui actually works? If the remaining stone turns out to be jade, then it's no longer about luck. Maybe he's just lucky, who knows?
Ding Shan was drenched in sweat. Clearly, these two stones were discarded ones.
How could one of them possibly be jade? Boss Chen kicked the stone and asked for confirmation. Should I continue cutting the second stone? Yang Ning calmly gave the order, put it away. Ding Shan stubbornly prayed that it wouldn't turn out to be jade. There's absolutely no way.
The cutting machine slowly began to saw through the stone. Boss Chen observed and then reported, I've cut all 6 sides, there's no green. Ding Shan grinned maliciously, it looks like I'm the one who wins in the end.
Yang Ning remained calm as ever. Are you sure? Or should we raise the stakes? He turned around in surprise. What?
Yang Ning lightly prodded, at least for now, my side has fewer risks, while you're holding more of the advantage.
Want to play a little more? Who knows, your good car might end up being a luxury one. Ding Shan quickly took the bait. If you're so eager to throw money away, of course I'll keep playing. Hua Hun, finding it interesting, joined in. This is fun, I'll join too.
I'm not that experienced, so I'll just play small. He raised his hand and declared, 10 million.
The crowd watching the gamble was stunned, their mouths agape. 10 million? Ding Shan silently gritted his teeth.
According to the initial odds, he would have to bet a staggering 10,000 just to continue playing. Suddenly, he turned toward Chen Rong and Xia Yan. The two were whispering to each other, laughing gleefully. In the next moment, Chen Rong stepped forward.
I'm also very interested in this bet. Boss Bao, let me handle this order for Boss Lu. Hua Hun raised an eyebrow. Are you participating?
He then turned to Yang Ning and promised him.
Kid, if you win, I'll give you a sports car. Of course, not the kind worth $1 million. Yang Ning smiled back. Thank you, Uncle Lu.
Ding Shan gritted his teeth in frustration.
That's enough from you too. Chen Rong cautiously asked Hua Hun. Boss Lu, is my 50 million now a sure thing?
He seemed puzzled.
Your 50 million? Or should I say, the 50 million from all of you? Don't think I don't know your abilities. You probably couldn't even gather 2,000 10,000. Xia Yan's face appeared from the crowd. Boss Lu, long time no see. Guohan saw him and immediately understood. Xia Yan, no wonder this Bao guy is being so bold today. Turns out you're pulling the strings. He smiled, not denying it. Boss Lu, your words about pulling the strings aren't bad. This kid is pretty sharp, much more clever than my useless nephew. Guohan quickly stepped in front to block their line of sight. Hey, Mr. Xia, I'm warning you. Take back that laughable plan of yours. He hasn't offended you in any way. Don't even think about touching him. He turned on the fan and laughed loudly. I'm just saying a few words of greeting. Boss Lu, look at how worried you are. What do you take me for? A human trafficker? Yang Ning frowned as he looked at Xia Yan.
The look in this person's eyes was like that of a venomous snake, making others feel uncomfortable.
Ding Shan slammed the check onto the table, a check for 10 million.
Chen Rong also contributed, with a check for 50 million. Both of them, uneasy, spoke up at the same time to put it away.
Boss Chen immediately picked up the stone and moved toward the cutter. Guohan approached Yang Ning and whispered, Kid, are you sure?
You're certain Uncle Lu doesn't see the jadeite in the stone, but look at how much I'm investing 1 million myself. As the final cut approached without anything showing, Xia Yan loudly reassured them.
Boss Chen, don't worry, it's been cut as much as it can be. This is the final cut.
Anyway, I don't believe that kid can see the jadeite in this stone.
If someone else tries, the chances of it being green are less than 1 in 100.
He didn't care and shouted loudly, bring in the water.
Everyone else was startled. Could it be increasing?
Boss Chen smiled and said, in the past, when I heard of feng shui masters choosing tombs to find treasures, I thought it was all nonsense, but who would have thought this is actually the most reliable thing among all the unreliable ones? You're impressive. Now I have some faith in feng shui and face reading.
Or perhaps you really have the ability to see through this stone.
Ding Shan was in a panic.
Is it really jadeite?
Boss Chen corrected him, to be precise, it's red jade, but he doesn't understand.
Why is there red appearing? Could it be blood jade? Guohan was startled upon hearing this.
The others immediately seized the opportunity to place their bids. I'll buy this stone for 2 million.
Are you kidding?
That's blood jade.
I'll bid 5 million.
I'll buy it for 6 million.
We'll make the transaction here. I have the money ready.
My shop is nearby, and while the supply is scarce, give me the blood jade.
10 million.
Seeing the people fighting over the stone, Yang Ning felt quite confused. This time, he deeply realized how much attention was drawn when one cut a good stone. He muttered to himself in a fluster.
What should I do now?
The price has reached 10 million already.
Should I sell it? Or should I wait a bit longer until the system finishes upgrading? Then it will assess its value.
Seeing they misunderstood, Boss Chen had no choice but to clarify, Gentlemen, this is not blood jade, it's ice-seed red jade with a bright red color. There's not much of it, and making a pair of bracelets from it would be very difficult. The others were even more shocked upon hearing this.
Ice seed, the ice seed appeared in the Tian Yuan region. They began to argue and compete even more fiercely. Boss, I want to buy the rough stone.
I'll buy it all, I'll take everything.
Guohan smiled contentedly and said to Ding Shan, I've got the check right here. Xuebin was still confused. Ice seed. Dad, that's ice seed. Don't you feel anything about it? Bei Kang's face darkened, and tears flowed. These past few days, haven't I seen enough ice seed already?
Upon hearing this, he too couldn't hold back his tears.
That's right.
Originally, our family's rough stone had ice seed.
Do you think it's a bargain just because it's free? The onlookers kept talking non-stop. A few experts had previously said these two stones were worthless, didn't they? How come there's jadeite?
Normally, they'd be so proud of how skilled they are.
But now? One stone was lucky, but two stones still luck?
That kid from the Yang family cut both stones and they both had jadeite.
Could it be that a blind cat found a dead mouse? Chen Rong was already trembling with anger.
Ding Shan, irrationally furious, shouted, "Because you guys keep saying he's lucky, you've made us lose 50 million, and now we've lost all our face."
If someone rejects the bet, it's your problem. Xia Yan angrily interjected, "This is our issue, we spent all this money. We invited you here to make money, not to lose it."
Lei Xi suddenly appeared out of nowhere, saying, "When there are so many people around, you guys should argue less.
Hua Han isn't some kind of saint.
Besides, with so many witnesses, if you don't recover some of your dignity in less than 2 days, the people in this industry will twist the story until it's unrecognizable." Chen Rong and Xia Yan found his words reasonable and fell silent. Chen Rong started regretting it. He had initially planned to trap him, thinking the kid didn't understand stones, but now that he had brought the boy along, how were they going to handle this?
Xia Yan was unwilling to give up, whispering, planning for the right moment to act. This matter couldn't be let go so easily. Hua Han nonchalantly handed over the check. "This is the 5 million from me."
He also added this 10 million, which is also for you.
Yang Ning happily accepted. "Thank you, Uncle Lu." He teased, "You're not secretly thinking that I'm being stingy, are you?" Yang Ning answered honestly.
"Actually, I didn't do much, I just picked up 2 stones, said a few words, and someone rushed over to give money. I really didn't expect that someone with so much money would bring a fat pig to offer, even cleaned it and brought it to our doorstep, begging us to kill it."
Yang Ning entered the system space to check. "Strange, what's going on?"
"The check for 15 million has already been transferred to my card, the balance is 24 million, but the progress of the main mission, becoming a billionaire, is still stuck at 8 million.
Could it be that the system is still leveling up? Hua Han's voice brought him back to reality.
He explained, "Just now, some friends invited me to lunch and specifically asked me to bring you along."
Yang Ning showed doubt. They want me to go there? They're not trying to buy the red jade, are they?
Uncle Lu, I'll say it in advance, this red jade is staying with me.
I have no plans to sell it for now.
Hua Han immediately denied it. "It's not about that, they just want to consult with you. Feng Shui techniques for appraisal are very popular now, and it won't be long before it spreads in the industry."
"But this block of red jade, you're not keeping it for that little girl, are you?"
Yang Ning didn't deny it, but still gave another reason.
"I haven't figured out what to do with it yet. Mainly, I'm not short on money right now." He sincerely praised, "That's true, you're a student, so it's understandable that you don't spend much. Saving money is a good habit. If anyone wants to consult with you later, just talk to them.
The people here all have assets worth over 100 million. In today's world, to do business, you need to socialize widely. If I had understood these things when I was younger, I wouldn't have foolishly made enemies with so many people." Yang Ning smiled and reassured, "Don't worry, I know what I should do." After demonstrating his skills, the group of people who had previously mocked and looked down on his testing experience surrounded him to learn more.
"Master Yang, what insights did you gain from your inspection?" Yang Ning, not taking offense, kindly shared, "Insights? Well, actually, it's like this." The group quickly took notes and happily left. "Thank you for your sharing. After hearing it, I've learned a lot." He waved goodbye, sighing in frustration. It was so easy to fabricate things, yet so many people believed it. The task list popped up like a whirlwind, startling him. It brought good news: his supreme system had successfully upgraded. Yang Ning joyfully exclaimed, "Great!" Excited, he clicked to check what new features had been added. Yang Ning didn't choose to activate the reputation system, but instead selected to activate the first nobility system. Related annotations appeared as well. The nobility system enhances the effectiveness of the host's aura. Transactions in the shop will receive a discount, and attributes can also be increased.
As the nobility level rises, the effects grow stronger.
Reaching a certain rank in nobility grants even more benefits. He couldn't hide his joy. Isn't this the VIP level of the online game? What's my current rank?
After a quick action, the system displayed his rank as a commoner, with the halo, commerce, and attributes still locked.
Yang Ning was deeply disappointed.
These locked features seemed to be related to titles, and perhaps as his title increased, these functions would unlock. He regained his composure and began exploring other features. There was an option to upgrade titles, which required using prestige to exchange for title experience vouchers. For now, prestige cards could only be earned by accepting and completing prestige missions. At this moment, 3 new options appeared: Prestige List, Prestige Missions, and Merchant City Reputation.
Yan Ning muttered, I wonder what they sell in the Merchant City Reputation section.
He then clicked on Merchant City Reputation, and new items appeared: a doll, a torn item, and a primary title experience voucher.
Yang Ning complained, only 3 items?
Suddenly, he paused for a few seconds, staring at a golden egg wrapped in a purple ribbon in front of him, his excitement growing a little.
This egg isn't bad, it looks like a golden egg. It's a lucky draw egg, with a certain chance of getting a high-level item. If I'm lucky, what's inside this egg must be worth a lot.
His eyes then lit up.
I'll buy this. How do I buy it?
He spent a verification note, which could improve the level of the verification process, at least allowing him to verify superior items.
Is this the lowest verification level?
Then this appraisal decree is something I must get. The system notification appeared: the next reload will be in 9 hours, 51 minutes, and 29 seconds. Yan Ning read the note: items sold in Merchant City Reputation have a time limit, and once the time runs out, the item will automatically be replaced. After reading it, he held his head in worry, sweat dripping down his forehead.
With less than 10 hours left, the price of the egg was 19 reputation tokens. He had to complete the reputation quest in time to gather 19 tokens. Yan Ning quickly calmed himself and checked the reputation quests first.
Upon inspection, he saw that the list showed 3 completed reputation tasks.
Leading the trend. I admire you. Someone likes you.
He was a little surprised that he had already completed 3 tasks.
The details of each quest appeared one by one. Reputation quest, leading the trend.
Quest details: the player must use independent actions and methods to create a completely new experience in life, skills, commerce, entertainment, and the public, creating a resonance that stirs up an entire industry.
Current progress, 1 out of 1, completed.
Reputation quest reward, plus 300 to race, 5 reputation tokens. Yan Ning paused for a moment, thinking: independent action, completely new experience, creating resonance that stirs up an entire industry.
Did I really do that?
Suddenly, he turned around in shock. The bright, focused gazes staring at his back confirmed his thoughts. It turned out that his completely new experience of independent action was relying on feng shui to appraise stones.
The status window continues to blink. Task: I admire you a lot.
Task details: the host, with their unique charm and personality, has won the favor of 50 people.
Current progress, 50 out of 50 completed.
Task reward: 300 social network reputation points, 3 fame cards.
Yang Ning evaluated quietly.
Back in school, continuously breaking records had made Teacher La spend a lot. This time, everything about the exhibition having the favor of 50 people was completely normal. As for the task: someone likes you, task details: you, with your unique charm and work principles, have earned the affection and respect of others. Starting today, your life and the lives of many others will be closely interconnected. Fate is very miraculous, not fictional.
At least your life has become brilliant. Current progress, 1 out of 1 completed. Yang Ning immediately brightened up.
I remember this task was the starting task back in school, offering 100 social network reputation points and a fame card. Now, I've accumulated a total of 9 cards, just need to get 10 more. I decided to check if there were any other tasks I could complete right now. The system immediately recommended, task friend reputation 10,000. Task details, the host, with their unique charm and personality, has earned the favor of 100 people. Current progress, 63 out of 100 in progress. Task reward, 500 social network reputation points, 5 fame cards, and 1 good deed. Task details, the host does any good deed. The current progress is at 0, with 1 ongoing. The reward is a reputation honor race 50, and 1 reputation card. The daily reputation task is to store materials, with the detailed contribution being 1 normal quality crafted item. After the item is contributed, it will disappear. The dream of a small house reputation reward is 300, with 2 reputation cards. The daily reputation task is to store 2 materials. The detailed contribution is 1 normal quality artwork. After the item is contributed, it will disappear. The current progress is 0, with 1 ongoing. The dream of a small house reputation reward is 300, with 2 reputation cards. Yang Ning furrowed his brows, thinking. These 3 daily tasks aren't too difficult. The hardest one is the first, where friends must be over 10,000 years old. Currently, he has the favor of 63 people and needs to work a little harder to reach the goal of 37 more. The 2 Jadeite exhibitions had given him the chance to fully showcase his abilities. Fortunately, Uncle Lu reminded him, or he wouldn't have gained so much favor from so many people. Finally, he clenched his fists with determination. He was going to take the plunge. A girl suddenly approached him and said, "Hello." The man beside her politely extended his hand and introduced himself, "I'm one. I've heard that your method of stone appraisal is very unique. I wonder if I could ask you for some advice." Yang Ning smiled, shook his hand in return. "Master One, hello." He took the business card and quickly skimmed it. Wenwenhao's card didn't have any useful information. At the very least, it should have the company name, position, or address. After thinking for a moment, he rubbed his head and gave a wry smile. "When Master, I'm so sorry, I don't have a business card." "So," he responded cheerfully, "it's fine. This meeting is just to get to know you. I'll address you like this, hope you don't mind?" He also acted in a friendly manner, "I don't mind. Then I'll call you Brother One." He laughed politely and introduced further, "All right, good brothers, this is my wife, Zhou Hui." Yang Ning respectfully said, "Hello, sister-in-law." She nudged Wenhao in the stomach and gave him a sharp glance, a clear warning. This guy is usually never serious about anything. "Brother Yang, I heard that you managed to cut a piece of red jade this time. Could I have a look?" Yang Ning didn't refuse, taking the stone out to show her, "Sister-in-law, this is the red jade." His eyes quickly displayed the information on the red jade stone, and he found that it was a raw red jade of exceptionally high quality. The item was rated for its retained value, and the bright red color of the jade was clear and vivid. This jade was smooth and fine, striking and captivating, highly favored, and was considered a high-grade jade that symbolized good fortune. Its value was around 564,203 RMB. Yang Ning reminded himself, almost forgetting to estimate its value. Next time, he definitely needed to appraise the value of that wooden box. Zhou Hui looked at him and asked, "Brother Yang, could you examine this stone for me?" Yang Ning didn't hesitate to take the stone and replied, "Sure." He then focused intently on the stone outside. A few seconds later, Yang Ning began to comment, "This stone's color looks like it's been calcified. It must be very dry inside, with no signs of absorbing nutrients from the outside. It's withered within. This type of stone appears in the wrong era and the wrong place. If it had appeared in the spiritual energy of the Earth's surface, it would definitely have become a precious jade." He silently scorned it, bluntly calling it a defective product. Wenhao wholeheartedly agreed, thinking to himself, "Listen to this, what he says makes perfect sense. Even someone like me, who's not an expert, can understand." He speaks so convincingly, unlike those so-called masters with little skill but unpleasant personalities, who start showing off after saying just 2 or 3 sentences. Zhou Hui also agreed, exactly, when we go back, we should study feng shui and geomancy. The others, aware of Yang Ning's abilities, fully trusted this feng shui master's judgment, believing him far more reliable than those gem experts.
This isn't something you can just learn on a whim.
The key is finding a feng shui master to help us examine the stone.
Hiring a feng shui master is much cheaper. With the money we have, we could invite 5 or 6 of them.
He felt quite pleased inside, as this was a sign of the rising popularity of feng shui and geomancy experts. Just then, Guohan walked over with quick steps. It's time for lunch. They've prepared a private room for us, let's go there. Yang Ning turned to bid farewell. All right, brother Wen, sister-in-law, I'll go eat first.
We'll continue our conversation next time.
They both smiled and waved. Go ahead, we'll meet again another time.
After seeing the two leave, the couple stopped pretending. The deep calculations seemed to be plainly written across their faces. Zhou Hui spoke up to confirm, doesn't he look just like him?
Wen Hao frowned and replied, exactly like they were cast from the same mold.
Coincidentally, he's also surnamed Yang.
If it weren't for that Manhua accent, I'd have thought he came from the capital. She smiled inquisitively.
Aren't you curious about his background? He answered immediately, who says I'm not interested? Don't you think it's quite delightful to meet such an intriguing young man in a small place like this?
Zhou Hui poked Wen Hao's head and laughed reproachfully, you only know how to play around.
Don't forget the purpose of our trip this time. He burst out laughing. You still don't trust me to handle things?
Meanwhile, on Yang Ning's side, even though he had already taken his seat at the dining table, quite a few people still crowded around him, most of them asking him to appraise stones.
One man bent forward and said, could you take a look at this stone for me? Another quickly took the chance to squeeze in. This one too.
Yang Ning didn't work for free. As he helped them, he silently encouraged himself. 9 more people with favorable impressions of me, that makes 72 in total.
I have to keep pushing harder.
Just as the thought crossed his mind, someone came over to offer him a drink.
Come on, brother, let me toast you, don't be shy.
In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere around him, the table where Xia Yan and Chen Rong sat was utterly silent. Suddenly, Chen Rong slammed the table and stood up, his voice rising in anger. Guohan's taken all the glory, where does that leave our dignity?
We must come up with a plan. Elder Liao never held much regard for Yang Ning, so he showed great contempt.
The other party is just a kid who hasn't even gotten rid of his snot, knows only a little. In the afternoon, the 100,000 square meter area and the 1 million square meter area will open.
We are confident we will turn the tables and restore your honor. Xia Yan gritted his teeth and reminded him. Master Liao, the things you said earlier weren't like this.
He nervously tried to explain, this matter isn't just about your honor, it's also about our livelihood. If we really let the feng shui and fortune telling take the upper hand, then we'll have to pack up and leave this industry. Chen Rong stepped forward to offer encouragement, saying, well said, Master Liao, let's put today behind us. As long as you turn the situation around, once everything is settled, everyone will receive a big envelope. Lei Ci sat with his hands clasped, his imposing demeanor sealing the matter.
That's more like it. Everyone must regain their own dignity.
As long as you're sincere, any issue can be resolved.
At this point, Guohan had pulled Yang Ning aside to have a chat.
He began, the secretary who came to your school that day was probably here for this matter.
Yang Ning asked, confused, what matter?
Guohan paused for a moment, then seriously began to explain, it's related to a government project. A street near the Sanzhongnan area is going to be developed, turning it into a large commercial center that will include shopping, entertainment, and dining areas. He came to Sanzhong, probably to discuss land issues.
The new school's address has already been confirmed. Coincidentally, you're in charge of the construction of the school.
He suddenly emphasized, kid, don't underestimate this project. If it's confirmed, Nanhu's economy will reach a new level. I heard that the higher-ups want to invite Ning Kaishan from our province to participate and invest in the construction.
Yang Ning fell into deep thought. Ning Kaishan?
Hua Han curiously looked at him.
What are you thinking, kid? Yang Ning startled and waved his hand. Oh, nothing at all.
He only quietly stared at him, without asking further.
Hua Han shook the wine glass in his hand.
This afternoon, the Alpha District opens, as well as the 100,000 and 10,000 districts. Today, we finally felt the allure of jade stones.
It's not something to be taken lightly. This stuff can easily make people addicted.
Remember, kid, don't get too lost in the stone betting. Although you're skilled, it's still gambling, 9 parts loss to 1 part win.
Yang Ning felt a bit unhappy.
From beginning to end, it seemed like he was the one enjoying the feeling of having 50 million.
Wasn't it him who brought me into this fei chui stone exhibition in the first place?
Without saying another word, Hua Han turned and walked away, leaving behind only one sentence: maybe this afternoon, those moths from this morning will dive headfirst into it, and we'll have a plan for revenge.
Don't be complacent.
Yang Ning felt used when he saw him walk away so decisively.
Didn't he just say not to get too immersed? Isn't this exactly what he wants me to take action on?
After a while, both of them entered the banquet hall together.
Schweben gritted his teeth and whispered, "Those 3 brats have arrived."
Bokong silently thought to himself, now that he had switched jobs to the Changyang Group and was the vice president of the newly established gemstone company. Although his position was high and influential, it was hard to earn the respect of others. He needed to accomplish something noteworthy to prove himself. With this in mind, he turned to his son and said, "Let's go, we'll head over there." At the gemstone area, Yang Ning picked up a stone and said to those around him, "This stone is likely to undergo a significant transformation."
Wen Hao appeared confused. "What do you mean by that, cousin?"
Yang Ning immediately responded with expertise, "Brother one, look at the veins on this raw stone. They rise and fall, some are large, others small, and in some places, they form a circle. Moreover, there are veins on both the left and right as a foundation, and the distance between the veins varies from narrow to wide. In short, this stone is definitely worth betting on. It will likely contain fei chui, but once it's cut, the quality is hard to predict." A blond man smiled in flattery. "Since Master Yang has said so, then at least this stone isn't hollow inside. Let's place the bet."
Bastian quickly took action.
After cutting the stone, he spoke up, "It's green inside, but it's a low-grade variety, meaning it doesn't have much value." The man was overjoyed and said, "This is the first time I've cut fei chui."
"Thank you so much, Master Yang.
Although this fei chui isn't worth much, it will be a memorable experience for me."
He then emotionally shook Yang Ning's hand. "Thank you."
The others were even more impressed. The reputation is well deserved.
Amazing, truly amazing. Master Yang's skills are extraordinary. Don't let his young age fool you.
He also felt a sense of joy in his heart. It was great that 4 more people now had a favorable impression of him. Suddenly, an employee came to deliver a message. "Mr. Liu, President Hong would like to invite you to the $100 million zone. He says there's a business deal he'd like to discuss with you."
Hua Han nodded, signaling that he understood, and turned to smile. "Kid, let's head over to the $100 million zone." The others overheard and began chattering, wanting to follow. "Master Yang is already in the $100 million zone, it's going to be a huge show, should we go watch?"
"Let's go." Schweben also joined in with the crowd, saying to Bei Kong, "Dad, let's go in too, but to enter the $100 million zone, you need to purchase raw stones worth at least 10 million, or they'll be turned away by the exhibition staff." Bo Kong calmly addressed his son's concerns. "This time, Director Li has set the condition at 30 million. It doesn't matter whether we buy raw stones or bid on fei chui, we meet the requirements to participate. It's not like before when we were at the Lin family, where everything had to be appraised before buying, and we had no say in the matter. As the saying goes, the tree with the thickest trunk has the most nutrients."
"Let's go, we're going in."
Bo Kong then carefully reminded, "Be modest later."
Not everyone gets the chance to step into the $100 million zone. At least, people better than you and me are allowed in. Got it? He confidently assured, "Don't worry, Dad, your son is no fool. I know how to handle the situation." Chen Rong eagerly asked Xia Yan, "Guahan and that brat have already entered the $100 million zone. Should we go in too?" He hesitated slightly.
Suddenly, a seasoned voice cut through their conversation.
"Isn't that Master Xie?" The two turned around in astonishment. Xia Yan called out in surprise. "Master Kong?" Banjin smiled with humble courtesy. "What an honor Master Xie still remembers me."
Xia Yan, delighted, brought a chair and placed it beside him.
"Oh my, is that truly Master Kong? Please, have a seat."
Then he turned and loudly addressed everyone in the banquet hall, introducing him. "Master Kong, the city's foremost antiques appraiser, knows more about stone extraction than anyone. Not only is he the president of the Gemstone Association, he is also a geologist." Everyone who heard this crowded around, flattering him. "Master Kong is incredible, we've heard his name for ages." They had previously heard Master Xie mention Master Kong but had never met him. To behold him today was a dream come true. Chen Rong, knowing his place, trembled as he assumed his role. If Master Kong had arrived a little earlier, we wouldn't have been forced into that pile.
He's wondering why we were put into the pile. Who would do such a thing?
He immediately began to wail, pointing fingers.
It was Guahan from Nanhu. Chen Rong forced a sorrowful expression as he recounted.
Guahan fancies himself the eastern boss of this place and behaves arrogantly and tyrannically. He forced me to stake stones with him and beat us out of 50 million. Those who had witnessed the truth exchanged glances, unwilling to speak it for fear of inviting more trouble. They secretly despised him. What kind of person would brazenly turn black into white?
Banjin, gullible and frowning in judgment. "Guahan, I hear this fellow even has some social standing.
Who would have thought he'd act like a bully and run amok?" He even boasted loudly, "Everyone relax, I'll call the exhibition center and have them punish these lawless thugs." Seeing Banjin pull out his phone to contact the center, Xia Yan hurriedly stopped him.
"Don't, Master Kong, don't rile him up."
He wasn't exactly kind-hearted, he was calculating privately. He feared that if things escalated that far they'd be deeply humiliated, and worse, offend Master Kong. He had no idea, he only thought they were frightened and so had spoken to reassure them.
Do they plan to butter him up and make nice? What nonsense! He's only a thug, why fear his revenge? Xia Yan flashed a smile and began to prod.
"Master Kong, after all, we've already lost. I want to wager once more to beat him back. There's a saying, lose money, but don't lose face. If you fall, rise from where you fell." A righteous fire surged through Banjin, he sat down in anger.
"You want to gamble with that thug again?
Fine, if he dares play, I'll make sure he crawls home." He pretended to show concern, but beside Guahan stood a prodigy young in years yet versed in feng shui and physiognomy. He already guessed which stones contained jade.
"Even if I invited appraisal experts, we might not win." The old man snapped, "Feng shui and physiognomy? Superstitious nonsense. What era do you think this is that people still believe such things? Ridiculous. This pernicious cult should have been eradicated 30 years ago." Banjin couldn't hold back any longer.
He slammed the table and declared firmly, "This time, I'll take the lead for you guys. I'll bet against that thug and that fortune teller too." Chen Rong and Xia Yan exchanged mischievous grins. This was exactly what they'd been waiting for. A few others who disliked Yang Ning also cheered excitedly. "With Master Kong leading the charge, victory is ours.
Let's go to the Million District." At the Million District, Guahan was in the middle of a business discussion. "You want to take part in Nanhu City's new shopping street renovation project? I agree to help you make that connection.
Tomorrow, we'll meet with the city council members together." Dui Rong shook his hand heartily, laughing out loud.
All right. Hearing a commotion, Both men turned toward the entrance.
A group led by Banjin swaggered through the door.
Gua Hun frowned in irritation and sneered, "A bunch of lingering ghosts that just won't go away."
Shenrong leaned in and whispered to the old man, "Master Kong, that's him." Following his gaze, one could clearly see a young man smiling brightly at the person in front of him.
That person was none other than Yang Ning.
Sensing that someone was watching him, he instinctively turned his head. Banjin stood some distance away, staring intently at him as if sizing him up.
Yang Ning couldn't help but think to himself, "Who's this old guy? Has he lost his mind, staring at me like that? I didn't offend him, did I?"
He frowned and muttered under his breath. The old man suddenly lost his temper and shouted, "You brat!
What did you just say?" Yang Ning was startled out of his wits.
"I said that so quietly, how the hell did he even hear me?"
Banjin pointed at his own eyes and said, "Just because the ears can't hear doesn't mean the eyes are bad. I can see perfectly well." Only then did he realize what was going on. Gua Hun and Yang Ning stood side by side, facing Banjin.
Both sides were seriously sizing each other up.
The old man looked at him and remarked, "You must be that fellow who likes spreading superstitious nonsense, aren't you?" Then he turned to Gua Hun and declared, "And you must be the thug who bullies others, right?" As expected, birds of a feather flocked together. "One big, one small, neither of you looks like anything good." He whispered curiously to Yang Ning, "Did this old man take the wrong medicine or something? Why is he so angry?"
Yang Ning glanced at Shenrong and Xiaoyan, who were smugly standing behind the old man, and guessed, "They must have bad-mouthed us behind our backs. I wonder how viciously they described us to make this old man so hostile toward us."
Gua Hun didn't care in the slightest. "Forget it. People have mouths, they'll talk. If you can't shut them up, just let them be. I despise the kind of vile, shameless cowards who thrive on slander."
Yang Ning agreed, adding, "And those muddle-headed fools who can't tell right from wrong, believing whatever they hear." Although Banjin couldn't hear them, he could tell they meant no good. Furious, he shouted, "You little brat! Didn't your parents teach you to respect your elders? Don't think I don't know what you're whispering about." Yang Ning ignored him completely and continued talking to Gua Hun. "Who exactly is this old man anyway?" He shook his head and replied, "I don't know if the people invited this time are all guests from various places, many of whom your uncle is not familiar with." The old man seemed to have heard this and interjected, "No need to ask anymore, I have nothing to hide from you." Banjin arrogantly introduced himself, "My name is Kong Banjin, from Xiayang City. I have been studying geology and stratigraphy for nearly 50 years, and I am also a friend of Mr. Xia." Then, he cleared his throat and added in a probing tone, "I heard that he owes you nearly 60 million, is that true?" Gua Hun openly acknowledged, "Yes, that's the case." After hearing this, Banjin responded sarcastically, "If you've come all the way to this $100 million area without cutting a few stones, a thug like you must feel unsatisfied, right?" He gritted his teeth in anger but, maintaining propriety, muttered under his breath, "Calling me an old thug, why don't you just die already?" Yang Ning naturally interjected, "If you're going to play, just play. Who would ever turn down money?" Gua Hun also agreed with that sentiment. "All right, let's play." The old man proudly declared, "Ah, the reckless youth. Don't blame me for taking advantage of my age. Today, let me teach you a lesson on behalf of the elders, and show you what it means to respect the elderly and be humble." Yang Ning, seeing his confidence, was utterly confused. "Which elder are you talking about?" Unable to hold back, he criticized directly, "Stop rambling. How are we playing this game? Just say it. When he wins, he'll act all high and mighty because of his age." Banjin gritted his teeth in anger and snapped, "What did you say? You little brat, I'm really curious how your elders usually teach you, you don't even have a bit of basic courtesy." Yang Ning felt that there was no need to observe formalities with such a person, so he directly cursed at his face. "Old dog, are you done talking?" The man was clearly intimidated by the forceful attitude.
Guahan also realized that Yang Ning was genuinely angry. The killing intent is so strong. This kid.
Despite that, the old man remained silent and just watched him. Banjin murmured in slight fear, I just felt a deathly omen pass by.
Xia Yan immediately stepped forward to comfort the old man. Master Kong, don't waste words on him. Banjin nodded. I understand.
Let's make a bet, a 1-to-1 ratio. Each person will choose 3 stones, and the value after being cut will determine the winner.
Yang Ning calmly accepted. Fine, let's play.
The old man raised his voice as if lecturing.
Don't rush, this is a fair game. If the total value determines the winner, there needs to be a judge, right? Suddenly, someone loudly nominated themselves. Can I be the judge? Another person also stepped forward. I, Dui Rong, am also interested. From the crowd, an authoritative voice rang out. I'm also very interested.
Someone was startled to recognize that it was none other than Manager Zhong, the person in charge of the exhibition. Not far away, a girl in a red cheongsam spoke, then I'll join in the fun as well. She was Li Jinhua. Another young man, dressed in a smart suit, also came forward to nominate himself.
Leave the last spot for me. I'm bored, so I came to join the fun.
The crowd became even more excited when they saw him.
Everyone called him the third young master Hua Hai, his reputation on par with Bui Yongxian and Liu Ci. Dui Rong turned to greet him. Shifei, you're here too? He responded politely. Hello, uncle.
Yu Shu respectfully bowed.
He's here as well.
Those who self-nominated really were an exceptional panel of judges. Banjin nodded in agreement.
I agree. Guahan had no reason to refuse and agreed immediately. Wen Hao excitedly spoke to Zhou Hui. This is so interesting. Uncle Yang really knows how to play. She quickly straightened up. You're getting all excited too. All you ever do is play. Who do you think will win this time? He confidently raised an eyebrow, as if there were any question. Of course it'll be our Uncle Yang.
Everyone eagerly urged, let's start then, you can choose your stones now.
Shifei suddenly spoke to Yang Ning. Young man, I'm rooting for you, good luck.
He was a bit surprised but still responded sincerely, thank you. The banquet hall was bustling at this moment, and Banjin was carefully watching each stone brought forward.
He decisively pointed to one and said, I choose this one.
Yang Ning silently acknowledged to himself impressive. As for Kong Banjin's personality, that was another matter, but he definitely had skill, so he had to be cautious in dealing with him. He smiled and chose the largest stone.
I'll take this one. Shifei suggested, Master Kong, before you cut, how do you assess the rough stones of your opponent?
Yang Ning agreed without hesitation, I'll take a look first. He observed the stone of Banjin and remarked, among these veins in the stone, there is one distinct line. The veins at the front are radiant, extending on all sides left, right, front, and back.
The vein at the top points upwards, this is called BIV and white cloud.
This vein aligns with the natural forces of the heavens and earth, in harmony with the principles of yin and yang, the 5 elements.
It symbolizes prosperity and good fortune. This is indeed a stone that holds treasures. However, Master Kong's demeanor was unimpressive, though he clearly had skill.
He snorted in anger, then turned away. Banjin continued to offer his opinion with an air of superiority, your stone is passable, the luck is not bad. It's a decent original stone with competitive potential, though the quality is not particularly good.
At best, it's mediocre. It's certainly not better than mine. Looks like I've won this round. In contrast, Yang Ning remained quite humble, I wouldn't dare to speak so casually. The old man gave him a sneer, casually? And you think you're worthy to say that?
When I was cutting stones with a knife, your father hadn't even been born yet.
Yang Ning gritted his teeth, trying to suppress his anger. He stepped forward to interrogate, asking, Master Kong, under what identity are you participating in this contest? Banjin dismissed it with a wave of his hand. What identity? It doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with this bet between you and me.
Yang Ning immediately seized the opportunity for a counterattack. So, that means someone hired you.
You're just a pawn paving the way for the knight, a mere hunting dog, understand? Watch your mouth. The master hasn't even spoken yet, and you dare be so rude? He was angry but couldn't deny it. He could only shout a few basic insults. You insolent brat, Yang Ning, you've gotten too bold and gained the upper hand. I initially thought, as a senior in the academic field, you would understand decorum, exercise restraint, and have accomplished much. But in front of so many people, you speak in such vile and vulgar terms. In the past, there was Mr. Li Zhongguang, who pioneered the field of geophysics, and later, Mr. Huang Qing-shui, who proposed the theory of multi-cycle tectonic movement. Those two were the shining stars of geology. What has Master Kong achieved? Banjin hesitated for a long time, only managing to say, I. You have no shame, he yelled, shut your filthy mouth, old dog. You've lived barely over 70 years, and you dare flap your gums, stand before me and call yourself a geologist, a stratigrapher? You're nothing but a dog scratching at bones, and you dare make noise in front of me. I've never met anyone as shameless and thick-skinned as you. Banjin, furious, was at a loss for words. His blood pressure spiked, and the accumulated frustration caused him to cough up blood and fall backward. Chen Rong and Xia Yan rushed to support him. Master Kong. Shi Fei laughed heartily. Wen Hao nodded in agreement, seems like the part where Kong Ming scolded Wang Lang. Zhou Hui added, a true talent. Xia Yan tried to defend, you little brat, don't speak so disrespectfully. Master Kong, after all, is. Before he could finish, Yang Ning interrupted, you want to compete in rhetoric with me? Guohan, quite interested, was eager to show off Yang Ning's achievements. I know a few things about this kid, how about I tell you? Manager Zhong spoke up to mediate. Alright, everyone, we're in the middle of a competition. How about we all back off a little and let this matter go? He turned to the staff beside him and ordered, cut these 2 stones. Bastian quickly started the cutting machine. After a moment of observation, he turned and announced, Master Kong's stone has risen in value, it's a gem grade. Xia Yan and Chen Rong were quite pleased with themselves, while Banjin smiled provocatively, kid, let's see how you'll match up against us. Bastian eagerly brought out the remaining stone. Alright, I'll cut the next one. Yang Ning suddenly raised his hand to object, wait a minute. Guohan asked in surprise, what's going on? Chen Rong laughed triumphantly, what's this? Planning to admit defeat and show some sense? Yang Ning calmly stated his request, I almost forgot if this is a bet, shouldn't we place some stakes? A judge, smiling, pushed the decision back to them, we're just the judges, how much you bet and how much you put up is up to you too. Chen Rong confidently raised 2 fingers, 20 million. Let's see what's hidden in your stone. Yang Ning looked on indifferently, you're willing to bet 20 million? Are you not confident in your own judgment, or is 20 million all you have? To save face, Chen Rong gritted his teeth and raised the bet, fine, 30 million. Yang Ning casually raised the stakes, I'll put up 50 million. Take it or leave it. Zhu Sun sighed, understanding the situation. He feared that Chen Rong and his group would be left penniless. The entire hall was stunned. 50 million? Xia Yan and Chen Rong saw that he was betting such a large amount and began to feel anxious. Banjin, furious, snapped, betting with him to cut the army's ranks is ridiculous. Elder Liao insisted on betting 50 million, and that was final, no more discussion. Yang Ning was still not satisfied and raised his voice to stop them, wait. Chen Rong, impatient, shot him a glance, what now? What exactly do you want? Yang Ning smiled and clarified, this is just a bet between us, it doesn't count as the wager for the entire 3-game match in February. You can treat the 50 million wager just now as a private bet. Guohan felt a bit uneasy. Was this kid Yang Ning alright?
The stakes were getting higher and higher, already beyond his comfort zone.
He turned to ask the elder, Uncle Lu, you won't blame me for making this decision on my own, right? Guahan looked straight into his eyes, searching for an answer. Kid, I'm just asking you, how confident are you in winning? Yang Ning didn't respond verbally, but his eyes and confident smile spoke volumes, saying 100%.
He still hesitated a little, mentally calculating the stakes of this bet, combining both the private and main wagers.
It was definitely over 100 million.
Winning would naturally be great, but if they lost,
while it wouldn't lead to bankruptcy, it would certainly cause significant damage to their vitality.
For some reason, he felt that compared to the millions at stake, this kid Yang Ning was far more important.
The boy could face challenges head on. He was a genius.
He clenched his fists, making a decision. I'll take the risk and go crazy with it. Then he resolutely pointed at the group of people and shouted loudly, 100 million, how much are you all willing to bet?
I'll match whatever you stake. Xia Yan, Ban Jin, and Chen Rong all, without agreement, thought at the same time, could it be that Guahan has gone mad? Is he really trying to play a game that could shake the heavens and the earth? Everyone around them looked skeptical. 100 million?
That's not even counting the first round of 50 million. After that, who knows how much more will be bet. This amount of money in this game is truly unprecedented. The father and son, Xuebin, were left speechless, crazy, really crazy.
At this rate, it's probably over 200 million. Shifei watched the drama with amusement.
This kid was quite interesting. Dui Rong and CM, on the other hand, remained calm and quietly enjoyed the betting spectacle.
Nangong showed clear anticipation. Boss Lu is not impulsive by nature. Suddenly, I'm really looking forward to the next bet.
Upon hearing the enormous betting amount, Manager Zhong whispered to his assistant next to him, giving some instructions.
Xia Yan hesitated and then discussed it. Master Kong, did you hear Banjin's firm reply? Do you trust me? I can't sit this one out either.
How about this, I'll put in 20 million. He confidently exclaimed, the stones we cut have ice inclusions, the original rock worth a few hundred is unlikely to produce high-quality fei chui.
Don't think that kid can just pick up any stones and get a quality one with inclusions, right? Chen Rong and Xia Yan were stunned, exchanging a glance. Xia Yan looked at his group, signaling to make a decision.
If Master Kong has said that, then it's settled. We all should go ahead and place our bets without hesitation.
He stepped forward confidently, his smile betraying his excitement. Xia Yan declared boldly, in that case, 100 million.
The people who had eagerly placed their bets were left speechless.
What? 100 million? Oh my god.
Manager Zhong Trk, a bit curious, glanced at the scene. Even Bastian couldn't help but be impressed, remarking how the city folks really knew how to play, and it had even stirred him up. As the stonecutter sawed through the block, everyone held their breath in anticipation. Chen Rong and Xia Yan's group was a mix of nervousness and hope, while the judges, watching with the curiosity of spectators, seemed to enjoy the drama. Only Yang Ning and Guahan appeared unusually calm, as 100 million was no small amount. Boss Chen's face changed color as he stared intently at the stone, a patch of emerald appearing after the cut.
He gasped in amazement, heavens, it's ice species.
He stressed the two words, Man Lu. The entire hall erupted in excitement, ice species, and its high-quality ice species.
Master Kong was in big trouble now.
This kid is incredible, the quality of this jade is almost on par with fei chui.
Wen Hao smiled serenely, see?
I told you my nephew Yang would win.
Zhou Hui, wide-eyed and impressed, nodded in agreement with her husband. Yang Ning is no simple character. He might become a big figure in the future. Guahan laughed joyfully, we won, we won.
Chen Rong collapsed, crying loudly.
It's impossible, it's impossible. Banjin stubbornly insisted on a recheck.
Cut from the back, Banjin continued.
Some people supported this. Cut some more. The boss Chen followed the instructions. After cutting, he was even more excited. The back part was also green. A young entrepreneur eagerly offered 400 million. Yang Master, President Liu, I wonder if you'd consider selling this raw material?
Guohan skillfully handed the matter over to Yang Ning.
You'll need to ask him. Yang Ning smiled and declined. This stone belongs to him, it has nothing to do with me. I need this fei chui for myself, so I'm not selling it. Sorry, you can negotiate with the other party.
The person then turned to Chen Rong and Bonjin to haggle.
Mr. Chen, I'll offer 10 million for this raw material, would you sell it to me? He reluctantly shouted, what do you mean by this? How could you buy from them for 40 million? You can buy from us for 20 million, are you looking down on others?
It was clear to everyone that their stone was inferior to Yang Ning's, but he still shamelessly said that, which made many people laugh out loud. The person still tried to persuade him.
The quality of these two fei chui stones is different. Yours is of lower quality.
Chen Rong arrogantly turned his head to refuse.
Not for sale.
Bonjin, however, was anxious to make a deal.
23 million, take it if you agree. He quickly intervened.
Master Kong saw that they still dared to haggle, and the young businessman's face darkened as he turned and left.
Forget it, it's not worth it.
The three of them were shaken, as if pierced by thousands of arrows. Manager Zhong smiled and remarked, it seems there's no need for any further scoring.
In this round, Boss Liu wins.
I don't want anyone to stir things up during the next round.
No matter what your intentions are, wait until the game is over before you act.
The young businessman awkwardly scratched his head. Uncle, I won't do it again next time, don't be mad, I'm just going for a walk.
The entire hall was once again in an uproar. Uncle?
Chen Rong and Xia Yan felt as if they had been struck by lightning. The guy was related to Manager Zhong. Had they known in advance, they wouldn't need 20 million, they would have sold for a mere 10 million.
Both of them secretly cried in regret.
Now, not only had they failed to establish a connection, they had also offended someone.
Guohan raised the check, looking at them provocatively. Xia Yan anxiously asked, Master Kong, what should we do in the next round?
Chen Rong, still not giving up, urgently pressed, Master Kong, we need to find a way to win back a round. The old man's face flushed red as he tried to calm them down. Don't rush, let me think for a moment.
A blonde-haired man from their side suddenly raised his hand and suggested, I'd like to speak privately with Boss Liu, is that okay?
Chen Rong and Xia Yan were stunned and cursed inwardly, traitor.
Guohan hesitated and looked at Yang Ning.
Receiving his approval, he respectfully extended his hand.
Boss Liu, let's go over there and talk.
Seeing the two of them leave with smiles on their faces, Xia Yan and Chen Rong gritted their teeth in anger. These people actually betrayed us before the battle even began, and drew the attention of so many others.
How can he show his face in the industry after this? Not long after, Elder Liang and Guohan had joined hands in cooperation. Yang Ning approached to inquire, so you've turned the war into peace?
Guohan gave a deep smile. Not only that, but it's a win-win for both sides, establishing some cooperative relationships that we've been too lazy to consider before. He felt a surge of excitement inside. With this change, he would finally have the opportunity to expand beyond Nanhu City, maybe even leave Jiangning City.
Dui Rong slowly spoke up, does everyone still want to continue? Xia Yan and Chen Rong exchanged glances, full of panic and hesitation. Guohan jumped in provocatively, want to withdraw?
It might be fine for others, but not for you guys. They clenched their teeth and retorted, that guy with the surname Liu, don't think we're afraid of him.
Don't underestimate others.
Guohan was waiting for this moment, immediately setting the price, 100 million.
Xia Yan instantly frowned, Guohan, do you really want to force us into a corner? Guohan calmly replied, force you into a corner? The stone hasn't even been picked yet, and you're already conceding defeat.
Mr. Xia, when did your courage become so small? The two of them were left speechless, only able to mutter one word, you.
Chen Rong was the first to relent, 100 million is too much. Guohan smirked at them. It's always the same story, no money. I'm the one putting up 100 million, and yet you won't even dare to play. Each of your fortunes is worth hundreds of millions, are you all just making things up? Yang Ning also came to join in the fun.
A group of pompous people, claiming to be billionaires, yet none of them dared to bet even 100 million combined, still haggling in front of so many people.
Truly shameless. Because of his pride, the man shouted recklessly, I'll bet, I'll bet. Guohan sneered, do you really have enough money? This time, I won't accept the check anymore. What if it can't be exchanged?
Wait, I need to exchange these 2 checks first.
Yang Ning unexpectedly noticed something, a stone.
What he was looking at was a rough stone, with no special veins or patterns. Bei Kong stared at it carefully, wondering what he was up to.
He muttered impatiently, is he interested in this stone?
Just as Yang Ning was about to pick up the stone, someone faster snatched it away.
That shameless Schweben even called out cheerfully, Boss, this stone is mine. Bei Kong was secretly pleased, well done. Yang Ning frowned and looked at him, what do you mean by that?
Schweben only gave him a provocative look, if I like this stone, of course, I'm going to buy it.
Yang Ning gritted his teeth and warned, don't go too far. Schweben remained completely unfazed, I'm just buying a stone, and you're saying it's too much?
Besides, whether I buy it or not has nothing to do with you.
Bei Kong even defended his son irrationally, that's right. No one else has bought it or reserved it.
It's completely reasonable for us to buy it.
Guohan angrily cursed, a shameless, despicable scoundrel. Truly, like father, like son. Neither of them is any good.
Yang Ning turned to ask Judge Manager Zhong, earlier you said that outsiders are not allowed to interfere with the match.
Is it acceptable for them to do so? Xia Yan quickly interrupted, wait a minute, who says they're outsiders with no involvement?
Then he leaned in and whispered to Schweben, do you too have a grudge against Guohan? Schweben nodded, we have a lifelong feud with that brat. Upon hearing this, Xia Yan's face lit up with joy, then how about joining our side for a match against him?
You bring that stone and fight them. If you lose, we'll accept it, but if you win, you'll get 20 million, and anything Fei Chui sells will be yours. This is a deal that only has profit, not loss. Schweben agreed enthusiastically, alright, I'm in. After finalizing the deal, Xia Yan laughed loudly and pointed at him, Mr. Zhou is no longer an outsider now, so he can participate in the match, right, Manager Zhong?
Though Manager Zhong was somewhat displeased, he reluctantly complied since they were following the rules. The others looked at them with disdain. The stone had originally been chosen by that young man. These 2 father and son were utterly shameless, but someone still stepped forward to speak out, that rough stone hasn't been purchased yet.
Whoever buys it first owns it. There's no name written on it.
Guohan still wanted to stand up for justice, thinking it was unfair. I have no issue with these 2 shameless people coming to play, but that stone shouldn't be used as a bet.
He simply uttered a gentle warning. Boss Lu, do you have any objections to the decision of the judging panel? He couldn't defy the judge's orders, so he could only respond with reluctance, if it's the panel's decision, then I have no objections. Yang Ning had remained silent the entire time, saying nothing.
Suddenly, he spread his arms and addressed everyone, if anyone still wants to buy stones, you'd better act quickly.
If no one else is interested, then I'll start choosing. No objections, right?
Then, he looked in a certain direction and gave a slight nod. Schweben idly played with the stone in his hand, staring at it in vain. The stones are ours. Yang Ning didn't even bother to respond, his focus entirely on the new stone in front of him. A larger stone, dark green in color, had caught his attention. Banjin anxiously looked toward the stones. That stone has a high chance of yielding jade, and its quality is excellent. If it weren't for that Zhu father and son swooping in, I would have definitely chosen that one.
What now?
That brat is sure to pick it. Seeing Yang Ning reaching for that stone, he inwardly opposed it, no. With lightning speed, he rushed forward to snatch the stone away.
I'll buy it. Guahan immediately exploded in anger. What do you think you're doing? Is stealing becoming a habit now? Dare to do it again?
He glared at Banjin with contempt. I honestly thought someone as old as you, calling yourself a renowned geologist, would have some integrity. Turns out you're just a con artist in disguise. Furious, Banjin opened his mouth to retort, you spectators really make me sick. It is indeed shameless. This time, it was clearly a robbery, and even Xia Yan was left stunned. Master Kong Guahan hurriedly excused himself. Manager Zhong, this is no longer a fair competition. I'm not going to keep going, and stop playing that monkey game. Every time we pick a stone, you jump out and steal it. How can we play like this? He sternly reminded them. Master Kong. The old man put on a helpless expression. I apologize to this young man. Indeed, I was a bit. The stone in his hand was indeed scorching hot. Manager Zhong raised his voice as if interrogating him. If you had already chosen earlier, why didn't you speak up when young master asked if anyone else wanted to pick a stone? The old man turned his face away, lying without batting an eye. At that time, I didn't think this kid would pay attention to them. I had planned to buy them after the competition ended. Everyone made their disdain and contempt obvious. Shameless. Truly the disgrace of the geology world, still daring to act all high and mighty. This is laughable. Just hearing it made me want to vomit. Xia Yan anxiously called out and asked. Master Kong, is this him? With a dark face, he shouted. Shut up, Banjin. He turned and got to the point. Do you want to win? If you want to win, talk less and do more. Shenrong and Xia Yan could only silently watch. Guahan angrily suggested canceling the match. Manager Zhong, we're not playing anymore. There's no way to continue. Shenrong was just waiting for an opportunity to provoke. Are you scared? It's fine if you don't want to play. Consider it a voluntary forfeit on your part. 200 million, pay up. Manager Zhong could no longer remain silent and spoke up. How do you guys intend to proceed? Banjin is shamelessly setting conditions. This is the second round. I hope both sides can choose 3 rough stones. Regardless of the outcome, this round will determine the winner. Guahan couldn't stand it and angrily shouted, why should the rules change just because you want them to? Let's go, kid. We're not betting. He quickly tried to hold them back. Wait, Boss Lu doesn't want to listen more carefully? Banjin spoke forcefully, if we lose, consider it a loss by 2 points. The others didn't expect us to take such a risk, but that's not 400 million. Bei Kong hesitated as he looked at his son, this is too much money. He promised us both 30 million if we win. At this moment, Manager Zhong turned to ask Guahan's opinion, what is Boss Lu's decision? He was about to refuse when Yang Ning raised his hand to stop him. He spoke sternly, Manager Zhong, these people have repeatedly disrupted the order of the game, and now they're trying to change the betting rules. I think we need to add more constraints. Both sides should sign an agreement. If either side violates it, they lose, and also have to pay a hefty fine. Not much, just 1 billion. Shenrong immediately reacted angrily, you brat, what do you mean by that? Yang Ning sneered, if you have no intention of disrupting the order, then the 1 billion fine is just a formality. Or do you still want to cause trouble? Though Shenrong was somewhat scared, he still remained confident, thinking he had already won. Fine, if you want to sign, then sign. I have no objections. Guahan suddenly spoke up, however, Manager Zhong, I don't think they can gather enough for the 400 million bet. Shenrong boldly said, we still have collateral assets. Manager Zhong responded firmly, if they lose and don't pay up, I guarantee they won't be able to step through that door. Then both Yang Ning and Guahan said in unison, sign it. After signing the agreement, Yang Ning opened his mouth to remind them, start picking the 3rd stone. Banjin quickly went around and observed. In the end, he picked up a small, plain stone without any patterns. I'll choose this one, your turn.
Yang Ning simply smiled ambiguously and walked over to select 3 stones he was satisfied with. I'll choose these 3. Schweben sneered arrogantly, you're definitely going to lose this time. Everything that belongs to me, I'll take back with interest. Bo Kong was equally pleased, with 30 million in hand, our future looks brighter. Yang Ning only felt amused as he stared directly into their eyes and asked, on what basis are you saying I'll lose? The two of them were startled when called out. Yang Ning held up the stone that Schweben had snatched from him and casually remarked, just because of this stone? Well, I have to congratulate you in advance. After this bet, you're definitely going to strike it rich. He casually admitted, of course, as long as we win, we'll have 30 million plus this raw stone. Bo Kong suddenly jolted and shouted, Schweben, shut up. Then the man rushed over and picked up the stone to examine it. Damn it, could this stone really be? You found it even more ridiculous. The price of this stone is 4.8 million. You people really are loaded. Yang Ning kept his polite smile and continued, same goes for Master Kong. For a stone with such a sunken form, you actually spent 7 million on it, truly admirable. The old man's face turned pale as he shouted, stop talking nonsense and acting smug. Chen Rong and Xia Yan exchanged panicked glances. Could he have been acting just now? You didn't bother to explain. This stone probably contained the fossilized bones of an animal, formed over a long period of accumulation and compression. The onlookers couldn't help but whisper among themselves. A fossil? Spending 7 million on a fossil, is it worth it? Bo Kong burst out angrily, you little brat, you were planning to trick me, weren't you? Schweben wasn't any calmer, claiming himself the victim. So he was trying to set me up too? Chen Rong flared up instantly, pointing and yelling furiously, so you dug the pit beforehand. I'll settle this with you. Manager Zhong hurriedly stepped in to stop them. What do you all think you're doing? The man furiously protested, Manager Zhong, I refuse to accept this. He stormed off, unwilling to continue the deceitful game. Yang Ning looked at them and laughed mockingly. You all know very well how this stone came into your hands. And besides, the contract is right here in black and white. Do you really want to disrupt the order again? Xia Yan panicked and rushed forward to hold him back. Wait, Manager Zhong. Sorry, let's continue. He whispered in Chen Rong's ear, are you crazy? If you keep making a scene, we'll lose. Not only will we lose 400 million, but we'll also have to pay a 1 billion fine. He still tried to hold on to some faint hope. Right, we haven't lost yet. That brat must be lying to us, don't believe him, absolutely don't believe him. Dui Rong and Jin Hua exchanged looks, both of them feeling disheartened by the chaos. The stone wasn't even cut yet, and after just a few words from someone else, the whole group was getting pessimistic. How could they even have the nerve to risk cutting the jade? Seeing that everyone had calmed down, Manager Zhong waved his hand and ordered, cut it. Ban Jin, a little worried, stepped up to claim the task. You cut this one, I'll cut that one. After hearing Yang Ning's provocative words, the old man couldn't help but think to himself. He had never had to doubt his own judgment before. The hollow jade was nonsense. This stone would determine whether the bet would continue or end, but upon closer inspection, it seemed like the stone had undergone 2 phases of weathering. Could it present jade again? Bo Kong, terrified, wiped the sweat streaming down his face. Maybe this time, we really have fallen into their trap. Schweben, almost losing his mind, clenched his fists and yelled, damn it! He suddenly lunged forward, attempting to land a punch on Yang Ning. To his surprise, Yang Ning easily dodged and even struck him on the back of the neck. Schweben collapsed to the floor, unconscious. Everyone couldn't help but praise Yang Ning. Great reflexes, someone said. Unexpectedly, a woman's excited voice rang out, so handsome. Yang Ning turned around and saw a group of 2 men and 2 women. He had once had the chance to have a meal with these people. The 2 beauties were Amei and Ali.
Walking alongside them were two men over 40 years old, the fathers of the two girls, both smiling warmly.
Yang Ning also returned the smile. Elise smiled brightly and said to Zhong Bin, "Dad, this is the person I mentioned last time. If it hadn't been for that bastard Deng Yukong, we would have." Her father responded with satisfaction, as if pretending not to know anything about the incident.
From the smile on the young man's face, it seemed that there was a way to reconcile. If given the chance, he could invite him to dinner as an apology. Hua Tian also showed his agreement, advising his daughter, interact more with talented young people like him. Both you and your father will benefit greatly from it. He then stepped forward to address Manager Zhong. This matter must be handled strictly. After saying that, Hua Tian turned and shook hands with Dui Rong. President Hong, President Chang, Director Li, I didn't expect to run into you all here.
He greeted them politely. President Chen, President Chao, have you both arrived as well?
The crowd watching grew larger, with many people expressing surprise.
Chen Hua Tian and Chao Zongbin. Those two beautiful girls must be their daughters, right?
Marrying into one of these families would definitely save you at least 20 years of hard work.
Manager Zhong, carrying out his superior's instructions, returned to question them. You disrupted the competition order. What do you have to say for yourselves? Shin Rong quickly cut off the conversation. It's a misunderstanding.
This is entirely a case of his son going crazy. It has nothing to do with us.
Bo Kong appeared extremely panicked. I apologize for not controlling my child properly.
Please, Manager Zhong, punish him for his reckless behavior.
I agree to any compensation demands. Manager Zhong spoke sternly, clarifying, compensation?
The person who violates the betting rules will be treated as the loser and must pay a fine of 1 billion for breaching the agreement.
Bo Kong still wanted to plead, wait a moment. At that moment, a shrill scream echoed, it's over, it's over.
Everyone turned to look, only to see Bon Jin, devastated, sitting next to the stone he had chosen.
Upon closer inspection, the cut revealed there was no jade inside.
The group who had bet on it were all shocked. Bei Kong, holding his head in disbelief, muttered, That's
my stone.
The old man, drenched in sweat, tried to salvage the situation and attempted again. This time, when the stone was cut open, it revealed a fossil. As the raw stone was split in half, the two pieces fell onto the floor, and inside the dark, dirty stone, there were faint grayish-black marks resembling the bones of some animal, somewhat similar to chicken bones.
The onlookers couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my God, it's a fossil! Unbelievable!
This kid really guessed it right."
Bonjin sat frozen, collapsing onto the floor. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Did you know from the start?" Yang Ning admitted without hesitation, "Yes." Bonjin still sought clarity. Then why did you keep staring at it? Was it just to lure me in? Yang Ning replied casually, saying that now doesn't matter.
You've lost. He thought to himself. Tricking Zhou Bo Kong into the trap is true, but this stone is valued at 4.6 million by the system. I originally wanted to take it for real.
Guohun spoke up, inquiring, "Do you need me to cut your stone so they'll lose and be convinced?"
He raised his hand to stop him. "No need. I'll transfer some assets to your name, liquidate a set of porcelain, and I hope you can give me some time." Chen Rong cried out, his limbs weakly collapsing to the floor. To the victor goes the spoils, to the loser the shame.
Guohun, you've won. He smiled at them gently. Look at you all, it was just a bet. Do you really think I'd demand 400 million from you? The witnesses of the bet were all stunned, exclaiming, "What?"
Guohun continued slowly, "At first, I didn't expect you to come up with 400 million, so let's forget about this matter." Xia Yan couldn't believe his ears, hesitating for a long time. "You?
Why?"
He stepped forward, kindly helping Chen Rong up, then said, "Back then, I also did many things wrong. In the end, it was all to prove myself. There's no grudge that can't be resolved.
After facing off for so many years, I'm tired too, let's stop here."
He sniffed, appearing deeply regretful. Looking back, it's all trivial matters, just because of pride, dragging on for so many years.
Let's consider this a clean slate. Tonight, Boss Lou will choose the place, and we won't go home until we're drunk,"
he said, and then both of them shook hands in reconciliation.
Everyone was both moved and impressed by his sincerity, praising him wholeheartedly. Boss Lou was truly tolerant and magnanimous.
Guahan was indeed a remarkable person. It seemed that one should not believe in random rumors, but rather form connections with people who have a generous heart. Yang Ning also spoke up, "Master Kong, I'll buy this stone from you." He gritted his teeth and said, "If you need it, take it, it's a gift.
But since you don't care, I'll offer it for 2.6 million. Without hesitation, Yang Ning took out a check.
He took the check, and Banjin paused, comforting himself. It seemed that this stone truly had value, at least it wasn't a waste of the 7 million spent on it. Despite the chaos he had just caused, Yang Ning calmly waved his hand in farewell. "Uncle Lou, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do, so I'll head home now. The sky is clear, the sun is golden, it's truly a beautiful day to resolve misunderstandings and make new friends." Yang Ning cheerfully left with his prize.
It was just past 4:00 p.m., with 5.5 hours left until the Rylet system's deadline.
It was as if the system sensed his happiness and immediately brought another piece of good news.
Mission: Glory of Eternal Friendship.
Details: the host has won the favor of 100 people through exceptional charisma. Progress: 100/100 completed.
Social relationship fame plus 500. 5 glory cards.
You gained 500 social relationship fame points. You earned 5 glory cards. Upon reading it, his eyes lit up. "I have 14 now, just need 5 more."
Soon after, Yang Ning arrived at the ancient Xiaoyang Street.
He murmured as he walked, "Here are the storage materials and the secondary storage materials. I need to contribute an item, which is a piece of jewelry and an artwork of average quality.
Just head to the gentleman's study at Uncle Lou's place." Not long after, Yang Ning arrived at the gentleman's study. The manager there warmly greeted him. "Are you young Master Yang?"
Mr. Liu called earlier and said that if there's anything you like, feel free to say it.
He politely responded, "Thank you, Mr. Li."
Yang Ning wandered around for a bit before stopping in front of a painting to observe it. He pointed directly at a painting of flowers and birds and decided that it was the one. Mr. Li quickly packed the items. "All right, I'll roll it up for young Master Yang." The young man then pointed to a pair of gold rings.
"I'll take these as well."
Having made his selections, Yang Ning left the store. The manager cheerfully bid him farewell. "Take care, young master." He opened his storage space and tossed the items inside. Once done, the system notification appeared: "Daily fame task, storage materials.
Details: contribute an item, which is an artwork of average quality. After contributing the item, it will disappear.
Progress 1/1 completed.
Fame reward: Dream of a small house, plus 300. 2 fame cards awarded.
You have gained 300 points of Dream of a Small House fame. You have earned 2 fame cards.
Daily fame task: secondary storage materials. Details: contribute an item, which is an artwork of average quality. After contributing the item, it will disappear.
Progress 1/1 completed. Fame reward: Dream of a Small Room, plus 300.
2 fame cards awarded.
You have gained 300 points of Dream of a Small Room fame. You have earned 2 fame cards. Yang Ning joyfully exclaimed, 18 done, just the last one left. The final task is to do something representing positive energy. This is too easy. As soon as he finished speaking, an old beggar appeared by the roadside. He immediately knew it was him.
Yang Ning tossed a coin into the beggar's bowl.
The old man sincerely said, "Thank you, thank you." Yang Ning stared at the task list, but it didn't change at all.
He couldn't help but wonder, what's going on? Has the task not been completed? Scratching his head in confusion, he thought, where exactly is the issue?
Suddenly, the system popped up a new window, startling him so much that he almost fell backward. It displayed, the task of doing one good deed each day has been completed. Your reputation within your race has increased by 50 points. You have earned a reputation card.
Yang Ning looked at the notification and muttered, "But I didn't even do anything?" While he was still pondering, his phone rang. As soon as Yang Ning picked up, he said, "Hello?" On the other end, a voice quickly came through, "Hello, senior. Miss La has finally agreed to make the donation. It's all thanks to you."
This time, the donation activity from the teachers at Sanjom has gone really well, and we've already raised 140,000.
It was then that Yang Ning realized, so, it's because of La?
Miss La excitedly expressed her gratitude, "Thank you so much."
Yang Ning then asked about the situation, "Is the girl doing much better now?" She replied, "I'm feeling much better now, just woke up. My family doesn't know how to thank you enough."
"You're truly a benefactor to us," he said humbly. "Don't mention it, I'll visit her once I'm less busy," he continued. After the conversation, he politely said goodbye before hanging up.
Yang Ning suddenly felt a wave of sympathy.
The woman, not even 30 years old, had been pushed to the point of fainting over money matters.
There were so many people in the world in similar situations. He stretched out, feeling satisfied. That's done.
Now it was time to handle his own business. The system notified him, "You have earned a token."
Yang Ning didn't hesitate and chose to exchange it.
He rubbed his chin, calculating good item, "Stay calm, don't use it right away."
He needed to find an appraisal letter first. However, the lack of the appraisal letter required 10,000 accumulated points.
Yang Ning groaned loudly.
10,000 accumulated points?
He tiredly rubbed his forehead. To get that many points, he would need to make transactions with the system totaling 10 million. He felt something wasn't quite right.
Wait, hadn't he earned so much money before?
Just then, the system notified him again, "Money earned through gambling, theft, robbery, or outside of legitimate transactions is not recognized." At that moment, Yang Ning understood. He finally realized why, even after earning 20 million, he hadn't gained any attribute points and the progress of his main mission had remained stagnant. Soon after, he returned to his house. Yang Ning sat on the bed, feeling a headache as he looked through items to trade. It seemed he'd have to sell the Nether Soul Hollow. Although the system would only buy it for 4.6 million, in an auction, it could fetch around 30 million. You couldn't help but sigh at the ways of life. However, anything that can be bought with money can also be bought with accumulation points. And what money can't buy, accumulation points still can. In that sense, the status of money truly differs by an enormous margin. The system quickly finished processing. "You have sold the fish fin. Accumulation points earned, 4,640. Yang Ning's heart nearly shattered at the meager amount he received. If I weren't afraid of drawing attention, I would have bought a few more stones worth 1 million each to trade for points. The system appeared as if to console him. Main mission, become a millionaire. The goal of 1 million is only the beginning. Keep going, young man, strive to become the millionaire admired by all. Progress, 10 million out of 10 million completed. Reward, X-ray vision. Since the host already possesses appraisal eyes, the upgrade will be completed within 24 hours. After the upgrade, the ordinary level will become X-ray vision. The next main mission, become a billionaire. An amount like 1 million is no longer a great sum, and 10 million is the same, yet the worth of a billionaire remains unchanged. Now shout our slogan at the top of your lungs, "Money is just paper." Progress stuck at 100 million. Reward unknown. He read it, utterly bewildered, not fully understanding. But Yang Ning didn't feel the slightest bit discouraged. The Supreme System has always given me experiences unlike anything before, and it's never let me down. If the reward is marked as unknown, then it must be something extraordinary. You're just a bit hesitant. It's almost 5,000 points now. Maybe you should sell all that raw jade. The phone rang unexpectedly at that moment.
Yang Ning frowned and picked up. Who is it?
A childish voice yelled from the phone.
Pervert. You made promises and then just ran off?
Yang Ning raised an eyebrow, knowing for sure that there was only one person who would call him like this.
Dong Dong, the voice asked impatiently, when are you going to do what you promised me? Yang Ning smirked, teasing her. What thing? If you're talking about raising a daughter-in-law for marriage, I'm not mentally prepared yet. The girl screamed in response, so loudly that it could pierce the eardrums of the listener. The girl didn't back down and retorted, a toad wants to eat swan meat? A swan dares to covet me? I'll set the big white dog on you. Yang Ning's expression turned serious. So what is it really about?
Dong Dong casually replied, of course, the beauty pills.
Didn't you promise to give me some?
Yang Ning took the opportunity to ask for a kiss. Next time we meet, I'll reward you with some.
The girl didn't refuse but requested, I want a little more. He kindly advised, you shouldn't take too much of it. Aren't you afraid of distorting your shape? Do you want to end up at Guji's hospital? Dong Dong innocently asked, is Guji for surgery so you can't have babies anymore?
Yang Ning nearly collapsed, helplessly correcting her. That's called getting your fallopian tubes tied. Suddenly, Man Xian's voice came through from the other end of the line.
Dong Dong, pass the phone to me, she said affectionately. I heard you won big today, getting a lot of jade with Fei Chui. Congratulations.
Yang Ning also recognized that the voice belonged to Lin Manxian, so she speculated, are you calling because you want to buy my stones?
She didn't answer, instead, asking, what do you think? Yang Ning, now in a teasing mood, replied, can't I sell them?
Manxian firmly stated, no, you can't.
Don't worry, you won't lose out. I'll buy them at market price. The company urgently needs some Fei Chui, can you help me out?
He hesitated for a moment, but still, his concern for the matter outweighed his doubt. Yang Ning tried to lie, I only have 2 Fei Chui stones on hand. Manxian immediately realized that was nonsense, knowing full well that he had already taken many stones. However, Sister Ziqing had mentioned that the company couldn't even buy them all right now, so why not take the 2 Hong Fei and Man Lu? He chuckled and teased, is this what they call a demon entering the village and sweeping away all the wealth? Manxian decisively quoted a price, 50 million in total. If there are no issues, the money will be transferred to your account immediately. Yang Ning, her gaze absent, asked, do you trust me that much? Aren't you worried I'll take the money and not deliver? Dong Dong, overhearing, chimed in, you can escape the monk, but you can't escape the temple. He immediately lost interest and corrected himself, you can escape the monk, but not the temple. Little girl, did your literature teacher teach you that? The girl, embarrassed, screamed, it has nothing to do with you. Man Xian shoved his sister aside and expressed his thoughts, you helped Uncle Lu win tens of millions, but you hardly got any of the money yourself. Looks like you're not someone who cares too much about money. Finally, she hesitated and said, moreover, I believe in you. Yang Ning was somewhat confused. His words were so moving that they nearly brought me to tears. Alright, if that's the case, let's go with this plan. How should I send it to you? Should I use Lu Feng's express delivery? She calmly handed the case to Fong, just have Uncle Lu deliver it to you. He'll be in Hua Hai tomorrow night. Suddenly, his tone became sly. Now that the business is settled, should we discuss something in more detail? Before Yang Ning could finish his sentence, the call was abruptly disconnected. He irritably threw his phone on the bed. In this day and age, you shouldn't trust friendships. Look at that, so decisive. It's not like people cut ties that quickly. Yang Ning quickly regained his composure. Those 2 stones were a loss, but the rest of them could still be sold. The 3 stones from the February betting game cost him 5.8 million, but selling them to the system only brought him 5.2 million. It was truly a losing trade. But for the sake of the points, after selling, his total accumulated points had reached 11,440.
Yang Ning's phone also received a notification from the bank.
Lin Manxian's money had been deposited into his account. He began to feel a little smug.
Wow! Just a few days ago, I couldn't even make 10,000. Now, I'm worth 80 million.
50 million could exchange for over 10 attribute points.
It's giving me a headache. Which one should I pick? When checking his attribute points, there were still only 2, which greatly surprised Yang Ning. What? Why hasn't it increased?
Even if I've reached level A, I should have at least 40 points.
Is this a system glitch?
The system immediately explained, searches made through gambling, theft, robbery, or without commercial transactions are not recognized. He angrily cursed himself inwardly. That's right, these 2 stones were both bought with Uncle Lou's money, and now that they're mine, they can only be considered stolen goods. A lesson learned the hard way. This was a lesson learned the hard way, and from now on, I'll definitely use my own money to buy things.
Yang Ning, crying, made a decision. Forget it, I'll smash the egg now, hope it doesn't end badly. The system quickly updated the points.
You have received the appraisal decree. He was still heartbroken, having spent a full 10,000 accumulated points, only to receive a one-time consumable item in return.
This was too much.
Holding the egg in his hands, Yang Ning sincerely prayed, "You have to give me something really good." Suddenly, the system issued a notification, because you used the appraisal decree, the egg in the inventory has been unsealed, changing from a silver egg to a golden egg. A golden egg has been discovered, of particularly high quality. It has been evaluated as a soul-holding object and cannot be sold.
This is a treasure capable of generating all things.
It looked like an egg, but it wasn't meant to be incubated, eaten, or played with. It had only one purpose for existence, to be smashed.
Yang Ning followed the instructions and decisively chose to smash it.
A small hammer appeared and tapped gently on the eggshell.
The next moment, cracks appeared around the golden egg.
Seeing the color of the light emanating from the cracks, he speculated, if it's green, it means it's especially good.
If it's blue, pink, purple, yellow, or orange, what would that mean?
Therefore, besides being exceptionally good, there are at least 5 other levels. Yang Ning sincerely closed his eyes and clasped his hands in prayer.
As long as it's not green, any color will do. Orange, red, purple, anything is fine. Just please, don't let it be green. Please.
The egg quickly cracked open, causing him to cheer in delight.
Blue is fine too. It looks good from above, and even better from below.
At the same time, the system issued a notification, illusion alchemy item detected, exquisite quality, rated as mystic skill. Its ability creates illusions through the computer's magnetic field. Anyone who looks into the eyes of a user of mystic skill has the potential to fall into an illusion. The higher the user's attributes, the greater the success rate, and the longer the illusion lasts. Yang Ning carefully read the information about the egg.
Isn't this the mythical ability? With this mystic skill, it will be much easier to lure others later. Maybe he could test it on Zhou Xiaofei tomorrow as a guinea pig. Elsewhere, Xiaofei, pale and sneezing loudly, could be heard. Yang Ning felt a little restless and decided to use illusion alchemy.
After making his selection, he instinctively covered his eyes and exclaimed, "My eyes itch so much.
It seems like the ability has activated, but I can't feel anything yet."
After a while, Yang Ning slowly opened his eyes. He needed to figure out how to use this illusion alchemy, but unfortunately, he didn't have a subject to test it on. Never mind, he decided to spend the remaining 2 attribute points on energy and go back to reading his books. Other matters can be dealt with tomorrow. As night fell, the entire city was bathed in the faint, romantic glow of lights. Zhizhuan was sitting in the living room, deeply focused on overcoming the next challenge in his game when Mr. Wang walked in with a plate of fruit and asked casually,
"Tomorrow, you have another mock exam, right?"
He frowned and replied, "I don't even know what the school really wants.
Last time they said it was the last one, and now they're making us take another."
Mr. Wang gave a serious look and advised, "Do well on it.
Sanzhong is a key school, they must be strict."
Ji Zhuan replied indifferently, I know. Mr. Wang suddenly brought up something that caught his attention. I heard that a teacher at your school ran into some trouble. You all collected donations, right? He answered curtly, yeah, I donated 2 yuan. Mr. Wang seemed curious, how much did Zhou Xiaofei donate? Ji Zhuan responded briefly, 10 yuan. The thought of the donations made him feel uneasy. Brat Yang Ning had donated a whole 100,000, and now every girl in the school had their eyes on him. Why? Why did that jerk have so much money? Why was it that Sun Wan Nuan and Zhou Qian clung to him? What made him so valuable? How did he manage to break world records? Shouldn't all these things belong to him? The jealousy bubbling up made his hand, still gripping the game controller, tremble slightly. Mr. Wang's voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. By the way, later I'll give you 500 yuan. You can donate it for that teacher. Ji Zhuan turned his head in confusion. Donate 500 yuan? He sat down beside her and reminded her. Anyway, just take it for now. When the time comes, you can contribute the same amount as Zhou Xiaofei. If it's not enough, call your mother. Son, you need to think about these things carefully. On Friday afternoon, Zhou Xiaofei's father spread the word about the donation at his workplace, and many people who had a good relationship with him contributed money. Even Uncle Zhu, for some unknown reason, donated 1,000 yuan. He skeptically asked, Uncle Zhu? Isn't he from the Land Bureau in Nanchao City? How does he know Miss La? Mr. Wang made a more precise conclusion, saying, Miss La and the other donors don't know each other, but the one handling this is Zhou Haidao. His son might be foolish, but he's not. There's definitely something more to it. The father and son duo found themselves caught in a whirlpool of speculation. Why was that? The next day, the schoolyard was bustling with students exchanging the usual pleasantries. Good morning, hello. A sweet voice rang out. Yang Ning turned in surprise. Nuan Nuan, dressed in a light pink dress, was smiling and running towards him. She's happily chatting. You're here early. Yang Ning smiled in return. You too. The boys nearby were green with envy, whispering among themselves. That was Sun Wan Nuan. She had actually taken the initiative to talk to Yang Ning. As for Ji Zhuan, he was shocked and so jealous that his mouth hung open, frozen in place. He secretly smiled in triumph. You all can keep being jealous. Just then, a hand suddenly landed on her shoulder, and a mischievous male voice cut through the air, interrupting the atmosphere. Sun Wan Nuan, the young boy with blonde hair and dark skin, introduced himself. Hello, my name is Xie Chengdong, I'm in 2nd grade. He threatened the little brat, if you know what's good for you, get out of here quickly, don't stand in the way of others. The boy beside him also stepped closer, scrutinizing. Are you from this class? Yang Ning coldly nodded. Yes. He flashed a bright smile. Do you know who I am? Stand up straight, can you perform any tricks? Come on, show us. Nuan Nuan straight-facedly refused, I'm not interested in getting to know you guys. Chengdong still tried to get closer, I just want to be friends with you, we're from the same school. Nuan Nuan turned his face away and responded curtly, disinterested. Chengdong, hurt in his pride, angrily muttered, people like you, I've met plenty of them, just a little money and you'd strip everything off, pretending to be pure in front of me? But since they were still on school grounds, Chengdong couldn't do anything. He ultimately gave up. Fine, it's almost time to raise the flag. We'll talk another time when I have the chance. Before leaving, Chengdong and his friend exchanged a menacing glance at Yang Ning, teeth gritted in warning. Nuan Nuan anxiously suggested, they don't seem like good people. Should I tell Grandma about this when we get home? He gently reassured her, this is a small matter, no need to bother Secretary Z. Don't worry, if they dare to make trouble, I'll handle it. Nuan Nuan, trusting him unconditionally, smiled and nodded. Okay. Chengdong and his friend hadn't gone far yet,
they were secretly watching the two figures from behind.
The friend stuffed his hands into his pockets and smirked slyly. Didn't expect that girl to be such a spicy little boss, he spat venomously. No matter how hot she is, she's still just a vegetable, never a real dish. Even if she doesn't turn into a monkey, she won't escape the 5 elements mountain. Let's deal with that brat tonight, the one who's not afraid to die, Chengdong's friend added. When the time comes, I'll block his way. One of us will yank his pants down, record a video, and post it online. Just imagining the scene made both of them grin wickedly, unable to suppress their excitement. On the sports field, students were waiting for the flag adjustment to begin for the weekly ceremony. Seeing Xiao Fei beside him yawning over and over, Yang Ning couldn't help but ask with concern. "What's wrong with you? Didn't sleep last night?" With a dark expression, Xiao Fei complained, "I don't know who was thinking about me last night, made me sneeze a bunch of times, my nose got all stuffed up, felt like I was suffocating. I basically couldn't sleep at all." Hearing that, Yang Ning's hair stood on end. A thought crossed his mind. It seemed that last night, he had been planning to use Xiao Fei as a test subject for illusion alchemy. Without a second thought, Xiao Fei declared, "It must have been Wang Zhizhuan." Seeing someone willingly take the blame for him, Yang Ning quickly agreed, "Yeah, exactly, it was him." Elsewhere, the person they just mentioned suddenly sneezed. In the classroom, the teacher reminded the students carefully, "Everyone, tidy up your desks. Make sure there's at least half a meter of space between the 2 rows of tables and chairs. In a moment, they will have a mock exam." Zhizhuan pulled out a chair and sat down, calculating in his mind. This morning, there would be the literature and foreign language exams. Literature wasn't his strength, and sometimes, he wasn't even better at foreign languages. In the afternoon, there would be the math exam, where the best he could do was just average. Mou, with nothing to do, ran over to provoke him, "Yang Ning, don't forget about the bet on the exam scores with Zhizhuan." He just gave him a cold, indifferent glance. "Why does it concern you?" Mou frowned, his eyes narrowing in irritation. "Don't act all arrogant. If you have the guts." Before he could finish, Xiao Fei dashed over and smacked him on the back. "Talking too much, who do you think you are?" "Hey, Wang, leash your mad dog, don't let it bite anyone." Zhizhuan's voice turned cold as he warned, "Su Xiao Fei, watch your mouth. We're all classmates, your words hurt people." Immediately, he retorted, "Hurt people? That Mou, bored and looking for trouble, scared and then blaming it on us, such shamelessness. And you too, hiding after losing. You're the one who challenged, you're the one flipping the script. Just because I say a few words, now I'm hurting someone?" He was left speechless, unable to counter, so he silently placed the blame elsewhere. Mo used the same, provoking Yang Ning for no reason. Still thinking things are like before, not caring about anyone at all. But for the sake of his pride, Zhizhuan forced himself to maintain a calm exterior. "Mou, let's go, let's head back. Don't mind them." Once they were in the hallway, he unwillingly asked, "Is that all it takes to scare you?" He awkwardly explained, the situation had shifted slightly. "We were at fault earlier, don't act rashly for now. Can't you see Lu Ying's look, Sonny? Guang, do we look strange to you?" Mou scolded angrily, a patch of moss clinging to the wall. Suddenly a gleeful laugh rang out from the adjacent restroom. Listening closely, he recognized Su Ba's voice. Zhizhuan immediately hatched an idea. Su Ba is, after all, one of Nanhu's 3 ringleaders. Aside from the Xie Chengdong family, no one else holds sway, so his name can be used to our advantage. Having decided, he and Mo Fu took a chance and headed to his restroom. 2 guys stood guard at the door. When they saw him, they signaled with a hand, "This stall's in use, find another restroom." He said seriously, "I want to speak with Su Ba. It's about Yang Ning from our class." The crew cut boy asked curiously, "Yang Ning? Who's that? Never heard of him." Zhizhuan described the most distinctive thing about him today, the one who raised the flag this morning. The guard by the door suddenly remembered, "That guy? All right, you can go in." As soon as he entered, he broke out in a cold sweat from horror. A student lay sprawled on the ground, taking stones thrown by two other boys and able to do nothing but plead, "Stop, you'll kill me." Suba turned to look when he saw someone enter.
Why did someone get in here? Didn't I tell you to block the door?
The crew cut boy explained, "Boss, they said they wanted to see you, something to do with that student from class 3 this morning." He stopped beating him when he heard that and answered, "Got it." Suba said nothing, pressed the stick toward Jijuan. He watched the stick roll to his feet with a puzzled look. A few seconds later he spoke slowly, "Looks pretty exciting, doesn't it? You try it too." Jijuan trembled all over, sweating profusely, and said, "I don't know how to do this." Suba remained silent, but his gaze had turned icy. Seeing that, he flinched and hurriedly corrected himself, "I'll try." Jijuan bent down and picked the stick up from the floor. He looked at his friend, who was smeared with blood, trembling yet slightly reluctant, and asked, "Buddy, are you dead?" "I can't die," the friend replied. Then Jijuan swung the stick and shouted, "I'm truly sorry."
One strike sent the friend screaming in agony. As he hit, he thought to himself, if this were Yang Ning, that would be good, if only this were Yang Ning. The more he struck, the more furious he became, because the figure sprawled on the ground in his imagination was Yang Ning. He raged, "I'll beat you to death." Seeing things go too far, Suba hurried forward to stop him. "That's enough, keep hitting and you'll commit murder." Even he looks surprised. "Are you crazy? Do you want to kill someone?"
Jijuan's face flushed crimson. He replied firmly, "No mistake." Suba smiled with satisfaction. "From now on, follow me. I'll protect you. I guarantee that in Sanzhong no one will dare touch you." After a while he finally dropped the stick in stunned disbelief.
"What have I become?"
He friendly put his arm around Jijuan's shoulder to reassure him. "Don't worry, the person won't die, at most just be motionless for 2 days.
These injuries aren't serious."
He was still a bit concerned.
"What if the school finds out?"
Suba seemed to not care much.
"He won't die. If they find out, let them. It's not the first time." Jijuan pressed again, "Are you sure it's fine?"
The boy, impatient, gave him a slap across the face.
"I said it's fine, and it's fine. Don't believe me?" He winced in pain, holding his face, hesitating before answering, "If it's fine, then it's fine."
Suba held a cigarette between his lips and leaned back.
He lit it, then asked directly, "So, what do you need from me?"
Jijuan frowned and explained his intention.
"A student from my class.
He offended me this morning, and I know which way he goes after school.
You guys can intercept him there."
Suba puffed out a cloud of smoke, probing slowly.
"Do you have a grudge against him?" He replied immediately, "Yes, I do." Suba, hearing this, came up with a plan.
"If you have a grudge, then go with us after school."
Suba glanced at the student lying motionless on the floor and tempted him. "Like this. Don't you want to make a move yourself?"
Just the thought of it made Jijuan tremble with excitement.
He nodded eagerly, already looking forward to it. Soon, the school would return to its usual calm.
In the classroom, Professor Liu and a female teacher on the podium quickly announced for everyone to take their seats. The mock exam for the literature subject began.
Yang Ning quickly received his paper.
He skimmed through it and felt relieved. The poetry in the textbook was something he had gone over many times, and he had even read works written in the classical style. The classical section was probably where he could score high. The topic is autumn, I'll use the classical style to write, he thought to himself. A row of desks away, Jijuan gritted his teeth, staring at Yang Ning. He maintained a harsh attitude and muttered to himself, I'll make you regret this after class. Nearly an hour later, Yang Ning stood up and said, Excuse me, I'm handing in my paper. Not only the teacher but also the students in the class were stunned.
It had only been an hour, and as they watched Yang Ning's excited figure leave, the other students whispered among themselves, Crazy, does he want to be scolded by old Zhu? He probably hasn't finished yet. He's definitely handing in a blank paper. Doesn't he know the proctor is old Lu? He teaches this subject. Old Lu is going to be so angry. This will be interesting. Suddenly, Professor Lu's expression changed from anger to complete shock. The students gossiping around the room thought to themselves, maybe he wrote too much? Why does he look so tense? Ignoring the curious gazes, Professor Lu quietly called, "Miss Lu, come over here and take a look." The two teachers were increasingly surprised, their eyes wide open, while the students around them seemed puzzled. Is this for real? Could it be written this well? Both teachers wondered what kind of answer could be so impressive that it captured their full attention. Even Zhizhuan started to lose his confidence. Was his literature worse than this? The contest had already drifted far off course in terms of points. Yang Ning had no idea he had caused such a stir in class, sitting quietly on the bench, reading a book. A few minutes later, he sighed, his dark circles under his eyes noticeable. Biology was a parrot-like subject. To him, it was like a chunk of meat on a cutting board, ready to be chopped however he liked. Yang Ning then pulled out a new biology book to read. As he turned to the next book, an hour passed, and the bell rang repeatedly, signaling the end of the class. Chen Shi walked in, and Professor Lu reminded, "Sit up straight, next is English." She stepped down from the podium to hand out the test papers. When she reached Yang Ning's desk, Chen Shi paused for a moment, looked at him, and suggested, "I hope you'll take this seriously this time and show your true abilities." He continued to bow his head, working diligently, and replied politely, "Yes." Xiaofei, who sat nearby, was shocked to see Yang Ning so indifferent, and muttered under his breath, "Is he even a man? Doesn't he see how sexy Chen looks? Look at her figure, I can't control myself," and yet he doesn't even bother to raise his head to look at her. Yang Ning, completely unaware, smiled and glanced at the paper. It's so simple. I knew her before, but she doesn't know me. Now it feels like we're really close, like family. This is too familiar. With this level, you still call it a translation? Is this paper meant to avoid a failing grade? Xiaofei widened his eyes, squinting and trying to figure out how to view the paper more effectively. But eventually, he gave up in disappointment. Remember back then, all of us brothers were humiliated by this kind of sentence structure. But now you've suddenly made progress. Have you thought about how your old buddy feels? After more than 10 minutes, he raised his hand again to submit his paper. Both Chen Shi and Xiaofei were left dumbfounded. She hesitantly asked, "How many points are you sure you'll get this time?" Yang Ning answered calmly, "I feel like I'll get a perfect score." Xiaofei was astonished and impressed, "Right. No fear of getting things wrong." Chen Shi still tried to advise him, "You should double-check your answers. You finished the test in half an hour, which is way too fast. There could be some mistakes. The likelihood of a perfect score is low." But he just listened as if the words were carried away by the wind. He even scratched his ear, showing that he didn't care. The afternoon quickly turned into evening, with golden sunlight filtering through the tree branches, creating a scene that was both dreamy and warm. After school, Yang Ning rushed straight to the end of Guhan Street. He leaned against the wall and rummaged through his backpack for a while. Finally, Yang Ning found his phone and made a call, "Uncle Lu, I'm here. These stones are too heavy, could you bring the car over?" He immediately agreed, "All right, I'll be right there." After that, Yang Ning got into Guohan's car and headed to the gentleman's study. Once there, he was handed a cup of warm water before his question was asked. "Kid, why didn't you drive yourself?" Yang Ning took the glass of water, smiled and replied, "I don't have a license, so I don't dare drive recklessly." Guohan didn't ask any further, sitting down in the chair beside her and started recounting. Lu, who has been released by the uncle, and a few people have been assigned to keep an eye on him. He was a bit curious, how was he released? He closed his eyes, reminiscing. Of course, we pretended to monitor him loosely, letting him run on his own. Then, on our side,
We played a few tricks and slipped a small tracking device into his bag.
Do you think the person behind the scenes will appear? Yang Ning answered while drinking her water, it's hard to say.
I'm worried the opponent is like a bird scared of the bough seeing the bent branch, they get frightened. After all, the person pulling the strings is also a woman. Of course, if your speculation is correct, Wahan became serious.
We'll see. Anyway, I've already sent people to protect Manxian. They're all people hired from Elite Academy. He widened his eyes and asked, what is Elite Academy?
He patiently explained, it's a bodyguard training academy established by a group of special forces soldiers after they retired.
I hired 2 female bodyguards for the girl.
They're said to be the top 2 students of this batch. Normal thugs or gangsters can be dealt with in an instant.
Hearing this, Yang Ning suddenly became very interested. Then maybe it'll be fine.
Guahan rested his chin on his hand, giving her a reminder, you must stay on guard against Xia Yan and Shen Rong. Although they've made peace with your uncle now, these two are not ones to forget grudges. Shen Rong may not have much scheming, but Xia Yan is different, always with a standard smile.
Talking about schemes and tricks, you're no match for him. Yang Ning seized the opportunity to compliment him. This just proves that Uncle Lu is an upright and remarkable person.
Although he's cheerful, he still hasn't forgotten to tease.
Is this brat buttering him up? After a bit more light-hearted conversation, he prepared to leave. Uncle Lu, if there's nothing else, I'll head back to school.
I still have an exam this afternoon.
Guahan waved goodbye. All right, be careful.
Not long after, Yang Ning arrived at the school's noodle shop.
As he was hungrily slurping his noodles, a voice called out. Yang Ning. Xiao Fei came running over, panting.
As expected, he was here. Su Ba from class 2 just looked for you, bringing a whole crowd with him.
They don't seem very friendly.
Are they here to settle some grudge? He seemed unconcerned.
Who knows? Anyway, don't mess with me. If you do, don't blame me for being rude. Xiao Fei, seeing Yang Ning's nonchalant response, felt a bit more reassured.
After all, this was Yang Ning. Inside the office, Professor Lu was diligently grading papers. He looked at the scores and trembled.
English only lost 3 points in the composition section.
But this is probably a subjective judgment from Chen Shi. As for the Chinese exam, a perfect score of 140, this should be the national top scholar in literature. The mock exam this time was indeed a wise decision.
There were also tasks assigned by the principal. Let's see how the math exam goes this afternoon. Outside the office, Ji Zhuan leaned against the wall, waiting for the results. Are you done eavesdropping? Mo replied cautiously.
I heard English only lost 3 points, but I'm not sure about the literature score.
However, the essay was written in classical style. He was taken aback upon hearing this. Classical style?
800 characters of classical writing, even if it's off topic, it would still score 40 points. So this time, at least it should get 135 points. Ji Zhuan angrily slammed the wall.
This is insane. As the afternoon exam time arrived, Miss Lu loudly announced, the mathematics exam is starting. Afterward, she approached Yang Ning and asked Han, this time, you won't hide your abilities, right?
I heard your scores in literature and foreign languages were quite good, don't slack off in my subject. Upon hearing this, Ji Zhuan's jealousy rose even more. He suddenly stood up and announced, excuse me, teacher, I have a stomach ache, I need to go to the bathroom. Miss Lu quickly agreed, hurry up, don't waste time on the exam. Once he left the classroom, Ji Zhuan immediately went to find Su Ba to discuss the matter. Maybe that brat will hand in his paper early this afternoon.
What if we can't stop him? Su Ba didn't take this seriously. So what if he hands it in early?
I can't even be bothered to go take the exam, he's not going anywhere.
Fortunately, you warned me earlier.
I'll be well prepared, Ji Zhuan said with relief.
Good.
He takes bus number 3, and at Liujiao, he'll switch to bus number 78.
What's your phone number?
If he hands in his paper early, I'll let you know.
You don't need to answer, just decline. Suba took a drag from his cigarette and smiled sinisterly.
By then, I will send someone to sew it, and then take a photo of the bag for you to take action, he said, then left immediately to avoid being seen by others.
Suba then opened the door and entered the examination room, where Professor Lee was supervising the exam. The professor was absolutely stunned.
Suba didn't even glance at the teacher, heading straight to a young man with blonde hair, saying sideways, "Mr. Dong, I'll go arrange everything, see you later." Cheng Dong didn't bother to lift his head, merely muttering, go ahead. He left right after, ignoring Professor Lee's shouting, not caring about anyone else. Cheng Dong kept thinking about Nuan's beautiful face, grinding his teeth in anger. He hadn't even touched his drink, but now he wanted to drink to punish himself. Just wait, I'll take care of that brat. In the exam room, since it was a math exam, everyone was concentrating on their reasoning, even Ji Zhuan rarely worked so seriously. Once again, it was Professor Liu, who stood by Yang Ning's desk, not leaving. He was watching him do the problems closely, secretly hoping. The exam this time was relatively difficult, with even a few questions beyond the level of the national exams, more in line with the difficulty of the Olympic exams, but he thought Yang Ning would manage. As expected, Yang Ning quickly raised his hand to submit his paper. Though he had anticipated it, Ji Zhuan was still a bit surprised. As expected, he handed in his paper early. Professor Liu had been waiting there for a while, just ready to step forward and collect the papers. Taking the opportunity, he pulled out his phone and sent a text. Though nothing had been accomplished yet, Ji Zhuan quietly felt smug. "Just you wait, I'll make sure you can't take the exam tomorrow, that way I'll definitely win." Su Ba was outside the school when he received the message. He grinned nastily. So he really submitted early, how interesting. Su Ba immediately ordered his underlings, the targets about to appear. "Watch closely and see if he really gets on bus number 3. Yang Ning was casually slinging his bag as he left the school. As soon as he stepped out the gate, he noticed someone tailing him. He couldn't help snorting inwardly, "This Su Ba is really going all out, he's so set on dealing with me that he didn't even bother taking the exam." Su Ba couldn't have predicted that he'd submitted early, perhaps someone had been watching the exam room and, seeing the bus arrive, didn't think twice and boarded it home. The tail immediately called to report, "Boss, the target's on the bus, it's bus number 3, no mistake." After hearing that, Su Ba instructed, "Okay, you wait at the school. Later bring that kid from class 3 here." He hung up and then shouted, "Brothers, pull yourselves together, the target's almost here. Keep your eyes wide open and watch." Yang Ning waited a while and, not seeing the tail follow him onto the bus, felt a little surprised. It was a bit strange that no one had gotten on the bus, but he lazily sighed and didn't think about it further. "Go eat your fill and then come find me, I'll make you pay," he said. The school still had a few students lingering who hadn't gone home yet. Nuan was also among them and had just started packing her things. Ji Zhuan seized the opportunity and ran over to start a conversation. "Su Nuan, how did you do on the exam?" She politely replied, "It was quite difficult." He continued to drag out the conversation, "It really was hard. Especially the last question, it was impossible to answer." Nuan didn't seem to care and firmly shouldered her bag as she walked away. "Sorry, I've packed up. I'm going home now." Seeing the girl he secretly admired being so cold and indifferent, Ji Zhuan couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. He kept staring at her retreating figure with an indescribable feeling. At that moment, Xiao Fei, not far away, smiled and handed over some money. "Class monitor, here are 1,000 coins. I'm donating it for Miss Law." Ji Zhuan was stunned and his face turned pale. 1,000 coins? Really? He couldn't understand. He thought 500 coins would be the maximum contribution, but to his surprise, someone was willing to donate so much. What was their real intention?
Just when Jijuan was feeling confused, his father's number appeared on his phone.
He lowered his voice and recounted, "Dad, Zhou Xiaofei donated 1,000 coins. I've investigated that teacher La, and she's just an ordinary salaried worker, with no influence or power.
I don't know what he's after."
His father replied immediately, "In that case, the company will make a donation tomorrow."
Frustrated, he hung up the phone. It seemed like nothing was going smoothly today.
On her way home, thanks to her beauty, Nuan Nuan attracted many male gazes. When she reached a quieter area, a group of male students suddenly jumped out to block her path. Cheng Dong smiled friendly and made a suggestion.
What a coincidence. Su Nuan Nuan, it's still early, let's go to Starbucks. I shifted my gaze elsewhere, silently rejecting him. I have something to do, I'm not going anywhere. Thank you.
The guy with a buzz cut next to him laughed lewdly. From the beautiful Xia, who has both bad character and a lot of money, and good academic results, all she wants is Guibin with him. The guy next to him also chimed in, "Stop rejecting him like that."
Nuan Nuan repeated anxiously, "Not interested." I said it again, "Move aside." Cheng Dong stopped pretending and issued a threat. "Don't drink the wine I offer if you're not willing, but you'll drink the penalty wine." Suddenly, another male voice interrupted. "Or what?" A tall, well-dressed, and polite boy stepped forward. The buzz-cut guy yelled loudly in warning, "Zhou Hanyan, mind your own business. He's just making fun of you, you better leave quickly, or I'll teach you a lesson." Cheng Dong began to hesitate inside. Zhou Hanyan was the type who would do what he said, and he was crazy, there was no reasoning with him. In the end, he chose to prioritize his life and shouted at his underlings, "Let's go." Nuan Nuan stepped forward shyly. Thank you." Hanyan turned and asked, "Su Nuan Nuan, right? This is the name I've heard the most in the past 2 days."
She was surprised, her eyes wide.
"You know me?"
A familiar voice interrupted Nuan Nuan's question.
You just arrived?"
Zhou Qian appeared, looking confused as she glanced at the two of them.
"Sister Nuan Nuan, do you know my older brother?"
At this moment, she finally understood and gratefully said, "So he's your older brother?"
"He just saved me."
Zhou Qian, braving the cold and trying to act aloof, still showed concern and reminded her, "I just saw those people, Xie Chengdong is not a good person.
You need to be careful. From now on, hang out with me.
He's scared of your brother, so he'll definitely be scared of you too." Han Yan couldn't help but sigh, "Your logic sounds weird." Nuan Nuan still solemnly expressed her gratitude, "I still need to thank your brother. If it weren't for him, he would still be following me right now." He politely replied, "No need to be so formal." Han Yan even suspected that Xie Chengdong probably didn't know who Su Nuan Nuan's father was, which is why he dared to act so rude. On the other side, Chengdong, walking while angrily cursing, muttered, "Zhou Hanyan, you bastard, I swear I'll never get along with you." One of his subordinates suddenly yelled in excitement, "Boss, look, it's a Cho." He curiously asked, "A Cho, where are you going? Who's that guy?" He saw their group and ran over to report, saying that they were in the 3rd grade and had a grudge with that kid. He thought the kid was useful, so he took him in. Brother Ba was following the kid, and it seemed like they had probably caught him by now.
"Mr. Xia, do you want to come along?" Cheng Dong immediately showed interest. "Going to beat someone up?" "Just what I need, I haven't vented my anger yet." The group quickly got in the car and went together. When the car stopped at the station, Yang Ning stepped off as usual. XANLITIKHing THDCH NONVNCUCNINEDA Mang TNHTNHDC/NHCM Lian Quan NHC Sin, TIS They THGTIT Being MTCMT Trung TNHHNV So YLB DCHTIing on. He appeared utterly calm, as if completely unaware that Su Ba's gang had singled him out. After walking a few steps, Yang Ning suddenly realized with a start that a group of men had blocked his way. The leader was none other than Su Ba. He remained composed, as if talking to a classmate. "I'm curious, how did you know I'd get off the vehicle?" He didn't bother to answer, he only lowered his voice and demanded, "Don't make a scene, come with us." Yang Ning was not one for drama, but since they had come all the way to his door, he cooperated and followed. The thugs gathered in a warehouse and acted extremely aggressive. "Did you bring him? Only one? Did you beat him yet?" Seeing those hangers-on, he turned to Suba and asked, "Is this about that kid from this morning? Are you putting on a big show to deal with me because you're afraid?" He showed no shame and even seemed eager. Now it was too late to be scared. The ruffians didn't take a student like him seriously and burst out laughing. "Here's the rule, you choose one of two: either you fight him one-on-one, or we beat him by ourselves." Yang Ning didn't answer, only fired back, "And what if I don't choose?" Suba curled his lip and replied, "Then you kneel, perform a humiliating act, and we'll film it and put it online." Having said that, he grinned viciously and moved in as if to strike. Without hesitation, Yang Ning shot out his hand and clamped it tightly around Suba's throat. The force was so strong that Suba had trouble breathing and began to turn purple. Yang Ning even easily hoisted Suba off the ground. No matter how he thrashed, he couldn't break free. Others, seeing this, no longer stayed silent and shouted loudly, "Brothers, get up, smash him." He held his position, turning his head to eye the whole bunch. Only when Suba was about to lose consciousness did Yang Ning throw him into the crowd that was surging forward. They howled in pain as his body struck them. The whole group, by reflex, toppled backward, looking utterly pathetic. He kindly warned, "Don't speak such immoral words again." Suba ground his teeth and murmured, "This brat is too brutal." Yang Ning stood there, looking at them with contempt. One of them cried out in fear, "We have no grudge against you, let's talk this out properly." He replied without any mercy, "No grudge? Then make enemies today." Seeing that they had backed down while Yang Ning still wouldn't cooperate, Suba angrily shouted, "Pick up your things, brothers." He himself quickly grabbed the nearest club. The three of them formed a pincer to surround him. Yang Ning showed no fear and declared, "Either you lot come at me together, or I'll take you all down. Today, only one side gets to leave." He lunged forward and swung at the chests of the two henchmen in front. Suba soon got a taste of Yang Ning's fighting skill and was sent flying several meters. The street thugs who fancied themselves fighters could only collapse to the floor, unable to do him any harm. Suba whispered in horror, "This kid." Yang Ning arrogantly said to the thugs, "Want to run? I'm very confident in track and field. Go ahead and run, I refuse to believe I can't catch up to you." Suba never imagined things would turn out like this. Arrogant, too arrogant, who's bullying whom here? Did he run into a demon today? He grabbed the man's collar with precise force and threatened, "Now it's just you left. I'll give you a choice: either smash your own head against the wall until you pass out, or let me do it for you." Suba gritted his teeth in fury. "You!" He was so humiliated that he secretly gripped a knife, ready to risk his life against Yang Ning. The next second, Suba swung the blade, shouting, "Don't push people too far." Yang Ning reacted swiftly, stopping the attack effortlessly with one hand. Suba was then kicked hard by Yang Ning, sent sprawling to the ground. His body trembled, he couldn't even stand. Yang Ning's voice was cold, issuing a death sentence. "Make your choice. Now." Suba stubbornly tried to rise again. "You!" He dropped into a traditional martial stance and roared, "I'll fight you to the death." Yang Ning, a bit surprised, praised him lightly, "Didn't expect you to know the saint of literature fist." For some reason, hearing that made Suba's heart sink with unease. Yang Ning looked at him pitifully. Too bad the stance was completely wrong. One glance and it was clear he was just an empty show-off, no different from old ladies practicing Tai Chi in the park. Suba angrily threw a clumsy punch. Yang Ning smirked slightly. As expected, just an empty barrel. With his long legs, he kicked once more. Suba panicked and tried to dodge, but his reaction was too slow. His wrist was struck and injured. Before he could recover, Yang Ning delivered a powerful kick to his groin. Suba collapsed in pain and humiliation.
He looked at him with a blank expression.
I really don't understand. Just because of this morning's incident, you went through all this trouble to plan against me?
Despite being unable to get up from the beating, Suba still retorted boldly.
That's right.
Upon hearing this, Yang Ning didn't know what to say except for two words: you're crazy. However, he didn't spare Suba and deliberately stepped hard on his hand. Suba screamed in agony. His underlings were so scared they could barely hold their composure. Yang Ning looked down and lowered his voice without breaking his tone.
It's just a dislocation. This is just a lesson. A warning. If it happens again, I guarantee none of you will walk away.
This time, Suba was genuinely scared, unable to respond, and his gang could only watch in silence as Yang Ning arrogantly walked away. They trembled and compared him to a demon.
Soon after, Yang Ning boarded another vehicle to head back. Someone had called him. Senior, where are you? Yang Ning smiled as he answered the phone. Is it Zhou Qian? I'm on the bus, heading home. Is something wrong? She briefly explained. Miss Lau wants to invite us for a meal. She says she wants to thank you. He immediately agreed. All right, where should we meet?
At this moment, Cheng Dong and Shi Zhuan had also arrived at the warehouse of the factory. Upon seeing the scene before them, they were all shocked beyond measure. Cheng Dong looked at the whole group sprawled on the ground and finally managed to utter two words. You guys, so many of you, and you were beaten like this by just that one guy.
He tried to get an answer from the men. Isn't that right, Suba?
The least injured man slowly got to his feet.
Mr. Xia, I'll tell you.
As he listened to his subordinate's account, Cheng Dong's panic grew more obvious. His face went pale with worry.
He didn't say he was going to come after me, did he?
Shi Zhuan hurried over to help Suba up.
Are you sure he knows it was me?
He forced out an answer. No, I didn't say anything. Cheng Dong urgently ordered, call Suba's father at once, get him here immediately.
And bring along an orthopedist if possible. A Cho replied and pulled out his phone. In the hospital, a scream rang out. Who did this? Su Kuei shouted.
Suba's father bellowed in fury, how dare they beat my son into this state? Cheng Dong trembled as he pointed out that they were students named Yang Ning. The man's blood boiled and he wanted to go deal with it immediately.
Where is he?
I'll cut him down. He had the nerve to mess with my son's joints. I'll take his 2 legs. A friend hurriedly restrained him.
Uncle Su, calm down.
Su Kuei asked angrily.
The other side brought so many people and you didn't tell me. Didn't you think to call anyone?
The men hesitated in response. They said the opponent had only one person. He looked skeptical.
One person?
Cheng Dong affirmed, that's right, it's just me, no one else helped.
Su Kuei angrily reprimanded, one person did all this to you? That's too much. What's more, bullying a whole group of people. Investigate this for me, find out everything about this person.
No matter who they are, they must die. Cheng Dong secretly held a grudge, determined to catch that kid. If he didn't, being at odds with such a dangerous figure would mean he couldn't live peacefully. At this moment, Shi Zhuan was so scared that beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Normally, Yang Ning was very easy to bully, yet he acted so ruthlessly this time. He had even bullied him in the past, and still managed to survive until now. The atmosphere at the school, especially in the teacher's office, was the complete opposite of the somber mood in the hospital. One teacher suddenly shouted, "A perfect score?" The teachers gathered to look at an exam paper, and one teacher commented, "The solution is quite good, and the explanation is even clearer than the standard answer." The others were all extremely surprised.
What? The student at the bottom of the whole grade, Yang Ning? Is it really Yang Ning?
I always used him as a bad example for my students. One teacher approached to congratulate. Congratulations, Teacher Lu, your class has gained another outstanding student. He modestly replied, oh, no, it's all thanks to the efforts of all the teachers. In his heart, Professor Lu was actually over the moon. He generously said to all the teachers, to celebrate this good news, I'll treat everyone to a meal today. We should go out for a meal together, everyone will be happy with that. At the same time, Yang Ning was enjoying a lavish meal at the Phoenix Pavilion Hotel. The food here, just by looking at it, you could tell it was of the highest quality. Madame La expressed her deep gratitude. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have known how to raise so much money. You're a teacher, and you don't earn much, and your husband works on Guhan Street, with a low salary too. He was a bit surprised upon hearing this. What? Your husband works on Guhan Street? He smiled and replied, yes, he only gets the basic salary for bookkeeping and handling collateral. At that moment, in the hospital, Chung Dong heard the news and shouted loudly, that guy is at Phoenix Pavilion? Sun Wan Nuan and Zhou Qian are also there, right? His friend confidently confirmed, yes, I even saw Miss La and the others having a meal together at Phoenix Pavilion. He smiled brightly and handed over the money. Not bad, here's a reward for you. The man happily accepted. Thank you, Mr. Xie. Stepping out of the hospital, Chung Dong glared at his phone with a stern expression. He quickly searched his contacts for someone to back him up. A moment later, the phone connected, and Cheng Dong immediately reported, Uncle Su, Yang Ning is at Phoenix Pavilion. Su Kuei only asked, have you found out the background of the other party? He replied, I managed to gather a little, it seems like their family has some money. Upon hearing this, the man became very hopeful, the more money, the better. This time, let Abba pay the travel expenses. If Uncle Su steps in, there's no way we can fail. He thought for a moment. Maybe I should go over there too, who knows, I might get a chance to hug those two girls. Not long after, Yang Ning's group finished eating. He politely said, that's it for today. Goodbye, Miss La. She smiled and waved her hand. Goodbye. On the way back, Zhou Qian kept talking. Senior, are you going home now? He patiently answered, yes, I have an exam tomorrow. She curiously asked, I heard that every time you take an exam, you always come last, counting from the bottom? Yang Ning immediately denied it, that's not true. Don't listen to what they say. It wasn't long before the group was openly blocked by a group of people in the middle of Tan Tn Bchnht. Cheng Dong looked at Nuan Nuan lecherously. It was truly a fateful encounter. Sun Wan Nuan said, we meet again. This time, you still won't have a drink with me? She anxiously hid behind Yang Ning, unwilling to approach. Zhou Qian confronted them, Xia Chengdong, are you following us? Ming Kong evilly laughed and knocked her phone out of her hand. Zhou Qian shouted in warning, don't go too far. Suddenly, someone else stepped in, and it's because of you that my son's arms are broken. A group of large, intimidating men swaggered toward them like gangsters. Yang Ning asked directly, so, are you here to deal with me? The man replied, that's right. Understanding the situation, Yang Ning negotiated, then let them go, and I'll come with you. Su Kuei sneered, who do you think you are to make demands with me? These two girls aren't bad good figures, and their faces are beautiful. Bring it back for the guys to play with. With that, he signaled his underlings to take action. Ming Kong immediately stepped forward, making an inappropriate move and speaking foul words. His small build wasn't bad at all. Yang Ning, furious, shouted, take your filthy hands off me. Seeing that Ming Kong still wouldn't let go, Yang Ning charged forward and broke his wrist. Su Kuei and the gang of thugs behind them were enraged upon witnessing this. Grinding his teeth, he growled, kid, you dare to lay a hand on me? Get him. Without saying a word, Yang Ning immediately punched the first one in the face. The next thug, Yang Ning lightly used his elbow, sending the man into such a state that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. A minute later, the whole group lay sprawled on the ground, none able to stand up to him. Su Kuei began to panic.
You're just a kid. Who gave you the guts to act so viciously? Yang Ning disdainfully retorted, what right do you, a filthy creature, have to talk? Insulted, Su Kuei couldn't hold himself back, lunging forward, you little brat, you wanna die?
Yang Ning silently smirked. He too was a practitioner of the saint of literature fist, but much more genuine than an empty vessel.
Su Ba.
The thug swung a savage punch, the sound of blows echoing in the air. By the time they both reacted, they were each at a distance.
Yang Ning was surprised by his own strength.
Recently, he had grown so powerful that even he was astonished. He had originally thought that a clash of strong forces would give him the advantage, but Su Kuei had managed to withstand the attack. For the first time, Su Kuei felt a fear he had never known.
He wasn't injured, nor was he pretending.
Perhaps the kid had some martial skill. This kid was so strong it was almost indescribable. However, he still rushed forward like a moth to the flame.
That wasn't enough on its own, I have to show you that technique is the key. The technique Su Kuei spoke of was ironically something Yang Ning could easily avoid. Yet, Yang Ning did feel a bit of fear.
Su Kuei was just too hard to deal with. With his current strength, he had already been figured out by this man. The strength of both sides was roughly equal. He yelled at his subordinates, I'll handle him, you all take the two girls away, the rest of you stay with me to deal with this brat.
Nuan Nuan and Zhou Qian immediately panicked.
Cheng Dong took the opportunity to laugh loudly, Su Nuan Nuan and Zhou Qian, don't even think about escaping. Tonight, you'll obediently serve me. Yang Ning urgently lowered his voice, don't touch them.
Of course, Su Kuei didn't let him intervene. Kid, don't even think about it. As long as I'm here, you're not going anywhere.
He gritted his teeth and warned, you'll regret everything you've done today. The man replied confidently, don't worry, the day I regret this, you won't even have the chance to see it. Yang Ning helplessly thought to himself, it seems my only option now is to use that move. He closed his eyes to calm his mind, and a green flame, visible only to him, slowly enveloped his entire body. A few seconds later, Yang Ning slowly opened his eyes. He had entered the realm of his consciousness, where he retrieved a scroll that boosted all attributes. The item he chose to use was one that could temporarily increase all of his attributes by 30 points for 30 minutes.
Without hesitation, Yang Ning began to activate the item.
At this moment, Su Kuei also realized the change in him, something was wrong, but before he had a chance to react, Yang Ning landed a punch straight to his stomach. Su Kuei was sent flying several meters. After dealing with him, Yang Ning turned back to assess the situation with Nuan Nuan and Zhou Qian. They were now surrounded by two despicable men.
Baby, come here and listen to me. I like this one with the long legs.
Yang Ning's face darkened as he rushed forward, using the strategy of taking down enemies by using their own tactics, swiftly defeating both men. The others were terrified upon seeing him appear.
What's going on? Didn't the boss manage to capture this killer? Yang Ning shouted angrily. Because of your nonsense. You've made me waste 1,000 accumulated points.
His anger, which had been building up, caused him to lose control.
He threw one of the men towards Cheng Dong.
Upon seeing clearly that it was Su Kuei, Cheng Dong's mouth fell open in fear.
You're a demon. How are you so strong? Yang Ning coldly glanced at him. In fact, Yang Ning was quite troubled, wondering how to handle this. What should I do now? So many people are watching, I can't kill anyone.
But from start to finish, all this nonsense was caused by Xie Chengdong. If I don't eliminate him, I can't swallow my anger. Thinking this, Yang Ning kept staring at Cheng Dong. The latter, under the intense gaze, trembled and froze. Yang Ning used his ability to probe Cheng Dong's mind, and he was shocked. These were Xie Chengdong's memories? Could it be? This was the illusion eye technique, which even allowed him to read the thoughts of others. So, this guy was still dreaming of becoming a martial arts master. Having read all his memories and thoughts, Yang Ling found it even more ridiculous.
Well then, let me fulfill your wish.
At that moment, Chung Dong was so disoriented by the illusion spell that his head spun, his nose and mouth were smeared with snot and drool. He looked no different from a fool. Nuan Nuan called out to Yang Ning in worry, and he turned back to reassure her, "It's fine, let's go.
This matter's a bit big, looks like we'll need someone to clean up. For now, don't tell my father." Zhou Qian glanced at the trembling man looking up at the sky, slightly uneasy. "Senior, that's Xie Chengdong."
Yang Ning smiled and reminded her, "Don't mind him.
Let's get you two home."
A while after the three of them left, the man's state began to change.
Chengdong bit his lip, trembling, then laughed. A moment later, he suddenly threw his head back and burst out laughing, "The Emerald Demon Sword Manual. I've finally obtained it." The passers-by were all speechless. Someone couldn't help but mutter, "What's wrong with this guy? Filming a movie or something? But there's no camera. Must be crazy."
Suddenly, Chung Dong pulled out a knife. Waving it wildly, he mumbled like a madman, "Once I master this divine art, I'll roam the world unmatched.
To cultivate it, I must self-emasculate." With that, Chung Dong actually struck himself.
The onlookers screamed in horror, "Dear God, he really did it.
Call an ambulance, someone's going to die."
In his delusion, he trembled as he held what seemed to be a secret manual. On the second page, it read, "Even after self-emasculation, success is not guaranteed." The third page reads, "As long as one has extraordinary determination, success can be achieved without self-emasculation."
Chengdong spat blood and cried out, "Is heaven mocking me?"
In reality, everyone was looking at him judgmentally, making fun of him for bringing this misfortune upon himself, while Guebin was so furious that he almost vomited blood.
Arriving in the city, it was truly an eye-opener. City people aren't as great as they seem.
On the road, a taxi sped through the empty streets.
Nuan Nuan cheerfully got out of the car, saying, "I'm here. I'll go ahead."
"Goodbye," the person inside called out, "Take care on the road." Now, only Yang Ning and Zhou Qian remained in the car.
Noticing the distance between them, the driver, daringly, teased, "Did you piss off your girlfriend? Men need to be more generous.
Girls are meant to be spoiled, and besides, your girlfriend is so pretty."
Yang Ning quickly explained, "Driver, you've misunderstood. We're just classmates."
The rest of the journey passed in peace. After a while, Yang Ning and Zhou Qian arrived at a neighborhood of villas.
He looked around and remarked, "You live here? Can't tell you're from a rich family." As a habit, Yang Ning joked, "Does your dad hire sons-in-law?"
She blushed and lowered her head, "Senior, stop joking.
Don't let my dad hear you." The more Zhou Qian resisted, the more Yang Ning teased, taking it a step further by threatening, "I'm not backing down.
How about we just make it official, then call him father-in-law, he'll definitely laugh all day." Just then someone stepped out, making the two of them startle. "What do you mean by rice cooked into a meal?" the man said coldly. "You think you're so great, coming here at night to pick up a ruffian?" Seeing that it was Han Yen, Zhou Qian sweetly called, "Brother." He heard that and stared in astonishment. "This is your brother?" he bellowed. "Don't be afraid, I'm here, I'll beat this ruffian to death. The kid's name is Jia Chao." Han Yen spoke as he moved, which made Yang Ning flinch in alarm. He ground his teeth and taunted, "So all you know how to do is dodge? Don't nag. You want to hit me? I can dodge it." Han Yen still insisted on fighting. "If you've got the guts, don't dodge. If we're men, we'll have a proper fight." Zhou Qian couldn't take it any longer and yelled, "Han Yen, are you out of your mind?" Only then did he stop. She frowned and introduced, "He's Yang Ning, not some ruffian." Han Yen looked at him suspiciously. "Yang Ning, so you're Yang Ning? I heard you run very fast, even broke world records, truly renowned, and yet you're so good at dodging." He felt a little flustered, unsure whether it was praise or mockery. Zhou Qian shot her brother a look and cut in, "No fighting, take it inside and talk." Yang Ning felt awkward and wanted to refuse.
It's so late already.
Han Yen's face was cold but playful.
Come on. Didn't you say you wanted to meet your future father-in-law?
He looked at him and silently judged.
Wasn't he the kind of man who was cold and not easy to joke with? How could such a cold exterior conceal such an unsettled heart?
Zhou Qian quietly approached and patted his shoulder threateningly.
Zhou Hanyan, do you believe I'll stuff this down your throat tonight? Yang Ning, with a curious look on his face, speculated. Maybe this guy has been pranked by his sister before. Zhou Qian, with her fiery enthusiasm, could also be this mischievous? She walked and smiled as she recounted. You know what? Today, Xia Chengdong. From the way those two brothers behave, I'm quite intrigued.
These two brothers are really good actors.
The man they call father-in-law, could he be even more formidable? Han Yen was furious after hearing this. Xia Chengdong, that bastard, dared to treat me like this?
Don't let me run into him, or I'll turn him into fish sauce.
Yang Ning just smiled cryptically, thinking to himself that he was a bit late in saying that. The three of them quickly entered the house.
As Zhou Qian stepped inside, she heard a call.
Qian Qian. Zhou Qian turned and called out to the man.
Suddenly, a wave of loneliness surged through her, and she threw herself into his arms, crying. Yan Lu patted her head and comforted her, his small cotton jacket gently brushing her.
What's wrong, Shishi? Don't cry. Who bullied my daughter?
Tell me, and I'll deal with them. When he saw his son enter, he glared at him as if to signal something, then continued recounting.
Han Yen mechanically retold everything. Dad, it's like this. Only Yang Ning was still confused, thinking he was looking at him.
When Han Yen finished telling the story, the moon was already high in the sky.
Yen Lu slammed the table angrily. What? Xie Guibin is raising a bastard who dares to mess with my daughter?
If I don't seek justice, I'll have no face to continue standing in this circle.
Han Yen hurriedly stepped in to calm him down. Take it easy. At that moment, Yang Ning realized that the name Yen Lu seemed to be one Guohan had mentioned before.
This name belonged to the leader of a large gang called Ji Yi, a man known for his unwavering integrity, and everyone held him in high regard. He expressed his gratitude. Young man, I really appreciate you. Yang Ning awkwardly scratched the back of his neck. Uncle, you're being too polite. Actually, this matter also involves me, if it weren't for me. Yen Lu smiled and replied, you can't blame yourself for this. You did very well. Su Kuei's son got what he deserved. But I am surprised that you were able to stand up to Su Kuei. He's been training in martial arts for over 20 years, and even a boxing champion wouldn't last 3 moves with him.
Young man, I'm really curious, who is your master? Yang Ning hesitated upon hearing this.
Seeing that Yen Lu noticed his discomfort, he didn't press the issue, realizing that it was a bit too forward to ask, so he let it go. Who quickly take people to wipe out Su Kuei's territory. He bowed respectfully, yes. Yen Lu's demeanor immediately changed. That's this time, I will teach you a lesson you'll never forget. Don't think I'm some soft touch who can be manipulated however you want. The next day, at the central hospital, people were coming and going in a flurry of activity. Afan, deeply sorrowful, kept asking questions in search of answers.
Guibin asked, can't Chengdong's thing be reattached? He answered impatiently, how would you know? She cried even harder. Who could be so cruel?
Guibin struggled to voice his guess. It seems like Chengdong did it to himself.
Afan didn't believe it for a second.
How could Chengdong possibly do that to himself?
He helplessly showed her his phone. Someone filmed it. You can watch it yourself.
After watching, her tears flowed even more.
It's impossible. Chengdong couldn't have done this. Guibin couldn't take it anymore and snapped, enough. If you want to cry, go home.
He then went to check on Su Kuei.
With that, he decisively turned and left.
In the patient's room, Sukue angrily recounted the entire situation, then concluded, "So that's how it all went down." Kuei-bin, with a frown, reached his conclusion. It seems like Chung Dong suddenly lost control, probably frightened out of his wits. He nodded in agreement.
It was the most reasonable explanation.
If I had known something like this would happen, I wouldn't have let the kid follow.
I was overconfident.
He gritted his teeth to hold back his emotions.
This isn't your fault. Have you investigated that brat Yang Ning?
Su Kuei suggested. With those skills, there's probably some backing, but there may still be limits.
Otherwise, why would Chief Meng have remained silent during such a big incident? After hearing this, Kuei-bin came up with a plan. If that's the case, I'll tell old Meng to capture that kid, regardless of his intentions.
Just getting into a fight on the street is enough to land him a few days in jail. If his family has influential backers, be sure to find a way to make him spill the truth, then we can judge. If not, there's no need to worry any further. He grinned with grim satisfaction, deliberate in his intent. Suddenly the phone on the table rang. He frowned as he read the contact name.
The manager of Shop X is calling?
The person at the other end replied in a panic, "Director Xie, something big has happened, someone has come to smash the shop."
Kuei-bin was utterly astonished. What? Smash the shop, what do you mean? The caller answered, terrified, "It's Ji, no mistake, it's Ji."
Hearing the whole conversation, Su Kuei flew into a rage and spat, "Yen Lu, you bastard, how dare you, when the tree is fallen, everyone runs to it with his axe."
Another call came in.
The caller trembled as he reported, "I'm the technician's manager.
Someone's come.
I'm calling from the bar, we're being attacked by a gang." After hearing this, he could no longer sit still and cursed loudly, "You petty scoundrels, sneaking up on me while I'm bedridden, you won't get away alive." Kuei-bin hurried over, worried, to calm him.
Don't get worked up. Right now your job is to heal properly.
Su Kuei declared coldly, "I've engraved this grudge on my heart. Yen Lu, I will never forgive you."
Yang Ning, the one who secretly brought disaster upon the underworld, was strolling along unhurriedly. Did he still have the nerve to pop into the jewelry shop to buy something? "Boss, I'll take this one."
Once everything was settled, the system announced that the daily prestige mission had been completed.
Yang Ning happily picked up his phone to check. All right, today's prestige mission is done. Let's see if anything interesting came up after yesterday's incident.
He had only scrolled for a few seconds when he suddenly shouted in surprise.
Is that so?
He saw an eye-catching headline, "The young man who mysteriously self-emasculated, cause unknown." Yang Ning had to admit, the illusion eye technique was truly formidable. It seemed that for a long time to come, he wouldn't have to deal with that annoying guy anymore. The situation had escalated to a point where it couldn't be more underhanded.
Let's see what you plan to do next.
A series of sensational articles were released, leaving social media users in shock. It was like a mysterious figure, surrounded by a group of people, a gatekeeper who was impenetrable by thousands.
Why self-emasculate in the middle of the road? Speculation linked it to a mental issue, suggesting that to practice this technique, self-emasculation was necessary. Kuei-bin was furious, the bizarre events were indeed true.
Another peaceful afternoon passed by, and Yang Ning sat at home, scrolling through his phone, unable to suppress his laughter.
This was trending now.
The illusion eye technique is so powerful, but it's also because of the use of the full attribute growth scroll, with an energy level over 90% for it to be effective. Suddenly, he jumped up, realizing something he had almost forgotten. He hadn't touched it in a while. The system, upon hearing this, pushed out a chest, just as it announced, "Host has acquired the identification eye, successfully upgraded to the X-ray vision." Since the two abilities couldn't coexist, the identification eye was deleted.
Yang Ning was eager to explore. X-ray vision? Let me check what new features it has.
The system quickly processed the request and activated the X-ray vision. The vision allowed him to see through the surface of everything, enabling him to inspect the interior. The scanning range had a perimeter of 50 meters. He excitedly said, "This is great, not only can it be used for identification, but it's also good for tracking, probing, and searching."
However, Yang Ning quickly regretted it.
"I'm so tired, my eyes hurt."
Could it be that using the X-ray vision drains my energy? Sure enough, whenever it was related to the energy attribute, the higher the energy stat, the slower the consumption, the higher the limit, and the faster the recovery. He definitely needed to figure out how to replenish the energy attribute. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed the system had switched to a new notification. It revealed that a 1,000-year-old agarwood with exceptional quality had been discovered, containing 5 sections of the precious wood that could be extracted with the written incantation. This item had a distinct scent, with a mild, soothing quality. Its fragrance was unlike any other type of agarwood, and it lasted for a long time, carrying a scent that could reach over 1,000 meters. It also had the effect of dispelling negative energy, preventing illnesses from invading the body. It was considered a rare masterpiece in the world of agarwood, highly valuable, but no one was buying it. The price was 26 million. Yang Ning gaped in shock.
The system had quoted a price of 26 million, so if it were sold in the real world, wouldn't it be worth a sky-high price of over 1 billion? He frantically opened several windows to search for more information. Missing the renovation letter must have it, don't make it too expensive.
That item will be found very quickly. Yang Ning shouted happily, "Here it is." The system displayed a notification, normal quality renovation letter requires 50 accumulated points. Special quality renovation letter requires 500 accumulated points.
Yang Ning stared at it, his face full of frustration, muttering to himself, "I want the special one, it's not too expensive, still short 60 points, need to complete another 600,000 coin transaction." He turned around, closed his eyes, and sighed, not much to sell in the warehouse, still poor.
At this moment, outside the police station, the voice of Chief Meng echoed.
"Xie Director, the Su Kuei matter is a bit troublesome." He leaned back in his chair, listening to the person on the other end. "Chief Meng, this matter is troubling, please arrange it."
"If money or people are needed, I'll figure something out." He couldn't help but ask, "Why do you and GE's people have a conflict? Many places are demanding life and death, and the whole list is under your control." Upon hearing this, Gu Bin couldn't contain his anger. "Yen Lu is a bastard, kicking someone when they're down. Chief Meng, do you know and still ask?" He then spoke up, "This is a sensitive time, Xie Director, please don't make things difficult for me." His image gradually appeared. "I want Chief Meng to detain that kid Yang Ning for a few days." He was in a difficult position. "Xie Director, this isn't easy." Gu Bin smirked, "I hope Chief Meng will help me. I'll always remember your great kindness. Because of Cheng Dong, we will talk about it later. Fang's maternal family will be coming here for a visit." Director Meng furrowed his brows and thought to himself, Li Fang's maternal family has close ties with the political and business circles. If the Li family values me, I could be elected in the next term. He then spoke, "All right, tell me about this young man named Yang Ning." He smiled heartily, "Then I'll trouble Director Meng." Early this morning at Yang Ning's school. At that moment, Ji Zhuan was hiding behind the wall, completely terrified. He then turned around, grabbed his phone, and stared intently at the screen, silently thinking, the video online about the fight between one person and many others, that's Yang Ning, and Cheng Dong as well. I must not let anyone find out I'm involved in this. If I could turn back time, I would definitely stay away from that jinx. Ji Zhuan slowly approached the classroom, but his mind was full of thoughts. Was Yang Ning waiting for the right moment to deal with him? Suddenly, the classroom door made a sound. He peeked in, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and looked around. Seeing him sitting from a distance, Yang Ning smiled, holding the book Self-Talk in his hand. Today's the comprehensive exam for natural sciences, but my physics and chemistry weren't that good. Ji Zhuan stared at him and randomly chose a seat. He didn't pay attention to me. The bell for the exam rang, signaling the start. Students, please take your seats. After a while, the students began to leave the school one by one. Yang Ning stretched his body to relax his muscles.
It had taken quite a long time, an hour and a half, but just as he finished, two police officers walked up to him.
Imo Hong took out his police badge and said seriously, "You're the one who caused trouble on Fei Yang Road yesterday, right? What's your name?"
"We are the police, and we hope you cooperate with us by coming to the station for questioning." The information on the badge appeared clearly.
Yang Ning frowned in confusion, looking intently before speaking up. Have the others involved already been taken to the police station? He hesitated, then responded, "Not yet." Annoyed, he pressed, "So you're letting the wrongdoers go and asking the victim to assist in the investigation?" Mo Hong waved his hand, ignoring him, and instructed his subordinate to handcuff him and take him away. Yang Ning, furious, shouted, "How dare you!"
At this moment, Yang Ning and the two officers were still arguing. Suddenly, all three of them turned around in surprise when Professor Liu, who had apparently approached without them noticing, asked, "Who are you?"
He called out loudly, "Teacher Joe?" Mo Hong frowned in annoyance and introduced himself, "We are the police."
The professor repeated, "The police?" Then he turned to warn the two officers, "No matter who you are, remember this is a school, stay away from my school." With an unfriendly expression, he added, "He is involved with a fighting organization, and we are inviting him to cooperate with us at the station."
Professor Liu now looked at Yang Ning, puzzled. "A fighting organization?"
Yang Ning quickly shook his head, denying, "No, that's not true."
Hearing this, Mo Hong pointed at him and scolded, "You little brat, don't dare to admit it? Do you want me to handcuff you and take you away?" He yelled angrily.
"Shut up, this is a school, not a place for you to cause a ruckus.
If you want to arrest someone, bring the warrant. Otherwise, get out."
He was frightened, the arrest warrant.
The female police officer beside him was also sweating profusely, saying, "There is none." Yang Ning hurriedly stopped the teacher.
"Teacher Joe, don't get worked up." Then he silently assessed the situation, always feeling that the homeroom teacher, for personal gain, liked to take credit.
He never expected the teacher to actually have some integrity.
The teacher's head was about to explode with anger.
"If you're so capable, arrest me. Can the police just arrest people at will?"
Professor Liu glanced at him before turning to say, "I'll call the principal."
"Hello, is this the principal?"
Upon hearing this, Mo Hong whispered to the person next to him, "This is bad, call Director Meng." After receiving the call, Director Meng angrily slammed the phone down. He shouted furiously at the two subordinates, telling them to get their act together and handle a simple matter without causing such a mess. Then he turned to his subordinate, saying, "Xiao Wu, go to Sanzhong School and deal with this." Wu Bin acknowledged the order.
"Yes, Director, I'm going now."
A while later, a police officer stood right outside the school. He turned around, holding a document, and couldn't help but be surprised at the situation inside. Mo Hong was extending his hand, anxiously saying, "Principal, please listen to me." Yang Ning, feeling angered by the fact that someone was looking at him, unconsciously looked up ahead. Wu Bin, startled, immediately hid behind the gate.
It was him. He quickly took out his phone.
They didn't recognize him, but he recognized them. He was the guy from the Liu family restaurant last week.
Director Meng. The incident that day led to Director Chen's suspension. He quickly reported the situation. "Director Meng, Yang Ning is untouchable." What part of that is hard to understand?
After hearing more from the other end of the line, he learned that Yang Ning was the person who caused Director Chen to lose his position and that he had close ties to Guohun. Enraged, he ordered, "Bring those two bastards here.
Tell them if I don't see them in 10 minutes, they can forget about working again. Also, calm those people down. Don't treat them with disrespect."
Wu Bin reassured him, "Director Meng, don't worry.
I know what to do."
The scene shifted to a tall hospital building, where Gue Bin, in a hospital room, quietly made a phone call. "Hello, Director Meng, have you caught that kid yet?" He helplessly rubbed his forehead.
Third elder, I noticed there are 2 girls in the video. Who are they?
At that moment, Sukue, lying in the bed next to him, suddenly spoke up. One is named Zhou Qian, and the other, I only know her last name, Z.
They're both students from Sanzhong.
Director Meng was startled, his face turning pale as he thought to himself, Z.
A senior from Sanzhong. Guibin, growing anxious, asked, Hello Director Meng, have you caught Yang Ning yet?
Sweating, he replied, Director, Mr. Xia, we have no enmity.
Why are you doing this to me?
He quickly added, as for that person named Xia, I'm not involved in this anymore. If you have the ability, go catch him yourself, don't drag me into it.
At this point, Guibin pressed, You're not going to do anything anymore?
Fei Yu, hearing his tone, just wanted to stand back and watch, even more determined to draw a clear line with him.
He spoke and then ended the call. Alright, Fei Yu, I'll remember this.
A Fong from the maternal side also took note. Fei Yu, that bastard, turned his back, just a petty department head. To dare do this, just wait.
I won't let you have peace.
On this side, Director Meng let out a sigh of relief, raising his hand to his forehead to shield his eyes, muttering to himself, drawing a clear line with Guibin, I've definitely offended the Li family.
My career advancement will be affected.
But then, feeling a headache coming on, he thought further if he didn't do this, not only would he offend that unknown brat, Yang Ning, but he would also anger the mayor's son. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to keep his position and would have to wait out his term. Meanwhile, in front of the school gate, Wu Bin spoke in a friendly tone, Oh, this friend here is the victim. No need to go to the police station for a statement, you can just do it right here at the school gate.
Doesn't it seem like a natural place for everyone to stand around? Mo Hong frowned and reminded him, Wu Bin, that's not right.
Taking a statement right in front of the school gate is too casual.
It absolutely has to be done at the station.
Wu Bin immediately interrupted, Mo Hong, this is the decision of Deputy Director Meng.
If you have any objections, you can take it up with him.
He shot a fiery glance at him, his attitude clearly not backing down.
What's wrong with my attitude?
Then, calming down, Wu Bin added, Mo Hong, I thought you misunderstood Deputy Director Meng's intention, but now I see you're hiding something you don't want others to know.
Looks like I'll have to report this to Deputy Director Meng.
Upon hearing this, Mo Hong and the female officer exchanged a guilty glance, remaining silent. Wu Bin, in his mind, hoped that his words would make them believe Deputy Director Meng had no part in this matter.
The female police officer spoke first, Wu Bin, you review and handle it. He angrily turned around, Officer Wu, I'll remember this.
The 4 of them stood and watched as the 2 other officers left. It was then that he turned back, smiling at Yang Ning, Kid, I didn't expect things to end up like this.
Let's leave the 2 interrogations for another time.
The principal smiled in satisfaction, this police officer is quite understanding, handling things better than the other 2. If our country had more public security officers like him, it would be great.
Wu Bin awkwardly scratched his head, Principal Wang, you're too kind. My colleagues at the station are all very responsible. Mo Hong and Luo Fei are usually not like this.
I'm not sure what got into them today, please don't take it to heart. The principal, not knowing when he had moved closer, whispered seriously, they might have been hit where it hurts. They have ulterior motives, stuttering might be intentional.
After a moment, Wu Bin smiled brightly and said, Vice Chief Meng said he'd treat everyone to lunch this afternoon, as an apology, and also to discuss some matters related to the incident last night on Feiyang Road. He wants to ask this student some questions. Yang Ning remained silent, his face full of frustration, it's so annoying, I don't want to go.
The principal, being polite, said, why make Vice Chief go to such trouble? If you don't mind, we can eat at the canteen, they have private rooms where we can order separately. At this, Wu Bin raised an eyebrow, as if to say I told you so, then smiled in response, alright, anywhere is fine. Outside the police station, the cold voice of the station chief echoed, hello, Xiao Wu, what's the explanation?
Arrange the lunch.
Got it. Wu Bin, well done, I'll be there,
I'll arrive on time.
I'm turning off the phone now, the mayor he is calling, he Tian Hong.
He picked up the phone. Mayor Hong, you're looking for me?
Director Meng frowned as he listened to the voice on the other end. Old Meng, the incident on Fei Yang Road in the province is getting significant attention, putting some pressure on the city committee. The city committee wants a quick investigation and clear answers.
He rested his hand on the table, furrowing his brow.
Mayor this isn't difficult, but the people involved are somewhat complicated.
The voice on the other end asked, who are they?
Images of Gui Bin and Su Kuei flashed through his mind. On one side, there was the old man song real estate Longhua, Xia Gui Bin, straightforward, with the trouble being caused by his subordinate.
Su Kuei, nicknamed self-emasculation, was Gui Bin's son, and this matter had already affected his wife's family.
He continued, then there's a young man named Zhang Ning, along with two female students. One is Nuan Nuan, the other is a girl with the last name Su.
Yang Ning is that kid from the Lu family restaurant last week. Mayor he suddenly seemed to realize something and asked, wait, did you say one of the female students is named Su?
Yes, he replied indifferently.
He put down the landline, ending the call.
I have something else to attend to, I'll call you later.
Director Meng, with a gloomy expression, muttered to himself.
It seemed his prediction was right. Ruibai might be coming to the door soon. If that's the case, Ruibai would definitely step in to help the police withstand pressure from the Li family. If that happens, he had indeed made the right bet. The bright sunny scene outside the police station felt distant as his words seemed to echo.
Now, let's go meet that kid, Yang Ning.
At this moment, in the luxurious dining room, Professor Lu stood up in front of the round table, surrounded by the people he had just met for the meal earlier. Director Meng, holding a glass of beer, looked full of regret and said, what happened today was a bit careless, I sincerely apologize to everyone. He smiled, raised his glass of beer, and toasted with the other person. Deputy Director Meng is being too polite, we can't blame you. Officer Wu spoke up, perhaps some personal interests were unclear.
Teacher Wu looked at them judgmentally. What is Yang Ning's background?
Professor Lu over there also had his own thoughts.
For a department head to personally apologize. He smiled, showing admiration.
Indeed, if everyone had the sense of responsibility like Deputy Director Meng and Officer Wu, I believe Xi'an, in Nanhu City, would be a much better place. He awkwardly shook his head, denying it. Actually, what I did can't be called good.
A momentary lapse caused everyone trouble. I'm truly sorry.
At that moment, the principal stood up to dissipate the awkward atmosphere. Director Meng is being too polite, let's just eat.
Suddenly, he turned and asked, Yang Ning, about the incident on Fei Yang Road, could you tell me what actually happened?
The table was full of beautiful dishes. Ah, that matter actually has to be told starting from the flag-raising ceremony yesterday, he said, rambling on and on for quite a while without stopping.
Professor Lu was startled, thinking to himself, such a big event. Luckily, they remained calm. Suddenly remembering something, Director Meng asked, right, didn't you mention there were two young women involved? Could you tell us more about who they were? Yang Ning held the chopsticks in his hand, silently observing the situation. Director Meng knew about Nuan Nuan as well.
Even Wu Bin couldn't blame them this time. One was the president of the student council, and the other was a classmate of Su Nuan Nuan. Principal Wang suddenly stood up, slammed the table, and exclaimed, what? Nuan Nuan was also present, and she immediately said, no, I have to go and ask about this. At that moment, he glanced over, thinking to himself, sure enough, Nuan Nuan's identity had been confirmed. Suddenly, the sound of a phone ringing filled the room.
Mayor?
A voice came from the other end. First, Su Kuei was to be arrested, and Gu Bin was invited to the Investigation Cooperation Department. Director Meng listened carefully to the instructions. Mayor don't worry. I'll personally lead the team to arrest Su Kuei, silently calculating the next move. It seemed Tian Hong had also discovered Nuan Nuan's identity. He stood up, looking apologetic as he said, we won't be able to finish the meal today.
Next time, I'll make it up to everyone. He waved his hand as he left the room.
Director Meng walked slowly.
Director Meng moved cautiously.
The scene shifted to a small corner of a room, where voices could be heard.
My dad knows now, Nguyen said, looking down, dejected. He's really angry.
He blames me for not telling him. She closed her eyes, refusing to look at Yang Ning, her arms crossed in frustration. You wouldn't let me tell him, but you went and told others. He smiled, explaining himself, not intending to keep the secret for long. Unfortunately, he hadn't caught the big fish.
Nguyen opened her eyes wide, surprised and inevitably curious. What fish? What's going on? Xiao Fei entered eagerly and asked, Yang Ning, can you naturally summarize this for me?
He modestly replied, for now, I'm not too sure, just heard a little. Xiao Fei could probably only understand the basics. Suddenly, something caught his attention. It turned out that Ji Zhuan had come to support.
Class monitor, here is my 1,000 donation. Hearing this, the class monitor was a little surprised. You also contributed 1,000? Xiao Fei folded his arms proudly, learning from me, huh? Truly uncreative. Ji Zhuan responded, how much I contribute is none of your business. His attitude surprised him. Us? Ji Zhuan wasn't angry with him. Could it be that he's really changing his character? Yang Ning also guessed, probably didn't do well on the exam, in a bad mood. The truth was, only Ji Zhuan knew he just wanted to quickly get away from that scary guy. Mr. Wang was also stunned after hearing his son's sudden decision. Change schools? Have you made up your mind? Why so suddenly? He made up a reason. Dad, please hurry up and do the transfer paperwork for me. If I go to that school, I'll have a better chance of getting into the University of Transportation. Sweat poured down Ji Zhuan's face. The University of Transportation wasn't the important part. The important part was that he glanced toward Yang Ning. He just wanted to stay far away from that terrifying guy. If he couldn't avoid conflict, couldn't he at least escape him? Right now, at the city hospital, Director Meng walked in, followed by a few other people. Gui Bin and the patient on the bed were both surprised by the sudden appearance. After that, he spoke up and asked, Director Meng, why did you bring so many people here? Did you think you were just going to stand by and watch? You've decided to side with us now. He seriously demanded, Director Xia, this is an order from above. We need you to come with us to the police station for a cooperative investigation. Gui Bin secretly mocked him, knowing that with the Li family backing him, he still dared to show up. Just how powerful was Yang Ning's influence, yet he still argued with a stubborn tone. If it's really about a cooperative investigation, then Director Meng is putting on this big show to intimidate me? Without hesitation, Director Meng held up the arrest warrant. Of course, it wasn't. Mayor he had personally ordered Su Kuei's arrest. This was an official arrest order. The man who was resting was also taken into custody. I'm a patient, you can't arrest me. Director Meng, still holding back, offered a choice. Director Xia, will you voluntarily cooperate, or do you want us to use other methods to invite you? Gui Bin, irritated, called him up by name. Meng Fei Yu, remember everything you've done today. I'll go on my own. And so, he was reluctantly escorted out. Afong, upon seeing her husband, was bewildered. What happened? Gui Bin briefly explained, Afong, my eldest uncle came to deliver an apology, but I couldn't greet him. Some people don't want us to live in peace. After that, he had to leave with the police, leaving her standing there, confused. Wait a moment, the sunlight bathed the whole street. Yang Ning walked along, lost in thought, realizing that today's tasks were far from finished. He glanced around and assessed everything. It was all imitation antiques, useless. It seemed he had to go to a few pawn shops in the area. Shortly after, Yang Ning went straight to a pawn shop. He pointed at an item and said, Boss, how much are these long PHing bracelets? The owner immediately quoted an outrageous price, 38,000. Yang Ning, upon hearing that, couldn't help but exclaim, so expensive. He then put on a disdainful expression and remarked that if it was too expensive, he wouldn't buy it.
You're just a kid, haven't even grown out of your childhood, trying to get people to show you gold, wasting my time. Yang Ning silently cursed in his heart. Trying to buy something and encountering such a jerk. In the end, he walked out of the pawn shop, feeling frustrated. As soon as the shopkeeper saw a well-dressed customer enter, his attitude changed completely.
Good afternoon, sir. What would you like to buy? I can recommend something for you. Yang Ning inwardly agreed with the saying, a person's clothes and armor determine their treatment. Then, he moved on to another area of the shop to look around. As he walked inside, Yang Ning kept glancing around, and the shopkeeper called out, "Sir, what would you like to buy?" With this change in attitude, Yang Ning smiled and said, "Just looking for now." Of course, where are the silent treasures? The shopkeeper was very friendly. "Over here, take your time. If you need anything, just call me." Yang Ning then admired the expensive treasures. After a while, he had spotted something. "Excuse me, how much are these earrings?" The shopkeeper replied, "These are genuine Hutian jade earrings. If you want them, I'll give you a round price. 7,000 coins. Yang Ning had already made calculations. The system set the price at 6,700 coins, leaving room for negotiation. Out of nowhere, Nana suddenly appeared and shouted, "Hubby, these earrings are so pretty. Don't you think they'd look amazing on me?" Yu approached, glanced over, and accidentally bumped into Yang Ning. "Of course they're beautiful," he immediately said, then asked how much they cost. The shopkeeper replied, 7,000 coins. Yu started criticizing, "So expensive. It's a second-hand item, who knows how many people have had it, and it doesn't even have a clear origin. It's not clean. The shop owner guarantees that everything in the store is properly sourced and guaranteed to be clean." Then, he threw out a price that was quite ridiculous. "Are you trying to scam a child? I'll take it for 4,000 coins. The shopkeeper was straightforward, "Not for sale." Yu wasn't giving up, so he added another 200 coins. Then, in a fit of anger, he slammed his hand on the table, 4,500 coins. "This is a great price." He rudely shouted directly at the shopkeeper, "Your shop doesn't get many customers, and those who do come just ask for prices without actually buying. This item probably won't even sell in a year." The shopkeeper calmly responded, "Sir, we regularly have big spending customers come through. There's no need to worry about our sales." Clearly, Yu had no reason to target Yang Ning, yet he pointed at him and sneered, "Big spender? That poor thing? Don't make me laugh." This made Yang Ning feel indignant. Seriously? Was he really being dragged into this? The shopkeeper wanted Yu to understand something: anyone who walks into the store is treated the same, regardless of their status. "I've always treated everyone equally here." Yu continued to bargain, 4,500 coins, no more. The old man, "This type of flower, even large stores can't sell for 5,000 coins. Greed will lead to a downfall. Not every day do you meet a quick and decisive buyer like me. That poor guy just asking for fun, do you think he has enough money?" The shop owner secretly thought, actually, 4,500 coins could be acceptable, but neither of them wanted to sell to them at all. Now Yang Ning softly asked, 7,000 is a bit high, can you offer the lowest price? Yu turned back in surprise, "You wanna buy," and the owner offers 5,000 coins. It can't be any lower. Are you crazy over these 5,000 coins? And now Nana is being slandered. Is this some scam you hired to jack up the price? Yang Ning ignored them and continued negotiating. He then pointed at several items in the display case. This one, and this one. The shop owner was surprised. "Hey, you're buying all these?" But Yang Ning denied it. "I'm not buying them." Yu immediately laughed with pleasure, not buying and still pretending. The woman next to her chimed in, "This is what young people with low intelligence do, all the tricks." To their surprise, Yang Ning then requested, "Except for the ones I just pointed at, I'll take everything else." The shop owner asked again, "You're taking even that, how you?" He still acted arrogantly, "Keep pretending, if you buy everything here, from now on I." Yang Ning coldly held up the black card and asked, "So?"
The two of them were stunned at the sight of such a mark of prestige. The card cast a shadow of worry across his face. It was a limited-issue credit card, at least $1 million spent per year. A card reserved for the wealthiest elite in the country. This card had no payment ceiling. He politely requested, "Can you accept card here, sir? The total is 50,000, please wrap it up for me." The owner replied, "Yes." "Swipe it. Charge me 50,000.
He told someone to wrap it up for him. Then he called his son, Liang, "Come down and pack the goods. Stop playing video games all day. I'm going to be busy."
The son appeared immediately, "I'm coming down." Yang Ning could now be proud for life. The black card Uncle Lu had lent him could at last be used. After a while they finally heard, "All done, everything's inside."
Liang asked carefully, "Do you want us to count it again?"
But he affirmed, "No need, I trust you."
Father and son cheerfully bade Yang Ning farewell. The customer left, and he walked out.
By then Yang Ning had arrived at another stall.
Mr. Zhang was busy with something. Noticing someone, he said, "Young friend, are you looking to pawn something?"
"I'll say up front I don't buy things of unclear origin."
He went straight to the point, "I'm here to buy."
"I don't need these, take the rest, 70,000 in total, and I won't pay more."
Then Mr. Zhang looked up to confirm. "Come to buy."
With such generous spending, he's highly suspicious that this kid either comes from a wealthy family or is trying to provoke him, maybe even a scammer. Looking at Mr. Zhang's face, Yang Ning knew what he was thinking and reassured him, "Uncle, don't worry, I'm not joking. I just bought quite a bit from the shop next door.
If you don't believe me, you can ask."
Despite that, he still didn't trust it and ran outside. He then quietly called, "Liang, come here for a moment."
Upon hearing, Liang walked over. "What's up, uncle?"
Mr. Zhang seemed slightly worried. Before he could finish his words, Liang cheerfully spoke, "Boss, found something else you like, huh?" "I'll tell you, Uncle Zhang is very principled. Everything he sells is authentic." Finally, Mr. Zhang felt reassured it was real. Only then did he remember Uncle Zhang had asked for something, and understanding the situation, he immediately sent Liang away.
"It's nothing, just wanted to invite you for a drink."
"You head back first, I'm busy." Afterward, Mr. Zhang turned back to the distinguished guest, his tone changing, now sweet and polite, "Please wait a moment, I'll wrap the goods right away."
"Would you like A to help you carry it?" "With something this important, I'm afraid it might be too much to carry alone."
This suggestion made Yang Ning think for a moment. It was true, though he could directly store it in the warehouse, finding a secluded spot would still be a hassle. So he asked, "Could you please take it to the gentleman's study for me?" Mr. Zhang was eager. "The gentleman's study? No problem. Had I known you were connected with the gentleman's study, I wouldn't have worried." Then Yang Ning made a phone call.
"Hello, Uncle Lu, there will be some items delivered to your place later. Please keep them for me."
The voice on the other end responded enthusiastically, "No problem, if you bought something, I'll ask 2 other people to help bring it in for you." As soon as he hung up, 2 tall men arrived at the shop. "Hello, young master, you surprised us by coming so quickly." Yang Ning suggested, "Hello, you two, please come in with me." Mr. Zhang immediately seized the opportunity. "I'll lead the way, I know this place very well."
Yang Ning smiled and agreed.
"That's fine," he thought to himself, feeling relieved that he wouldn't be looked down upon wherever he went. At this point, Yang Ning had moved to the storage area. As soon as he stepped inside, his expression changed in surprise. "So it turns out how you and Nana are causing trouble at another shop, offering things at a discount." Immediately, the gaze of the 2 people landed on Yang Ning. They were so shocked that they immediately froze in fear, unable to speak. Meanwhile, he continued towards the counter, maintaining his usual calm tone. I'm not buying this, just wrap up everything else. Old he, scratching his head, stopped in his tracks, thinking he had misheard. Mr. Zhang quickly moved closer and reminded him, Old he, don't stand there like that. Hurry up and greet the guest. This is the big boss. After hearing that, Old he quickly adjusted his demeanor. Oh, sorry about that, I was distracted. Boss, if you're buying everything, I'll give you a discount. The large sum of money Yang Ning quoted was 50,000 even. If that's okay, then buy it. Old he looked doubtful, turned to glance at Mr. Zhang, and immediately received a few nods of confirmation. So he could rest assured. I'll wrap it up for you. The whole neighborhood started to stir. There's a rich person over there. He's been to nearly 20 stores, buying up everything. It must be close to 100,000 in goods. When will he come to our shop? The shop owners chatted happily. He bought from your place too. That's right. He bargained right away when he walked in. Bought everything and left. I've never seen anyone so decisive. The shop owner sneered at young Ning, who had been in a daze earlier. Really? Did the boss of your shop visit ours already? They were puzzled upon hearing this. That's right. Didn't he stop by yours? I remember your shop is near the end. He should have come to yours first. The man shook his head. Never saw him. He hasn't been here, but he'll probably come soon. The other two laughed and reassured him. Don't be disappointed, boss son. I heard he's already over at the West Street. He was even more upset. What? Why didn't he stop by my shop? Why would he skip it? The first shop owner, who had sold out, immediately realized the mistake. Boss son, that young man must have gone to your shop first. Our shops are so close to each other, he couldn't have missed it. He asked, confused. What did this young man look like? The other shop owner described him. He wore a sky blue outfit, tall, fair-skinned. At that moment, the arrogant man opened his mouth wide. It's him, it must be him. Why him? Damn it, damn him. The scorching morning sun had already softened, and the sky now leaned toward evening. Yang Ning cheerfully reminded, Mr. Zhang, it's getting late. You should head home now. I'll come back another day to check it out. He must have had a very good time today. Yes, I'll ask the two assistants to take these things back to the gentleman's study first, and leave the rest here at the store. I can handle it on my own. They immediately accepted the order. Understood, young Master Yang. We'll take the items back and return soon. Yang Ning felt a bit awkward upon hearing that. No need to follow me anymore. Forget it, anyway, it was Uncle Lu who gave the orders. So, he continued walking down the street alone. Yang Ning stood in front of a small, somewhat shabby shop and couldn't help but comment, this shop is really run down. However, once he stepped inside, it was beyond his expectations, leaving him impressed. Yang Ning couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Two beautiful shopkeepers greeted him, welcome. He was truly surprised, never expecting such a hidden gem inside. The sweet voice of the shopkeeper rose again, hello. Yuan gently spoke, may I ask, what would you like to purchase? Yang Ning's natural attraction to beautiful women stirred within him. The stunning woman noticed his blunt expression and he quickly composed himself, I'll just have a look first. Yang Ning, like a shy teenager, hesitantly asked, by the way, where do you keep the overpledged items in the shop? She looked at him in confusion, pledged items? He was taken aback, isn't this shop supposed to have those kinds of things? Yang Ning paused, realizing, could it be that I've come to the wrong place? There was a pawn shop outside, after all. Yuan sincerely revealed, sorry, this shop was just handed over to us, and there are many operations we're still unfamiliar with. The shop has also been newly renovated, and the sign hasn't been changed yet. The master who manages the shop will come tomorrow. Now you understand why. No wonder the place looks so shabby outside. Xiao spoke up, Miss Lan, I saw a pawnshop sign hanging over there last night. Yuan instructed, go over and check it out. She then led the way, inviting them to follow.
Yang Ning couldn't help but feel delighted, admiring the beautiful women around. Here, Yuan introduced, this is the sales counter.
As Xiao moved closer, he whispered, Miss Lan, I remember that Mr. Chen left a price list that day. He said one of these items was a pawned object that's overdue.
Yang Ning glanced around while the two of them were whispering.
His gaze soon landed on a particular area. There were some items made with copy technology, which weren't valuable, and not much gold and silver jewelry either, except for this golden pot, worth about 700,000. Suddenly, he noticed something else and his attention fixed on the shining object.
The golden pot.
At that moment, a voice broke the silence, beautiful lady, I know you're still here.
The lecherous Ma Zi arrogantly leaned against the door. How about having a meal with me today and a few drinks? He then loudly shouted at Yang Ning, get out, you. Don't get in the way of my business. Yuan wasn't intimidated and threatened, don't bully my customers. Do you want me to call the police? But Ma Zi wasn't scared. Call the police? Who in Guhan Street doesn't know Ma Zi? What can they do if you call them?
I haven't stolen, robbed, or caused any trouble.
What happens if the police come? Yuan tried to argue, I know the rules of you guys, isn't there supposed to be a protection fee? I've already accepted the shop from Boss Chen. 10,000 per year. I'll give you 15,000. He had no shame and didn't even listen. 15,000. Quite generous.
I like money, but I like beautiful women with hot bodies even more.
How about you come play with me for 3 days?
Ma Zi, with his mean and ruthless face, had the intention of chasing Yang Ning away. But when he saw him still standing there, smiling, he shouted, Brat, get out of the way.
Or do you want someone to carry you out?
However, he didn't expect Yang Ning to retort, I don't know how to get out of the way.
Why don't you show me?
Ma Zi was infuriated and called for his underling, Ahai, drag this kid out and teach him how to behave.
The man immediately responded, yes, boss.
Although Yuan was scared, he still stepped in to protect, this has nothing to do with him.
Ma Zi showed no mercy. It wasn't his business, but who told this kid to challenge him again and again? He then ordered, Brat, I'm in a good mood.
If you kneel down, apologize, and roll out of here, I'll let it go.
Just then, a voice rang out, what if I don't?
Zhao Long, who had brought things for Yang Ning earlier, had returned.
Seeing him, Ma Zi turned into a little rabbit again.
Oh, it's Zhao brother, long time no see. Zhao Long growled, don't call me that, anyone would think we're close. He ignored the name and looked deeper, then asked, young master, I know this guy, Ma Zi manages this neighborhood.
He hasn't offended you, has he? Hearing this name, Ma Zi panicked, young master has stepped on the wrong bowl of rice this time. Receiving the inquiry, Ma Zi responded, making sure he wasn't in trouble. Ma Zi laughed awkwardly, yes, no offense at all.
Yang Ning proudly repeated, he only told me to get out of here.
Hearing this, Ma Zi felt like he'd been slapped across the face.
Zhao Long's sharp gaze shot over, and with just one kick, Ma Zi was sent flying.
One of his subordinates quickly rushed to help, boss. The bold rabbit-like subordinate dared to question him, you dare? Knowing the consequences, Ma Zi quickly stopped him. Don't make a move, step back.
The subordinate was stunned by the boss's orders. He knew the power of the person behind Zhao Long Guahan, a major figure in the underground world. Going against them could mean being shoved into a sack and thrown into the sea as fish bait by midnight. Just thinking about the two loud faces was enough to make Ma Zi shiver. Where did Zhao Long even pull out that weapon from? The female employees around were terrified. Yang Ning, on the other hand, was extremely prideful, but now, his knees were on the ground. Ma Zi had no choice but to lower himself.
I'm sorry, this is all my fault.
I hope the young master will forgive me. Yuan was completely astonished. Muzzy, the notorious bully of Guhan Street known for his daily acts of intimidation and harassment, was now kneeling down, kowtowing, and begging for forgiveness. That sight alone made her turn her full attention to Yang Ning.
Who on earth was this man? He turned to seek approval. Young Master Yang, what do you think?
Yang Ning stepped closer, his tone amused as he teased, same question as before, I still don't know how to roll.
Why don't you all show me how it's done?
The gang members could barely contain themselves.
Boss, let's just fight him. But Ma Zi, with a bitter look, muttered, save your breath. Get out, all of you. Zhao Long added, so you really want a life or death fight, huh? Hearing that, Ma Zi panicked and pleaded desperately, Brother Long, no please, for heaven's sake, don't.
I'll go now, I'll roll right this instant. His two underlings chased after him, shouting, Boss, stop rolling.
Boss, please stop.
Yang Ning then gave a stern command, from today onward, I don't want to see any of you on Guhan Street again. Then, with a playful wink, he added with a grin, if that bastard ever bothers you again, go find Brother Zhao from the gentleman's study. Yuan blushed, her cheeks turning crimson, and said softly, thank you. Just then, the system screen chimed with a ding-ding sound, item detected, relic of concentration and wisdom.
Quality, exquisite. Description, crafted by a monk from the ancient Western regions after achieving enlightenment and ascension through meditation. This monk practiced daily mindfulness, imbuing the relic with the vows of a bodhisattva and accumulating immense primordial energy. This talisman can expel evil spirits.
Before death, it eliminates karmic burdens, and frequently carrying it can effectively enhance memory, improve learning ability, and increase work efficiency. It is a precious object of great value, with a vast space for upgrades, worth approximately 4,780,625. Upon hearing this, Yang Ning's eyes widened in shock as he gasped, nearly 48 million, you're drooling, starting to count with your abacus. With a system like this, if it were auctioned off, it would definitely be worth billions.
After finishing his calculations, Yang Ning raised his hand and tossed the abacus aside.
His eyes gleamed like headlights, his face full of determination.
You must find it.
Then, Yang Ning waved his hand and issued the command, System, activate assistive functions. The system screen appeared and responded, System acknowledged. Immediately, the system began to function, and his brows furrowed as the supreme energy began to emanate. Yang Ning raised both hands, bringing them together, and said, eyes open, now form your hands like glasses and raise them to your eyes to see through.
Yang Ning's eyes flashed with golden light, and he grinned, saying, young master, I'm not cheating, you know.
He was full of excitement as he looked around, come out now. Then, Yang Ning glanced up at the ceiling, but found nothing. Next, he turned his gaze to the wooden cabinet, still nothing. Finally, Yang Ning looked toward the porcelain vase, but there was nothing there either. He wiped away his sweat and let out a heavy sigh, deep in thought.
Can't find it, why is that?
His eyes were both aching and tired, and Yang Ning's gaze became sharp with speculation.
Could it be that you're looking at Zhao Long, Yuan, and Xiao, thinking the treasure is on them? Yang Ning's eyes sparkled brightly as he raised his hand, clenched it tightly, and said, I have to check thoroughly.
Then, he immediately fixed his gaze on the man's stomach, calculating. First, Zhao brother.
The man furrowed his brow and asked, is there something on my clothes?
Yang Ning sighed deeply, muttering, still nothing. Yang Ning pointed at Xiao and said, the lady over there, come here for a moment. She trembled all over, stepping closer with hesitation, thinking to herself, young master is so strange. Xiao blushed, closed her eyes, and allowed Yang Ning to search, quietly wondering, what exactly is he looking for? She lowered her head, feeling immense discomfort, and said, all right, please go back to your seat.
Startled by this, Xiao asked, is that all? Yang Ning's voice rang out, yes, that's it. Yuan rushed over with concern, asking, Xiao, what's going on?
She blushed and replied, it's nothing happened. Then, Yang Ning looked up. Oh, right, there's also her.
His eyes flashed as he stared at Yuan's necklace, thinking, this looks good, it could be here. His gaze was fixed firmly on the delicate floral design on the young lady's dress, causing her to blush. She raised a hand to cover her mouth, whispering, what's going on? I'm clearly wearing clothes, but it feels like I'm being stripped bare. Yang Ning's eyes sparkled as he saw her groan, and he quickly spoke up to stop her, don't move. Just then, a line of text appeared on the screen, a system prompt that read, the target is right in front, move closer to observe. Upon seeing this, he gave a slight smile and muttered to himself, 4 billion treasure. Yang Ning's eyes glinted as he pressed even closer to Yuan's chest. He looked at the pendant on her necklace and exclaimed, got it, right here. Immediately, the system screen flashed a notification, mission complete. Yang Ning, excited, said, so amazing. From above, Yuan looked down, embarrassed, and asked, Master Yang, do you still want to look longer? He blushed, and the person who had just snapped back to reality was now staring at her chest. Yang Ning raised both hands, stepped back, distancing himself from Yuan, and stammered, I'm sorry, what I meant to say was, this treasure is really. Black blood suddenly spurted from his nose. Yang Ning's face turned purple, and he quickly collapsed. His body slowly descended toward the ground. As soon as Yang Ning fell, a loud cry echoed through the house, young Master Yang. That night, at the city hospital, Zhao Long stood in the hallway with a blank expression, listening to the doctor's instructions. Meanwhile, in another place, a worried voice could be heard asking, what exactly happened? Gua Hun held the phone, his hand on his head, sighing, and then asked again. Tears streamed down his face as blood flowed from his nose. What did the doctor say? Zhao Long frowned slightly and responded. The doctor said, the tears are from overexerting your eyes, and the coma is due to exhaustion. As for the nosebleed, Gua Hun, his face blank, listened to the explanation and said, it's the young man's blood rushing, too much yang energy. His eyes burned with fury as he shouted, are you telling the truth? I'm listening. What exactly did you all do? Zhao Long, sweating, muttered in a low voice, we really didn't do anything. We were just in a pawn shop. Finally, Gua Hun closed his eyes, exhaled, and said, forget it, as long as nothing serious happened, it's fine. This kid is really something else. At the same time, outside the police station, Gu Bin emerged. A Fang had been waiting outside for him. His whole body was shaking as he gritted his teeth and spoke each word with effort. Meng Feiyu had taken note and walked closer, calling out with concern. Hubby, Gu Bin, she asked. Gu Bin immediately asked, has uncle arrived yet? A Fang replied, he said he'll be here early tomorrow morning. He muttered quietly, what do you think will happen if Jing Dong wakes up and finds himself? In both of their minds, the image of him painfully chasing after birds flashed. She cried bitterly. Gu Bin had no choice but to pat his wife's shoulder to comfort her. Don't say that. Medicine has advanced so much, they'll definitely be able to treat him. He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath, it's all that Yang Ning's fault. Gu Bin thought of the kid lying in the hospital and said, you wait, I'll get you. He was determined to think, my son has suffered, I will definitely find you and make you pay. Yang Ning slowly opened his eyes, frowning as he looked around. Then, he hugged his head and sat up, wondering, what happened? Where am I? Suddenly, Yang Ning was startled, thinking about using his X-ray vision to search for treasure. Then, Yuan's figure appeared in his mind, shouting, that's right. Blood began to pour from Yang Ning's nose again. He put his hand on his head, forcing a bitter smile, and then his eyes widened in realization. No, that's not it. I fainted not because of that. It was the excessive energy drain from using my X-ray vision, causing my vitality to deplete and tears to flow. Because of this, the door to the hospital room was pushed open from the inside. Yang Ning changed into his usual clothes and looked around cautiously. When he stepped outside, he saw Zhao Long sleeping drowsily in a chair. Upon hearing the sound, he slowly woke up. Zhao Long turned and saw Yang Ning,
calling out, "Yang young master, you're awake.
Are you feeling unwell anywhere?" Yang Ning smiled faintly and responded, "I'm fine now, thank you for your concern. By the way, the things I left at the gentleman's study."
Immediately after, Yang Ning smiled brightly when Zhao Long told him everything had been put in the car, and he could head back and leave any time.
At the Mahjiang Yuan residential area, a black car was driving in.
Zhao Long placed a box on the ground and said, "Everything has been moved." He then turned to the back and said, "Yang young master, there's nothing else, I'll head back now." He immediately stopped. "Zhao brother, please wait a moment." Yang Ning took out a box of medicine and said slowly, "You've been busy running around.
I remember you like this kind. Here's a stick for you."
Zhao Long widened his eyes in disbelief. He couldn't believe this was the authentic diamond version of the medicine, which would cost at least 2,000 yuan each even if bought wholesale. He smiled brightly as he took it, politely replying, "Thank you, Yang young master. If you ever need someone to run errands, don't hesitate to ask." Yang Ning stood still, watching the black car drive away. He smiled as he looked at the items in front of him and decided, "Alright, I'll sell all of this in one go." The system screen immediately popped up, showing an addition of 178,340 Nation H coins to his account and 3,910 accumulated points. Seeing this, Yang Ning excitedly exclaimed, "I can buy the Edict of Restoration now." A notification appeared on the system screen. The host has exchanged 500 points for the Edict of Restoration. Yang Ning held the Edict of Restoration in his hand and smiled, "Got it." The screen then displayed two options, repair or disassemble. He reached out and pressed the disassemble button, then selected disassemble.
The system prompted, "You have chosen to disassemble. You have received Agarwood Banner 5,000 years."
A piece of wood appeared with an announcement, "Agarwood Banner 5,000 years. Special quality, rated for its exceptional fragrance, the texture is very soft, with a unique scent that no incense can compare to, and the fragrance lasts exceptionally long, carrying a scent that travels over 1,000 meters. It has the effect of warding off evil spirits and preventing diseases from entering from the outside. It is known as a masterpiece in the world of agarwood, extremely valuable, yet without a real market, worth about 26 million.
Nation Yang Ning's eyes sparkled as he lifted it high. Its value truly cannot be measured by money.
He paused in thought.
But with so little of it, there's not even enough to make a bracelet.
At most, it could be carved into a Buddha statue.
Yang Ning looked at the small piece of wood in his hand and murmured, "Who should I ask to make it?"
He didn't quite trust those people, partly out of fear that it might be swapped for something else, and partly because he worried they wouldn't make full use of the material. Turning away, he placed it into the system. "Forget it, I'll think about it later." At Yang Ning's school, he was sitting quietly in class, reading a book.
Li Yuan pushed open the classroom door and came in. He walked up to Yang Ning's desk and greeted him, "Good morning."
Yang Ning looked up at Li Yuan and asked, "You're here early.
No training today?"
Glancing at the dark sky outside the window, Yang Ning said, "Looks like a storm's coming." It wasn't easy, but old Lu finally gave us the day off. Li Yuan frowned and looked at him, asking, "I heard the principal helped you apply for a spot at Jiangning University. It's even better than my school.
Don't you want to think about it?"
Hearing that, Yang Ning smiled and replied, "Honestly, I'm not interested in those special admissions programs.
I can't stand being tied down."
Li Yuan raised his hand and grasped his own wrist, murmuring, "That's true.
With grades like yours, you can get into any school you want on your own." Yang Ning widened his eyes in surprise. Yang Ning smiled brightly and said, "Isn't special admission based on ability? Don't underestimate yourself.
The number of students specially admitted to Jiangning University can be counted on one hand.
So many people admire you, maybe someday you'll be the second person to soar at the Olympic Games." Hearing that, Li Yuan was a bit taken aback.
Then he closed his eyes and gave a bitter smile.
"It's not that easy. I don't have the kind of talent you're talking about."
Yang Ning stood up, patted his friend's shoulder encouragingly, and said, "Talent is useless if you don't work hard to improve it.
You've got a great physical advantage.
After the exams, when we find some free time, let's train together.
I'll teach you a few things.
Li Yuan raised his hand with a grin.
Alright, after the exams, let's set a day.
Yang Ning blushed slightly and murmured to himself, Li Yuan's not a bad guy.
He doesn't hide his admiration when he sees someone capable.
Of course, I'll gladly teach him. After a while, the teacher standing on the podium announced, My dear students, your results are out.
You'll get your test papers back during the respective self-study periods.
For now, I'll announce the total scores.
All the students below were astonished, thinking, that fast? He graded everything in just one night?
With a serious expression, the teacher read aloud, I'll begin reading the scores. Li Ren 531 points, Lu Hong 489 points, Li Yuan 210 points, Sun Wan 631 points, Wang Zhizhuan 541 points.
Professor Lu then added another announcement, student Wang Zhizhuan will be completing transfer procedures within the next 2 days.
It seems he's transferring to a school in Huahai City.
Xiao Fei laughed sarcastically, that's so funny.
This idiot was scared of his pants falling down while running around the school, so he just ran off.
Mou angrily turned around to retort, Zhizhuan scored 541 points, do you think you can do the same? He grinned and said, what are you getting so worked up about? The person who ran off is already gone. Who are you trying to show your loyalty to? He angrily cursed at him.
Then, Xiao Fei froze, his face contorting when Professor Lu read out, Zhou Xiao Fei, 120 points. All the students in the class burst into laughter in unison. He sighed and reminded, you need to work harder.
Mou looked at Xiao Fei's pale face and sneered, 120 points? You can try to recover enough to reach 250 and take it home. He angrily shouted, who are you calling stupid?
Yang Ning, who was sitting nearby, also threw him a mocking glance and said, I remember you scored just over 500 points. With that score, you'd barely get into a second-tier school.
He casually reminded, you should worry more about yourself. People might think you're certain to get into a key university.
Mou smiled brightly, teasing, and this time, he let a little of his unpredictability show.
Not like someone who always ranks at the bottom. Yang Ning let out a cold laugh and suggested, want to compare scores? How about a final tally? Whoever loses. Is it time for lunch yet? How about a 10-minute banana tree contest at the cafeteria? You in? Hearing that, Xiao Fei glanced over, laughing coldly and agreeing, alright, I'm game. But don't regret it later. Professor Lu encouraged from above.
This time, there is one student in our class who has made the most remarkable and fastest progress, with truly astonishing results. The students behind stared intently at Yang Ning, silently thinking, the only thing left is his score to be announced. Soon, his voice rang out, Yang Ning, 708 points. All the students gasped in disbelief and shouted, 708 points, really? Mou jumped to his feet and yelled, Teacher Zhou, he cheated. This isn't his own score, he definitely cheated. Professor Lu was furious, pushing his glasses up and rebuking, Mou, as the invigilator, it's my duty to inform you that Yang Ning did not engage in any form of cheating. His face went pale upon hearing this, as Professor Lu continued, moreover, Yang Ning has the highest score in the class. If you say he cheated, then may I ask, who did he copy from? Mou's eyes widened in disbelief, thinking, how could this be? It's too fake. His hands clenched, still denying, 708 points, are you kidding me? Xiao Fei raised a finger and shook it, saying, go to the canteen and grow bananas, don't even try to backpedal. Of course, you can always focus on learning. Transfer schools. He's way smarter than you, don't think you can ever beat Yang Ning. Nuan also raised her hand and suggested, Teacher Zhou, I want to know Yang Ning's scores for each subject. Professor Lu adjusted his glasses and responded, for Chinese, Yang Ning lost 1 point from Miss Li. According to Miss Li, this essay, if used for the college entrance exam, would score full marks. The boys in the class gasped as well.
What kind of essay could possibly score full marks? He began to explain. The 800-word essay was written entirely in an ancient style, with a topic fitting the circumstances, sharp words yet maintaining harmony. Miss Lee said, even a university student specializing in academic research might not be able to write like that. Next, Professor Liu raised his hand and read, in the foreign language exam, 147 points, Miss Chen lost 3 points in the writing section, but the listening section was perfect. His eyes gleamed brightly, excited. As for mathematics, Yang Ning scored 150 points, a perfect score. This math exam was relatively difficult. Some questions exceeded the scope of high school knowledge, and the difficulty was equivalent to the Olympiad. Yang Ning achieving a perfect score can only mean that your ability is outstanding. A male student, pressing his calculator, said, in the Comprehensive Natural Sciences exam, 271 points. Professor Liu looked at the 3 papers lying on the table, adjusted his glasses, and remarked, correct, biology is a perfect score, but physics and chemistry were deducted nearly 30 points. Yang Ning didn't perform as well in the Comprehensive Natural Sciences, you should have gotten a perfect score. The students below gasped, vaguely wondering if a perfect score was truly just a result of skill and luck, or if it was expected. They looked toward him, pondering. However, if Yang Ning hadn't scored perfectly, that would indeed be strange. In his heart, he chuckled and thought to himself, wasn't it because I ran out of time to finish? Outside, the sky darkened, and it seemed like it was about to rain. A car stopped in front of a large building. Gue Bin and his wife stood waiting. The car door slowly opened. Li Ren stepped out of the car and asked, how is Adam doing? Director Xie's wife had tears in her eyes, covering her mouth as she sobbed. Uncle Li Ren put his arm around her to comfort her, and as they walked he said, I'm here now, I'll take charge for everyone. He added with a grave expression, let's see who dares to disrespect the Li family. Elsewhere, a loud shout rang out inside the building. What? Director Meng barked angrily. Gue Bin went to see Su Kuei. Zhong Hui bowed his head and replied, yes. Hearing that, he frowned and thought. Gue Bin, without going through his own bureau chief, went straight to see Su Kuei. It appeared the Li family's people had arrived in Nanhu. Director Meng took his coat, stood up, and said he needed to go to the municipal committee. At the detention center, Su Kuei clenched his fist and vowed, Director Xie, don't worry about this as long as they bring Yang Ning to me, I'll make sure to kill him. Gue Bin reassured him, rest assured, that person promised once it's done you'll be released. Yang Kai pushed the door open and greeted, hello, Director Xie. He gestured toward the 2 people and introduced, Director Xie, these are the 2 I mentioned to you before. He said with a broad smile, Director Xie, as long as Director Meng is dismissed, full authority will fall to Director La, and Director La and I are even relatives. Yang Kai calmly recounted. Last time, because of Director Meng, we couldn't catch that brat. If the position of the director could be changed, Gue Bin, hearing this, asked for information. Do you want me to speak with Director La so that he agrees to let you catch that little rascal? Both Yang Kai and the other person nodded with a smile. He patted their shoulders in agreement. No problem. Very well, I'll remember this. He immediately took out his phone. I'll call Director La. Gue Bin slightly furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, as long as Director La handles this well, he'll figure out a way to push Meng Fei Yu out and bring Director La into that position. Meanwhile, at Yang Ning's school, a group of students holding his exam papers continuously expressed their admiration. Yang Ning, this question is solved this way, your way of thinking is really special. Xiao Fei looked at everyone and laughed, speaking up. Everyone's talking about your exam paper. This time, the rumors cleared up. That guy with the surname Wang was too smart, he must have known this would happen and ran off. Mou pouted, watching the students who kept praising, he's so good. Soon after, he couldn't help but grab the collar of a male student, shouting loudly. You and Zhizhuan must have known Yang Ning's grades long ago, why didn't you say anything? You made me lose face. Mou angrily turned around and shouted. Now even Zhizhuan's avoiding me,
I have no choice but to swallow this humiliation.
Outside the school, a police car quickly arrived.
Yang Kai led two officers inside, and Suba stepped forward to block them, then inquired.
Is it you, Director Law?
He extended his hand with a smile and introduced himself. I've heard a lot about you. His face was full of smiles as he promised, don't worry, this time I'll definitely bring justice for you and Uncle Sue.
Where is he? Suba turned around and looked inside, saying, you're a bit underprepared.
That guy's skills are really impressive.
Yang Kai heard this and laughed coldly, then asked, underprepared? You think he dares to make a move? I brought an official document this time.
If he dares to oppose the arrest order.
Suba shook his hand and said, that's good then.
He shouted for Nuan Nuan in the classroom, Zhou Qian in the broadcasting room, and that young guy in the basketball court. He led his group inside. By the way, about Zhou Qian's background, her father is the boss of the Ji gang in Yanlu. Soon after, Yang Kai's voice rang out, arrest anyone from the underworld if necessary. If they dare show up, I'll take care of him too.
Zhou Qian looked at Yang Kai's group and asked, who are you?
He showed his ID and replied, we're the police.
We're here to ask for your cooperation. Yang Kai smiled and added, we're investigating the incident on Fei Yang Street.
She clasped her hands together and hesitated before answering, I don't know what you're talking about. He put on his police hat and threatened, we've checked the security cameras and found that besides you, Su Nuan Nuan and Yang Ning are also involved in this matter. Zhou Qian furrowed her brows and thought about Yang Ning.
She turned and said, you still haven't found Su Nuan Nuan, have you? Then let me take you to her.
Zhou Qian saw that Yang Kai's group had not chased after them, so he turned back and urged, let's go, what are you standing around for? He rolled his eyes in confusion, I thought you would be scared to the point of crying.
Is this really how a suspect should behave?
Nuan Nuan looked at Yang Kai's group in front of her, probing, investigating for evidence.
Calmly, she asked directly, so, are we going to the police station or staying here?
He asked in bewilderment, of course, we're going to the police station. But in his heart, he found it hard to believe, thinking, why are these two girls so composed?
This isn't right at all.
Nuan Nuan raised her phone and said, I'm calling Professor Liu to ask for leave.
Is that okay?
Yang Kai immediately responded, sure, make it quick.
Inside the hall on the high platform, Ruibai smiled and announced, the meeting ends here today.
He lightly shook hands with the person across from him. Suddenly, Ruibai took out his phone and saw that Nuan Nuan was calling. He turned his head and apologized, sorry, I need to take this call. Ruibai answered the phone, puzzled.
Hello?
Soon, his expression tightened, turning serious, and he slammed his hand on the table.
Ruibai turned and shouted at the group, who gave the order to take my daughter to the police station, and to assist in the investigation as a suspect?
Director Meng was covered in sweat, I thought I didn't give such an order.
Who did this? It must be the Li family.
The person beside him immediately denied it. Mr. Su, I have no idea about this, he said immediately.
I'll start investigating right away.
Yubai grabbed his coat, frowned, and said, I need to go to the police station. I want to see with my own eyes exactly what kind of terrible thing my daughter has done.
At the same time, at school, Yang Ning asked suspiciously, arrest warrant?
Yang Kai held up the paper and replied with a smile, intentional injury, attempted murder, with these two charges, it's enough to arrest you.
Hearing this, Yang Ning immediately countered, do you have evidence?
He then listed, you injured more than a dozen people, all of them named you specifically, and there are fingerprints of yours on the weapon.
Isn't that enough evidence?
Yang Kai moved closer, threatening, I advise you not to resist.
If you obstruct an officer, the punishment will be even worse. Yang Ning remained silent.
He raised his hands to be cuffed and said, I hope you won't regret what happens today. Yang Kai impatiently responded, pretending to be a god, pretending to be a ghost, take him away.
A car was speeding down the road.
Inside, Wahan was driving and said, let me tell you, that kid not only knows antiques. Hearing this, Xin Min continued to, Old Lu, you've mentioned that boy so many times along the way that it's made me curious.
He smiled and suggested, how about we invite him to dinner with us tonight? He also smiled and agreed, this is Nan Hu, you're the boss, I'll follow your arrangements.
Gua Han raised his hand to press on the phone, saying, let me call him then. When the connection was made, he immediately spoke, hello, Yang Ning. On the other end, a voice responded, it's not a good time to talk right now.
Call me another day, I'm hanging up. Gua Han was startled to realize it wasn't Yang Ning. He became visibly agitated and demanded, wait, who are you? Why are you answering Yang Ning's phone? Wu Bin, holding the phone, replied, I'm a police officer.
Yang Ning is at the station, he's not allowed to take calls from outside.
Xin Min was startled to hear their exchange. What crime did he commit? Is he suspected of attempted murder? Fine, I don't have time to talk more with you, that's it.
Gua Han grabbed the phone, raised it to his ear, and angrily shouted, tell your station chief to pick up the phone.
Wu Bin, hearing this, sneered, who do you think you are? You think you can meet anyone just like that? Who do you think you are? Furious, he shouted, who do you think I am?
Mr. Zhu Yan turned to Meng Feiyu, tell Gua Han, I'm going to personally handle it.
Get him to call He Tian Hong too.
With that, he angrily slammed the phone down onto the chair. He was panic-stricken, speaking each word slowly, Lu Gua Han.
Along asked with concern, what's going on? Wu Bin, terrified, said, we've caused a big mess.
That Yang Ning has ties with Third Master Lu. His face darkened, and he added in horror, I just insulted him earlier, called him worthless.
What should we do now?
Wu Bin cried, holding his face and muttering, when things go wrong, you have to find someone to tie the knot. The problem originated from that person, and if it were anywhere else, Yang Ning would have been sitting silently, his eyes closed. At that moment, the interrogation room door opened. He heard the sound and turned his head.
Wu Bin was smiling and greeting, hello, Mr. Yang. Yang Ning looked up and asked, puzzled, what's going on?
He immediately apologized, it's nothing, just wanted to apologize to Mr. Yang. My actions before were a bit rude, I hope you'll forgive me. At that moment, a loud shout came from outside, get up, who told you to sit down?
Do you want to lose your legs?
Yang Kai, along with Su Kuei and the others, entered, saying, do what you need to do, leave the rest to me.
He let out a cold laugh, got you now, little brat.
Along raised his hand to stop him, wait, this. Wu Bin also chimed in, everyone, please don't.
Su Ba, agitated, criticized, my injured friends can testify.
Another person next to him added, that's right, the police shouted. It's this kid who tried to murder us.
Yang Kai smiled brightly, this time, there's no way to deny it.
Yang Ning coldly denied, I have no idea what you guys are talking about. Zhong Hui grabbed the collar of his shirt and gritted his teeth, shouting, you brat, don't refuse a toast and then ask for a penalty drink. Wu Bin immediately intervened, Zhong Hui, don't do this.
Suddenly, a voice came from afar, what if I don't drink? I want to hear more.
The two of them turned in surprise.
Ruibai was leading Nuan Nuan and Zhou Qian into the room. Suba angrily pointed at the two women, police, those two are also the culprits. She shouted angrily, who are you calling the culprits? Zhong Hui, furious, intervened, you're still yelling here in the police station? Do you want me to shut you up? Zhou Qian wasn't backing down either, challenging, what are you going to do about it? He shouted in anger, you insolent brats.
The three police officers present simultaneously stiffened. He raised his voice to question, who are you to come here and cause a scene at the police station?
Ruibai turned to look at the person behind him, He Tian Hong, did you hear that? What's left to say?
He immediately assured, Secretary Z, I will definitely handle this properly.
Don't worry.
Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat, gritting his teeth as he thought, Mayor He, calling him Secretary Z.
Is he Secretary Z?
Just now, I even called him a suspect.
Tian Hong raised his hand, giving the order, detain them, and then interview each of them separately.
Remember, investigate thoroughly. Any information related to this case must be reported to me immediately.
He was arrested and shouted in a panic, "The mayor? You've misunderstood us." Yang Kai broke into a cold sweat and whispered, "What should I do?"
I can't reveal that my distant uncle is the director. I need him to help, as long as he can establish a relationship with the Li family.
He raised his head and looked up, saying, "All right, not talking, huh? Then you come here yourself." The surveillance remained silent, not making a sound in response. On the computer screen, the scene inside the interrogation room appeared. Director La saw this and, worried, asked, "Mr. Xia, what should we do now?"
Guibin picked up the phone and said, "Go over there, don't worry, it's fine." Outside the interrogation room, 2 police officers stood guard on either side. Director La gave a slight smile and greeted, "Good afternoon, Secretary Z, Mayor He." He seemed to be pretending not to expect that this matter had attracted the attention of these 2 individuals.
Director Meng raised the arrest warrant and inquired, "This arrest warrant was approved by you, right?" He calmly admitted, "Yes, I gathered the witnesses and evidence, so I informed the procuratorate. They quickly approved it." He angrily questioned, "Why didn't you consult me about such a big matter? And you even skipped the voting process." Ruebai glanced toward Director Xia and asked, "Who are you? Which office do you work for?" He hesitated, "I."
Tian Hong, standing next to him, spoke up, "He is Xie Guibin, the owner of Longhua Real Estate.
Mr. Xia is involved in this case."
Guibin slightly raised his lips and spoke. "My son, Xia Chengdong, is the one who was injured in this incident."
Hearing this, Ruebai confirmed, "So, Director La invited Mr. Xia to the police station?" He was startled and admitted, "Yes." Director Meng slowly pressed on, asking, "Director La, where is the evidence you mentioned?"
His face turned red as he stammered, "The evidence." Then he pointed to Su Ba and Su Kue, saying, "They are the witnesses."
The 2 of them smiled awkwardly and admitted, "Yes, we are the witnesses." Ruebai frowned and refuted, "They may be considered witnesses, but they only provided subjective testimonies. There's no evidence, no foundation to accuse anyone based solely on their reports."
He turned to ask, "This is the state's regulation.
Director La, are you aware of this?"
He hesitated and replied, "I suddenly remembered there is supplementary physical evidence," then confidently countered, "We have evidence those baseball bats, with his fingerprints on them."
Yang Ning immediately rebutted, "If the fingerprints are on the end of the bat, that's not surprising.
Anyone who strikes would naturally put their hand out to block."
Su Ba, agitated, pointed at him and shouted, "You were the one who held the bat and hit people."
Ruebai, Tian Hong, and Director Meng all fell silent, staring at him intently. Yang Ning tilted his head, a confused expression on his face as he recalled that moment. Then, he furrowed his brows and asked, "Who exactly are you saying I hit with the bat?" Su Ba, filled with rage, shouted back. He raised his finger to calculate, 7 or 8 of my friends had all been hit by him with a stick. Yang Ning smiled faintly and replied, "Director Meng, you can take those people for an examination. If they were injured by a stick, the wounds can still be checked within a week." Su Ba's face immediately turned pale, and he stopped. "Wait a minute, I think I remembered it wrong, maybe there weren't as many people as that." Ruebai then inquired, "Director La, this is a witness. People who bring personal grudges like this, even speaking nonsense, can be considered witnesses. Our country's laws stipulate that the crime of intentionally framing or concealing the truth in a case will be punishable by imprisonment for up to 3 years or temporary detention." Su Ba, thinking about that scene, was startled and sat down. He calmly added, "If the circumstances are serious, the sentence can be from 3 to 7 years in prison." Yubai frowned and asked again, "So that still isn't serious enough? I remember you guys just said that I was a suspect, right?" Su Kue, scared, admitted his mistake, "Secretary Z, this is something we said out of line, there's no such thing." His eyes shone brightly as he stared at the 2 and said, "Once words are spoken, they must be accountable."
Slandering a government official is considered a criminal offense. The consequences are quite serious.
He cried and slumped to the ground, murmuring, "No, I don't want to go to prison, I don't want to go to prison."
Gu Bin immediately pleaded with Secretary Z, saying he had been momentarily confused.
After that, he bowed deeply and said, "I hope Secretary Z will be magnanimous and forgive them this time.
I will not pursue this matter any further." Ruibai frowned and questioned, "You mean you're not going to pursue it? What exactly do you want to pursue?" Gu Bin stammered in response. He kept pressing me for answers.
"I've watched the video of the incident more than once, and it seems like your son engaged in self-emasculation.
So I'm curious, what exactly are you trying to investigate, and who do you want to hold responsible?"
Unable to hold back, he pointed at Yang Ning and criticized, "Of course, he's the one responsible. If it weren't for him, my son wouldn't have been scared to the point of going mad and harming himself."
Yang Ning raised his hand, scratching his ear, and retorted, "This is absurd. I didn't even touch a hair on Xie Chengdong. Besides, I left the scene 10 minutes before he had his episode. How could you blame me for that?" Gu Bin erupted in fury, shouting, "Are you saying I shouldn't blame you and those two sluts?"
He pointed at Wan Wan and Zhou Qian, accusing them, "If it weren't for them, Chengdong wouldn't have ended up on Fei Yang Road, and he certainly wouldn't have engaged in self-emasculation." Director Meng, enraged, shouted, "Shut up! Who are you calling sluts?"
Gu Bin, you've gone too far." Gu Bin was startled and began to wonder, what's going on? Why are they reacting so violently? Ruibai's eyes gleamed, and he spoke with a cold tone, "Mr. Xia, from the way you're speaking, are you blaming my daughter?" Gu Bin was dumbfounded.
Realizing that he had just mentioned the daughter of Secretary Z, he quickly lowered his head and apologized, "I'm sorry, Secretary Z, I didn't mean it that way." Ruibai frowned angrily and said, "That's exactly what you're implying, I can hear it very clearly."
Yang Ning calmly recounted, "It seems this isn't the first time Chengdong has done this.
I'm afraid many well-bred girls have already been humiliated by him."
Hearing this, Gu Bin turned his head and shouted, "What did you say?" He pointed at Yang Ning, loudly accusing him, "You're spitting out slander, you're defaming me."
Yang Ning raised an eyebrow and said, "The heavens are watching.
Evil deeds will eventually be repaid. Chengdong's sickness, his self-destruction, is his punishment." Finally, Gu Bin exhaled a breath and sneered, "The heavens are watching, huh? Dare?" He smiled coldly and leaned in close to Gu Bin, asking, "You don't believe me?" Gu Bin's face immediately broke into a cold sweat.
Yang Ning's eyes flashed with a purple light, and faint purple radiance began to envelop both of them.
The cold sweat streamed down his face as he stammered, "What is this?"
Then, Gu Bin cried out as he saw the phantom of a giant Rakshasa head, mouth wide open, looming near him.
He pointed at it and screamed, "What are you? Don't come near me!" He turned and ran, crying, frantically shouting, "Don't come near, don't come near! Go away!"
Ruibai and Tian Hon looked at each other in confusion at the strange behavior.
Ruibai asked the person next to him, "What did he see to be that scared?"
Tian Hong stared at the empty wall, confused, and replied, "There's nothing there." Just at that moment, the door to the interrogation room was pushed open.
Guahun, excited, shouted loudly, "Where are they? Where are they?"
He was startled when he heard someone calling his name.
President Lu Guahun glanced over in surprise. "Oh, Secretary Z is here too."
He shook Ruibai's hand, not expecting him to be here as well. Guahun grabbed Yang Ning by the ear, reproaching him, "This kid really doesn't make anyone feel at ease. After just a few days of not being unconscious, he gets caught again.
You've caused such a big mess, do your parents know about this?" Gu Bin's eyes widened in shock, his voice rising to a scream, "Help! Get away!"
He collapsed to the ground, screaming uncontrollably, as if possessed.
"Stay away, don't come near." Suddenly, Gu Bin's eyes grew wide with amazement. He stared into the empty space ahead and, confused, asked, "It's gone now?" Guahun asked in a probing tone, "What's wrong with this guy?" Yang Ning replied, "Let me tell you, uncle." Hearing this, he angrily retorted, "This is slander," shifting the blame. Director La stepped forward to support him and asked, "Xia director, what did you see?"
Guibin closed his eyes, crying out miserably, and demanded, "I want to leave here." Seeing him try to run, they immediately gave orders, "Don't let him leave." At once, 2 police officers outside blocked his path.
Covered in sweat, he turned back and questioned, "What do you want to do?" "I have to leave here. There's a ghost here."
Seeing the opponent's firm attitude, Guahan furrowed his brows and stated his opinion, "I think it's more accurate to say that there's a ghost in his heart."
Yang Ning bluntly stated, "I've already said it, when you hold your head high, the gods will bear witness."
Yubai crossed his arms and sarcastically asked, "It seems that the Xia family has a genetic condition, isn't it schizophrenia?"
Director Xia's son, Chang Dong, was in a similar state, wasn't he?
That's why he ended up self-castrating. It has nothing to do with Yang Ning.
Without hesitation, he sincerely offered advice, "Director Xia, I suggest something to you." Guibin, suddenly named, panicked and asked, "What is it?"
Ruibai mocked him with biting sarcasm, leaving him stunned. "If you're ill, you should seek treatment." Upon hearing this, Tian Hong and the other police officers burst into laughter, tears streaming down their faces. They laughed continuously, making Guibin embarrassed and furious.
Yang Ning, dissatisfied, explained, "Uncle Lu, this matter cannot be let go so easily." Seeing his attitude, the man calmly asked, "So, tell me, how do you want to handle it?"
He responded firmly, "Not only them, but also the police officers who came to the school to arrest people, as well as those involved in the arrest order, must be severely punished."
Yang Ning turned around and exposed the whole situation.
Moreover, he angrily accused the 2 father and son duo, claiming that they not only fabricated evidence but also framed others. Even Nuan Nuan had been turned into a criminal because of their false testimonies.
Suba trembled in fear as if being held by the throat. He cried desperately, pleading, "Director Xia, please save me." But at this moment, Guibin's mind was spinning, his forehead sweating.
Tian Hong coldly and firmly issued an order, "No one can save you," as he cuffed them. Seeing that he was about to be caught, he didn't give up but continued to beg desperately. "Director Xia, please, save me," Suba pleaded, clutching at the hem of the man's coat as if clinging to his last shred of hope.
Director Xia's actions startled Guibin back to his senses.
Seeing the young man kneeling, he quickly helped him up to calm him down. "Don't worry, not only you, but I'll also get your parents out too."
Hearing those words, Yang Ning sighed inwardly in regret.
It seemed that the illusion alchemy had lost its effect and could no longer be used. If he passed out now, he'd lose the chance to make money again. He needed to find a way to boost his energy attribute. Guibin resisted bitterly. "I've gone insane, and it's a hereditary illness of my family, all because of you, you bastard."
"Just you wait." Right then, his phone suddenly rang. Guibin answered, his tone instantly turning cheerful.
"Yes, I'll be right there." As soon as he hung up, his voice hardened, shifting a full 360 degrees. "Mr. He, put the arrest on hold for now. The head of the provincial committee office is here.
Wait while I go invite him in."
Guibin immediately turned and left, leaving Ruibai and the man beside him standing frozen in confusion. The 2 exchanged looks, the same realization dawning in their minds. It seemed that someone from the Li family had arrived.
As they walked, Xiaohu asked in surprise, "Ruibai, he's in there too?" Guibin, hearing this, answered the question. "This matter is related to his daughter."
Upon hearing that, Li Ren scolded sharply, frustrated that they had acted recklessly without investigating properly, turning the situation into such a mess.
He sighed wearily and gently reassured them. "All right, no one expected things to turn out like this. Let's go to Secretary Z, I believe he's a smart man."
The door was pushed open with a screeching sound. After they entered, Tian Hong greeted them warmly. He politely shook hands.
"You didn't inform me beforehand, you should have let me arrange your welcome." At that moment, someone exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this Minister Li?"
they immediately recognized the person who had spoken.
It's Director Li Run, they asked curiously. Why are you also here in Nanhu City?
The other person smiled and replied, work requirements. Noticing the gentleman in front of him, Ruibai quickly realized, no wonder he seemed familiar.
He's Xin Min, the Deputy Director of the Jiangning Provincial Planning and Reform Bureau. I met him at the meeting last time.
It was then that Li Ren noticed the person standing behind them. At this moment, Yang Ning was standing near the back of the crowd. The old man turned around and instructed the person next to him, Xiaowu, go ahead with your work.
Xiaowu respectfully nodded, yes.
He then seriously inquired about the case. The provincial party committee attaches great importance to the incident on Feiyang Road.
I heard that the suspect has been apprehended, is that right?
Upon hearing this, Director Le interrupted to make an accusation. The key figure, the center of the case, has already been arrested. He pointed directly at the boy, it's him.
Things seem to be going well.
Xiaowu gave the order, very good, send 2 people to escort him to the authorities.
The rest will be handled by the provincial party office. Upon receiving the order from his boss, the subordinate respectfully replied, yes. Guahan, upon hearing this, anxiously and confusedly asked, why send him to the provincial office? What serious crime has the boy committed that warrants taking him to the province?
He furrowed his brows and pressed for an answer.
This person is the director.
He quickly said, awkwardly introducing, Mr. Liu from our city is involved in many businesses. This expansion development plan, Mr. Liu was in charge of quite a few projects. Having received the answer, Xiaowu no longer cared and turned around to issue his command, get someone to take him there, quickly. Seeing that he was being ignored, Guahan, irritated, raised his voice, you haven't answered me yet.
With some determination, he continued, I'll answer you. This is our internal matter, and if you want to inquire, this has nothing to do with you.
At that moment, Ruibai also agreed, offering his opinion, I also want to know, this case is about to be resolved, and the responsibility lies with us. Upon hearing this, Guahan countered with a question, Mr. Su, I heard that your family is involved in this case. Xiaowu, sharp-eyed, straightforwardly suggested, in order to uphold fairness, we hope Mr. Su will refrain from getting involved in this matter. If necessary, we will also invite your daughter to cooperate with the investigation. Zhong Hui, overjoyed, laughed mockingly as if he had struck gold.
Yang Kai smirked cynically, didn't see this coming, huh?
This kid finally got what he deserved. Nguyen, worried, clung to her father. He chuckled mischievously with a plan in mind, standing in front of Li Run.
You won't be able to turn the tables. Let's see who can save you this time.
As the 2 men tried to take Yang Ning away, one of them spoke up to stop them.
Wait a moment. Xin Min, with a serious expression, stepped inside calmly.
He began to speak happily, saying it was quite a coincidence. Just yesterday, I had a meal with your 2 uncles. Upon seeing him, Yang Ning, bewildered, asked, wasn't your second uncle supposed to go to Yizhou? Realizing he had misspoken, Yang Ning quickly covered his mouth. Xin Min stayed silent, only offering a gentle smile. Then he made a suggestion, ministerly, out of respect for me, let's let Nanhu City handle this matter. He folded his arms and sternly asked, give me one reason.
Xin Min turned away nonchalantly and replied, because his last name is Yang.
The group furrowed their brows in confusion.
Yang?
Li Ren waved his hand firmly, it doesn't matter what his last name is, he must be taken today. Director La, I hope you don't harm others and yourself.
Upon hearing this, Xin Min couldn't help but sneer, harm others and yourself? Are you referring to Minister Li himself?
With 2 people acting crazy, Minister Li shut his eyes and acted recklessly, unable to distinguish right from wrong. Realizing this, the old man turned in surprise.
Crazy? Xin Min calmly asked, Minister Li didn't know?
Gue Bin, as if hit in the chest, loudly retorted, don't talk nonsense.
You're the crazy one, not me. I'm not sick.
Seeing the man still stubbornly deny it, Xin Min continued, everyone here witnessed it with their own eyes, and there are surveillance cameras too.
Li Ren immediately instructed his subordinate after hearing this, let me check the cameras.
Xin Min stood silently, rummaging through his pants pocket.
He took out a phone and made a call.
Over at the surveillance room, Li Ren's team was intently watching the footage. After reviewing it, the old man decided to go and speak to them, let this matter go, let's leave.
Xiao Hu responded slowly, yes. Receiving the order, the man turned and left.
At that moment, Li Ren, frustrated, rubbed his head, I always felt my grandson's actions were strange, but I never expected my brother-in-law to have this problem too. Suddenly, Xiao Hu burst through the door to report, that kid refuses to agree. He insists on holding Su Kuei and La Xian accountable. Hearing this, the old man raised his voice in displeasure, he really doesn't know what's good for him. He wants to drink a punishment cup when we offered him a good drink, and still thinks he's in the right.
How dare he set conditions? Unbelievable. Does he think the Li Ren family is made of clay, that anyone can mold us as they please?
At that moment, his phone suddenly rang.
Li Ren, anxious, picked up, hello, Dad, what's going on?
Chairman Li gave a stern command, I don't know what you're planning, but stop everything and come back here right now.
The old man, panic-stricken, asked, Dad, what's happening? Is there something wrong at home?
His mother gently reassured him before adding a warning, everything at home is fine, and your mother is not sick, but if you keep causing trouble in Nanhu, something really bad might happen.
Li Ren was extremely confused and asked again, Father, what exactly is going on?
Chairman Li didn't say much, only emphasizing once more, we can't touch that kid.
He hesitated, stubbornly asking, Father, who exactly is he? Why can't we touch him?
The old man helplessly explained the reason it was because he was from the Yang family. Chairman Li elaborated on the mysterious background, he has two uncles from the Ning family, and not long ago, you went to dinner with them. When Li Ren heard this, he suddenly understood.
Could it be him? As soon as the old man hung up the phone, Xiao Hu anxiously asked, what should we do next?
The old man turned around and harshly outlined the solution, stay here and help handle the case, we must make that kid satisfied. Then, they both returned to the interrogation room. As soon as they entered, Li Ren immediately played his role and scolded, if you're sick, go get treated. The Li family has no place for someone like you.
He expressed his regret, leaving Gu Bin stunned and speechless.
Mr. Su, Mr. He, today I, Li Ren, was a bit impulsive. When you two come to the city next time, I will definitely arrange a banquet to make amends.
Not wanting to stay any longer, Li Ren found an excuse to leave, I'll be going now. After he left, everyone was still confused, standing frozen like statues. They all looked at the kid and wondered, who on earth is this kid? Yubai couldn't help but ask curiously, you're so close to that kid and still don't know his background?
Hua Hun smiled lightly and explained, actually, I haven't known this kid for long, just a few days earlier than you.
Tian Hong proposed a plan of action.
Li Ren's attitude was very clear, but Gu Bin was still the son-in-law of the Li family. He interjected, suggesting that further information about Gu Bin could be gathered from Su Kuei's subordinates, and then given to the Li family for them to handle themselves.
At this moment, Rui Bai thought deeply. Li Ren's concession surely wasn't just because of the surveillance footage. Who exactly was behind Yang Ning, someone who could force Li Ren to ultimately retreat? 24 hours after Li Ren left Nanhu, when he returned to Rui Bai's office, Tian Hong reported on the progress.
The complexity of the Fei Yang case had decreased, and the focus of the discussions had completely shifted.
Was this the stance of the higher-ups?
He calmly analyzed the situation. The possibility was quite high, and at least the tension was no longer as intense as before. Rui Bai was stunned as he concluded this mysterious matter. The game between the major families had suddenly come to a halt, and it all seemed to be related to one person, Yang Ning.
Who exactly was he?
The next morning, at school, the bell rang signaling the end of classes.
Xiaofei excitedly waved his hand and said, it's summer vacation, so awesome, Yang Ning. I'm heading out now. He teasingly kicked his foot, saying, "Get lost."
At that moment, Manhwa ran over from a distance, calling out to Yang Ning. Surprised, he turned around and called out to her. She gently asked, "Tomorrow, Zhou Qian and I are going to the hospital.
Would you like to come visit, Yang Ning?" Yang Ning nodded in agreement.
All right, then we'll meet tomorrow morning at Xiangxi Bridge in the Cultural and Sports Center."
Manhwa blushed and smiled brightly as she immediately responded.
As he walked, he thought to himself, "We agreed to say we're cooperating with the police to solve the case, and now that the real culprit has been caught, it seems this matter is finally coming to an end."
Back home, Yang Ning anxiously double-checked. Lu Hu is dead.
The voice on the other end of the line nodded in confirmation.
Yes.
The surveillance device made a buzzing sound, followed by a crack, and then fell silent. Guahan added more details. Your people went there and found that his neck was broken. The surveillance device was also smashed. The other party is a skilled fighter.
After hearing this, Yang Ning proposed a theory. Uncle Lu, do you think this person doesn't match our previous assumptions?
The person behind this may not be that woman. The other party might have been monitoring Lu Hu all along, aiming to cut off the clues and make it impossible for us to investigate.
Yang Ning fell into deep thought before coming to a conclusion. Their actions likely aim to protect that woman.
This means that woman is definitely in Hua Hai and is acquainted with Miss Lin.
Seeing the situation growing tense, Yang Ning nervously asked, "Uncle, do you think we should send Man Xian abroad for a while?"
He thought for a moment before responding calmly. "I don't think it's necessary for now, the situation is still under control."
How about the star wire? Guahan changed the topic. Right, Yang Ning, who exactly are your two uncles? Yang Ning proudly boasted, "Uncle Lu, my big brother is Kaishan, the one you always mention." Upon hearing this name, the man still didn't recognize it and asked, "Kaishan?"
Then, Guahan anxiously raised his voice, "Wait, Kaishan is my uncle." In disbelief, the man scolded in a panic, "This devil, why didn't you tell me something as big as this? You're always fooling around and laughing, Uncle Lu, but you never asked me."
Guahan sighed.
Although he was a bit upset, he still explained, "The road repair project, Uncle Lu, you helped me set up a construction team.
Just let me know when you want to start, and I'll tell you."
Yang Ning was touched and sincerely thanked him, "Thank you, Uncle Lu. I'll invite you to a meal when I have the chance, and I'll introduce my two uncles to you." The man grudgingly forgave him, accepting that his nephew had good intentions.
After the conversation ended, Yang Ning immediately turned off his phone.
Yang Ning stretched and muttered to himself, "I'll go grab some clothes and take a shower." As soon as he opened the door, he found Jiwei changing clothes. She was furious, her face flushed, and she screamed at the top of her lungs. Before Yang Ning could explain himself, Jiwei threw a pillow at him, yelling, "What's going on? This is my room." After finishing changing, she continued to sulk, scolding him, "Why didn't you knock before barging in?" He covered his face, frustrated, and countered, "Why would I knock when I'm coming to my own room? How was I supposed to know you were changing?" Jiwei, embarrassed and speechless, pouted angrily. She refused to accept it and whined, "I'm not talking to you anymore, you're always bullying me."
Yang Ning leaned helplessly against the door.
"You're still the same, huh?" He took a small step back and patted the girl's head. All right, I'm sorry. But why are you here?"
"Where's Mom?"
Jiwei pouted and replied nonchalantly, "Can't I come here?" Mom went to the supermarket to buy groceries. Yang Ning chuckled and gestured with his hand.
"Of course you can. You're always welcome here. Go on and get changed, I'll wait outside."
Just as he was about to leave, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. He hadn't realized how long it had been since he last saw Jiwei. Even now, he could still remember the day she was brought home. Yang Ning's thoughts drifted back to the past. Jiwei's family name was originally by she had been brought into their home when she was 3 years old. The two of them had grown up playing together ever since. The head of the Bai family, when he was still alive, had been a trusted aide to Yang Ning's grandfather. With the Yang family's support, his son rose to the rank of a high-ranking general. But tragedy struck. An unexpected plane crash had left little Ji Wei an orphan. In television dramas, children adopted at a young age were often raised as future daughters-in-law. As a result, when Meng Yi saw how close the two of them were, a sharp glint flickered in his eyes. Not long after, Meng Yi made a decision. From that day on, Yang Ning and Ji Wei were separated. Yang Ning was sent to Jiangning province to live with his uncles. His grandfather had always said, "Raising sons makes you poor, raising daughters makes you rich." He wanted Yang Ning to understand that everything around him didn't simply fall from the sky. He didn't want his grandson to become a useless man who relied solely on his family without striving for anything himself. He sighed with the worries in his heart. Although I understand this principle, I still hate him. I hate that he made my parents abandon me. At that moment, Ji Wei stepped out and called to him. The little girl cautiously sat next to him and asked, "Have you been up to something these past few days?" In response to this question, Yang Ning immediately denied it. What? What are you talking about?" The mischievous little girl smiled knowingly. "Don't pretend to be clueless." "I know, Dad even got so angry about it." Then, Ji Wei calmly exposed the truth. "Actually, it's nothing. You're just a prodigal son." He was taken aback and stepped back in confusion. "Prodigal son?" The little girl gave him a stern look and said clearly, "Don't think I don't know anything. Everything you did at Manhua Hotel has already spread online." At this mention, Yang Ning finally sighed in relief. "So that's what you were talking about?" Seeing his suspicious behavior, she asked, with a serious tone, "Brother, could it be that you've done something else?" He felt as if his secret had been exposed and jumped in shock, denying it vehemently. "No, absolutely not." The little girl playfully hit him, teasing him for his habit of lying. Yang Ning, caught off guard by the sudden attack, could only cry out in surprise. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, "Chen Lang, put those things down there." Ji Wei immediately perked up and joyfully exclaimed, "Mom's home." She had gone and asked Chen Lang to leave the things where they were. He called out affectionately to his mother. Wei Yu responded with a cheerful tone, "Good boy, come here and let me take a look at you." Yang Ning asked in surprise, "Mom, why didn't you say anything before coming?" She gently stroked and explained the reason. "I've wanted to come for a long time. But Ji Wei kept staying in the dorm, so I had no choice but to wait until she had a break." Wei Yu stared blankly and compared, "You're taller now. It seems like you've grown a lot." He scratched his head and confirmed, "Yeah, I think so." But deep inside, Yang Ning reminded himself not to reveal the truth about the car accident because his mother didn't know about it. She didn't notice anything unusual and continued to be lost in her thoughts. Logically speaking, at this age, he shouldn't be that tall yet, he should still have some more growing to do. Seeing his mother's worry, he reassured her, "Mom, don't think too much. I feel like this is just the perfect mix of both Dad and your genes." Guohan helplessly reminded him, "You're smooth talking again. Pay attention to what you say. The accident on Fei Yang Road made your mom so worried she couldn't sit still. She anxiously gave her instructions, don't do anything dangerous like that again, understand? You're my only son." Yang Ning nodded, expressing his regret, "I know, Mom. There won't be a next time." Looking at her face, he fell into deep thought. "Your hair has turned quite gray. Even someone as meticulous about self-care as you can't escape the ravages of time." Yang Ning gently patted her, and at that moment, the hope that had been growing inside him became even stronger. "However, right now I already have the ultimate system. I'm definitely going to be able to buy beauty tonics, longevity enhancers, and as long as I accumulate enough points, I can make my mother look a few years younger." Wei Yu brought in a plate of stir-fried seafood and called out loudly, "Come eat, children." She set the seafood down on the table, worried that he might overthink things, so she quickly explained, "Your father is really angry about this. He's been unable to sleep well for several days, but your grandfather praised you, saying you've done a great job and that you've shown dignity, not letting the young family lose face.
Seeing his silent expression, Guiyu guessed, what's wrong? Are you still angry with Grandpa? Yang Ning replied quickly, with a hint of sulkiness, no.
She continued the conversation, actually, Grandpa wanted to come visit you, but he's old, and the military doctors won't allow him to do so.
Besides, if he leaves the capital.
Before she could finish, he pulled out a chair and casually replied, I understand. Yang Ning understood and thought to himself, with Grandpa's status, if he showed up here, it would cause a huge stir.
As soon as he sat down, he turned to ask, don't you need to go to school?
The university entrance exams are coming up.
You really need to focus on studying.
Jiwei casually stuck out her tongue and replied, don't worry about me, I've already brought my books.
I'll study on my own. A moment later, Guiyu asked with concern, what about you? Do you have any plans? Your father wants you to join the military.
He chewed thoughtfully and then flatly refused, no. She quickly reassured him and tried to persuade him, don't be so quick to reject it.
Being in the military doesn't necessarily mean suffering.
You can also join a military school as a defense student and go study.
Yang Ning sighed in frustration and said, let me think about it some more.
Seeing him obedient, Guiyu smiled and replied, my grown-up son, you're becoming understanding. Yang Ning turned his face away, thinking to himself that he wasn't afraid of hardship, but simply didn't want to make his mother uncomfortable. She kindly picked up a piece of meat and placed it in his bowl, saying, whether you attend a regular university or join the military academy, I won't stop you. I'll just wait for you.
Guiyu expressed her concern, all I hope is that you come home, okay?
Hearing this, he felt a bit unhappy and furrowed his brows. Jiwei sympathetically shared her long-held wish, I feel the same.
I want to see you every day, and it would be best if we could attend the same school, the same department, and the same class.
Suddenly, she hesitated and reluctantly added, however, your grades aren't very good.
You often rank at the bottom of your class. What if you only get into some random college?
Yang Ning held his cup of tea in his hand, thinking that if he showed them his results from the recent mock exams, they'd probably be scared. He didn't care, continuing to eat while saying, we'll talk about it after the exams.
Guiyu readily agreed, all right, no rush.
Then she gently informed him, tomorrow, take Jiwei out to have some fun. Your second and third uncles are coming back to the country, and I won't be going with you too. Upon hearing this, Yang Ning calmly suggested, then you can come with me to the hospital tomorrow.
Both of them were startled and exclaimed, the hospital?
Yang Ning waved his hand dismissively, easing their worry, I'm just going to visit a little girl who has leukemia.
She's the daughter of one of your teachers.
Guiyu sighed in relief upon learning the truth, as his mother had thought he was ill.
Jiwei, feeling irritated, gave a cold stare and said, can you not beat around the bush like that?
The quiet villa area was illuminated, and in the stillness of the atmosphere, the sound of a phone ringing suddenly broke the silence.
Hello. Hua Hun, who was hurriedly packing his suitcase, said, what's the matter? Hurry up and tell me.
I'm busy preparing my luggage, I'll be flying to Huahai tomorrow. Yang Ning politely extended an invitation, Uncle Lu, perhaps you should postpone your schedule by one day.
Both my uncles are landing in Nanhu tomorrow. Would you be interested in having a meal together? Before he could finish, the man suddenly asked, what time tomorrow? You need to confirm the time right away. Is there a family meal in the evening or at noon? Guihan happily agreed, okay, I'll handle the restaurant reservation. This meal is on me. Yang Ning smiled and replied, Uncle Lu, you're too polite.
The next morning, in a cozy room bathed in the glow of morning sunlight, Yang Ning stretched and welcomed the new day, his tone reflecting the spirit of overcoming hardship and striving for success.
Today, I'll pick some beauty-enhancing items for Mom.
He opened the system interface and began choosing. The last beauty formula combination didn't work, so he had to find a higher quality one this time. He sighed as he glanced at his wallet. Too expensive, I only have 347 points left.
This is all I have when I really need them.
At that moment, an item appeared that stunned him, its description reading, Essence Solution that gathers the quintessence of all things, valued at 2,800 accumulated points. Yang Ning was pleased to continue, this works. Without hesitation, he pressed the buy button. Soon after, Yang Ning had obtained the miraculous medicine. He examined the product's effects. It was meant to regenerate bones and the organs that had aged in elderly people. As soon as the item arrived, Yang Ning quickly rushed over to where Guiyu was and called out, "Mom, give her the bottle of medicine." "What's this?" Guiyu asked in confusion. Yang Ning explained, "It's a kind of supplement." He whispered in her ear, "I grew this tall using products from this brand." Guiyu was shocked and asked, "Really? Is it that effective?" She waved her hand dismissively, "Don't say too much." "Then you keep drinking it, maybe you'll get even taller," he said, somewhat embarrassed and frustrated. Yang Ning handed her the bottle. "Mom, I don't need to grow any taller. I'm already like a crane among chickens. If I get any taller, it'll be hard to find a girlfriend." To reassure Guiyu, he added, "Actually, this medicine is different from mine because it's for maintaining and restoring beauty." Seeing the miraculous effects, she smiled brightly. "Really?" Guiyu turned around happily and said, "Then I'll go try it in my room." Yang Ning smiled and waved, "All right." Having passed the test, he sighed in relief, both deceiving and coaxing her at the same time. At last, his mom had accepted it, and he could finally head to the gym for a quick workout. Inside the gym, Chen Lang was intensely focused on his workout, his muscular physique evident. As soon as he saw Yang Ning, he was surprised and greeted him, "Young Master Yang, you're up early. Are you here to train as well?" Yang Ning took off his shirt, smiled, and walked in. "Good morning, Mr. Chen." "I'm used to it, my whole body feels uncomfortable if I skip a day of training." Seeing his well-built body, Chen Lang excitedly suggested, "Your muscles are impressive. How about we have a strength contest?" Yang Ning, intrigued, proposed, "Sure, but just a test of strength would be too simple." "Mr. Chen, you must have brought that thing, right?" Upon hearing this, Chen Lang blushed and refused, "You want that?" "No, that's too dangerous." Seeing Chen Lang's concern, Yang Ning suggested a safer alternative, "I just want to compete in disassembling the gun. If you're worried about accidents, you can take the bullets out." Chen Lang thought it was reasonable and nodded, "All right, that works." He took out the bullets and placed the gun on the table. While preparing, Chen Lang confidently boasted about his past achievement. 2 years ago, I disassembled and reassembled a gun blindfolded in 13 seconds. Yang Ning picked up the gun. At that moment, he felt a sense of familiarity and strength coursing through his veins. It was this feeling. When he harmonized with the Advanced Military King Manual, he had repeated this action countless times. In the blink of an eye, Yang Ning had disassembled the gun and neatly laid the parts on the table. Chen Lang couldn't believe it. He stared at his face with his mouth agape for 2 seconds, shocked by how he could have done that. Yang Ning, who had been keeping his eyes closed until now, suddenly opened them, raised his gun, and replied, 8 seconds completed. Chen Lang was stunned by this godly speed, reluctantly admitting, "I give up." A moment later, Yang Ning was playing with Ji Wei. As they walked, Yang Ning was telling a story, saying he had arranged to meet a friend at Xiangxi Bridge, and then they would go to the hospital to visit Manhwa. After hearing this, Ji Wei teased, "Isn't it a female classmate? You know, I've always thought of you as the eternal single type." Yang Ning grinned crookedly, then refuted with nonsense. Ji Wei linked arms with him and snickered, "Don't be discouraged, tomorrow I'll go to school with you so everyone can be completely envious." Yang Ning felt like sinking into the ground and retorted, "Your brain spends the whole day on nonsense, and now my useless older brother needs me to step in." At that moment, Wan's group waved from the bridge. Yang Ning and Zhou Qian excitedly waved back. The two beauties on this side stared, admiring them. "Senior, those are the ones you're meeting, right?" she asked, a bit upset. "Why did you only get here now?"
Yang Ning awkwardly responded, sorry, sorry.
Zhou Qian curiously glanced at the person next to him.
Who's this? Is this senior's little lover?
At this, Ji Wei became a little angry and interrupted, you don't need to worry about it. Her eyes gleamed, and it was obvious from her attitude that she was annoyed. The two beauties exchanged confused glances.
Who is this girl? Why is she so irritable? Yang Ning sighed and introduced, this is my younger sister.
She just arrived in Nanhu not long ago.
He quickly explained, she's usually very polite. I don't know what got into her today.
The little girl indignantly retorted, you're the one who's acting strange.
Seeing the siblings bickering, Nuan Nuan greeted her warmly, hi there, I'm Nuan Nuan, your brother's classmate. I just transferred into his class not long ago.
Ji Wei raised an eyebrow and stayed silent for a while.
Then, with a cool expression, she shook hands and said, my name is Ji Wei.
Sensing the tension in the air, Zhou Qian quickly tried to ease it.
I was just joking earlier, don't be mad, okay?
Ji Wei replied shortly, showing no anger.
Nuan Nuan and Yang Ning walked ahead, and she happily continued the conversation.
When she heard you were coming to visit, she was so excited, Nuan Nuan said.
Yang Ning frowned in doubt. She knows me? What could a 3-year-old possibly understand? Behind them, Ji Wei's face darkened. What did he mean by that?
She pouted in thought, feeling a pang of irritation like someone had taken away her favorite doll. Watching the two chatting so comfortably, Ji Wei clenched her fists in frustration.
She suddenly cut in, asking Han, what are you two talking about? I want to hear too. Nuan Nuan cheerfully responded, let's talk as we walk then. Seeing this, Yang Ning thought to himself, she's definitely doing that on purpose.
And so, Nuan Nuan and the little girl walked ahead, chatting happily, while he and Zhou Qian followed behind.
On the way, Zhou Qian curiously asked the senior, is she really your sister?
Yang Ning smiled awkwardly and explained clearly, she's my sister, but we aren't blood related. We grew up together since we were little, and she's even closer to me than a real sister. He scratched his head and complained, causing her to giggle behind the cupboard. The whole family spoiled her, and he seemed like nothing more than a background figure.
Seeing the two of them chatting happily, Ji Wei shot them both a glare. Finally, the four of them arrived at the hospital.
Inside the patient room, seeing the little girl staying quiet, Miss La gently urged, Yuan Yuan, hurry and call him.
She asked seriously, though still in a low voice, didn't Mom teach you how to do it? Where is he?
When she saw Yang Ning, she brightened up and greeted him, good morning, brother.
He politely responded, good morning, I heard you woke up really early today, right?
The little girl obediently answered, yes, Mom says it's good for health to sleep early and wake up early. As soon as she saw the beautiful sisters arriving, Yuan Yuan frowned and called out to him. Then, she naturally became uncomfortable and hugged her chest.
Yang Ning, concerned and worried, embraced the little girl. Yuan Yuan, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?
She shivered and spoke slowly, thank you, brother. Seeing her daughter in distress, Miss La cried out in panic, Doctor, doctor, hurry, come here.
Hearing the commotion, everyone around was shocked and asked, what's wrong with the child? It's not good. Where is the doctor?
The medical team was quickly summoned and moved towards the patient.
The doctor rushed forward in a panic. What happened?
He signaled to them and then proceeded to examine the patient.
Everyone, please disperse, don't crowd around, it makes it harder for the patient to breathe. Seeing that he had finished the examination, Miss La anxiously asked, how is Yuan Yuan?
He calmly answered her question. The girl is fine, just a mild fever, anemia, a fast heartbeat, and dizziness, which caused the unusual symptoms. The doctor placed his hand on the girl's forehead and gave some advice.
Let the patient rest and recuperate.
Upon hearing this, she let out a relieved sigh. Thank God, as long as she's fine, that's good. Seeing the situation seemed to be turning negative, Yang Ning suggested an idea.
Miss La, I think it would be better to move Yuan to an isolated ward.
Ji Wei seriously agreed with this opinion.
That's right, Yuan needs a quiet place to rest.
However, Miss La hesitated slightly and said with some reluctance, "The isolated room is too expensive, nearly 500 yuan per day, and about 10,000 a month." She and Uncle Liang understood her concern, so Yang Ning boldly offered to help.
"I'll arrange the bed for you. I happen to know someone here, so let's see if we can get a free room."
After they left the patient room, Ji Wei curiously asked,
"You know someone at the hospital? How come I didn't know about this?" Yang Ning casually responded,
"Of course, I was just trying to deceive Miss La."
The girl, confused, raised an eyebrow and asked, "Then why did you say that?"
"You explained the reason thoroughly."
"If you say it's for him to spend money, Miss La would definitely not agree."
"But if you say it's free, at least they will feel more at ease in their hearts."
After hearing the explanation, Ji Wei teased, "You do have your strengths, don't you?" Yang Ning furrowed his brow and retorted, "What do you mean by that?"
Then, everyone moved to a spacious room filled with many amenities.
The room even had a dining table and a wash basin, and even the sofa was neat and tidy.
He looked around and commented that this isolated patient room was much larger, over 60 square meters, divided into 3 sections: the main resting area, the living room, and the kitchen.
At this point, he asked slowly, "Do you still feel uncomfortable?"
The little girl smiled wearily and responded, "I feel uncomfortable, but Yuan can bear it."
Hearing this, Yang Ning asked, somewhat sadly, "Why do you have to endure it?"
Yuan tightly grasped her clothes and expressed sincerely, "Because every time Yuan cries, Mom cries too." The little girl spoke with maturity, her words touching. Yuan felt very uncomfortable and didn't want her mother to suffer more because of her. After hearing this, he was stunned and at a loss for words.
Miss La, who was standing behind, silently shed tears.
She quickly turned away so the little girl wouldn't see the tears streaming down her face. 3 beautiful women gently supported Miss La and led her out to comfort her. Inside the room, Yuan frowned and murmured, "Brother, Yuan is sleepy." He pulled his legs up and gently reassured her, "Go to sleep, if you're sleepy, just sleep." While watching over her sleep, Yang Ning pondered with concern.
Is there anything that can cure leukemia?
He entered the system space, rummaged through the files, trying every possible method. Even if it meant slowing the progression of the disease, he was determined to find something to save the girl.
Just then Yang Ning spotted an item. A vial of medicine appeared on the screen. He exclaimed in surprise, "This?"
Yang Ning pressed his lips and read the information on the packaging. The medicine was suitable for children under 6, had few side effects, and had to be taken continuously for a month, but after use it would produce very strong resistance to this drug.
In other words, it could not be reused. That was its drawback. Without hesitation he resolutely clicked purchase whatever.
At least now he could save Yuan, and it only cost 500 points.
Thinking of Miss La's bewildered face, Yang Ning fretted, "But how am I going to get Yuan to take it?"
No matter how grateful she is, Miss La would never let her child take something of unknown origin. Yang Ning sighed as he worked out how to approach them. "Even if I could trick them into giving her the medicine once, the course can't be interrupted.
How can she possibly take it continuously for a month?" On the way home he muttered to himself, "What am I going to do now?" Seeing him talking to himself, Ji Wei asked, bewildered, "What are you thinking about?"
The whole way his face was sullen. Yang Ning unconsciously sought her opinion and asked, "Say if you wanted someone to take something continuously, how would you do it?"
But without letting them find out, what method would work? Hearing the malicious intent, Ji Wei exclaimed in shock, "Brother, you want to poison someone?" Yang Ning sighed wearily, rubbing his head, "What on earth are you thinking about all day?" Irritated, she sarcastically explained, "Listening to you talk is no different from poisoning someone, and you're asking me how? How would I know about such things?"
Upon hearing this, he suddenly realized something.
Poison. Yang Ning slapped his hand in realization. That's it.
he joyfully discovered his brilliant plan: poisoning. Yang Ning crossed his arms smugly at the new idea. Previously, he had been thinking of ways to make Yuan Yuan take the medicine, but now he realized there were other ways to achieve this goal.
When he returned home, an older man asked in astonishment, "And Ning, you were brought to the police station?" The man in front of him was Yang Ning's older cousin, Kaishin. He sounded a bit angry as he reproached him, "Such a big matter and you didn't even tell me? Do you see me as a stranger?"
Guan Ming, who was sitting beside him, angrily spoke up, "That's right.
If it wasn't for Director La telling us, we probably still wouldn't know about it." Hearing this, Yang Ning laughed awkwardly and scratched his head. "Are you two planning to lecture me together?" Both of them answered in unison, "We could say it's like that." At this moment, Ji Wei proudly interrupted to boast, "Uncle, you don't know." She excitedly went on with more details. "Today at the hospital, my brother was so cool." Upon hearing this story, Wei Yu choked up and asked again, "Really? Son, you helped the teacher's daughter with her ward issue, didn't you?" She wiped her tears and encouraged him, "Son, you did a great job." Both of his brothers nodded in approval. By evening, Yang Ning called to inform him, "Uncle Lu, you don't need to come to the restaurant tonight." He firmly made a suggestion. "Your brothers said it wouldn't be appropriate. You should come to my house instead. My wife makes delicious food." Gua Hun politely asked, "Who else is there at your house?" Yang Ning casually replied, "Who else? Just my mother and my little sister." He sincerely persuaded him, "Uncle Lu, don't hesitate, it's really fine." After hearing this, he happily agreed, "All right, I'll have a long drive me over in the evening." Just then, Yang Ning suddenly remembered something and earnestly asked, "By the way, Uncle Lu, can I ask you for a favor? Could you make a bowl of chicken soup for me every day?" He was puzzled and asked, "This isn't a problem, but aren't you the one who's going to drink it?" Yang Ning quickly denied and explained, "It's not for me, it's for Yuan Yuan, Miss La's daughter. She has leukemia." Hua Han smiled and agreed, "No problem, I'll have someone deliver it to the hospital every day." Yang Ning hurriedly waved his hand to decline, "No, no, no, I want to go myself. I also want to see Yuan Yuan every day." After the conversation ended, he politely said, "Thank you, Uncle Lu, I'm hanging up now." Yang Ning leisurely lay back on the bed, thinking that she had to take it herself so she could see Yuan Yuan drink the soup before she could feel at ease. She imagined that moment just adding the medicine to the soup, and neither gods nor ghosts would notice. It was time for the meeting. A luxurious car pulled up at the distant villa. As Gua Hun opened the car door and stepped out, someone's voice came from afar. "Mr. Lu," Kaishin gracefully approached to greet the guests, "I've heard of you for a long time." Seeing the two of them, he politely extended his hand for a handshake. "Oh my, how could I trouble our two deities to personally come out and welcome us like this?" Gua Han casually inquired about Guan Ming, the owner of Ning's elegant green residence, right? "I was just there yesterday for tea." "Ah, I'm a regular customer at the tea house." Both of them smiled brightly, offering each other warm invitations. "Thank you so much, Mr. Lu, for your patronage at our shop. I'll tell the manager to give you a diamond-level membership card. You'll be able to make appointments anytime, completely free of charge." As they stepped inside, Wei Yu warmly greeted them. "Mr. Lu, is it? I've often heard Ning mention you. She said you care a lot about her." Seeing her enthusiasm, he smiled modestly and replied, "Miss Ning is too kind." Witnessing this scene, Hua Han thought to himself, "How surprising, this young man is indeed the prince who can have the wind when he wants it and the rain when he desires." After the warm dinner, Wei Yu meticulously washed the dishes in the sink. She turned to look at her daughter and gently asked, "Did you have fun today?" Ji Wei nodded and softly replied, "Yes, it was fun." The hesitation in the little girl's attitude made Guan Yu suspicious. "Ji Wei, what's going on?" The little girl turned her face away and firmly denied it. "No, nothing's wrong." Worried, Wei Yu insisted on asking again. "Ji Wei, you've never been good at lying since you were little. What really happened? Did Ning bully you? The girl waved her hands repeatedly and hesitated before explaining. No, he's very nice to me. It's just that today he went to the hospital with two female classmates.
They are both prettier than me. Guiyu, as a mother, felt proud after hearing this.
Both of the girls you're talking about are very beautiful. She was absolutely delighted, curious in her mind. When did this boy, and Ning, become so popular with girls?
Ji Wei pouted and continued. One is in the same class, and one is a year below him, a senior, very close.
Guiyu smiled to herself, quietly thinking. Well, this boy is starting to have girlfriends. He better bring them home to meet me soon.
It's probably better not to interfere with the kids' business, let them have their own space to develop. Ji Wei, hurry up and wash the dishes.
Once you're done, we'll go out. Don't let the guests see that we're not being attentive.
The little girl obediently listened and quickly washed faster.
Yes.
In the living room, the elders were pouring tea and chatting together.
This boy has been doing a lot of things. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Guan Ming turned to ask, and Ning, when did you start learning about antiques? And Ning, can you help me check if this is valuable? He took the box from the old man's hands and quickly opened it.
Thanks to the appraisal system, Yang Ning had no difficulty at all in identifying the fine water guanine. The quality was excellent, and the item was evaluated as a collectible sculpted from jade. It had originated from a prestigious family at the end of the Common Era, over 200 years ago, with a certain potential for price appreciation. Its value was estimated to be approximately 222,584 coins in Nation H. Based on the detailed information, he seriously explained that this was the azure water guanine sculpted from Huten jade, an antique that had been around for at least 150 years. The precise appraisal down to the millimeter left Guan Ming stunned, who then exclaimed, "It's absolutely accurate.
How much is this worth?"
Yang Ning tentatively priced the azure water guanine at around 500,000 based on the market price, adding that if it were auctioned, the value could rise by another 200,000. After hearing him, the old man cherished the treasure even more. I bought this at last year's Sun charity auction for 180,000.
He then continued, looks like I need to travel more.
And Ning, when you have a chance, take me along to broaden my horizons.
Kaishan, calmly lifting a cup of hot tea, added, wasn't it said that after the college entrance exam, you're supposed to participate in some kind of antique appraisal competition?
Hua Hun, with his generous personality, quickly proposed to Yang Ning, if you two are interested, we could all attend together. By then, Guiyu and Ji Wei had finished cleaning up the dishes. The two of them had already cut the watermelon and enthusiastically brought it out to offer.
What are you all talking about that's so funny?
Guan Ming looked at her with a proud and cheerful gaze, jokingly saying, we're talking about your darling son. This kid's amazing, he knows how to play with antiques, and now he's got even more money than I do.
Unable to hide her delight, Guiyu couldn't help but exclaim, really?
Kaishan suddenly remembered something interesting. Speaking of antiques, do you all remember when we were kids, our father used to bring out a coin and tell us it was the most valuable thing in the house? He quickly stood up and cheerfully chimed in, I remember. Later, I even secretly took that coin and hid it. Who would have thought that 20 years would pass in the blink of an eye? Guan Ming headed straight into the workshop to search for the old coin. After looking around for a while, he muttered to himself, I remember it was kept in here. Leading the group inside, Kaishan eagerly urged, did you find it? Guan Ming how quickly pulled out a small box and cheerfully shouted, found it. Everyone gathered curiously and looked into the box at the coin inside. Based on the other ancient characters on the coin, Yang Ning was taken aback and confidently identified it as a Huanzhong Tongbao. Guahan widened his eyes and exclaimed as he appraised the treasure, this Huanzhong Tongbao coin has a rare Judy seal on the front, it could be worth over 10 million. What our father said back then wasn't wrong. He insisted, Guiyu, you should take this coin. I heard that Ning's grandfather really likes these kinds of things. Because she understood the situation, she didn't dare act recklessly. but this is a keepsake from Dad, so it's not quite right to do that. Kaishin generously told his sister, with the fortune of Guahan and me, no one would regret this money. Guan Ming added jokingly, if I hadn't suddenly remembered today, I might have actually forgotten it existed.
Hui Yu, hearing that, no longer hesitated and reached out to take the coin. All right then. Ji Wei excitedly exclaimed, how much is 10 million, I wonder?
Guahan chuckled, teasing his niece, you should already know, since you asked your brother to take a 10 million check home, right? The little girl turned to Yang Ning and whined, all right then.
Can you go withdraw it and show me what it looks like? He coldly refused, forget about it.
Watching the innocent children and the parents laughing joyfully, the family gathering came to an end.
The next day, Yang Ning went back to class and started studying diligently.
The exams were coming up, and no one had time to think about anything else. Our high school days are almost over, Xiao Fei said excitedly, calling out loudly. Yang Ning, your sister said she'd introduce a girlfriend to me. He could only sigh at Xiao Fei's innocence, realizing that right now, he was the only one who was carefree and unworried. The city of Manhua returned to its routine. Gui Bin faded, and the Xie family's fortune also dwindled significantly. Yan Lu was left to watch as Su Kuei's men entertained themselves with Guahan. Life returned to its peaceful rhythm.
Going to school and then coming home, from home to school again.
In contrast to the peaceful rhythm of Yang Ning's life, there was another person struggling. In the private room of a special hospital bed, Yuan happily exclaimed upon seeing him.
Brother! He gently handed her the bowl of soup he had prepared. Does the soup I made taste good, Yuan? From now on, I'll bring it to you every day.
In his heart, Yang Ning silently guessed that the recovery medicine, cultural pill 36, must be working. Miss La, in a friendly tone, teased Yang Ning. This child, you won't drink the soup your grandmother makes, but you like the one your brother brings.
The little girl proudly showed the empty soup bowl, beaming as she cheered, your soup tastes sweet. Yuan really likes it. After drinking it, I'm not sleepy and don't feel any pain anymore.
Yang Ning gently patted her head, thinking to himself that people always say children's senses are much more sensitive than adults. She must have felt the effect of the soup. Miss La stood beside them, so moved that tears welled up in her eyes.
Yuan was truly lucky to have met him.
In the blink of an eye, the day of the college entrance exam arrived. Inside the exam room, the candidates were all busy writing. Yang Ning placed his pen down with ease.
After finishing the literature exam, he happily sighed. With the help of the supreme system, the literature exam only took him an hour to complete.
Since handing in the paper didn't allow him to leave the school, he simply chose to lie down and nap on the desk, causing the two invigilators to quietly whisper and point at him.
Watching that, as long as it didn't disturb the order of the exam room, it was fine.
And just like that, Yang Ning lost himself in the system. He eagerly continued to operate it, using the opportunity to browse through items. However, with only 100 points left, he wasn't sure what he could actually exchange for, so he was just looking around.
Suddenly, Yang Ning's eyes lit up with excitement.
Wait, what's this? The item he was curious about was called brainwave transmission gum.
Yang Ning carefully read through the details of the item.
Brainwave transmission gum is a device for transmitting sound, divided into two parts, the North Pole and the South Pole. As long as both sides keep chewing, information will be transmitted and received. After scanning the information, he assessed that this bizarre item would lose signal if the distance exceeded 300 meters, could only be used for 1 hour, and a box of 3 sets cost 100 points.
Who would exchange points for this? While he was rambling to himself, Yang Ning suddenly had an idea. Wait, I know how this can be used now. At that very moment, the bell signaling the end of the session rang.
Xiaofei Qishali walked out, his face full of frustration, sighing heavily. Yang Ning walked over and cheerfully patted his friend's shoulder.
What's wrong?
You look like you've lost your rice supply or something.
He responded absent-mindedly, clearly downcast.
It's the exam, the results were bad.
How am I even supposed to go to the capital to meet her now? Yang Ning listened and couldn't help but admire him a little. That girl really introduced a match for him.
Xiao Fei sighed dejectedly.
I've been calling her through video recently, and it's not bad. But honestly, I don't think there's any hope left.
Since I wanted to try out my new gadget, I won't be able to help you with your strategy for flirting, but I can assist you with something else.
This is a sound transmission device.
Xiao Fei, holding a piece of chewing gum, curiously asked, how do you use this? Yang Ning proudly explained, you just need to put one half in your mouth and chew it, and then I'll transmit the answer to you.
Xiao Fei closely examined the gum, doubting, is this even chewable?
Without further explanation, Yang Ning simply winked and replied, anyway, just trust me, it will work. The university entrance exam continued with the enthusiasm of the students participating. This was the mathematics test. Xiao Fei's hand moved swiftly, scribbling densely on his exam paper. Compared to his earlier frustrated expression, he was now full of energy. After finishing, Xiao Fei boldly stood up and shouted, I'm done. The whole exam room fell silent, everyone was staring in shock.
Xiao Fei cheerfully walked straight out the door. Teacher, I'm leaving now.
He was so excited that he was flailing his arms and legs in all directions. His over-the-top behavior caught the attention of the exam proctor. Hey, you there, be quiet. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yang Ning was still chewing gum and diligently working on his exam paper. Finally, the tense exam day came to a close. At a nearby amusement park, Yuan was eagerly pointing ahead and demanding, I want to play on that. Yang Ning happily gave her permission to go ahead. Nuan gently reminded Yuan, be careful. The little girl was happily playing in the inflatable house nearby. He and she watched Yuan with incredibly proud eyes. Miss Chen approached them and kindly asked, your child is so adorable. Nuan awkwardly explained, sis, she's not our child, we're still in high school. Miss Chen, still warm, responded, I thought you two made a lovely couple and brought a child here, seems like I was mistaken.
Sorry about that.
She blushed, looking over at Yang Ning.
Well. They briefly locked eyes, and he calmly asked, huh?
She cast a shy glance at Yang Ning, hesitated for a long moment, then finally gathered the courage to speak.
I wanted to ask you. He maintained his usual calm demeanor, then turned to her with a soft smile and tilted his head, asking gently, what? His calm and natural attitude made Yuan even more flustered. It was exactly that.
At that moment, a voice interrupted the awkward silence.
Oh my, you two are here? Miss La and her husband walked over from a distance, each holding 2 cold ice creams. We brought you some ice cream.
She smiled gently and handed the ice cream to them.
Here you go, take it. Nuan quickly accepted, smiling brightly. Thank you. Miss La's husband, behind her, added cheerfully, Yuan went to play in the inflatable house. Nuan, upon hearing that, happily exclaimed, that's great. With this condition, it seems like Yuan can be discharged from the hospital. She can return to daycare now.
Miss La looked at the petite figure of the little girl playing in the distance, her eyes filled with an undeniable joy.
Yuan is so smart, we could send her to school right away.
Look, there are so many 14-15-year-old kids already in university.
Our Yuan will definitely make it too. She then turned to Yang Ning and asked, Yang Ning, do you agree?
He glanced at her briefly and replied, in my opinion, Yuan should have a carefree childhood.
After all, childhood is priceless. A moment later, as he waved goodbye to the family, Miss La's gaze lingered, still pondering his earlier words, childhood is priceless.
Nuan gathered all her courage to continue the conversation.
Yang Ning, I was going to ask you earlier, she asked nervously, which school are you planning to apply to?
Yang Ning paused for a few seconds, then slowly answered, I'm not entirely sure yet, but I'm leaning towards Hua University. Upon hearing this, Nuan's eyes suddenly brightened, unable to hide the excitement rising within her.
Really? That's great.
She silently made a vow in her heart, I'm not afraid if I don't get into Hua University, at least I can get into Do University, as long as it's in Hua High. At that moment, she suddenly realized a thought running through her mind.
Wait a minute. Why do I care about this? Nuan Nuan's footsteps quietly followed Yang Ning, her mind continuously questioning herself. Why do I care where he's going to study? Many days later, on a gently sunny day that bathed the entire hospital grounds in soft light, Vian excitedly sat in Miss La's arms.
The little girl beamed, her clear voice ringing out, finally discharged from the hospital, I'm so happy. From a distance, Yang Ning slowly walked forward, calling out, Miss La, over here. Soon after, Zhao Long also made his way over and spoke, congratulations on your discharge. She looked at both of them, her face glowing with gratitude. She smiled sincerely and said, thank you. Sorry to trouble you with the ride, he said gently, embracing Vian.
Zhao Long responded lightly, it's no trouble at all.
Anyway, I was free, and the boss specifically told me that young Master Yang needed a car, so I came along. After the conversation, he drove them away. Inside the car, Zhao Long casually glanced at Miss La's husband through the rearview mirror before suddenly asking, hey, you look very familiar.
Did you ever work at an antique shop? Miss La's husband smiled and replied, yes, I used to work for Mr. Chen at the Xian Tai pawn shop.
He awkwardly scratched his head and continued, but due to the situation with my daughter, my work hours became unstable, so I was let go.
However, Mr. Chen is a good person. Knowing about my family's troubles, he not only gave me an extra month's salary but also gave me 800 coins.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Long turned slightly and asked, by the way, young Master Yang, do you remember when you passed out? Before Yang Ning could respond, Zhao Long added a statement that left him stunned, it was your sister's shop.
Remembering the image of that alluring woman, Yang Ning eagerly replied, of course I remember.
Zhao Long nodded, speaking in a thoughtful yet suggestive tone, recently, Miss Lam has been hiring.
The salary is pretty high. How about I introduce you to her? Hearing this, Miss La's husband was momentarily taken aback, exchanging an awkward glance with his wife. Yang Ning looked at them and asked, so, what do you think? Do you want to go? Without much hesitation, Miss La's husband responded excitedly, of course I do.
That afternoon, in a small apartment, the sunlight gradually faded through the window frame.
A gentle voice came from the balcony, asking, the exam's over, right?
The voice belonged to a woman, who was focused on watering the plants in each pot, casually saying, the antique appraisal competition is about to start. The Lin family has already registered for you. Inside the room, Man Xian held her phone and asked, when will you be here? On the other end of the line, Yang Ning slowly replied, when does the competition start? She answered briefly, it starts on the 29th of this month. The first 3 days are for mingling, and the competition begins on the 4th day.
Hearing this, Yang Ning chuckled lightly, I plan to fill out the application form before I come.
Her words immediately made Man Xian frown in displeasure, her voice turning colder, don't make me wait.
Otherwise, I'll return the imperial green jadeite.
She coldly uttered these words and hung up without any hesitation.
Good luck.
Her attitude made Yang Ning break into a cold sweat, muttering to himself, still as cold as ice.
His gaze suddenly became vague.
Images of Man Xian, Dong Dong, and even Fei Ni appeared one by one in my mind. It's been a while since I last saw her, I miss her so much.
And the little one, and her too.
After saying this, Yang Ning felt strange and shook his head to dismiss the thought.
That's not right, that's not right. How could I miss so many people like this? I'm very pure.
He silently reassured himself, forget it, it's not the time to think about such things. Then he stretched lightly, deep in thought, the exams are over, Yuan Yuan has been discharged from the hospital, Mom, Dad, and my little sister are all gone now. Next, Yang Ning suddenly remembered something, right, there's the issue of fixing the road for Old Zhu's village. Saying this, he quickly gathered his things, preparing to leave, his mind still full of unorganized thoughts. At that moment, in another apartment, the sound of rapid mouse clicks echoed, as hurried as the heartbeat of someone waiting for an important result.
A voice quickly asked from behind, "So? Is there a result yet?" Ji Wei stared at the computer, exclaiming, "It's here."
The score sheet appeared clearly before her eyes, each number sinking deep into her mind. Chinese, 129 points, Math, 134 points, Foreign Language, 143 points, Social Studies, 283 points. She sighed in disappointment, saying, "My Chinese score was terrible this time." Guiyu, standing beside her, hurriedly comforted her, "The total score is 689, that's good enough.
This score can definitely get you into the capital university. Go upstairs and report the results to Grandpa."
But Ji Wei suddenly cheered up and said, "Wait, I checked your results. I used your exam number and password last time."
Hearing about her son, she sighed and said, "What about your father? How come you don't know what kind of son you have?" But at that moment, Ji Wei suddenly called out in a hurry, "Mom, look at the scores, are you sure my brother's scores aren't mixed up?" Guiyu turned around, confused, and asked, "What's wrong?"
When she saw the score sheet, she was stunned, speechless.
It was as if a sudden realization hit her after a moment of shock. Trembling, Guiyu said, "I'll go call your father."
"You call your dad." Ji Wei immediately made the call, his voice filled with excitement as he said, "Dad, something big has happened, come home quickly." At the same time, in a luxurious villa, Yuan slowly turned on her computer to check her scores. The scores appeared clearly on the screen: Chinese literature 129, Math 138, Foreign Language 136, Natural Sciences 275, totaling 678 points. She let out a sigh of relief, a smile spreading across her face. The scores were above average, though getting into the top schools would still be a challenge. Suddenly, Yuan thought of something, her cheeks flushing slightly. She wondered how many points Yang Ning had gotten. At that moment, in Old Zhu's village, Yang Ning received a call.
"Ha? How many points did I get?" Yang Ning said nonchalantly, as if he didn't care much about it. "I haven't checked yet. Maybe you can check for me. I'll send you my code." Zhao Long, sitting beside Yang Ning and Old Zhu, happily raised his cup of tea, joining them in the moment. This time, the boss spoke up and requested that the gravel road be replaced with a concrete road connecting north and south. The plan was to make the road twice as wide, though he wasn't sure about the spot for the village committee member. Old Zhu, upon hearing this, happily squinted his eyes and laughed. "No problem, don't worry, no one will object to this." Yang Ning smiled gently and said, his voice warm and full of responsibility, "As for the costs, no one needs to worry. We'll help you handle the road for agricultural product distribution as well." The man choked up, tears streaming down his face as he rushed over to grab Yang Ning's hand. "You really are good people." Yang Ning smiled softly and said, "Don't mention it, it's a pleasure to help everyone." At that moment, Yang Ning's father, Su Shan, slowly walked over, his expression still not quite understanding what was going on. "What happened, Yang Ning?" Ji Wei called out, delighted to see him. Meng Yi's father, sitting on the sofa, said solemnly, "You can see for yourself." Su Shan walked over, puzzled, and when he saw the report card, he couldn't help but praise it. "Ah, not bad. Chinese 150, Math 150, Natural Science 300. Su Shan looked at Ji Wei with a questioning look. "Natural Science 300, didn't you take the social science exam?" The girl wrinkled her nose and gently reminded him, "Dad, look closely, that's someone else's name." He paused for a moment when he saw a familiar name, then exclaimed in shock, "Yang Ning?" Su Shan stared wide-eyed at his son and asked. Guiyu smiled gently and replied, "It's the boy, not a name coincidence." He quickly turned to Meng Yi, shouting, "Dad's here." Old Z stood up, shook his head and said, "Dad hasn't done anything, can't fake the scores, especially not scores like these." He joyfully picked up the calculator, speaking with pride, "This is my son, a total score of 750, that's a perfect score." At that moment, Guiyu suddenly noticed the intricately designed antique vase sitting on the table. The vase left her in a daze.
At the same time, at school, a shocked voice exclaimed, Yang Ning, 750 points.
The teachers were all speechless in astonishment. Miss Lu suddenly said, "This is the top scholar, the highest score in history."
Later, when Professor Lu started the class, he spoke with a powerful tone, Senior Yang Ning has achieved a perfect score in all subjects, not just the top scholar in one subject, but the national top scholar. He enthusiastically cheered on the students below, you all should work hard as well. The younger students admired him greatly, Senior is really amazing, turns out he's so good at studying.
Meanwhile, in the office, a clear voice rang out, the TV station wants to interview Yang Ning.
Principal Yang, his eyes filled with anger, glared at Professor Lu, and angrily shouted, you'd better call her and let her know. Embarrassed, he lowered his head and awkwardly replied, a lot of people have tried calling her today, but Yang Ning has turned off her phone. Hearing that, the principal became furious and stood up abruptly. This time, his voice was even louder, then go to his house and find him.
If you don't know the address, ask around. Professor Lu didn't dare to argue, bowing and quickly running off to comply. I'll go ask right away. In the classroom, the students kept asking each other. Teacher Zhou asked for Yang Ning's home address in the class group. Does anyone know it?
The red-haired student next to him shook his head in confusion and replied, I don't know.
None of us have been to his house.
The black-haired student chimed in, I don't think even Xiao Fei has been there. Suddenly, both of them spoke in unison, ask Muan Muan. At that moment, at Muan Muan's house, a modern and spacious villa, after checking Yang Ning's grades, she was so startled that she exclaimed. Before Yang Ning could finish his sentence, his phone suddenly started ringing incessantly.
Messages flooded in, is Muan Muan there? Sun Muan Muan, do you know Yang Ning's home address? Surely you must know. You two are always together.
Embarrassed, she typed a quick reply, I don't know.
Please stop talking nonsense. Turn off your phones.
Muan Muan wondered to herself, who else could possibly know his address? Later, when Miss La heard the news, she was also stunned.
What? Yang Ning got perfect scores in all subjects?
Muan Muan nodded slightly, her eyes still filled with emotion. Yes, it's already spread throughout the school.
Teacher Zhou is looking for Yang Ning, but no one knows where his house is.
Miss La smiled softly and said, his house, you say?
Uncle Liang knows where Full River Edge is, she said.
Hearing this, Muan Muan happily thanked her repeatedly, really?
That's great.
Thank you, Miss La.
She spoke kindly and politely, it's nothing.
Just ask Uncle Liang to take you there. With that, Muan Muan immediately messaged her class group, telling them that she now knew where Yang Ning lived.
I'm going there to find him now.
As she was heading to Yang Ning's house, the class group exploded in activity like a beehive disturbed. Muan Muan knew that only he knew where Yang Ning lived. As expected, they were a couple. On a beautiful sunny day at Full River Edge, where the building stood tall, she stood earnestly, hands clasped together as if praying for something.
I know he's here. Please let me in to look for him.
A man in a security uniform blocked her path, waving his hand, saying, he's not home yet.
It's no use for you to go in. Muan Muan could only lower her head and gaze into the apartment complex. At that moment, Yang Ning appeared from behind, looking surprised, and asked, Muan Muan, what are you doing here?
Hearing his familiar voice, she turned around and joyfully exclaimed, Yang Ning. The security guard, looking helpless, spoke up, I told you he's not here.
However, she seemed to ignore him, rushing to Yang Ning and eagerly asking, why has your phone been off? So many people have been looking for you.
Upon hearing the issue about the phone, Yang Ning smiled and took out his own phone, replying, it's exactly because I knew so many people would be looking for me that I turned it off. He took Muan Muan into the residential complex, with the security guard watching them.
Let's go in.
He cheerfully spoke from behind, raising his voice, young Master Yang, next time when your girlfriend comes, I'll definitely escort her all the way to your door. Yang Ning couldn't help but laugh loudly upon hearing this, turning around to wave at him, while she puffed her cheeks in annoyance. At this moment, on the rooftop of a building in the Sky Garden, a figure stood alone. It was none other than Ji Zhuan. He stood there by himself, angrily downing the entire bottle of alcohol in his hand. He slammed the bottle onto the ground, causing the liquid to splash, and exclaimed in frustration, "I refuse to accept this." Ji Zhuan furrowed his brows, his hands clenched tightly as he shouted towards the sky. "Now all over the internet is news about him, and all I have is news about transferring schools." His eyes were bloodshot, with veins running through them as he angrily yelled, "It's all because of you, Yang Ning." Ji Zhuan threw the bottle of alcohol in his hand onto the ground and, still cursing, muttered, "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be like this." Then he took out his phone and dialed a number. The moment the call was answered, Ji Zhuan raised his voice. "Father, yes, I've thought it over. I want to go abroad." He looked up at the sky, his teeth gritted, his face darkening, as he stared at the high heavens, silently thinking to himself, "I will return, I will definitely return." Meanwhile, on the other side, Yang Ning was leading Nuan into his house. "Please, come in." He spoke in a somewhat hesitant, simple tone, as though he were ready to make fun of himself, while she kept glancing around, her face filled with admiration. Then, after a moment, Nuan lowered her head, shy and embarrassed, silently thinking, "If this is considered simple, then my house must be a dog's den." At that moment, Yang Ning handed her a glass of water and spoke, "Drink some water." Nuan took the glass, but her gaze remained fixed on him. "Why did you turn off your phone? Teacher Zhou couldn't find you." Yang Ning looked confused and quickly asked, "Why would he be looking for me?" She eagerly explained, saying that the television station wanted to do a story on him. "Everyone admires you a lot." After hearing this, Yang Ning lazily sat down in the chair, his expression nonchalant as he replied, "Let them admire me, if they want to. Whoever likes it can go, I'm not interested." Nuan was taken aback by both his words and his attitude. Why was that? Didn't he want the chance to become famous? Suddenly, Yang Ning took out his phone, held it up in front of her, and said, "Have you been offline lately? Just open any website and take a look." Nuan was quite surprised and a little stunned when she looked at the phone. On the screen, there was a news article with the headline, "The top candidate in the history of the university entrance exam," and the face on the page was none other than Yang Ning. At that point, he shrugged and said, "That's why I don't want to be any more famous." Her response was momentarily lost for words. Yang Ning suddenly remembered something. "That's right, you didn't tell anyone your home address, did you?" Nuan quickly asked. "No, I only mentioned in the group that I know where your house is." Yang Ning replied. At that moment, Yang Ning let out a relieved sigh, leaned back in the chair, and said, "Then when you get home, turn off your phone to avoid any trouble. Not everyone who wants to contact me does so because they admire me or want to congratulate me." She replied softly, "I know, I'll turn it off." Nuan looked at her phone and suddenly exclaimed, "Is that Zhou Xiaofei?" He hurriedly asked, "What?" Then, when he looked at the screen, Yang Ning was stunned and said, "This damn kid." Xiaofei looked at the phone screen with a smug expression. "Admire me now," he wrote in the group chat. He sent 2 messages in quick succession, 584 points, "I've surpassed the passing score. Test score, 598. As soon as the group saw the message, they exploded in chatter. How could this be? Isn't Xiaofei's score even higher than the class monitor's? Strange. Unbelievable things happen every year, but this year there's been an overwhelming amount. He must have photoshopped it." He sat on his bed, grinning self-satisfied, and responded, "I'll send you my exam number, you can look it up yourself." Nuan also received the message. Curious, she asked, "Since when has he been this good at studying?" Yang Ning quickly turned away, feeling guilty. "How would I know?" He muttered to himself, thinking, "This Xiaofei kid really loves to show off." Seeing his clear sense of guilt, Nuan couldn't help but glance at him. Elsewhere, Ji Wei lay on the sofa, reading a book while chatting with Yang Ning. "Brother, do you know how surprised our parents were?
but they were really happy. He responded to her in a calm, unruffled tone. Yes, yes, I figured as much.
Nuan Nuan brought out a plate of hot food and urged them.
Come on, let's eat.
As soon as Jiwei heard the woman's voice, he jumped up, exclaiming,
Brother, you brought your daughter home? Yang Ning broke into a sweat, awkwardly scratching his face. No, I was just watching a movie. Unexpectedly, she looked straight into the room and asked, Yang Ning, let's eat. What are you doing? This time, he really had no way to argue. As expected, the girl's questioning voice rang out. You're lying, saying you're watching a movie, but clearly she called your name. Yang Ning sighed helplessly, feeling utterly defeated. On the other side, Jiwei had just hung up the phone and sat there, lost in thought, her eyes brimming with tears as if she were about to cry. Su Shan, seeing her like that, walked over and asked, What's wrong? You just finished talking to Ning and now you're like this. Did that little brat bully you? Jiwei lowered her head, feeling a little pitiful as she answered. No, I'm fine. You could tell right away that the girl was hiding something. Wei, don't lie to me. Something's going on. What's really wrong? Upon hearing that, the frustration and sorrow welled up inside her, making her body tremble. Unable to hold it in any longer, Jiwei threw herself into her arms and cried. Su Shan stood by, not knowing how to comfort her, only stiffly trying to soothe her, Don't cry. In a dark corner, Manhwa watched the child crying pitifully, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Returning to this side, he angrily slammed the table. This kid has rebelled, you need to ask him what exactly he's done. As soon as the phone connected, Su Shan immediately raised his voice. Yang Ning, this kid. But before he could finish his sentence, his words caught in his throat. Su Shan's expression quickly softened. Hello, dear. Really? Ah, all right. Then, he shared this unexpected joy with the person next to him. Guess who just answered the phone? Yu curiously asked back. Who? He happily replied. It's a little girl. In the corner, Manhwa's glasses glinted slightly, but after hearing this, she simply smiled faintly. Really? Su Shan widened his eyes in surprise. Why aren't you surprised at all? It's a girl. She said her son had gone to take a bath, and the little girl was cooking for him. Yu remained calm, gently responding. I already knew about the Nanhu trip, I just didn't expect things to move so fast. He patted his companion's shoulder in admiration. I'm impressed, nothing can escape your grasp. Manhwa silently observed and guessed. It must be that girl named Nuan Nuan. Send me the documents on Rui Bai and his daughter, one copy for each. The soft morning sunlight gently bathed the large school, enveloping every dark corner. As Yang Ning was walking, she suddenly heard someone call her name. Yang Ning turned back and politely greeted. Teacher Zhou smiled, Xianzi, where have you been hiding these past few days? You've only appeared now, right before the college application period. Have you decided which school you're going to apply to? Yang Ning scratched his head, thinking, which school? As he was pondering, a group of friends called out from a distance, He's over here. They excitedly ran toward him as if they had just found gold. Yang Ning, wait for us. Teacher Zhou, noticing the group of young men, whispered, Those guys seem to be the admissions team from various universities. The newcomers rushed in and started introducing themselves. Yang Ning, our Changchi University warmly welcomes you. Someone next to him joined in, Yenshan University is the best choice for you. Another person chimed in, our school is the one that suits you best. Suddenly, a firm and steady footstep echoed. Yang Ning. A man, dressed in a sharp suit and looking every bit the gentleman, spoke up, I am the head of admissions for Hong Kong University. My name is Ji Yang. Our university is offering you a scholarship worth 2 million. Over the next 3 years, you will receive a monthly living stipend of 150,000. We have an elite training program. If you agree to join our university, you will be the only one selected for this year's training program.
The group, who had been whispering excitedly, stood frozen, wide-eyed in astonishment. One of them said, this time, we'll only be taking Yang Ning for the program.
Even he was taken aback by such a generous offer.
Ji Yang crossed his arms with a smug expression. How are these people still fighting over him? To his surprise, there was still someone else wanting to compete for him, and that person was the so-called heroic figure.
Yang Ning, if you come to our school, the school will agree to accept only you. Your name will be on the list.
What was even more surprising was that a young man also intervened. This person was Su Cho, from Qingqi University, and the same would happen there. Your name would be added to the list. The two of them then stared at each other, their gazes so intense that it felt like lightning was about to strike.
The person they were fighting over, looking bewildered, scratched his head. What list are you talking about?
And so, the sharp, knife-like gazes of both of them shifted to Yang Ning. One of them grabbed his wrist and pulled him over to the other side to talk.
The people who had just called for the recruitment tried to stop them. Don't go, let Yang Ning stay here. Yuan tried to reassure them, everyone, don't rush. Let Yang Ning handle it on his own.
Over on the other side, the two men introduced themselves again.
I am heroic figure from Tsinghua University. The person next to me is also here. I am Su Cho from Qingqi University. The young man named Su Cho explained first.
Over a decade ago, there was an organization called the Nation H Alliance. This organization was created to oppose other great powers and to strengthen and develop Nation H. The members of this organization were all elites carefully selected. The Nation H Alliance later changed its name to the Yen Emperor Exchange Association. The members of this association include a dozen or so leaders in fields such as finance, energy resources, technology, healthcare, and medicine.
Currently, there's only Qingqi University. The heroic figure, dissatisfied, interjected, hey, there's also Tsinghua University. He glanced over, dismissively replying, alright, for now, only Qingqi and Tsinghua have the opportunity to submit a list of candidates to the Yen Emperor Exchange Association every year. But that's just a list for membership. Tsinghua can't guarantee that everyone on that list will be selected for the organization. Seeing him cut corners like that, the other person became angry and mocked. You still dare to say that?
At least we have a quota for membership. You guys have failed for 3 consecutive years. While they were arguing, Ji Yang suddenly appeared out of nowhere and calmly intervened. I say, both of you, if you like arguing so much, step aside and argue over there.
Don't block the way here. After speaking, he immediately turned to approach Yang Ning. Mr. Yang Ning, have you made up your mind? The University of Hong Kong is very eager for you to join us.
Yang Ning had been listening to their conversation and was now deep in thought. The University of Hong Kong was indeed sincere, but the Yen Emperor Exchange Association was also a decent option.
Finally, Yang Ning gave Ji Yang his answer. Sorry, I'm not planning to go to Hong Kong for now.
My parents are not at ease with me studying so far from home. But not just to him, Yang Ning also replied directly to the others, thank you all for your attention, but I had already chosen my university before coming here. The three of them were stunned, unable to believe it. Where did you choose? They stared at Yang Ning with suspicion, as if he were a ghost coming to collect their souls.
Which university do you actually want to choose?
He scratched his head awkwardly.
Nation H University. The first 3 people who arrived couldn't help but exclaim when they heard Yang Ning's answer. Nation H University, that's great.
The entire vast campus erupted with cheers of joy. He happily turned to speak to the girl behind him.
Yang Ning has chosen our school.
The moment she saw him, she stepped forward to greet him.
Hello Yang Ning, my name is Y. I'm the vice president of the student union at Nation H University. It's really the best thing to happen today that a junior like you has chosen our school.
The girls around her also gathered and teased.
A handsome junior like this wants to come to our school. Do you have a girlfriend? What kind of books do you usually read? You're blushing now.
Surrounded by a group of beautiful girls, he couldn't help but feel pleased, thinking, so many beautiful women, Nation H was definitely the right choice for me. Seeing the girl smile with satisfaction, someone else spoke up.
Miss Xia, the person who just spoke is a heroic figure.
He frowned and questioned.
This isn't right. How can you bring your student here to charm others like this?
But she remained calm and responded leisurely.
Do you still not understand me? Do you think I would use such methods to charm others?
At this moment, Su Chou also voiced his displeasure. I believe she wouldn't use such despicable tactics, but I'm also very curious. Who knows what kind of conditions Nation H has offered that made Yang Ning choose that school? She didn't answer, just gave a mysterious look and turned the question back. Guess for yourself, both of you are stumped, how could you even guess? On this side, Wai had already gotten to know Yang Ning. She smiled gently and asked, Junior, let's quickly finish registering, then once we're done, you can take us for a tour of the lake house. The girls beside her shyly added, yes, exactly, we can go swimming and sunbathe. Could you help us with sunscreen? He was so delighted that he couldn't stop grinning, of course. A moment later, her slender fingers flew across the keyboard. In no time, Wai picked up the form. All right, I've filled it out for you. She smiled sweetly and shook hands with Yang Ning.
Congratulations. Yang Ning, from today onward, you are officially a student of Nation H. He politely responded, thank you.
At this point, Miss Xie curiously stepped forward and asked, by the way, Yang Ning, I've been wondering why you chose our school. No one expected that he would give such a sincere answer, one that couldn't be more genuine. Actually, I just said that casually earlier. It's just that the three of them pushed me into a corner, who would have known? The group fell silent upon hearing this. They stared at Yang Ning with suspicious eyes. In the end, it was she who broke the silence. But deep down, they all thought, surely there's some reason he can't say.
Continuing to ask questions like this isn't very nice.
Then both of them shook hands, and anyway, he wished him congratulations.
Thank you.
The scene shifts to the vast highway, with only one car speeding ahead. As the car stopped, a person stepped out, wearing expensive brand name shoes.
It turned out to be Yang Ning.
He stepped out of the car with a handsome demeanor. Guohan slowly walked over, not forgetting to tease him. Finally, our top scholar has decided to show up.
Yang Ning politely greeted Uncle Lu.
Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed. Both of them turned to look in the direction the sound came from. Dong Dong pointed straight at him.
Here comes the pervert.
Big Black barked loudly, trying to assert its dominance, but when Yang Ning gave it a disapproving glare, it immediately sat down obediently, which caused the little girl to frown and complain.
Are you really that timid?
Even Guohan was puzzled. This dog was usually so fierce, but why did it become so well behaved in front of Yang Ning? Dong Dong, with a calm expression, answered.
Because he's a wolf, you see.
For those who don't catch the joke, the girl is making a play on words. Lustful refers to someone with improper intentions, and in this case, such a person is nicknamed a wolf, which is why she said that. Yang Ning helplessly scratched his head but didn't dare to speak harshly.
Can you not talk about me like that?
Putting aside the small talk, Guohan opened the door to invite him in.
Come on in and sit.
Then he turned to the little girl and said, Dong Dong, take Big Black out to play. The little girl obediently responded.
Yes. Yang Ning just walked in and immediately turned red with surprise.
There, on the sofa, was Fei Ni, and the thing that stood out was that she was only wearing a shirt with some buttons undone and a very short pair of shorts.
As soon as Fei Ni saw him, she sat up and greeted him, Is that you, Yang Ning? Long time no see.
Then she reached out and measured his height with her hand. It seemed like he'd grown quite a bit in just 1 month.
Could it be that you've secretly been eating some magic pills or drinking some medicinal liquor? Yang Ning flinched and pulled back, awkwardly replying, Sister Fei, what are you joking about?
I don't have any magic pills or medicinal liquor. I just inherited my parents' great jealousy, that's all. But she remains suspicious, asserting, cut the nonsense.
How could jealousy make you grow more than 10 centimeters in a month?
Guohan quickly stepped in to save the situation.
Fei, the thing you mentioned to me last time, I think it's really good. If you want me to invest, that's fine, but the important thing is getting the formula.
Fei casually pointed to the person beside her, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world.
Just ask this kid, and you'll get it right away. When Yang Ning was pointed at, he flinched again and asked in confusion, Formula? What formula? Of course, Fei wouldn't let Yang Ning off the hook.
She leaned closer, don't pretend to be stupid.
It's the formula for that medicine.
He broke into a sweat and tried to come up with an excuse. My mom said that formula is only passed down to her daughter-in-law. Upon hearing this, Fei leaned even closer. When they were almost touching, she asked, Is that true?
He awkwardly replied, Yes, it's true.
Suddenly, Yang Ning woke up with a start.
Something was off. Fei really enjoyed teasing others. I can't fall into this trap.
After thinking it through, he patted the other person's shoulder.
Sister Fei, I was joking. Let's talk about something else.
But she still didn't want to let it go, striking a seductive pose.
Really? You're going to pass up this opportunity?
Fei looked at him with a hint of doubt when he remained silent.
Are you serious?
Yang Ning blushed awkwardly.
Serious.
Unexpectedly, as soon as she got the answer she wanted, she turned around.
Man Xian, come here.
This younger brother agreed to give up the formula.
You didn't expect this situation, did you? What? She's here too?
Man Xian stepped forward and spoke coldly.
What's the matter? You two finished talking and agreed to get married for real, huh?
Fei crossed her arms, looking displeased.
Marry?
She rejected me already.
At this moment, Dong Dong peered in, joining in the fun. This lecher isn't even that lecherous, huh? From now on, I'll just call you the foolish wolf.
Upon hearing this, Fei's lips curled slightly, but she still mocked him.
Well, I guess you do have some good qualities after all?
This made Yang Ning completely dumbfounded. It took him a moment to process everything before he sighed helplessly.
So you guys had this all planned out, huh? If I had known earlier, I would have agreed right away and even gotten some benefits. I'll head to my room now. I agree to give you the formula. You guys are really risking everything for that formula.
Suddenly, Man Xian spoke up.
Hey, Yang Ning. She raised a finger and explained, do you know how much that formula is worth? If those pills could be successfully marketed.
In just 3 short years, it was enough for a business to rise to the top of the financial world. He trembled, clutching his chest, painfully thinking, is it worth it?
It seems like I've made a loss. Well, it's not too hard anyway. Yang Ning waved his hand decisively and replied, I said I would give it to you guys. I don't regret it.
I'm going back upstairs to my room now. The 2 girls were taken aback, not expecting him to just let it go so easily. It was Fei who spoke up first, thinking it would be very difficult to persuade him. But to her surprise, it wasn't. She lowered her head, and she also realized feelings between people shouldn't be tainted with too many impurities, especially in love. A trace of sadness flashed in her eyes, but it quickly returned to normal. I don't understand, and you don't understand either, but love with too many impurities will never last.
Man Xian, unwilling to accept, asked back, what about that matter?
Fei's gaze was filled with sadness. We'll just take it one step at a time. In the blink of an eye, the day of the appraisal competition arrived.
Yang Ning, surprised as though he had never experienced life, said, this is the competition arena.
Unlike me, Guohan seems to be more knowledgeable.
What do you think? Not bad, right? Yang Ning then turned and asked, have your two uncles arrived yet?
He knows you're worried, so he gave a very detailed account. As soon as they arrived, they took their younger sister out to play.
Of who and Minister Nyo went with them?
Wahan pointed toward the tall building in front of them.
The appraisal competition is being held there.
The participants will start from the first floor and go up to the 7th floor until they find the leader.
He was astonished, his eyes wide. He heard that there were 700 participants, and they were all gathered on one floor? He smiled slyly and replied, it's not that simple. You have to pass the qualifying round to be eligible to enter. Among these stalls, there are items from the organizers. The participants must select antiques with symbols hidden among these stalls. To do that, one needs both skill and luck. Some people have picked out dozens of items but haven't found a single one with a symbol. Everyone is trying to find them as quickly as possible. The more items with symbols they find, the more opponents they can eliminate.
Yang Ning began to worry about his future.
I'm 2 days late, so I'm not very lucky.
Guohan spoke up, don't worry, my strong men have already started looking. As of today, they've found quite a few items, we just don't know if any of them have symbols. Hearing that, he became more confident.
Yes, there's still a day left.
I'm sure I'll pass the qualifying round.
Meanwhile, at another location, Ji Wei was happily strolling through the appraisal area with her two older brothers. She picked up a turquoise teapot and exclaimed, this is definitely an antique. Unexpectedly, the people around her burst into laughter. Who's this amateur? What is she so excited about? Minister Neo, annoyed, waved his hand, go away, this doesn't concern you.
Lao Bing crossed his arms and sneered.
Oh, isn't this Minister Neo from the Lin family?
I heard you invited a kid to participate in the competition.
Does that count as giving up? Ji Wei was displeased and retorted, what do you mean by that?
Let me tell you, my brother is really impressive.
He laughed loudly, revealing a few of his yellow teeth. As for whether they were antiques or not, how impressive could her brother really be?
Kaishan stopped her and glanced at Lao Bing before advising Ji Wei, don't mind him, let's go. But before they could leave, a group of people stepped forward to block their way, saying, don't rush off.
They were arrogant, showing no respect for anyone, and openly mocked, aren't you here to see the antiques? Jean Feng couldn't take it anymore and angrily wanted to ask, what do you want? But he was stopped by Kaishan. Wait, Lao Bing grinned slyly, what do I want? It's simple, buy everything here, and this matter will be settled. Kaishan calmly asked, how much?
Lao Bing bared his teeth and quoted an astronomical price, 10,000.
Minister Nyo couldn't help but curse, are you crazy? Are those things worth that much?
But he remained calm and offered a price, I'll give you 100,000.
Will you sell or not?
Lao Bing thought he was about to catch a big fish and secretly rejoiced.
All right, I just wanted to tease him a bit. Didn't expect to get this lucky. I have to raise the price now.
He bent his finger slightly, 900,000.
Less than that, and it's not for sale. Kaishan casually asked again, 900,000? My mood is really good right now, I'll give you 200,000, are you selling or not?
But Lao Bing still didn't know when to stop, continuing to raise the price to 800,000.
How about you have that little girl accompany me for a night? Ji Wei got angry.
This time Kaishan won't be lenient, there's nothing more to discuss.
Only then did the old man realize the situation and nervously ask, what do you want to do?
But Ji Wei didn't want to give him any more chances, he turned and walked away, leaving it to his man.
Lao Bing, in a moment of desperation, got angry and cursed loudly, fake gods and ghosts, come at me.
The men around him, hearing this, were eager to rush up, but suddenly a Hu appeared out of nowhere, standing in front of Jean Feng. He threw a punch and sent the blonde guy in front of him flying. In the next moment, a Hu's fist landed on the bald man's head. Just like that, he easily defeated the few street thugs. When the old man saw how unfavorable the situation was, he fearfully retreated.
Who are you? Don't come over here.
Lao Bing played his trick, crying on the spot as if he were the victim.
Someone. Mr. Li, there's someone attacking on the street.
The security of the inspection zone finally arrived.
What's going on?
Minister Nyo asked, clearly disgusted. Where were these security guards hiding earlier?
Why are they showing up now? The lead security guard, humiliated, got angry and made an authoritative gesture. Who dares to cause trouble here? Do you want to die? Do you believe I'll bring you all to the police station? The so-called evil god remained calm, unaffected by the commotion.
His indifferent attitude only seemed to aggravate the others further. On the other side, the man's voice rang out.
What? So the speaker is Guohan. I know, I'm coming right away.
He turned to the man beside him. Something's happened on your side. Someone is deliberately stirring up trouble for them.
Even Yang Ling was surprised. Your eldest brother isn't the sort to pick fights like that. Today's competition is bound to be tightly guarded. How could something like this happen?
He rubbed his chin thoughtfully.
Perhaps this isn't so simple. Guohan offered no further comment, only saying, we'll see. If someone is intentionally targeting us, I won't let them get away with it. Cut to a tall, luxurious building.
A slender hand slammed angrily onto the tabletop.
That's Lin Yao.
She shouted with determination, Man Xian of the Lin family, I will not let her go unpunished.
From behind her, a young man approached and asked calmly, what do you want to do next?
Lin Yao ground her teeth and turned.
From the way you sound, it seems you don't care much about this, do you? I hear you're her longtime, loyal pursuer, aren't you?
Yu Shu wrapped his arm around her waist, soothing her, it's just idle gossip, compared to you, she means nothing.
No matter how fond she was, Lin Yao remained rigid-mouthed and snapped, stop flattering me.
Men only know how to use their mouths to deceive others.
He gently comforted her, then what do you want me to do for you to believe I'm sincere?
Lin Yao's face hardened, she hissed venomously, I want to destroy Man Xian. I want to destroy the Lin family, moreover, I want to eliminate the Lin family's influence because of her.
Yu Shu sweet-talked again, no problem, who told you you like me so much?
She retorted sullenly, remember every word you said. Yu Si remained calm as if it truly meant nothing to him.
Of course. Back to the antique appraisal area.
Man Xian and Zi Qing had just arrived when a cheerful voice rang out.
With Man Xian and Zi Qing there, she frowned and asked, what happened?
Yang Ning, seeing the two of them, introduced, this is Zi Qing, chairman of the Lin family, this is. Before he could finish, she stepped forward and introduced herself, I'm Man Xian.
Hello, Master Ning.
Kaishan was slightly surprised.
You know me?
She bowed politely and replied, I met you at my grandfather's 80th birthday celebration last year. Outwardly he remained composed, but waves stirred within him.
So the original letters old gentleman is your grandfather? Guohan, a nearby officer, grabbed the ancient book and demanded, tell me quickly who ordered you to do this? A guard hurriedly intervened. Mr. Liu, this is not Nanhu City.
Please leave this to us to handle. He was so furious the veins in his neck stood out.
Leave it to you?
I want to see how you'll handle it if things go wrong and punishment becomes necessary.
As for Mr. Ning and Miss Lin, I'm afraid today's appraisal competition will have to end earlier than planned. The guards all gasped in alarm at once.
The person who just spoke anxiously, sweating and thinking, was wondering about the identity of the ones whom Guohan referred to as Sir and Miss.
What kind of people were they?
The person next to him hurriedly whispered, Mr. Li, stop dragging it out.
It seems like they're not good people. The one called Mr. Li waved his hand nonchalantly, let's go.
Lao Bing, worried, tried to stop him, Mr. Li, don't go. As they were leaving, A Hu and Jean Feng began to interrogate, as if death itself had come to collect their souls. Speak quickly, who ordered you to cause trouble for us? The man, panic-stricken, stepped back. It was Director Chen. It was Shan Yu, the director of the organizing committee for today's competition. Moments later, in the director's office, Shan Yu had a gun pointed to his head, sweat running down his face. He couldn't speak, only muttered, "Please." The person raised his identification card. "Don't think I won't pull the trigger. I have the authority. Do you understand?" Shan Yu dared not make a move, frozen in place, and asked stiffly, "Are you a policeman?" "Exactly. I understand." At that moment, Guohan entered and ordered that he be taken away. The officer responded without hesitation, "Yes." In the end, Shan Yu was handcuffed and escorted away by the police. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Schweben quickly snapped back to reality and called his father. "Dad, it seems something has happened." Back on the other side, Kaishin patted Yang Ning on the shoulder and asked, "Yang Ning, how is it?" "You're standing still, let him pat your shoulder and answer." The loudspeaker had just announced that Shan Yu had been expelled. He wasn't too pleased about that. Was this an attempt to erase all connections? Yang Ning took a few steps ahead, not paying attention to the matter. "All right, don't worry about those people anymore. Everyone continue walking, I'll be over there for a bit." Outwardly calm, but in his heart, he thought to himself that he was already a day behind and needed to hurry up. To his surprise, just a few steps later, he bumped into someone he knew. "Mr. Yang, what a coincidence, we meet again." Yang Ning couldn't help but exclaim, "Miss N." She smiled gently and invited him. "I still haven't had the chance to thank you for last time. I never expected we'd run into each other here. Let's have a meal together." He couldn't help but glance at her chest, feeling his face flush. "It's nothing you need to thank me for. Besides, I already told everyone I'd be eating with them." But Yuan kept smiling, coaxing him, "It's fine, let's call everyone to join in, the more people, the merrier, right?" Unable to refuse a beautiful woman, Yang Ning finally spoke, "All right, then later." At a famous hotel, the group gathered, and the atmosphere was lively. Jiwei puffed out his cheeks in dissatisfaction, thinking, "When did my brother become so familiar with so many beautiful women? How annoying." At this point, Yang Ning took out a bag to show everyone what his nephew had picked out. Seeing the various items engraved with different patterns, everyone marveled. "Is this the antique your nephew picked out? It's really valuable, isn't it?" Amidst the voices of admiration, a childish voice also chimed in, "You're the best." Guohan picked up one item, a little hesitant. "Is this?" Man Xian also picked it up and observed, trying to soften his words, "Although it's indeed a good item, the era is a bit." But he was incredibly confident. "Don't worry, everyone, you'll know by this afternoon." In the end, everyone sat down and ate to their heart's content. "Come on, everyone, eat up." Yuan stood between Yang Ning and Man Xian, the three of them laughing and chatting happily. Jiwei kept staring, then shot a look full of sharpness at her. Guan Ming and Kaishin silently watched the strange scene, and finally, they spoke up. "Ning," he replied absent-mindedly, "Yes." Guan Ming smiled gently, rescuing his clueless nephew, "You should take Wei Wei for a walk." Only then did Yang Ning turn to Jiwei, looking confused. "Okay." The weather was beautiful today, with just enough clouds to block out some of the heat, accompanied by the sound of birds chirping. As they were walking, the young girl suddenly spoke up. "Does Jiwei also have questions like the others? Why did you want to attend Nation H?" He scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, and answered, "There's no particular reason, just a spur-of-the-moment thing." Unexpectedly, the girl expressed concern, "Do you know that because of your impulsiveness, your dad almost got sick from anger?" Then Jiwei asked directly, "Is it like what was reported in the news? You were seduced?" Yang Ning shook her hand, trying to explain, "No, that's not it. I think you look like someone who could be." "Ah," the girl quickly turned away, pouting, and said, "But your nose has already grown 3 meters longer." Suddenly, Jiwei's gaze darkened noticeably. The little girl sadly crossed her arms. I secretly changed my application. I want to go to Nation H school.
He was stunned. Did your parents agree? Unexpectedly, Ji Wei stubbornly retorted, what if they don't agree? I hid it from them. If they knew, they wouldn't agree.
Yang Ning helplessly thought, you really have guts.
The little girl, disappointed, spoke the words that had been weighing on her heart, brother, don't you want me to go to Nation H?
He looked at Ji Wei, his mind racing at full speed. If he dared to say no, he was sure this little one would start crying right here.
In the end, Yang Ning tried to act cool. How could that be? I'd be happy about it.
As soon as she heard this, her eyes lit up like stars.
Really?
He sincerely listed out the reasons. Look, we'll be at the same school, someone will make breakfast for me every morning, socks, clothes, everything will be washed for me.
And then?
Ji Wei angrily punched Yang Ning's stomach, making him wince in pain.
Are you treating me like a servant? You heartless jerk. Seeing him slump down, clutching his stomach, she panicked. Does it hurt that much?
Ji Wei quickly wrapped her arms around Yang Ning's shoulders, apologizing, brother, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. He chuckled in delight and turned his head, just teasing you. The little girl, embarrassed to the point of being angry, kept hitting Yang Ning, I hate you.
Yang Ning, knowing when to back down, admitted his fault, I was wrong, how about I treat you to a meal, okay?
And so, he had to chase after Ji Wei, trying to comfort her.
He invited her to dinner, then suggested a walk and a movie. How about that? Upon hearing this, the girl turned back and asked, just the two of us?
Yang Ning scratched his face.
If you prefer, we can invite others.
Ji Wei quickly shouted, just the two of us.
He chuckled softly and agreed, all right.
Before long, the day began to turn into evening. At the appraisal site, someone placed a porcelain vase on the table and exclaimed happily, I passed. Someone else scratched their head, puzzled.
Why didn't mine pass? This is an antique.
But the judge coldly responded, without the mark, it's useless.
Please leave. Guohan turned around and asked, is the kid confident?
As for confidence, don't worry about it, Yang Ning answered without hesitation.
You can trust me. He calmly walked up to the judges and placed a jade pendant on the table. Guohan, standing behind, asked in suspicion, why does this look so familiar? Old Meng glanced at it and immediately recalled, isn't this the one we had when we were eating?
Before he could finish speaking, they saw an employee drop the pendant into a basin of water beside them. As soon as the jade hit the water, it caused a small ripple. Everyone who had gathered around gasped in amazement, for the jade pendant in the basin had slightly changed color, emitting a strange greenish light. The employee was also surprised. He looked at Yang Ning, speechless. Moments later, a congratulatory voice rang out, passed. The Lin family has earned the qualification to compete. The group stared in shock, it passed? That kid actually made it through? The Lin family didn't invite the wrong person, huh? Ji Wei clapped his hands and laughed non-stop. He's through. Even Guohan is surprised. This kid really does make people feel at ease. The staff handed him a green card. This is the access card. Please take it. He politely replied, thank you. After receiving the card, Yang Ning turned to ask Guan Ming. Has Mr. Chan returned yet? He confirmed the answer. I haven't seen him. As soon as he got the response, he handed the card to the person next to him. Mr. Mang, take this access card. I'll step outside for a while and come back soon. The man looked puzzled, trying to stop him, but it was too late. Where are you going? Guohan sighed helplessly. This kid, even grown up, is still so hasty. Just as he was about to leave, he overheard some interesting gossip. Did you hear anything? It seems someone is selling spots to participate in the competition. The person next to him asked curiously. Can the access card really be passed around like that? The other person explained, no, the antiques being auctioned are the real guarantee. I heard they can definitely advance to the semi-finals.
If not, they'll take back the item and refund the money.
They've sold over 10 already, and all the buyers have passed.
His friend unexpectedly asked, does the management not control this?
The person replied, as if not understanding the question. At first, they said they would manage it, but then they vanished.
The other side must be someone with a background. Guahan listened in silence, his thoughts unclear.
The scene shifted to a luxurious restaurant, where old Meng picked up a cup of tea and spoke.
I've been wondering why that kid can get so many cheap antiques. Probably to do this. Kai Shen laughed uncontrollably. The new replaces the old, you can't avoid aging. Even Guan Ming only complained briefly. That kid really.
At this moment, Yang Ning had returned.
Everyone's here. I've finished my work. He teased, sold everything already?
Yang Ning scratched his head and gave a forced smile, you all already know. The night sky glittered with bright stars. By now, the streetlights had started to illuminate the dark streets. Shi Wei stood under a street lamp, looking incredibly cute and charming. From afar, Yang Ning spotted her silhouette. Someone beside him suddenly spoke up, I followed your advice, bought a few bottles of wine and cigarettes for Si Lian, and the rest of the money is all in here.
8,800,000. He looked at the card in his hand in surprise. Is it really that much?
Then the other person handed Yang Ning a box.
This is what you wanted. He politely replied, thank you.
A little while later, he ran to Ji Wei and called out, Wei Wei.
I've arrived. She couldn't help but grumble, why are you only here now? I've been waiting so long my legs are numb. Yang Ning smiled and changed the subject, have you thought about where you want to go? Ji Wei countered with a question, you tell me.
He pointed to the other side, asking for her opinion, let's take the Nation H sightseeing bus.
Ji Wei pouted and turned her back, is that it? Yet Yang Ning explained, if we spend just 4 coins to tour around here, we're definitely getting a good deal.
The girl immediately criticized, you're so stingy. But as soon as she stepped onto the bus, Ji Wei froze.
She looked at the empty excess compartment and wondered, why is there no one else here?
He smiled as he got on but didn't explain, come up, it's more comfortable sitting in the front. As night fell, the city lights turned on, and the moon shone brightly above, creating a picture-perfect, poetic night scene. The two sat silently on the same row of seats. Ji Wei exclaimed in amazement, the night view in Nation H is so beautiful.
Yang Ning smiled and agreed, indeed. Her eyes lit up.
Although my family always scolds you for choosing a university so far away, I think Nation H is really nice.
He didn't comment, just replied, if you like it here, that's good. Suddenly, Ji Wei remembered the issue from earlier and, now realizing it, said, don't you think it's strange?
There's no other passengers on this bus except for us.
She was surprised to notice something unusual.
No, it was more than that.
The bus hadn't stopped at any station at all. Worried, Ji Wei turned to ask the person beside her, is something wrong? Have we encountered bad people? Yang Ning helplessly responded, you're overthinking it. Suddenly, she stood up.
No, the route of this bus wasn't right either.
Her action startled him. What do you want to do? Ji Wei took out her phone. I want to call the police.
Yang Ning quickly raised his hand to stop her.
Don't.
Now that it's come to this, I have no choice but to confess.
All right, I won't tease you anymore. To be honest, I asked Chen La to cover the entire cost of this car. The girl, confused, asked directly, why has Yang Ning suddenly become so mature? Isn't it romantic to cover the cost of the car just to take me on a trip?
Ji Wei hesitated, her voice growing softer as she spoke.
But why are you being so special? He responded as if it were obvious, because today is a special day.
Yang Ning held out the small gift box in his hand.
Today is your birthday. Ji Wei doubted and repeated, "My birthday? But your birthday?" Before she could finish her sentence, he interrupted to explain, "Your lunar birthday is today." Adults always prefer to use the Gregorian calendar to calculate birthdays. "I checked your ID card before, so I knew when your lunar birthday was." "Here you go, happy birthday." Ji Wei never expected things to turn out this way. She stood there, dazed, wondering if he had remembered her birthday since she was a child, especially since he hadn't come home for so many years. Yang Ning's bright, handsome smile was completely captured in her eyes. "He has remembered my birthday since I was little." She couldn't help but recall the little boy in a black suit, with the same composed aura from back then. He broke the silence, speaking up, "Go ahead, open it. Do you like it?" Looking at the small, simple bracelet in the box, Ji Wei exclaimed, "I love it, it's beautiful." She shyly hugged her chest, saying, "Thank you." "Can I put it on for you?" Without hesitation, Yang Ning agreed, "Sure." The beautiful necklace was carefully restored. Ji Wei looked at the handsome face of the person approaching and blushed. A moment later, she raised her head and kissed his cheek. Ji Wei stood up suddenly, shyly explaining, "Thank you, I'll go over there to enjoy the night view." As soon as she finished speaking, she walked away on her own. Looking at her face, barely able to hide the redness, he touched his own face, wondering, was that just a careless mistake? An announcement sounded, and the 49th Antique Appraisal Competition had begun. The semi-finalists were invited to enter the competition. The staff holding the list of contestants was slightly surprised, not expecting that this competition would have as many as 84 participants. Someone next to him quickly explained, "It's because that kid sold the rights to participate, so the number of people in the semifinals is double compared to last year." The person they were talking about arrived at the competition venue with a confident and composed demeanor. Yang Ning looked around at the vast, luxurious room inside. "This is just the first floor, it's quite spacious." Suddenly, someone appeared from behind him and spoke, "I heard you're the one sent by the Lin family to compete this time?" Zhou Yan walked over leisurely and asked, "Who is your master, if I may ask?" Yang Ning scratched his face, trying to explain, "My master? I studied under several teachers before, the longest period being 2 years." Zhou Yan seemed to understand, then turned toward the large hall and pointed, "Do you see those areas? The previous rounds always required you to appraise those antiques. The appraisal of the age and origin, the more detailed and specific the explanation, the higher the score." Many people hurriedly started memorizing these items from now on, hoping to achieve the highest score. The shorter the time, the more antiques one could appraise, the greater the chances of advancing to the next round. He knew the other party had good intentions, so he spoke up, "Thank you for your guidance. I haven't had the chance to ask, but may I know who you are?" The people around him were dissatisfied and criticized, "Kid, how could you not even know Master Zhou? This person is Nanzhou Beiyan, Teacher Zhou, who is known as the gold standard." Hearing this, he modestly waved his hand, "My friends in the industry are overly flattering, it shouldn't be taken seriously." The crowd immediately surrounded Zhou Yan again. "Teacher Zhou, you're being too modest. Everyone knows you have a very good chance of winning the prestigious title," someone else chimed in. "Teacher Zhou, we should have tea together sometime and discuss appraisals." Another person added, "That's right, we'll have to rely on Teacher Zhou a lot in the future." The sound of footsteps approached, accompanied by someone's voice. It seemed the great Zhou master really enjoyed such praise. Upon clearly seeing who had arrived, the crowd buzzed again, for it was Bai Yan, Nan Xian, Nan Zhou, and Bai Yan all were here. It was said that Nan Xian always regarded Zhou Yan as a strong competitor in life, even publicly challenging him multiple times, but Zhou Yan always refused, which made him quite angry. That incident had happened over 10 years ago. Indeed, it had been 10 years. Yang Ning was astonished as he listened to the stories being told. At this moment, he pointed forward and asked, "Hey kid, you want to go to the calligraphy and painting section, right? Or should we go together?" Then they both left, under the watchful gaze of the man. But Nan Xian quickly calmed himself. "I wonder how long he can hold out this time."
This time, I'll definitely win a higher prize than him.
From now on, there will be no Nanzhou, only Bei Yen. On this side, Yang Ning asked in dissatisfaction, "Who is that?"
Zhou Yan helplessly provided the information. Teacher Yan is also a straightforward person, but he tends to overvalue reputation. Appraising and appreciating antiques is a matter of sentiment, of inheritance and transmission, not a tool for competing with others.
After a while, they both arrived at the calligraphy and painting section. The people around them kept gathering to ask for his opinion. "Teacher Zhou, do you think this calligraphy and painting is the original work of Manhwa?" Zhou Yan calmly replied, "Hey kid, what have you figured out?" Someone beside them sneered openly, "Teacher Zhou, stop joking, what would this kid understand?" Yang Ning, with a neutral expression, responded, "I still understand a little."
What followed was a lecture. Full Moon and Blossoming Flowers Night was one of the few outstanding works from the later years of Manhwa. It was a painting Manhwa created during a banquet hosted by the governor Liang Jiang, to which he had been invited during the Mid-Autumn Festival. It was also the gift he gave to Governor Liang Jiang back then. The top talent of the imperial court, the Minister of Rites Mingyu, had once written a poem on the painting Full Moon and Blossoming Flowers Night. It was said that Mingyu's writing had a bold and lofty spirit, soaring high and far. The inscription on this painting, however, gives one a sense of oppression, as though no one can argue over its merits.
Therefore, this is a reproduction.
Upon hearing this, the group began to chatter excitedly.
So, is a reproduction really considered a fake? He's just talking nonsense. You didn't explain anything, you just asked Teacher Zhou, "Is this a fake painting?" Zhou Yan didn't comment, only saying, "Go on."
Although this is a reproduction, it is still an antique.
If I'm not mistaken, this painting was done by Lucien Wang.
One year, the back hall of the Lu Wang mansion caught fire, and more than half of the original painting was burned.
This is a reproduction painted by Lucien Wang from memory.
At this point, the man's eyes lit up like car headlights.
My master is a descendant of that Lucien Wang. Kid, you even know about these historical details that were nearly covered up? Yang Ning's mouth dropped open, not expecting this. A descendant of Lucien Wang? Doesn't that mean he's of royal blood?
At that moment, an announcement rang out, "Attention all contestants. Please write down the name of the most valuable antique in your designated area, along with its history, the appraisal basis, estimated value, and the basis for the estimation.
The time limit is half an hour." Yang Ning glanced around, first here, then there.
Finally, his eyes stopped at a particular corner and he shouted, "That's it." The item he had his eye on was called Zhu Yuan 2, and the system immediately displayed the information with the highest quality rating.
The evaluation is a collection work.
A representative work of Xianyu, his paintings, books, and poems are hailed by the world as the Three Supremes. He was particularly skilled in painting orchids and chrysanthemums. Throughout his life, he painted chrysanthemums the most, followed by stone orchids. However, he also painted pines and chrysanthemums. The posture of the chrysanthemums in Zhu Yuan 2 is intertwined in a very interesting way, creating a poetic and charming scene. The stones rise straight from the ground, small yet firm, both beautiful and strong. The brushwork is lively with delicate touches, the chrysanthemums are dark, and the stones are light. The interplay of light and shadow is wonderfully thought-provoking. The composition of the painting is unique and distinctive, with varying sizes, straight and slanted lines, sparse and dense arrangements. The subtle shifts in light and dark are skillfully and delicately arranged, harmonizing perfectly with the poetry and calligraphy, enhancing the visual beauty of the pine tree painting. In addition, the inscription reflects the artist's personal thoughts and his motivation for creating the artwork. This is the most outstanding work from Xianyu's later years. The collection work has the potential to significantly increase in value, estimated at 5,687,253 nation H coins. Yang Ning, satisfied, quietly repeated the name of this treasure in his mind.
Zhu Yuan 2 is different from your calm demeanor.
The others are furrowing their brows and sighing.
How strange, why has the theme changed this time?
Yang Ning thought to himself with a sneer as he looked at the group gathered around the painting earlier. Some people immediately chose the full moon and blossoming flowers night painting he had just reviewed. How foolish, even though it's genuine, it can't be recognized or named here. On the other side, Zhou Yan was examining a porcelain vase, while Nan Xianshi was intently observing a monochrome painting. After a while, he spoke up, "I choose the gold-threaded horse."
Nan Xian smiled with satisfaction, "I choose this Qinghua porcelain vase." Even Yang Ning looked at the two of them with a different gaze.
The works they chose were both exceptional, with a price estimate of over 3 million coins. On the other side of the appraisal table, the announcement sound from the organizers rang out once more.
Time's up.
Please have the notary and relevant judges begin the evaluation.
Everyone was tense, gathering around to wait for the results.
The judge said little, directly announcing the outcome: Chen Lang eliminated, Zhou Feng eliminated, Zhou Hong eliminated.
All those named fell silent, their faces unbelieving. It can't be. The item I brought must be a masterpiece. How could this happen?
The evaluation this year is too harsh. He shot a contemptuous glance at them. Don't forget how you even made it to the semi-finals. That's exactly why they raised the difficulty of the test. The organizers were ruthless in ushering them out. All right, please have the eliminated contestants leave the competition area, and the others could only console themselves helplessly.
Forget it, isn't there another round? Winning that one will be the same. Yeah, let's go. Yang Ning, upon hearing this, began to pay attention to their words.
He looked around like a country bumpkin new to the city, confusedly asking the person next to him, "Why is there still another round?" Zhou Yan, not looking down on him, patiently explained, "Our competition is the official antique appraisal contest, while the one outside is unofficial. The number of contestants has increased, so they set this new rule. This place is also known as the skill competition floor." As he explained, he looked up.
Yang Ning also followed his gaze.
After confirming that he had seen, Zhou Yan continued, "I came here to compete this time because I also want to aim for the highest level, where no contestant has ever reached before."
Yang Ning seemed curious and asked further, "Has no contestant ever reached the highest floor? This competition is so grand, what exactly is the prize for winning it?"
The man didn't look down on his lack of knowledge. Instead, he calmly gave guidance, choosing not to address that topic for the moment.
"Remember this, once you pass the second floor, you'll face a choice: either leave, or continue upward." Seeing that the man was willing to answer, Yang Ning didn't hesitate to ask more, "So there are people who reach the second floor and then choose to leave?"
The other replied, "Of course. 10 years ago, after passing the second floor, both of us chose to withdraw. The rule of this skill testing floor is that you only get one chance in your entire life to compete from the second floor onward. You may choose to withdraw at the second floor, but you'll have to wait 10 years to participate again. My advice is that you do the same, train yourself more thoroughly before charging up the skill testing floors.
That way, you won't waste your one and only opportunity." Zhou Yan patted his shoulder encouragingly. After receiving such a detailed explanation, Yang Ning rubbed his chin, lost in thought.
By that time, the judges had finished grading. One of them politely announced, "Now, will the contestants who have qualified please proceed to the second floor?" The man suddenly raised his hand, voicing the question on his mind, "Please wait a moment, I still have one more question.
Who ranked first in this preliminary round?"
The judge, upon hearing this, was also a bit startled. Very quickly, he found the person and pointed in a direction.
Smile, General Shao met everyone's gaze. "It's him."
Those around them were all astonished.
"No way? Is it really him? This young man?" Unlike the others, Zhou Yan wasn't surprised.
He just smiled, as if he had already known the outcome.
"This kid is impressive. No wonder Master Meng recommended him. Truly has an eye for talent." Meanwhile, Nan Xin turned and walked away, still holding onto the dream of "we'll settle this on the second floor." A while later, Zhou Yan quietly asked in a low voice, "Young man, could you tell me who your teacher is?
Yang Ning scratched his head, once again reminded of how his teacher had instructed him not to mention his name without permission. Hearing the question, he felt a bit regretful.
Is that so? Then I won't ask anymore. The announcement from the organizers rang out again. Now, we invite the contestants to the second floor. This is the area for the second floor competition. A bald man sighed, this is the second floor.
Unlike the hopeless look when he first saw the first floor, he frowned and thought for a moment.
Something doesn't seem quite right. Yang Ning's eyes suddenly widened.
At that moment, his eyes gleamed with a golden flash, activating his piercing vision.
Zhou Yan seemed to notice something strange too.
Here. Nan Xian was equally astonished. He couldn't believe what he was seeing before him. The thoughts of both men coincidentally aligned in a strange manner. Everything on this floor was fake. Up until now, the judges had only just voiced their thoughts, which everyone could clearly see. No doubt about it, the items displayed here were all counterfeit, but even counterfeit items are categorized by quality. The judges invited everyone to pick 2 counterfeit items within an hour, then compare their prices.
Zhou Yan was stunned, confirming whether he had misheard. Compare counterfeit items?
The judges did not respond, instead directly laying out the competition rules.
This time, there are no exclusions.
Anyone can pass the round, but whether or not you can reach the third floor is entirely up to you. Nan Xian sighed in dissatisfaction.
I just said we'd compare the quality of items on the second floor, and now we're comparing useless things like these?
He scratched his face, feeling helpless about the rules of this competition. After all the effort, appraising the price of counterfeit items had become the first round of testing. Only Yang Ning smiled, confidently thinking that this was a small task for his system. However, he decided not to stand out this time and kept a low profile.
After a moment, the judge called out, "Please bring your selected items to the appraisal table."
The judge, with a stern face, read off the names of the top 3. First place, Yuan Yang, second place, Si Wu, third place, Nan Xian. He crossed his arms in disdain. This pointless ranking didn't bring anyone joy, and it even felt embarrassing. The judge pretended not to hear, directing the next step. Those who wish to move on to the third floor may now go.
Everyone exchanged glances, each with an expression of hesitation.
Suddenly, the sound of firm footsteps broke the silence.
I've made my decision. Yang Ning confidently asserted. I want to go to the third floor.
Then, he turned to look at Zhou Yan with eyes full of amusement. After that, Yang Ning began to share his thoughts, which made one's heart soften. Because I can't be sure that in 10 years, I'll still have the same passion I have today. So, I want to either leave with all this passion, or leave it here forever. He stared in astonishment at the energetic young man in front of him. Nan Xian remained with his arms crossed, exuding an undeniable air of pride.
How can I let a kid like that beat me? I want to go too. Zhou Yan lowered his head, speaking to the version of himself from the past. I shouldn't have underestimated the recklessness of youth.
I should have gone to the third floor back then without hesitation.
The others seemed to gain new momentum, enthusiastically chiming in. That's right, we've come this far, we should go further. I'm not sure I can wait another 10 years. Let's go, who's afraid of whom? Yang Ning turned around and smiled.
It was a smile full of passion.
It's not too late now.
Finally, the group, one after another, began to climb to the third floor, the place they had missed in their youth. As soon as they saw the scene on the third floor, they were all stunned, their mouths hanging open in awe. The judge turned around and waved.
Is everyone in yet?
Once he saw it was enough, he spoke.
All right, close the door.
As the door slammed shut in the blink of an eye, a sense of anxiety spread through the group. At this moment, the calm voice of the judge resounded. I am very glad that no one chose to leave, the host announced. I am very glad that no one chose to leave, and I'm sure everyone will be pleased with this decision. After discussions with the organizing committee, this skill competition will be the last one.
The crowd immediately murmured. The last one? What does that mean? There will be no more antique appraisal competitions in the future?
The waiter cheerfully stepped forward to explain.
This does not mean the elimination of the antique appraisal competition. It's just that the skill competition will be removed, and the competition arena will be revamped. It will be quite similar to the competition out there. Yang Ning pondered deeply.
At first glance, it didn't seem like much had changed, but in reality, it was a world of difference.
Zhou Wang, resting his chin on his hand, silently rejoiced.
Good thing I decided to go up to the third floor, or else I'd miss the chance after this. The host raised 3 fingers and outlined the competition rules. The skill competition will take place over 3 days. During these 3 days, this place will be sealed off, and there will be no contact with the outside world. Please leave your phones with the person in charge for safekeeping and sign the confidentiality agreement. The young man read each word on the paper, astonished. He realized that nothing from the competition area could be disclosed to the outside. If discovered, not only would they be liable for compensation, but their reputation in the antique community would also be ruined.
The waiter gently reminded everyone, once you've signed the agreement, please follow me. Yang Ning finished first and, without hesitation, followed the service attendant's instructions. He opened the door to a room and flashed an enigmatic smile, speaking in a calm voice, "Please come in." The boy stepped inside. Yang Ning glanced around, observing the surroundings.
The room had a slightly ancient vibe, simple yet luxurious, with several antique items placed around. He forced a smile, scratched his head, and muttered, "You didn't even tell me what to do, and now you've locked the door. What kind of test is this?" Suddenly, Yang Ning's eyes widened, unable to hide his astonishment. A notice appeared, revealing the discovery of a high-quality Silk Road item, an outstanding collectible, evaluated by scholars. The renowned scholar of the era, Gongsun Changji, had thought countless times about recreating the bustling scene of the ancient Silk Road through art. It took him over 40 years to paint 9,438 steps before he was fully satisfied. This painting vividly portrayed Gongsun Changji's pursuit of perfection, and it is the closest representation of the ancient Silk Road to this day. With its historical significance, it was a highly valuable collectible, estimated at 7,968 coins. He shook his head a few times, activating his sharp vision. The Silk Road, the instructions echoed quickly. There, Yang Ning approached a painting, with all his actions being monitored by cameras. He picked up the painting and took a careful look before sincerely offering his thoughts. "Although I don't understand much, I'm sure this painting is truly magnificent." The painting was composed of different scenes, yet they didn't feel disconnected. Some places were desolate, while others displayed the vast scenery of the ancient city. There were also spots where groups of people and horses passed through the bustling streets. At that moment, the door to the room suddenly opened, and the attendant entered, clapping his hands joyfully as he announced, "You've passed the qualification test, congratulations." Yang Ning couldn't believe his ears and had to ask again, "I've passed the qualification test?" The attendant immediately responded, "Not only did you pass, but you're also the first one to do so." Yang Ning lowered his head in confusion, "But I didn't do anything." The attendant promptly pointed upward and explained, "The judges saw it through the surveillance cameras. After you entered the room, you simply glanced around and immediately identified the one true antique in the room. This round was to test intuition, and your eye for antiques was spot on." He suggested, "You can head to the main hall to rest for now." In another room, the attendant's voice rang out, "Congratulations, you've passed the qualification test." Nan Xian asked him, "Has Zhou Yin left yet?" The attendant honestly answered, "Not yet." With a confident smile, Nan Xian said, "That means I'm the one." Nan Xian was suddenly taken aback. He questioned, confused, "Second place?" Yang Ning, who had been walking by, noticed as well. Nan Xian turned pale, unwilling to accept the reality, and asked again, "I came in second?" He irritably sank into a chair, exhaling deeply. A reminder then sounded, "Please wait for the other contestants." The others who had passed the test slowly entered, with Zhou Yan leading the way. The attendant announced, "Those who have been eliminated, please leave the competition area." They were all filled with sadness and disappointment, some even shedding tears on the spot. The announcement continued to echo. Contestants who had advanced were invited to proceed to the fourth floor.
Zhou Yan suddenly grabbed Yang Ning's wrist and called out his name. Startled, Yang Ning turned around and asked, "What's wrong?"
Zhou Yan spoke up, "You probably don't know this, but the fourth floor is a boundary. The rule there is team combat members of the same team must fight each other, and only one person from each team can advance to the fifth floor." With confidence, Zhou Yan reminded him, "If you and I end up in the same team, I won't hold back."
Yang Ning replied without hesitation, "Neither will I."
Then he slowly climbed the stairs step by step, while the host's enthusiastic voice resounded through the hall. The theme of this round of evaluation was appraisal and authentication.
Contestants would be divided into random groups. Each group would select one winner, while the remaining 3 would be eliminated.
Each team member would choose an item, and the other 3 would have to determine whether it was genuine or fake, estimate its value, and discuss their reasoning.
If the item was determined to be fake, someone would be immediately disqualified from the competition.
To prevent malicious accusations, if the item was actually genuine but someone insisted it was fake, a judge would intervene to make the final decision.
Anyone who made an incorrect judgment would also be eliminated.
"Now, I will announce the group assignments," the host declared. Group 1, Chen Liang, Yan Nan Xian, Li Siwu, and Ci Rui. Group 2, Xiaoyu Shang, Liang Rui Yuan, Zhou Yan, and Wen Jin. Group 3, Ci Dayuan, Lu Gue Shang, Li Yi Jun Gongyi. And finally, the last group consists of Wu Qing, Yang Ning, Gui Ming Chang, and Deng Yuan Yang.
Yang Ning walked leisurely, he and the others couldn't help but marvel at the scene before them. Many valuable antiques were displayed there, Qinghua porcelain and even exquisite paintings. The judges announced that everyone could begin.
Yang Ning started examining the antiques with admiration. There were indeed quite a few genuine pieces. Behind him, Siwu was carefully observing a porcelain vase.
The item in his hands was of blue quality grade.
Yang Ning thought to himself that even if it was a replica, it was an exceptionally high-quality one.
Replicas of this level, marked with blue-grade quality, clearly weren't cheap.
A confident smile appeared on his face. After all, with the supreme system in his possession, he had nothing to fear.
Suddenly, something caught Yang Ning's attention, a finely crafted dagger.
He was astonished.
"There's actually this item here?"
Overjoyed, Yang Ning picked it up and affirmed, "This is it." He made his decision without hesitation, "I choose this one."
All 3 judges leaned in together, their mouths agape in astonishment.
One of them quickly said, "Please set it over there." As soon as Yang Ning turned away, they began whispering among themselves.
"Who brought that dagger here? Isn't it the one Minister Xia asked Master Zhuo to authenticate? How did it end up here?
Maybe one of the staff made a mistake." Yang Ning stood at a distance, observing the expressions of each player and making his guesses. The white porcelain is dated to around 1,000 years of history, with an estimated value of 1.2 million yuan. The pair of unicorn seals has nearly 400 years of history, with an estimated value of over 1 million yuan. And there's also the scroll of painting.
Excitement was clearly visible on his face. "Finally, everything's ready. Let's start the appraisal." The announcement sound rang out, starting with Yuan Yang.
He spoke, "Based on my estimation, this is a porcelain vase from the Song dynasty. Everyone, look at the quality of the unglazed porcelain, it's thin and light. The color of the unglazed porcelain is white, with a slight hint of yellow, and it's quite sturdy. The glaze is faint, a pale yellow, and the layer of glaze is very thin. You can clearly see the unglazed porcelain, especially the glaze, which has a pattern that looks like streaks of tears.
So, I'm guessing this is a Song dynasty porcelain."
Ming Qing praised, "Mr. Deng really has an eye for antiques, being able to pick out the Song dynasty porcelain among so many other relics."
"Impressive."
Wu Qing chimed in, "Indeed, the new replaces the old.
Young people these days are truly remarkable." Yuan Yang confidently added, I'd like the three of you to estimate the price.
4 or 5 years ago, I saw a similar porcelain vase, worth around 8 million yuan. Now, I think with an annual increase, it should be worth about 10 million yuan.
Old Wu, what do you think? He smiled slightly and replied, I think the same.
Suddenly, a voice of dissent rang out, I don't think it's worth that much. Yuan Yang frowned and turned to look at the person who had criticized his item.
What do you mean by that?
Yang Ning quickly explained, the porcelain I'm about to deliver, I think it's only worth 4.5 million yuan, at most 5 million yuan. Suddenly, he clapped his hands, then expressed his thoughts, kid, you think like I do, it's also around 5 million yuan. After all, the price during a negotiation is just the negotiated price, not the actual price of the item. In the end, when it comes to profit, additional costs like labor fees, publicity, security, and the inflation of prices are added, which is why the price is so exorbitant.
These things can't be included in the estimated price. After all, we're appraisers, not buyers, we need to be clear about the original price of the antiques.
The panel thought for a moment and then exclaimed, makes sense. Ming Qing slammed his hand on the table, annoyed, damn it. After being scolded, Wu Qing anxiously said, we might lose points for this. Then, the announcement voice came again, next, please let Director Gue speak. He eagerly suggested, could I have some paper and ink to use?
Ming Qing's requests should be handled quickly. He responded contentedly, thank you very much.
Ming Qing began his presentation, ladies and gentlemen, please take a look.
These brass unicorn seals are primarily used for feng shui purposes.
At first glance, the seal may appear to be an ordinary antique, but in reality, it carries a lot of hidden meanings, crafted by a master's hand. Yuan Yang and Wu Qing stared blankly and exclaimed, Tianhong in longevity.
Could this be a work of Shao Xiangzi? Yang Ning immediately retorted, no. Ming Qing, surprised, turned around and asked, what did you say?
He irritably reminded him, young man, if this antique of mine is really a work of Shao Xiangzi, then you will be disqualified from the competition. The judge quickly spoke up, if there is a dispute, we must proceed with authentication and identification.
This is the rule of the competition.
Ming Qing, frustrated, turned away and provocatively said, then let's compete, young man.
In the end, you'll have to pay for your impulsiveness. Yang Ning began to inquire, excuse me, Uncle Gue, is the seal used for writing the characters the left one or the right one? He confidently answered, is there even a difference between the left and right seals? This one is neither.
Ming Qing was momentarily stunned. That's right, this seal was not an ordinary one, it was a pair of seals used for the purpose of securing the premises, like stone lions, which do distinguish between left and right. He panicked, looking at the paper in his hand, then patted his chest and sighed with relief. Luckily, he hadn't stamped it wrong. Regaining his initial confidence, Ming Qing stepped forward to confront Yang Ning, claiming it was the left seal. In those times, books were written from left to right.
The young man was not wrong, right? Yang Ning calmly responded, that's true, but Uncle Gue, during Shao Xiangzi's time, were the characters used to secure the premises also written from right to left?
His face immediately turned pale, and he blurted out, this sculpture.
Surely it can't be a fake? Yang Ning quickly patted his shoulder, reassuring him, it's not a fake, it's indeed an antique.
Furthermore, its value is higher than the pottery that Uncle Deng was supposed to trade, but it was not made by Shao Xiangzi himself.
A voice suddenly came from behind, well then, what do you think? We're waiting to hear your brilliant idea.
Yang Ning jumped and quickly turned around, instantly recognizing the person as Jin Ming.
He forced a smile, wondering to himself, when did he arrive?
He had been asked to elaborate, but the system's introduction was only this brief.
Yang Ning hesitated and asked, may I use the restroom first?
Without hesitation, Jin Ming agreed, and Yang Ning quickly made his way out.
Inside the men's restroom, Yang Ning anxiously sat, thinking to himself, what should I do now? I guess I can check the store to see if there's anything useful. The system displayed, remaining accumulated points, 10. He sighed in frustration, this is bad. I only have 10 points left, I can't buy anything with that.
Suddenly, Yang Ning received a notification of money being sent, which left him momentarily stunned.
Yang Ning happily exclaimed, that's the sound of money being transferred. Mr. Chen sent me money. The system displayed, accumulated points, 6,880. He couldn't help but exclaim, just in time. Now I need to quickly find something that can authenticate detailed information. Yang Ning's eyes suddenly widened in surprise.
A notification appeared, Polytechnic document examination, product quality, average, review available. The user can operate this item independently or store it in the system's data warehouse. This item contains a large amount of informational documents that can accurately analyze detailed data of the subject under examination through specific designated items.
It's also possible to upgrade this item.
Not only will the product quality be upgraded, but the scope of information retrieval will also be expanded, making it part of the category of items that can be upgraded.
500 accumulated points will be converted. He propped his chin and calculated. Could the item be upgraded?
I'm afraid the scope of the normal product quality can only evaluate documents up to the basic level. To evaluate the unicorn seal, it's probably necessary to upgrade to excellent quality. The notification continued to pop up. The excellent expanded document is not only usable for Polytechnic document examination but can also be used for other items that can be upgraded. However, since each item has a different price, the amount required will vary.
Yang Ning muttered, Polytechnic document examination and the expanded document. All for 2,500 accumulated points. Good items aren't afraid of being expensive. He immediately pressed the purchase button.
The notifications kept popping up. You have exchanged for the Polytechnic document examination. You have exchanged for the excellent expanded document.
The main body has stored the Polytechnic document examination. Upgrading Polytechnic document examination. Please wait a moment. The Polytechnic document examination upgrade was complete. Yang Ning, satisfied, spoke, all right, let's see how it works now.
He quickly returned to the competition room. Yang Ning was full of confidence in the origin of this item, its development process, and even the people who had handled it. He was clear about all of it. He activated the Polytechnic document examination, which began analyzing. He suddenly showed a confused expression.
Ming Qing curiously asked, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Yang Ning awkwardly replied, it's nothing.
Jin Ming, with an expectant look, spoke up and asked, go ahead, we're listening. Reluctantly, he agreed to approach and test the seal. Yang Ning silently thought to himself, the last person to hold this unicorn seal was Mr. Long, which also meant that he was the owner of the seal. He began to explain, usually, these 4 characters only appear at Red Gate. Red Gate has only existed for a little over 40 years, and at the beginning, it was not considered a classic work alongside the world-renowned masterpieces of Xiao Xiangzi. It gradually came to the surface. But just like Xiaoyi's success and failure, Xiao Xiangzi fell ill and passed away, and Red Gate quickly vanished into the flow of history.
From my judgment, these 4 characters were definitely engraved by Xiao Xiangzi.
The 3 Wu Qing, Yuan Yang, and Ming Qing were all stunned, mouths agape. He angrily slammed the table, pointing a finger to question, when you say it's a fake, it's you, when you say it's real, it's also you.
How many opinions do you actually have? Ming Cheng let out an exasperated breath.
Yang Ning hurriedly waved his hand, Shang Ming, Director Gue, please don't get angry.
Did you notice this?
He turned to look at him in confusion.
Notice what?
Ming Qing suddenly widened his eyes, stammering, this.
Yang Ning then spoke up, Director Gue, I wonder if you've ever heard of it before?
Jin Ming stepped forward and suggested, let me see the seal. A strong impression of the seal was pressed onto the paper, and the character HA appeared clearly. He raised the seal to look at it, his face filled with bewilderment.
Wu Qing, puzzled, exclaimed, what's going on? Yuan Yan couldn't wait any longer and asked. So, in the end, is this real or fake? Yang Ning softly responded. It's neither completely real nor entirely fake. Perhaps it can only be called a work of art.
Jin Ming stepped forward to speak.
Let me explain.
According to historical records, Xiao Xiangzi passed away from a severe illness at the age of 40. Because he was deeply concerned that Red Gate would decline from then on, his younger sister concealed the news of his death from the outside world.
Wu Qing was surprised. Didn't they say Xiao Xiangzi lived to 51?
Jin Ming reluctantly revealed the truth. In fact, 11 years later, it was his younger sister, who was older than him, that.
His younger sister, Su, was an adopted sister of Xiao Xiangzi.
People say this woman was utterly devoted to Xiao Xiangzi, but unfortunately, she never expressed her feelings.
Perhaps the age gap between them was too great, so this became a tragic fate.
Yuan Yang, astonished, pressed further.
So, you mean this seal is a continuation of the work that the woman named Su completed after his death?
Yang Ning waved his hand, continuing to unfold the story.
Something like that. These characters were definitely carved by Xiao Xiangzi. The characters were carved first, followed by the image. I think this is half of a work that Xiao Xiangzi left unfinished, which later, the woman named Su completed.
Ming Qing expressed doubt.
Do you have evidence to support this claim? Yang Ning confidently affirmed.
Hearing this, it seemed to be related to the surname of the girl, Su, but in reality, even if this girl's surname was Zhao, the name Su would still be engraved on this object, no matter what.
Wu Qing fell silent before speaking, so this means it's a matter of entrusting oneself to fate?
He asked curiously, how does this prove that it was once handled by Xiao Xiangzi? He analyzed for them to understand, thus, if this were merely a copy made by the Su girl, she definitely wouldn't have left such an obvious flaw to distinguish it from Xiao Xiangzi's work. Only the work left by Xiao Xiangzi would make this girl, year after year, continue to leave traces of him and her on it, expressing her feelings for him. He couldn't help but ask, what is love in this world, that it's worth living and dying together for, or even a fateful bond can be a blessed connection? Yuan Yang stepped forward to comfort Ming Qing, Director Gue, being able to select such an outstanding work, losing is not unjust.
He accepted the reality and replied, not unjust.
Jin Ming clapped his hands and praised Yang Ning, full of emotion and reason, the analysis is clear and logical.
Young man, you've really surprised me. He made a suggestion, young man, how about you estimate the price for us? He began to think, the works of Xiao Xiangzi would be valued between 80 million yuan and 130 million yuan. As for these Qilin seals, they could be considered a collaborative work between two outstanding masters. The price should be around 80 million yuan. And after publicity, how much could the price be raised?
I don't know, I dare not say anything carelessly. Jinming pondered while admiring the seal, sighing in admiration, never thought it was true, I thought I was mistaken, but today I've stumbled upon a treasure.
Feeling Jinming's happiness eased Yang Ning's mind a little.
He stepped forward, coughed a few times, and then asked, so this is the precious item that Uncle Long had hidden? Without hesitation, he admitted, that's right. A few years ago, I found it in Manduong Hong.
Ming Qing suddenly spoke up, I'm out of this, I wonder if Uncle Long would be willing to part with something he cherishes?
Jinming expressed sincerely, if this pair of Qilin seals were just made by my Xiao Xiangzi, I might want to sell them. But these were created by both Xiao Xiangzi and the girl with the Su surname. This is no longer something valuable that can be weighed in monetary terms, I won't sell it. He then waved his hand in farewell, all right, the competition continues, I won't disturb everyone any longer. Jinming lingered for a moment, whispering to the judges, when it's that kid's turn, remember to call me.
The judges agreed without hesitation, got it. The announcement continued, the next person may begin. This time, it's Wu Qing. He was eager.
Wu Qing slowly unfolded the painting and then continued to introduce, the landscape in the painting is not only skilled in poetry, but also proficient in landscape painting. The only painter in the Dai family with such talent is Dai Kai Rui. At that moment, Yuan Yang spoke. Dai Kai Rui fought alongside King Kong in many battles, achieving numerous great feats, was later granted the title of Duke, and after his death, he was posthumously honored as the imperial painter. Ming Qing joyfully continued, the quality of Dai Kai Rui's works is of the highest standard. It is definitely not due to exaggeration or flattery but entirely based on real skill. He then turned and suggested, Kid, go ahead and share your thoughts. Yang Ning awkwardly scratched his head, feeling that he had been a bit too confident earlier. This time, I'll play the fool, just come up with some excuse. Actually, this is the first time I've heard the name Dai Kai Rui. The three others were stunned, mouths agape. He then encouraged, you've already made it this far, which is no easy feat. You're still young, and just by this, you're already stronger than the three of us combined. Wu Qing, pleased, thought to himself, so it's not like he knows everything after all. I had mistakenly seen him as a strong opponent and worried for nothing. He then asked, in that case, would you mind estimating the price? Yuan Yang confidently commented, considering both the aesthetic value and his position as a royal court painter, I estimate the price of this painting to be 6 million yuan. Yang Ning smiled and replied, I agree with this price. He thought to himself, the system estimates the price to be 16 million yuan. Given the accuracy of the system, the actual price is indeed around 6 million yuan. With Yang Ning's agreement, the man grew even more confident and asserted, if both Director Gue and this young man estimate the price to be 6 million yuan, then of course, I will follow the majority opinion. Yuan Yang thought to himself. Ming Qing must have been eliminated from the competition. The remaining three of us probably have the same starting point. The judges reviewed their opinions together. The announcements sounded again. The next contestant, it's Yang Ning's turn, the judge quickly called to report. Yes, please come over, it's about to begin. The exam room door opened, and Jin Ming slowly stepped in and began walking. Yang Ning confidently examined the artifact in his hands, mumbling to it. Covered in dust for over 3,000 years, you must be lonely, huh? The other three gasped in astonishment, exclaiming. Dusty for 3,000 years? Jin Ming quickly put on gloves and suggested. Let me take a look. He carefully examined every detail of the artifact. A gleam of light suddenly flashed from the dagger. Jin Ming hurriedly ordered the staff to bring over stainless steel needles and a toothbrush. The staff member quickly responded. Understood. All the tools he needed were brought to him. First, Jin Ming gently brushed the artifact with the toothbrush. Yuan Yang, Wu Qing, and Ming Qing all stared wide-eyed. No damage, no decay, didn't expect it to really survive. Wu Qing immediately shouted. Quick, bring long a cloth, and also prepare a bowl of warm water. Next, he slowly began cleaning the dagger. The two people behind focused on it, not blinking. After being carefully cleaned, the dagger began to gleam. Jin Ming couldn't hide his surprise and exclaimed. What's going on here? A judge stood up and spoke. Perhaps the person below was careless in their work, thinking that this brass weapon was a material for appraisal and brought it here. Originally, Minister Xia wanted to invite Master Zhua to assist with the appraisal of the historical period. He stepped forward to Yang Ning and inquired, it seems that it's no longer necessary. How did you discover it? Yang Ning scratched his head, feeling a bit flustered, and replied, intuition. Yang Ning thought to himself, I can't exactly say it's because of the supreme system, can I? Jin Ming continued, do you know the origin of this weapon? Yang Ning answered honestly, I know a little, but I'm not entirely sure. Jin Ming immediately gave an order to pause the competition in the other three areas, directing all the audience to come here and send the video footage back to the headquarters. The judges immediately responded respectfully, understood. One of the judges stepped forward, whispered into Jin Ming's ear, and reported, Minister Xia has arrived. Watching the scene through the live feed, Jin Ming quickly grasped the situation and then took his seat as a judge. The examination room became unusually quiet. Jin Ming, full of enthusiasm, suggested, let's begin. Now, this young man will tell us about the origin of this brass weapon. Yang Ning smiled awkwardly, thinking to himself, I didn't expect things to escalate like this, but he couldn't deny that the quality of this dagger was indeed of the finest caliber.
He began his introduction, explaining that the dagger had been cast in the late Shang dynasty and was named Qian Yuan.
Yuan Yang spoke up, young man, in the late Shang dynasty, there were no short daggers. The short sword was called Qian Yuan.
Yang Ning smiled and explained, Uncle, this is not a sword but a dagger.
Its blade has a curved spine, not a sharp point like that of a sword. He argued, that's not important.
What I want to say is that you mentioned it's called Qian Yuan, but there is no record of this in historical texts.
Ming Qing expressed his curiosity, I'm also very curious.
How did you manage to figure out its origin just by looking at it? Yang Ning then responded, let me show everyone again.
Yuan Yang spoke up, I just took a look earlier, and there's no engraving on it. At best, it could just be a type of training weapon from that era.
Yang Ning quickly suggested, of course, there's no engraving, but if you want to prove it's not Qian Yuan, there's a very simple way. Jin Ming showed his confusion, what method?
Yang Ning suddenly became serious and forcefully tried to bend the dagger.
A flash of light gleamed unexpectedly, and they gasped in amazement.
The clear sound just now isn't the kind you'd usually hear in movies, like the sound of a sword being drawn from its sheath, right? Everyone looked closely, it seemed like there was an engraving on the dagger.
He excitedly proposed, let me see it.
Yang Ning anxiously shouted a warning, Director Gue, be careful. The dagger suddenly slipped from his hand and fell. It plunged straight into the table, swaying slightly before coming to a stop. Yang Ning and Ming Qing turned pale in shock.
Looking at the dagger on the table,
Yuan Yang stared in awe, exclaiming, it's really sharp, enough to cut hair and blow away feathers, slice through iron like mud.
Is that how it's said?
He felt his heart skip a beat, thinking that if he wasn't careful and accidentally touched the blade, his hand might be rendered useless. The judge walked over to Yang Ning, greeting him warmly, young man, Minister Xia asked me to thank you, and he also hopes you can share some details about the origins of this dagger. Yang Ning then withdrew the dagger from the table and politely declined, I don't wish to explain why I know it's called Qian Yuan.
This is related to my master, and my master has repeatedly instructed me not to disclose matters concerning him. I ask that everyone please refrain from pressing me on this.
Jin Ming agreed and suggested, we won't press you.
Then, could you share what you are able to?
Yang Ning began his story, the hidden sword, a sword hidden within a sword. Qian Yuan comes from the sleeping dragon in the deep abyss. The 5 elements express the carelessness, the unguardedness of the enemy. It is the waiting for action when strength has reached its peak, waiting for the right moment. When the sword leaves its sheath, it is the moment of greatest momentum, and also the moment of greatest danger.
The blacksmith who forged Qian Yuan was named Xian.
In the final years of the Shang dynasty, under the tyrannical and corrupt emperor, the people suffered greatly. Xian obtained a meteorite from the Taihang Mountains, and after 3 years of dedicated effort, he forged Qian Yuan and presented it to Lian Ji. Wu Qing then added, I have seen records of Lian Ji in the legal archives. It says he was a personal bodyguard to King Shang. Yu frowned and continued, that's right, the Shang dynasty had no idea that during the execution of the 9 clans, one of them was Lian Ji's closest relative. Lian Ji, using the identity of an orphan, joined the army and later became a general. By the time he found his long-lost parents, it was too late to recognize each other. His family had been slaughtered in a bloodbath. Lian Ji was determined to spill the blood of his enemies. Lian Ji used the pretext of offering a valuable item to get closer to his target, while the Shang dynasty paid little attention to the seemingly unattractive Qian Yuan. Even the bodyguards protecting the Shang dynasty were careless for a moment. But when Lian Ji suddenly drew his sword, Qian Yuan revealed its true nature. He took advantage of the situation to stab the Shang dynasty. Unexpectedly, the Shang dynasty sneezed, leaned to the side, and Lian Ji's strike missed, only grazing the Shang dynasty's arm. Hai Lu regained his composure and struck, killing Lian Ji with a single sword. Enraged, the Shang dynasty ordered Lian Ji to be torn apart by 5 horses, but Qian Yuan was rewarded by Hai Lu. Previously, the younger brother of the Zhou dynasty had disguised himself as a member of the Zhou dynasty and gone to Huan capital first to protect it, only to be tortured to death by the Shang dynasty. Later, the Zhou dynasty rose in power, launched a rebellion, and finally overthrew the Shang dynasty. After the Zhou dynasty was established, they built a royal tomb for the younger brother. He knew his brother loved short swords and daggers, so he placed Qian Yuan as a permanent burial item in that royal tomb. Jin Ming fell silent before speaking. Wu Qing immediately followed suit. If they find the origin of Qian Yuan, everyone will be stunned. It means they've found the royal tomb of the Shang dynasty's brothers. An emergency phone call suddenly came through to Jin Ming's phone. He quickly answered, "I know." "Okay." After that, Jin Ming hung up the phone, and everyone around eagerly waited to hear what would happen next. He suddenly became serious and warned, no one is to leak anything about Qian Yuan and the royal tomb. If anyone does, they will face the consequences. They eagerly promised, "Don't worry, Long, we'll keep quiet, no problem." "I will too, rest assured, Long." Jin Ming spoke again, "Qian Yuan is involved in many things. The government is already alerted today. Because of this Qian Yuan, I have to seal it up carefully and then send it overnight to the capital." He gave her a careful instruction. The skill competition continued. "I'll go ahead. The rest is up to the 12 judges." The 12 judges gathered together and whispered among themselves. Ming Qing sighed sadly, "It's a sure loss now, I'm convinced, I've accepted it." Yuan Yang happily added, "Losing to this kid, I've got nothing to argue about." Wu Qing, excited, asked, "Kid, about that beautiful landscape painting, I bet you knew from the start, right? You didn't really think you could hide it, did you, Kai Rui?" Yang Ning scratched his head, embarrassed, and admitted, "You really have sharp eyes, I knew I couldn't hide it." He smiled and patted his shoulder, offering, "If you get the chance, come visit Yanzi." Yang Ning happily agreed, "Sure, I'll have to trouble old Wu then." The host coughed a few times before starting the announcement. By unanimous decision, considering the somewhat special situation of this competition, we have decided to advance Yang Ning to the next round. He stood there, frozen in place. They also announced another matter: the remaining 3 contestants would have to start their match from the beginning. Each of them clearly showed signs of astonishment. Yuan Yang asked, "Start over?" He said, "Do we still have a chance to reach the 5th floor?" He clarified further, "Yes, but according to the principle of fairness and equality, you will compete against the contestants who were eliminated from the other 3 groups." They immediately expressed their happiness and shouted out, all right, any chance is a good chance." He turned to remind Yang Ning, "Come with me, you can make it to the 5th floor now." Then, the 2 of them quickly walked out of the exam room. As Yang Ning climbed the stairs, he excitedly thought to himself, "With the supreme system, I'm not worried at all about making it to the highest floor, it's just a matter of when. If I can't make it to the top, then no one else will. In fact, if I activate my X-ray vision now, I could already see the contents of the 5th floor exam. But I won't use it, it's better to leave some surprises for later." The door opened, and the host spoke, "Please come in." He looked around the room with a confused expression. Yang Ning muttered in confusion, "Why is there nothing here?" He stepped outside and instructed, "Please wait here for a moment." He stood alone, lost in the empty room. Yang Ning sighed in frustration. "They told me to wait for the chair, but they couldn't even give me one?" He sat cross-legged on the floor and murmured curiously, "What exactly is this competition?" Half an hour later, still nothing had changed, and Yang Ning was so tired his eyes were beginning to droop. After waiting for another hour, he changed his position and lay down, then, blushing with frustration, he shouted, "You said it would be a moment, but it's already been at least half an hour." At that moment, the door suddenly opened. Nan Xian entered, and upon seeing him, he exclaimed in surprise, "You?" Yang Ning immediately turned around to look and spoke up, "Uncle, you're here." Nan Xian quickly asked, "How long have you been up here?" Wu Qing, Yuan Yang, and Ming Qing, where are they? He scratched his cheek, speculating. "It's probably been half an hour now, they'll compete again in another round with those eliminated from the other groups, to select someone to move up to the 5th level.
He expressed confusion. Isn't each group supposed to pick only one person? What happened in your group? Yang Ning explained, the situation is a bit special.
I was brought up to this level, even the government got involved. Uncle Long had to rush to the capital overnight. Although Uncle Long had ordered silence on the matter, Yang Ning wasn't afraid to speak, though he wasn't sure if Uncle Yen would dare to listen. Nan Xian was somewhat panicked upon hearing Yang Ning's words, to the point of breaking into a cold sweat.
Yang Ning quickly spoke up, actually, it's like this.
He was so frightened by Yang Ning's tone that Nan Xian hurriedly interrupted, don't say anything, I don't want to hear it.
If it's about the capital, it's better to know less. The more you know, the sooner you die. It's better not to listen. The door opened once again.
Gong Yi stepped in, looking surprised as he asked,
You two came up as well?
Another person entered just as the two were engrossed in conversation.
Zhou Yan exclaimed in confusion. An empty room? Yang Ning cheerfully went over to greet him. Zhou Yan said, I didn't expect you to come up too.
Nan Xian's tone carried a hint of mockery.
He was actually the first one to come up, you know. You're not jealous, are you? Zhou Yan asked in surprise. The first one? Gong Yi replied honestly.
I heard he was sent straight up. We don't really know the details, but it caused quite a stir with the government. They even issued a gag order.
It's best not to dig into it. The host suddenly entered and announced.
It's already too late today, so the competition will be postponed until tomorrow.
Everyone, please rest for the night in the lounge on the 3rd floor.
They all exchanged doubtful glances. The next day, as the sun rose high, inside the room on the 5th floor, Yang Ning voiced his confusion.
Is this really where the competition will be held? The man spoke up. With nothing here, how are we supposed to compete? Yang Ning calmly reminded them. Please, everyone, stay calm.
The door slowly closed, prompting puzzled murmurs.
They're closing the door. He asked. Weren't there supposed to be a few more people? Aren't we waiting for them?
The host smiled mysteriously and replied.
There's no need to wait. The competition on the 5th floor no longer has any element of rivalry. They were confused and asked in unison, what does that mean? He calmly explained, to put it simply, it's no longer about elimination.
As long as you have the ability to make it to the 6th floor, then feel free. He suddenly suggested that everyone step back a bit, then stomped his foot on the floor. They were panic-stricken, their faces turning pale as the barriers began to rise up around the room.
Nan Xian gasped and exclaimed, what kind of mechanism is this? Yang Ning questioned aloud, a maze?
The host happily introduced, there are many entrances here, but only one exit, which is the staircase leading to the 6th floor. Inside, you'll encounter various questions and answer them via the audio control system.
If you answer incorrectly, you won't be able to proceed. Once tomorrow's competition ends, we will remove the maze and evacuate everyone inside the area. He excitedly asked, what about those who have already reached the 6th floor?
He explained in detail, if you make it to the 6th floor, you may be allowed to stay for another 3 days, but at the same time, you won't know the rankings revealed to the outside. Nan Xian hurriedly spoke, forget about the rankings, that's no longer important.
Yang Ning stared blankly at his attitude. He suddenly looked up at the ceiling and saw a camera staring back at him. Yang Ning spoke up, are we being watched?
Yang Ning smiled, confidently facing the camera. He glanced over, silently assessing the person who was observing the place, probably a member of the jury.
There were likely many more cameras like this one. Afterward, Yang Ning leisurely walked forward, waving his hand in greeting.
Then, take your time watching my performance. The sound of his footsteps echoed through the room. Yang Ning suddenly stopped, a smug smile playing on his lips. There it was, a small, exquisitely crafted green guanyin statue. He examined it closely, and the system began analyzing, identifying the item as the frozen jade guanyin, with excellent product quality. Based on the information, Yang Ning moved closer to get a clearer view. The appraisal of this jade guanyin statue stretched over several pages. A group of people behind the screen discussing him were in an animated conversation.
Could it be that this kid really sees something we missed? This item has been causing us trouble for decades.
This kid, we've been discussing this jade guanyin statue for a long time, and we're still not done with it.
Don't underestimate him.
Suddenly, a regulation appeared on the screen, which startled Yang Ning, the appraisal of authenticity and origin.
He then lightly pressed the red button beside it.
Once the screen displayed the response, a note appeared. If the correct answer wasn't given and he left, it would be considered as forfeiting the competition.
He felt intrigued and pressed the red button. This is interesting.
Yuan, seated behind the screen, pressed the purple button to signal the start of the response. Yang Ning, as usual, stroked his chin and answered clearly. This jade guanyin statue was carved in the late. The statue is carved from high-quality white jade condensed branch, a material that is already quite expensive in itself. Gazing at the meticulously sculpted statue of Avalokitesvara, the boy appraised the statue, which was crafted by the hands of Qian Wushang.
After being destroyed, this jade guanyin ended up in the hands of King Chuang, with an estimated value of around 5 million yuan. He was surprised and remarked, "Not bad. My grandfather also said this is a treasured family heirloom with origins from the royal palace."
Kai Bin, sitting beside him, nodded in agreement but added, "And it also has connections to King Chuang, which makes it even more valuable."
Yang Ning smiled brightly, pointing at the statue. "This is the work of a famous artist. To see this item right upon entering, I'm even more excited about the treasures that are kept here." He was taken aback. "What? He's not finished speaking yet?" Yuan also noticed something strange.
It seemed there was still something that surprised him. Yang Ning pointed at a particular part of the statue and commented, "The fold in the clothing of this jade guanyin wasn't carved by Qian Wushang. It could have been done by someone else, perhaps King Chuang." He looked up and offered his assessment. "In my opinion, if you apply a bit of washable ink and press paper down, it seems like this might be a map." Both of them were shocked, unable to speak as they listened to his revelation.
It might be a treasure map.
He quickly ordered his subordinates, "Immediately, right now, go through the night and bring the jade guanyin statue back here to me." Soon after, the Buddha statue was retrieved by the team.
At this moment, the screen displayed a notification, and Yang Ning continued to move forward, filled with excitement.
It was already this interesting at the start. What would happen next? Not to mention the item at the bottom of the chest, which was even more worth looking forward to. The two of them exchanged glances, seemingly having the same thought. Yuan decided to give orders to his subordinates, stop him for now, and immediately send someone to change the third item's appraisal.
One of the subordinates questioned, "Change it? What should we replace it with?"
He intended to increase the difficulty, replace it with several items that will be sent to the 6th floor. Yuan's words echoed, "There are also items on the 6th floor to be placed at the final door." The scene shifted, and Man Xian stood waiting outside.
Upon seeing someone, he immediately asked, "Mr. Yang, Mr. Feng, what rank did you achieve?" Old Meng smiled faintly. "What rank?"
Chairman Li closed his eyes and sighed, truly, getting old. She could also guess, her expression briefly turning melancholic.
Did the Lin family lose again this time?
But soon, Man Xian regained his composure and placed his trust in him. "No, there's still him.
He must win."
On the street, a figure whose face was not clearly visible, but whose aura was extraordinary.
It was none other than Kaishan.
He heard his name called from behind.
A person in uniform greeted him. "Hello, sir, I am Kong Dao-chun. Do you remember me?" The deity immediately recalled, "You are Officer Kong from the Hua Hai City Police Department. I met you at the last Lianjiang Senior Conference."
Dao Chun showed a friendly expression and asked, "I heard that Director Ning has been going through some trouble these past couple of days.
Don't you want to find out the truth?"
As the two of them moved to another spot, they continued to whisper. He revealed that the person who had ordered Shang Yu's actions had been arrested and was now being held in a detention center. He was visibly relieved upon hearing this.
Thank you so much, Director Kong. Otherwise, I'd still be in the dark, not knowing anything. Dao Chun completed his task and was ready to leave.
As soon as he sat in the car, he gave instructions to the driver. If they come again, you take charge of the surveillance.
No matter what requests they make, as long as they don't involve espionage, agree to everything.
However, the driver hesitated, and Dao Chun interrupted him reassuringly, "Don't worry. Just remember those 5 words, Ning family is not ruthless when changing scenes." The two of them were astonished and discussing among themselves. The driver was about to reach the final door, and the thought crossed his mind, could this kid want to break the record? Yuan stared intently at the screen, full of anticipation.
I have a feeling. He might just be the one we've been waiting for, the one we've been longing for half our lives.
On the other side, Yang Ning was beginning to feel bored, looking around aimlessly.
This is so boring. Analyzing, examining, estimating. But nothing more exciting shows up. Reaching the next level, he paused, thinking to himself, this should be the final gate, right?
The door opened, and a dazzling, round gem appeared. Yang Ning stood there, stunned. The system displayed a notification, Jade Qitian item detected, exquisite quality. He frowned, puzzled.
Exquisite?
This is rare.
I thought it was just a regular glowstone.
Seeing this, the man's eyes brightened.
Look, the kid's taking it seriously now.
Kaibin laughed with satisfaction. He must have recognized the value of this gem. With this, the kid wouldn't look down on them anymore. The screen lit up again and began to respond. After examining the gem closely, Yang Ning analyzed, this is a purely natural gem, born from the heavens and nourished by the earth, never having undergone any refinement by craftsmen. He pointed to the sky, his posture confident, as if he were on par with the heavens and earth in wisdom.
Seeing Yang Ning's smiling face, Yuan praised, impressive.
The man sitting beside him agreed, although the conclusion is quite strange, this is indeed the common understanding we spent 8 years studying to arrive at.
Yang Ning scratched his head, exuding confidence. Yang Ning saw the hallway appear and was secretly pleased. Looks like we've passed through the door. He observed for a moment before asking, should we invite the person out? But Kaibin disagreed.
We need to wait for the kid to pass the 6th level first. Otherwise, it might seem like we're overplaying it.
Don't forget what happened 20 years ago, Kaibin added. Yuan found the reasoning sound and agreed, that's true.
Meanwhile, an announcement sounded from outside, contestant Yang Ning has passed the evaluation test. Proceed to the 6th level.
Zhou Yan was in the 5th floor maze, stunned. Nan Xian glanced at the clock, unable to believe it.
Dong Yi was in the exam area on the 4th floor, and upon hearing this, fell silent.
The others were all asking the same question, has it only been 1 hour and he's already through the gate?
With that, he left in frustration. Yang Ning didn't know, because of his performance, the difficulty of passing through the gate had been raised to a higher level. He also didn't know that the speed at which he passed through the gate had left many people in awe. The door slowly creaked open, and he was only concerned whether the next door would lead to even more exquisite ancient relics, perhaps offering him even more surprises. The moment the door opened fully, Yang Ning was stunned, his mouth agape at the sight of the ancient incense burner. Yang Ning stepped into the middle of the room and silently observed the 8 trigrams painting in the center, with 8 shelves surrounding it.
Why does this look like? He couldn't help but shout, the 8 trigrams. Yang Ning quickly activated his skills, his eyes penetrating everything. He saw through all the items and couldn't help but wonder, what's going on here? The price of the shelves was also not small. Then, Yang Ning moved closer for a better look. These 8 antiques seemed to form a set. Suddenly, he looked around and realized something. Wait a minute, why does it seem that these 8 cabinets and 8 antiques are part of the same set? At this point, Yang Ning began to feel confused. The Polytechnic document examination can only analyze and authenticate antiques of excellent quality and below.
For antiques of exquisite quality, there's no room for it to work. Earlier, the Jade appraisal by Jade Chitian had been very reluctant. He hesitated and began to sweat coldly, but if an upgrade was desired, the required score was not small. Yuan, with keen eyes, noticed Yang Ning's expression. What had he figured out? Kaibin sneered. What could he have figured out? Even we can't clarify the origin of these 8 artifacts, we were just told to do this. That person is terrified, the Jia family is silent, and we have no right to discuss him behind his back. Suddenly, Kaibin pointed at the screen and shouted, he's making a move, he's starting to act. Yang Ning picked up the incense burner, seemingly unsure of what he intended to do. The two of them fell silent, focused and too afraid to blink. He gently set the item down, then swiftly moved the remaining incense burners. Yang Ning placed the incense burners side by side. After finishing everything, he sighed wearily and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The two others stood in deep thought, unable to react immediately. Kaibin, frustrated, yelled, "What is he doing?" Yuan, trembling with anger, exclaimed, "What's that kid doing? Why is he looking at the cabinets instead of the antiques?" The people behind them quickly stepped forward to offer advice. "Please, don't rush." One subordinate smiled and asked, "Could the secret not lie in the 8 antiques, but in the stand?" It seems you've discovered something. Hey, Yang Ning stood up and moved to another location. His hand touched the window. Then he resolutely opened the window, letting the light pour in. In the center, a stunning blue current appeared. The two of them stood up simultaneously and exclaimed one after another. This is what we've been studying for so many years without figuring out, and that kid just glanced at it and solved it already? However, Yang Ning felt something was off, surprised by what he saw. According to the Polytechnic document examination, the light from this connection should have been black and white, the dominant color scheme. Feeling uneasy, he kept pondering. Where exactly had the mistake occurred? Before long, Yang Ning recalled the layout and suddenly understood the issue. I see the arrangement is wrong. He began walking toward the cabinet. The man watched curiously. What was the boy planning to do now? Yang Ning pressed his hands firmly against the side of the cabinet, then mustered all his strength to lift it. The weight distorted his face as he strained. The subordinates behind him gaped in astonishment. He actually lifted it. Those cabinets must weigh over 100 kilos each. But that wasn't the important part. Watching Yang Ning staggering under the heavy cabinet, someone finally asked the key question: why was he even doing this? With a loud thud, Yang Ning set the cabinet down, his face pale. Scratching his head and sighing, he muttered to himself. All wrong, the arrangement is completely wrong. Come on, even if it's some kind of assessment, you don't have to make it this hard for people, do you? Who on earth could lift something that heavy? The onlookers immediately started to explain themselves in a rush. This is such a misunderstanding, we didn't mean to. We didn't know that there were position regulations for this. Yuan slightly furrowed his brow and turned to Kaibin. I think it's time to invite that person out, don't you think? He immediately urged, hurry up. Meanwhile, Yang Ning had started moving the cabinets. After arranging them into a bagua circle, he stepped into the center, sat down, and closed his eyes. The two elderly men exchanged confused but surprised glances. Yang Ning opened his eyes. This is the right spot, right? He pointed to all 4 directions. I want to drill here. I want to drill a hole here too. Add one here and here. And here. Hearing this, everyone froze, none of them understanding what he was trying to do. Suddenly, Yuan slammed his cane onto the floor and ordered, follow his instructions immediately. The guards responded in unison. Yes. At that moment, many bodyguards entered, some even bringing ladders. One of them stepped forward to give instructions. Here, the diameter of the hole should be a little larger, a radius of 4 to 5 cm. After drilling, cover the hole up immediately.
Yang Ning stood nearby, carefully observing.
Yuan suddenly seemed to recall something and spoke up.
The layout of the 6th floor is clearly designed based on the bagua. Could it be that the 6th floor was purely built for these antiques? Kaibin nodded thoughtfully. I wouldn't have noticed that if you hadn't pointed it out. Look at the holes that the kid said people drilled. If we start connecting from the position of the Qian trigram, what will it look like? Hearing this, he was taken aback. Isn't this the Big Dipper formed by celestial sector star, celestial sphere, heavenly mechanism, heavenly authority, jade movement, dawn, and intersecting light?
Once the holes were drilled, they were sealed with black adhesive.
Yang Ning waved at everyone, then smiled with excitement. Let's give it a try.
He peeled off the first piece of adhesive, and light immediately shone directly onto an artifact.
Old Wu and Old Diu widened their eyes in astonishment.
Here, here. The bodyguards panicked when they saw them get excited.
Are you okay?
Don't get too excited. Bring the oxygen tank.
Where's the doctor? Doctor?
Yang Ning ignored them, peeling off adhesive after adhesive.
As one piece fell, another one revealed light. He looked up and shouted loudly to everyone. Look! A blurry painting began to gradually appear on the wall.
Yuan seemed to be shocked, and screamed.
Ghostly formation, this is definitely a ghostly formation.
Old Diao, wearing the oxygen mask, leaned in to observe closely, his eyes fixed on every line and detail, then suddenly he seemed to realize something, his body tensing slightly.
Meanwhile, Yang Ning was getting anxious.
Have we passed the threshold?
Can someone say something? No one answered, they were all focused on observing.
He frowned and spoke into the camera.
I've set up the position, the wall has been drilled, do you all really have to wait until tonight? What if the sky is cloudy tonight and there's no moonlight? Do I have to wait here like an idiot all night?
Yuan found it hard to understand.
Does the evening mean that this is just the appetizer, and the main course will be later tonight? Kaibin immediately grew anxious. Quick, call the meteorology department and ask if it will rain in Huahai tonight. The person below quickly responded, yes.
As the evening sun set, the bodyguard brought food to Yang Ning, inviting him to eat. He looked at the meal, somewhat satisfied, but inwardly complained, this event really knows how to torment people, making us wait until night.
Are they really going to make me translate the history of a dynasty that's long gone and forgotten in the flow of history?
As night fell, the space sank into quiet stillness.
Yang Ning, feeling bored, stayed an hour after finishing his meal.
The antiques began to glow, thin tendrils of smoke rising, wrapping around each artifact to form a bagua circle.
The people outside gasped in awe. Am I seeing things?
It's so beautiful, like in the clouds. Water flowing straight down from 3,000 feet, it feels like the Milky Way is falling from the 9 heavens. Suddenly, Kaibin shouted, look quickly, there's a change.
In an instant, a giant vortex appeared. Amidst the chaotic echoes, a deep voice sounded.
Yang Ning immediately adjusted the positions of the antiques, then carefully observed these locations. Yin and Yang give birth to the 4 symbols, the 4 symbols give birth to the 8 trigrams. A burst of white light exploded on the screen. Old Diao was so excited that the bodyguard beside him had to quickly calm him down.
Please, don't get too excited.
The white smoke gradually dissipated, revealing an ancient image as if a door to the past was being opened. He leaned in and whispered something to his assistant.
The young man responded seriously, yes.
From the camera, a voice echoed, now, it's time for the analysis.
Yang Ning, after hearing this, slightly curled his lips.
The voice sounded a bit excited.
It seemed they didn't understand the mystery hidden within.
Yang Ning maintained a calm tone and began to explain, these 8 artifacts were originally a set created during the Shang dynasty, and later continued to be used by the Zhou dynasty. I'm not sure which dynasty these paintings depict, but I can confirm that these paintings are authentic. He paused for a moment before continuing. The reason they appear this way is due to the memory of wood. A murmur of surprise spread across the room.
Memory of wood?
Yang Ning sat down, pointed at the object in front of him, and explained further. These 8 shells record these images, and then, through the chemical reaction of Guanghe and the 8 artifacts, combined with the profound principles of the Bagua, they form an ancient film camera. You can explain it based on the principle of a cloud castle. As for the specifics, I'm not exactly sure.
This is all I know.
After finishing, he turned towards the door. Speak up, will you let it pass or not? Suddenly, Yang Ning froze. A cold, sharp sensation ran down his spine as his gaze shifted to where a contestant was entering through the door. The direction of his gaze was the 7th floor, where the door remained tightly shut.
Kaibin noticed the odd expression on his face and asked softly, "What's wrong with him?" Even Yuan frowned. "Did you hear something?"
Old Dio was still trembling, his eyes fixed on the screen before him. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the door. The sound startled Yang Ning, causing his heart to skip a beat. Old Wu stared, wide-eyed. How can there be someone on the 7th floor?
He was just as stunned. It's impossible, the 7th floor is a restricted area, no one is allowed in. The others outside grew even more confused. I've never been there either. Old Diao whispered something to the bodyguard. The man immediately pushed the wheelchair, taking him away. Seeing this, Yuan called out, "Old Diao, aren't you two going to keep watching?" But the bodyguard beside Old Diao simply replied briefly, "It's not just us. Everyone is to leave immediately, and make sure to turn off all surveillance equipment. Once that's done, leave right away, and make sure to cut off all the power too." The door shut, and Yang Ning, now curious, stepped in. What could be on the 7th floor? Maybe even more valuable antiques? Or will there be golden relics of perfect quality? What could be hidden behind that 7th floor room? He reached out and touched the door. Slowly, the door creaked open. Yang Ning froze for a moment. In the dimly lit room, a man stepped out. He estimated the man was about 40 years old. But why do those eyes seem like they've been through a storm? Eyes like this, in my impression, I've only seen them in one person, my grandfather. Yang Ning waved his hand lightly, clearing his throat. "Hello." Yang Ning and Yi Xian stood facing each other, still maintaining a respectful distance. He was slightly flustered, sweating, while Yi Xian remained silent, observing him, his gaze deep, as though it could peer into the very depths of his soul. Suddenly, the corner of Yi Xian's mouth lifted into a gentle smile. He smiled kindly. "Hello." Just those 2 words made Yang Ning feel a bit nervous. How is it that this person's gaze gives me the feeling that he can see the secrets buried deep in my heart? Yi Xian sighed softly. I never imagined that in this lifetime, I would still meet someone who has come this far. I'm really happy. I thought I would never have this chance again. Yang Ning was sweating profusely. This person really is being dramatic. What's with this in this lifetime and this life? It almost sounds like he's talking as if he's old already. Yi Xian's face became expressionless again. That feeling of being seen through resurfaced, making Yang Ning slightly uncomfortable. It felt as if the man could know exactly what he was thinking. Yi Xian asked coldly, "What's your name?" Yang Ning answered quickly, "Yang Ning." "May I ask what's being checked on this floor?" He replied, "Nothing is being checked." Yang Ning was taken aback. "Nothing? Didn't you say every floor has a check?" Yi Xian countered, "Who told you that?" Yang Ning hesitated. "I." Yang Ning thought to himself, "That's right, I've heard them say that no one has ever reached the 7th floor. Whether there's a test here, or what kind of test it is, no one knows." He shrugged. "Whether there is or not, some people say whatever they want. If there's no test, it's less tiring for me. At most, I'll be praised for having good physical condition and being young, which really surprises people. The person who was lucky enough to reach the 6th floor last time was much older than you. Indeed, in this era of rivers and mountains, talented people are bound to emerge. At this point, Yang Ning voiced the doubts in his mind. Who exactly are you? A judge? You've been supervising since the beginning, right? Yi Xian smiled faintly. A judge? Look around you. Do you think I'm supervising in any way?
Yang Ning began to imagine all sorts of things and, in a curious mood, asked, then, Uncle, what are you doing?
Are you on night watch? Yi Xian's tone became a little helpless. Uncle?
No, I'm not on night watch either.
Yi Xian suggested, you don't need to guess randomly. Let me ask you a few questions.
Answer truthfully, and consider it as a test for this wall.
Yang Ning frowned. Didn't you just say there's no test?
Yi Xian was indifferent, his voice steady. How old are you this year?
Who's in your family?
Yang Ning honestly replied, I'm 18, I have my grandfather and parents at home. Oh, and I also have a younger sister.
He asked again, I heard you have a master, is that true? Yang Ning hesitated. My master has repeatedly instructed me not to.
Yi Xian raised his hand to stop him. I'm not interested in your master's background.
I'm just asking you, do you have a master or not? Yang Ning answered cautiously, yes.
Yi Xian casually pulled him along. I don't care where your master came from or what your relationship with him is like.
I'm only asking you, are you interested in learning from me? Yang Ning firmly rejected, no. He glared, you don't even want to hear what I have to teach? You're still so determined not to?
The two of them silently stared at each other, as if trying to read each other's thoughts.
Finally, Yi Xian spoke quietly, you can go now. Yang Ning paused, surprised, just like that, I can leave?
He didn't answer, only silently stared at him, slightly stepping back, his hand resting on the door, his gaze carrying a trace of doubt. The door closed behind him, and Yang Ning let out a long sigh.
What's going on? The person I am today is no longer the Yang Ning of the past.
After all those battles, after merging so many great martial arts, yet when faced with this man's gaze, I still feel the same pressure I once felt as a child facing my elders.
As he walked away, he couldn't help but wonder to himself, who exactly was this man?
Meanwhile, Yi Xian stood still, gazing at the empty space before him. He had stayed here too long. It was time to leave, to travel the world and see the blooming flowers. Then, he took a step forward and left. He hoped that people of this era would have more juniors like Yang Ning, who could amaze and intrigue him.
Yang Ning was standing before the camera as the loudspeaker's voice echoed throughout the hall. Congratulations to Master Yang Ning for passing the 7th floor combat technique assessment. The announcement left Gong Yi stunned.
This round of the combat trials had ended perfectly.
All contestants, please return to the 4th floor to rest.
We will evaluate your current achievements and provide commentary accordingly. Everyone was utterly astonished.
Apart from Master Yang Ning, the other contestants would receive their rewards based on their ranking on the list. As he walked downstairs, voices filled the hall. Some shouted Yang Ning's name, others whispered among themselves. Everyone was talking at once. No way. He really cleared it? He's back. The first one in and the last one to pass.
Nan Xian was the first to rush over, gripping Yang Ning's shoulders tightly.
Kid, tell me what on earth was on the 4th and 7th floors? Yang Ning smiled mischievously. Do you really want to know? Fine, but are you sure you want to hear it? Nan Xian's face darkened.
He thought for a few seconds, then turned away abruptly.
Forget it. I don't want to know anymore. In a distant corner, Zhou Yan sighed softly. What a pity. In the end, I couldn't make it to that floor. There won't be another chance.
The others gathered around, chattering excitedly.
Congratulations. Yang Ning replied with a smile. Thank you. The announcement rang out once again. It's quite late today. Everyone will stay overnight in the combat technique tower. Tomorrow, we will announce the final rankings.
The next evening, Yang Ning sluggishly stepped outside, where 3 people were waiting.
Leading them was Old Meng, who was clearly impatient. Why are you coming out now?
Ji Wei also voiced his irritation.
Everyone else is already gone, and you're the only one dragging your feet. I thought maybe someone had kidnapped you. He silently wondered, is there even anyone who could kidnap him?
It was then that Guan Ming spoke up.
Ning, I'm curious too, why are you the last one to come out? Yang Ning responded nonchalantly, I find it strange too.
I don't know why they kept me there all day watching TV.
Only now did they finally let me go.
Elsewhere, in a meeting room, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Jin Ming spoke in a deep, cold tone.
Are we really just going to give up like this? Let him go just like that?
The group was divided, each with their own opinion. Some argued that even if they kept him for another day, nothing would come of it.
Others insisted that he shouldn't be allowed to leave, while some were uncertain what should be done.
Jin Ming felt helpless, with no other choice. Kai Lang suggested that, even if they couldn't force him, there were still other moves to be made.
He spoke sternly, do you dare? The person hesitated, not responding.
At that moment, Bai Lin spoke up.
At first, everyone had been in agreement set the trap first, then strike. If Yang Ning wanted to come, he'd have to face them. Even if you don't want to come, you still have to. It's not up to him to decide.
But none of you here expected Yang Ning to be old Yang's grandson.
Kai Lang suggested, isn't there a way to negotiate with old Yang?
He replied, we've already suggested it, but old Yang just said one thing, he doesn't want anyone disturbing his grandson's life.
The room immediately fell silent.
Finally, Bai Lin stood up, her voice firm, let's leave it at that.
No one is to mention this again.
At Xiangman Pavilion, Old Meng called out when he saw Yang Ning approaching, you're here, come in quickly, everyone's waiting for you. Xiao Cheng was pointing at Zi Xing, speaking with a sharp tone, you chose a kid to represent you in the competition, and that was the mistake.
And now look, we're embarrassed.
He frowned, glancing at the two arguing. Who were these people? Zi Xing was not to be outdone, retorting, Xiao Cheng, stop talking like that.
Old Meng looked helpless, what's going on? Why are you two arguing again? Yang Ning turned to ask, Grandfather Meng, what's happening here?
Before he could get an answer, she shot him a glance and snorted lightly, turning her face away. Yang Ning was angry, this person was so annoying. Zi Xing, frustrated, pointed toward the door and shouted, Xiao Cheng, you're not welcome here, get out. She sneered, President Lin's power is impressive.
But this is Xiangman Pavilion, not your CEO's office. You have no right to tell me to leave.
When Minister Niu came to warn us, she said this is a VIP room we have reserved in advance.
If you continue to cause trouble, I'll have to ask the staff to escort you out.
Xiao Cheng arrogantly responded, forgetting to mention something, all the VIP rooms on this floor were reserved by me. I came here specifically to ask you all to leave. Bai Lin, standing nearby, quietly apologized, I'm truly sorry, this is indeed the case. Xiao Cheng became even more smug, her voice rising, the Lin family has been guarding a treasure in vain. Nowadays, a Cho is highly valued by powerful figures, touching him is like touching fire, very dangerous. Every big boss hopes to get to know a Cho. Chi So stepped closer. Alright, Zi Xing muttered, clearly upset, let's go. He called out Zi Xing, and then, as if to chase them, added, it's just a meal, don't rush off, let me treat you. She coldly replied, no need, we're not interested.
We can't bear to hear any more unpleasant words.
Xiao Qing raised an eyebrow and grabbed the hem of Chi So's shirt.
A Cho, what's wrong? Are you still unwilling to let go of this woman?
Yang Ning was at a loss, staring at the situation in front of him.
Wait, what's going on here?
Seeing Xiao Qing's envious and vaguely resentful gaze toward Zi Xing, he instinctively shuddered, subconsciously thinking of the ambiguous relationship between the three of them. Ignoring the objections, she so loudly called, Zi Xing, tomorrow evening Mr. Pei from the Guowu Corporation is hosting a celebration meeting for me and will officially announce my joining the Guowu Group. He appeared sincere, saying that he would invite many grandmasters and high-ranking figures from both the political and business circles of Hua Hai when the time came.
I think you'll come too, won't you? Zi Xing paused, her voice lowering. Are you sure I will go?
Shi So looked at her and replied earnestly, I wasn't sure at first, but for now, I believe you'll come. Xiao Cheng blushed slightly and cast a glance at him. Zi Xing didn't turn back, walking straight out, leaving only one sentence behind, just wait and see. Suddenly, Xiao Qing turned to Yang Ning and said, I really should thank you. She smiled, feigning familiarity. You're truly a blessing to my sister. Keep sticking around Lin Zixing and continue sabotaging the Lin family. She's got her eye on you.
Yang Ning hurried off, muttering under her breath, sick. Jue, watching from the side, couldn't help but speak up. What kind of person is that? Guan Ming quickly intervened, calm down, calm down.
The next day, in the meeting room, someone spoke up.
Ning, I heard from old Meng that you earned a title at the martial arts tower competition, is that true?
Yang Ning smiled politely, I wouldn't claim too much, but I think I've made a small contribution in helping Lin family in a positive way.
I believe that's not a problem. Old Meng excitedly added, why not let her compete with outsiders? Winning first place would be a piece of cake for her.
The elder beside him smiled and Xian Zi reminded, be careful with boasting, the competition outside isn't so simple. But this kid, top 3 is definitely within her reach. Suddenly, Man Xian stepped forward and tried to pull him out.
Come outside with me for a moment, I need to ask you something. Yang Ning agreed immediately.
The girl, seeing them leave together, couldn't hide her displeasure. As soon as they stepped outside, she cautiously inquired, having heard from Meng grandfather, you can't eavesdrop on what's going on inside, and you can't casually disclose it either, right? He acted carefree, teasing her, actually, if you want to hear it, I don't mind telling you, but you have to keep it a secret. Man Xian pressed her lips together, silently evaluating the situation, then waved her hand in refusal.
Forget it, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep it a secret. Yang Ning wouldn't give up, his face turning sly, really don't want to hear it?
Finally, Man Xian couldn't resist her curiosity and cleared her throat, alright, I'll just ask one thing. What place did you get?
He responded with a mix of arrogance and a hint of charm, if I said I came first, would you believe it? She immediately answered enthusiastically, yes. Yang Ning paused, unable to believe her response. You're really that confident in me?
Man Xian looked him straight in the eye, her expression full of excitement, yes. At that moment, he suddenly appeared weary, as if disheartened, and announced, actually, to be honest, I'm the first from the bottom. She was so annoyed she nearly fumed.
Yang Ning quickly begged for mercy from the heroic girl.
But soon, Man Xian snapped out of it. No, this kid is so unreliable, not serious at all. I can't fall for his tricks. She decided not to press further.
Alright then, I won't ask him anymore.
On the contrary, he was embarrassed.
Can I ask you something? Man Xian agreed. What do you want to ask? Yang Ning immediately voiced his concern. Who are the man and woman who caused a scene earlier?
Lin Man Xian slowly explained. Xiao Qing is a classmate of Sister Zi Qing, and they've been close friends since childhood.
But people change.
The man was a classmate of Sister Zi Qing when she studied abroad. His family has some money, and he once pursued Sister Zi Qing. I heard that Sister Zi Qing had some feelings for him too.
It's just that in the end, they didn't end up together. Yang Ning thought to himself.
One is a childhood friend, the other a former suitor, but now they seemed like enemies.
Do you have any other questions?
Man Xian tried to recall her time studying abroad. It seemed like something had happened, but anyway, it was a private matter of Sister Zi Qing's, so she never asked. She fell silent, only recalling what Sister Zi Qing had said.
Back then, she only knew his English name.
If she had known his real name from the start, she definitely wouldn't have gotten too close to him.
Yang Ning pouted. His real name. I think I heard his name earlier as a Cho. Man Xian nodded.
Yes, his surname is Shi, and his full name is Chiso.
He couldn't help but laugh, holding on to his grudge. She scolded. You're about to blow a gasket, take this seriously. Yang Ning kept laughing, wiping the corner of his eyes as he said. It's not that.
Maybe his parents must have a lot of hatred to have given him such a name.
Man Xian seriously suggested, regardless of whether it was true or not, but could he help Sister Zi Qing tomorrow night? In other words, could he help the Lin family? He smirked as he participated in that ceremony of assuming office, full of resentment. She happily replied, yes.
Yang Ning happily agreed, no problem, there's free food and drinks, anyone who's not an idiot would go. In the afternoon, Yang Ning and Guan Ning sat in the car talking.
He announced some news, do you know?
The person behind the head of department Chen Shangyu, who's been causing us trouble, is Bo Kong and Xuebin's father and son. He frowned, it was them again, this was clearly intentional obstruction. Guan Ning shrugged casually, saying, serves them right.
They ran into your brother.
That little brat's been caught already, and Yushu's been expelled, they totally brought this on themselves.
The car stopped at the airport, the sound of rolling suitcases on the tiled floor mingling with the clear voices.
He said goodbye, I'll come back to see you when the semester starts.
Yang Ning gently patted Ji Wei's head. Your parents found out you secretly changed your major, didn't they get angry?
It's fine, just apologize to them when we get home.
Be a little more sincere.
The little girl raised an eyebrow, I know, you don't have to worry. Yang Ning watched his sister's figure fade away in the crowd, until the plane took off from the ground, his smile clear and bright. As the evening set, the Qingguan company located in the Huahai Business Center stood tall with its 68 floors. I heard that this is the private property of the Bui family. On the rooftop, the Bui family is hosting a celebration party for Chiso. On one hand, it's to celebrate his achievement of securing 6th place in the evaluation competition, and on the other, it's to celebrate the discovery of the treasure that is Chiso himself.
Chiso stood in a corner, whispering quietly, his voice full of anticipation, will she come?
Xiao Chang was annoyed, he had started mentioning Zi Qing again. Chiso turned to look at her.
Xiao Chang, thank you for what you've done this time.
Xiao Qing grasped his hand, speaking gently, we don't need to thank each other.
Everything in front of you is a result of your own efforts. I will always support you.
Suddenly, there was a stir near the door.
Who are they? These two beautiful women are the young ladies of the Lin family. 3 dazzling figures entered, and someone asked, so who is the handsome guy with them? That's Yang Ning, Man Xian, and Zi Xing.
They walked straight up to Xiao Chang, who was frozen in place.
Zi Xing looked at her and, irritated, spoke with a sarcastic tone, what's wrong? Aren't you going to welcome us? Zi Qing crossed her arms and smiled, welcome?
Of course, I welcome you. But, she pointed at the person next to her with a mocking tone, who is the person with you?
Did you invite a model? Ma Xin snapped, what do you mean by that?
But Xiao Cheng didn't stop, continuing her sarcastic remarks, don't think that just because you dress a country bumpkin in brand name clothes, I won't be able to smell the mud on him.
Yang Ning pretended to be innocent, like a little kitten. Are you saying that I'm annoying? Xiao Chang mocked. So what?
I guess you don't even know what brand name items you're wearing. But he still smiled, his voice light as if it were nothing.
So what you're saying is that everything I wear is bought by someone else? You're implying I can't buy things myself? How can you be so sure about that?
Her voice became even sharper. You're poor and yet still won't admit it.
Let me ask you, how many cars do you have? How big is your house? What do you usually order at restaurants? What brand is your clothing? Where are your house's furnishings from? How many projects do you have under your belt? Yang Ning propped his chin up, thinking. You're really making it hard for me.
Then, he counted on his fingers.
Cars?
Well, I rarely go to the garage, never counted them.
I just remember there are a few drivers. Yang Ning kept talking, leaving her in shock. How big is the house? Never counted either.
When we bought the house, everyone was more concerned with how big the garden was, worried that my 2 dogs wouldn't have enough space to run around. As for what we usually order, every time we dine, we always order in advance with the chef, just the newest dishes.
We've never repeated a meal, so I can't really say what we usually eat. As for clothing brands, there aren't any. Everything is custom made by tailors. Brands like Kainski, Robera, Moore, Robert. Foreign tailors, yeah. Speaking of furniture, now that you mention it, I really want to throw it all out. Man Xian was curious. Why?
Yang Ning shuddered slightly. Those old, worn-out things all belonged to the Wang family from back in the day. That bed was the prince's. I don't want to sleep in the same bed as someone who's already dead.
Beside him, Zixing smiled and explained, those can't be called old and worn out. They should be called antiques.
If you don't want them, we can have our company come in for an appraisal. He happily agreed. All right then, let's wait until my grandfather comes back from his island retreat, and we'll proceed after that.
Around them, everyone looked at Yang Ning with admiration.
Wearing a custom-made suit, sleeping on an antique bed, and even going on island retreats. If this is what being uncultured looks like, then we must all be poor old souls. He stepped closer to Xiao Qing, his smile still distant. As for how many projects I haven't graduated yet, so I don't have any projects. I can only listen to what the family talks about, something about acquiring companies, mayors, finance, and all that. Then he leaned in close to her ear and whispered, what do you think? I can't answer any of that, so I guess that makes me uncultured after all. Xiao Qing shuddered slightly. That's not uncultured, that's rich, big time rich.
Suddenly, Shiso appeared, seemingly to break the tension. Zi Cheng, I'm glad you could join this party. There's nothing else, so let's go on and greet the guests.
Immediately, the two of them left the conversation behind.
Zi Xing complimented, not bad at all. Yang Ning replied, as long as I didn't embarrass President Lin. The party continued smoothly, the atmosphere relaxed.
Later, on the rooftop, she leaned her hands against the railing and looked down. At first, she had asked him to come in place of the Lin family. I still thought she was rambling, but I didn't expect her to bring not a stone picked from the road. Zixing's cheeks turned slightly red, her gaze tinged with a bit of shyness.
He's a gem more dazzling than any stone.
Beside her, Man Xian also agreed.
Honestly, I hadn't thought of that either. Meanwhile, down below, Yang Ning was happily munching on his plate of food.
He didn't care about the looks around him when, suddenly, a strange hand snatched the now empty plate away.
Yu Ming smirked. Looks like you act like you've never had a meal before.
I heard the Lin family invited a child to join the competition.
Is that you? Yang Ning furrowed his brow inwardly. How annoying.
I don't want to escalate this and cause trouble for the Lin family.
Then he spoke, yes, that's me. What's the problem?
Yu Ming narrowed his eyes, his tone mocking. I couldn't stand the way you were bragging earlier.
A lowly servant should know their place.
After saying that, he deliberately threw the plate to the ground, shattering it.
Yang Ning's expression immediately changed. Gone was the playful look, replaced by one as cold and sharp as a knife. Afterward, Yu Ming taunted again. What's wrong? Don't like what I said? Then go ahead, bite me. Yang Ning chuckled. Have you ever seen a dog that gets bitten and then bites the dog back?
His face immediately flushed with anger.
Who are you calling a dog?
A man standing beside them interrupted sharply, speak more sensibly.
Do you even know who this is? This is Master Zhou. Is he someone you can afford to offend?
Someone else chimed in, this person has no manners at all when speaking.
Above them, Zixing was listening closely, and it seemed like something was going wrong.
Man Xian grew anxious, let's go check it out. The two quickly pushed through the crowd, and she spoke sternly, what do you think you're doing?
Yu Ming's face wore a mocking expression. Miss Lin, don't misunderstand. I just wanted to get to know your friend here a little better.
But Yang Ning splashed cold water on him.
Get to know him? The way you try to get to know someone is definitely unique.
His eyebrows furrowed slightly.
That's because you're not like us, but people like us, we get to know each other this way.
Yang Ning sneered, so, all of you are like this? I guess that means you people are indeed beneath contempt.
Yu Ming grew irritated. What did you just say? Who are you calling beneath contempt?
He twisted his ear and repeated his words, sounding just as rude and dismissive as when he was talking to the young master of Hua Hai.
Sighing in resignation, he said, they're not part of my group.
Yang Ning immediately raised her hand and pointed to a group of people nearby.
So, is he from your group?
Her finger pointed directly at a man with white hair who looked clearly panicked. Man Xian shouted loudly, Yukong. All eyes turned toward the anxious Yukong.
He fumbled, what are you looking at me for? What does it have to do with me?
Nevertheless, it did not escape her gaze. These people were certainly led by him. He had always enjoyed causing trouble for Yang Ning. Yukong felt confused inside. Ming had admitted that he wanted Yang Ning to face trouble, but this time, he was really not involved.
Suddenly, Yu Ming spoke up, Zhang young master, you've come as well?
It seemed that Yukong had found a place to vent his anger. He silently calculated, Tian Yi had warned him, and he didn't want to cause trouble for Yang Ning, let alone bring down a random disaster. Without saying another word, he stepped forward and slapped Yu Ming.
Are you crazy?
Yukong growled, his hand gripping his collar tightly.
What nonsense are you talking about? What I said isn't wrong. People like you are indeed lowly. Lowly, understand?
Suddenly pushed, Yu Ming fell to the ground.
Zhang young master.
Yukong turned to Man Xian, speaking in a low, calm voice, there are still matters inside.
If we have time, we can talk later.
The crowd began to whisper, what's going on with Zhang young master?
I don't know, it seems like he's cutting ties. One person guesses that he's interested in Miss Lin? But it doesn't seem like it, it's more like he's focused on that guy.
Scene change, the man wearing a yellow tie raised his glass and said, thank you, Bui young master, for inviting me to join.
He smiled politely, not at all. I hope you enjoy yourself.
In the future, the Guo Wu group will still need to discuss cooperation with you.
Suddenly, a staff member walked in and called out, Bui young master. Immediately, he stood up. Please continue your work.
The man in the yellow tie raised his glass, apologies for the interruption. The staff member leaned in and whispered to him, Bui young master, there was a small incident earlier. After hearing this, Bui young master paused for a moment, then waved his hand and quietly left. As he walked, he pondered. It was rare to encounter someone who could make Yukong show caution. His curiosity grew.
Who exactly was Yang Ning?
Ming Xian, along with Xiao Chang and Shiso, confidently entered the grand banquet. In the midst of the lively atmosphere, Ming Xian's gaze suddenly landed on Yang Ning, who was calmly eating at a distant corner.
Ming Xian immediately walked over, flashing a friendly smile, Yang Ning, you've come too?
Yang Ning was so surprised that he almost choked on a sip of water. Ming Xian quickly patted him on the back.
No need to be so formal. Just call me Uncle Gue. I'm a close friend of your older brother. Yang Ning, confused, asked, you know my older brother? Ming Xian raised an eyebrow, didn't Guo Xian tell you?
What an ungrateful guy. As he spoke, he pulled Yang Ning along, come, sit with us.
I've been wanting to talk to you ever since that time. Yang Ning hurriedly declined, it's all right, Uncle Gue. I still have 2 friends with me.
Ming Xian turned back with a smile toward Man Xian and Ziqing.
What's the problem? Come, join us.
Hearing this, the 2 girls also walked over. Xiao Qing glanced at Shiso, silently calculating in her mind.
Ming Xian is a prominent figure in the family.
If I can't rely on the power of the Bui family, there's no way I can move forward.
But is he really so close to Yang Ning?
Ming Xian led everyone to a luxurious banquet room, where two men were seated.
He pushed Yang Ning forward and introduced, Teacher Deng, look who I've brought.
Teacher Deng was surprised when he saw him.
Could this be Yang Jr., the one old Wu always mentions? Yang Ning awkwardly bowed. Hello, everyone.
His gaze briefly lingered, noticing that everyone emitted an ethereal glow.
Yang Ning was secretly astonished. These people were indeed extraordinary, each one carrying a relic. Teacher Deng warmly waved to the seat beside him.
Come here, sit here.
Yang Ning quickly declined. No need, I'm fine.
He thought to himself, sitting there would mean standing behind each of these elders.
How could I dare to sit there?
The elder smiled kindly.
It's fine, sit down.
It's perfect for you to sit here.
Wu Cheng added, go ahead, don't be nervous.
Yang Ning scratched his head awkwardly.
Well then, I'll do as you say. Teacher Deng turned to the attendant. Quick, bring over some more chairs.
Ming Xian then stood up to excuse himself.
I've brought the person to you. I'll be leaving now. Yi Jun is still waiting for me. After he left, Teacher Deng turned to Yang Ning. Don't you find it boring sitting with us old men?
Yang Ning respectfully replied, how could that be?
This is my honor.
From another angle, Xiaoqing quietly observed, her gaze filled with frustration as she saw Zixing chatting happily with Wu Qing. She unconsciously bit her nails. Suddenly, Xiaoqing stood up and softly spoke to Chiso, Acho, I'm not feeling well, I'll step outside for a bit. He looked at her with concern, if you're tired, you should rest. Xiaoqing didn't answer, turned her back, and left the party. She walked slowly, her hand brushing against a pillar before she gently pushed open a door and entered a quiet room. Xiaoqing took out her phone and called someone, her voice urgent, can you come here for a bit? I hope this will be the last time we meet. Chiso's face darkened as he saw Yang Ning being favored by the elder gentleman. Mr. Zhou unexpectedly spoke up, young man, I heard from Yi Jun that you're skilled at appraising antiques.
Could you take a look at this ring for me?
He spoke slowly as he recounted, that winter, snow was falling all over the place. I took my child to the doctor, walking more than 10 kilometers. The son of one of those doctors was a merchant, he sold everything.
I spent quite a bit of money to buy this.
Wu Qing marveled, use this ring to test that young man.
Great Master Zhou, you are truly extraordinary.
Mr. Zhou chuckled softly, this ring has stumped countless people.
The proudest moment of my life was when I didn't miss out on it.
He then turned to Xiaoyang, alright, Xiaoyang, give him the ring, let that old Zhou man be brought down a notch. Let's see if he dares to flaunt it again in the future. Yang Ning bent down to take it, but Chiso suddenly stepped forward, smiling sweetly.
Old Zhu doesn't mind? Then let me have a look and see. Zixing, observing from afar, couldn't help but furrow his brow.
Yang Ning politely addressed him, today, I am the guest, and Mr. Qi is the host. Of course, I must follow Mr. Qi's wishes. He looked visibly excited.
Thank you. You're welcome, Yang Ning responded briefly.
After examining the ring, Chiso gave a detailed evaluation. This ring is made of white jade.
Although it is small, its value is extremely high. Apart from those in the royal family, ordinary people would never dare to wear it casually.
Mr. Zhou stroked his beard, satisfied.
Not wrong.
A young man like you indeed has talent.
The excellent results you achieved in the appraisal competition weren't just based on luck.
He continued with excitement, this ring was carved by engraving, adorned with poetry. The carving technique matches the royal records.
On the back, there are 4 words engraved: Dragon Emperor's Imperial Examination.
This proves that the ring dates back to the time of the Dragon Emperor.
I wonder if my words have satisfied Mr. Zhou and everyone here.
There was a brief silence before he asked in a measured tone.
Is that all?
The question made Chiso pause.
Is there something more? Wu Qing interjected, let Xiao Yang speak. Yang Ning patted his shoulder and humbly said, actually, what Mr. Qi said earlier isn't wrong. I couldn't do any better than him. He held the ring in his hand, his expression as if he had figured everything out, but I found it hard to understand. If this ring had no secrets, then why did Master Zhou, after acquiring this treasure, say that it had troubled countless people and was the most satisfying thing in his life?
Mr. Zhou gently stroked his beard, his voice filled with interest.
It seems you have uncovered its secret.
Yang Ning smiled awkwardly, humbly replying, let me see if I'm correct. He didn't even notice that right behind him, Shiso was sitting, calculating with his usual calm demeanor. Originally, I had organized this party and invited so many senior figures to gain goodwill in this profession, but this person came and disrupted everything.
Yang Ning turned around, his voice steady yet confident.
Mr. Qi, being knowledgeable and well-versed, perhaps you are familiar with the verse engraved on this ring.
Shiso's eyes lit up.
He quickly responded, the verses hummed by passers-by are even better than those of Qiantang Su.
This is perhaps a daily verse of the Dragon Emperor.
From Mulan came a sound of surprise at his discovery, and Shiso quietly exclaimed.
Yang Ning smiled.
Perhaps Mr. Qi already knows the origin of this verse.
Indeed, to appraise this royal test ring, one must start with these two lines of verse.
From these words, it is clear that the Dragon Emperor is praising a certain hero. Therefore, this ring is highly likely to be a gift bestowed by the Emperor.
He gaped.
A gift from the Emperor, so it's an item personally appraised by the Emperor, certainly not something ordinary. He gently twisted the ring in his hand, speaking slowly, inside this ring lies a tragic story. From Yang Ning's perspective, during the time of the Dragon Emperor, the status of women was low and their voices barely heard. Yet, this woman was granted this ring by the Dragon Emperor. If I'm not mistaken, this must have been when the Dragon Emperor visited Jiangnan, and she was the adopted daughter of the Empress Dowager. Upon hearing this, someone silently agreed, the Empress Dowager indeed adopted a daughter when the Dragon Emperor visited Jiangnan, and she later became a concubine under a different surname. He continued, at that time, the border war suddenly became chaotic, and the Dragon Emperor hastily returned to the imperial capital. When Wang Rou visited, he hoped to cooperate with the Dragon Emperor to quell the disorder at the border. The Dragon Emperor was very willing, but he feared that once Wang Rou settled the chaos, there might be other schemes at play. So, he proposed that the king's eldest prince stay behind in the imperial capital as a hostage. Faced with the Dragon Emperor's request, the king also proposed, the Dragon Emperor must hand over a prince to me, or I will send my army. At that moment, the border war would officially erupt, which would later lead to war in the Central Plains. When the Dragon Emperor was in a difficult position, the adopted daughter of the Yi family stepped forward. In her capacity as a concubine, she said, I agree to go with Wang Rou to the border. The Dragon Emperor was overjoyed, and he arranged the wedding between Wang Rou and this concubine, preparing a generous dowry as a part of her wedding gifts. This ring was one of those gifts. Mr. Zhu couldn't help but applaud, exclaiming, in the past, there was a woman whose beauty captivated the world. Mulan took her father's place to fight in the war, and later, there were women who sacrificed themselves for the country. Then, he warmly handed Yang Ning a decent ring, saying, Old Wu's praise for you was not in vain. Shiso, who had witnessed the entire scene, ground his teeth in anger. Bui young master also stood outside the door, hearing everything. Before long, the announcement echoed. Welcome, everyone, to today's banquet. This event is, on one hand, to congratulate Mr. Chiso for securing the 6th position in the assessment competition. Bui young master reveals the main event, and on the other hand, to announce that starting today, Mr. Chi will be the director of appraisal at the Guowu Group. Everyone burst into a round of applause. At that very moment, outside the emergency exit, Xiao Qing hurriedly ran out, covering her mouth, a tear still glistening in the corner of her eye. I hope you're not lying to me. And from now on, don't disturb my life again, or I'll haunt you even if I have to become a ghost. With that, she ran ahead at full speed. Yu Shu casually observed. One person hates Man Xian to the bone, and another hates Zi Qing to death.
Are the women of the Lin family really so detestable? Meanwhile, inside the banquet, Wu Qing and Mr. Zhou continued to chat joyfully. The announcement board appeared, listing the mission for prestige, talent gathering, and describing the task to participate in a renowned social event of high status and progress. Mission completed. Mission reward, fame plus 10. Social connections plus 100. My prestigious mission, I am the main character. The mission is described in a distinguished social activity with high standards, becoming the center of attention 3 times. The progress of the mission has been completed, with a reputation bonus of 30 and a social connection bonus of 500. Upon receiving this news, Yang Ning's eyes lit up. Not bad. The reputation points had accumulated to 138. The reputation of Dream Realm had reached the level of respect, with the current value being 9,800 out of 12,000. Now, there were 6 points to distribute, so he decided to allocate them to his vitality attribute. After that, he comfortably sat and circulated the spiritual energy within his body. Mr. Zhou suddenly looked surprised. He recalled with suspicion, was that just an illusion? This young man suddenly seemed more energized. It wasn't just his state, but even the aura around him had changed. I've done a lot of research on this issue, so maybe I didn't see it wrong. Could it be that he has a benefactor helping him now? After some adjustments, Yu Shu stepped out in his formal attire. Before anything else, his gaze immediately fell upon Yang Ning. He didn't expect that guy would show up as well. Bui young master smiled and greeted him, "You're here?" Yang Ning cheerfully responded, "Bui Zong, wasn't it you who invited me?" Bui young master also raised his glass, "That's right, but I didn't expect you'd actually come." Then, he turned his head to Yang Ning and asked, "Do you know that guy?" Yet, Yu Shu bluntly dismissed the question, "No." Hearing Yu Shu's answer, Bui young master skeptically asked again, "Don't know him?" And he even pretended to be innocent, "Is there something wrong with him?" Therefore, Bui young master didn't delve deeper into the issue, letting it go. If he said he didn't know him, then that was it. Before he arrived, that brat had been bragging a lot. Yu Shu's curiosity was piqued. What happened? He simply stated that there was nothing much to it. Some old men were causing trouble for him. Yu Shu probed further, those people must have been drunk, right? Otherwise, how could they dare to cause trouble in Bui Zone's territory? But with Bui Zone's power, wouldn't it be easy to solve such a small problem? Not just that, Bui young master revealed more, it wasn't hard to handle at all, but before I even got involved, Yu Kong had already dealt with them. Yu Shu, pretending to be surprised when he saw Man Xian and Miss Lin here, remarked that it was normal for him to step in. His words made Bui young master raise his voice. Normally, he'd be insulted by a group of people and slapped in the face by the Zhou family, but today was different. Yu Shu suddenly shouted loudly, "What?" While they were arguing, Yang Ning continued to eat happily. She was overjoyed after the discussion with Wu Qing. "Well, it's settled then. You'll be attending our Lin family's auction." As the auctioneer for this session, he excitedly replied, agreeing. Xiao Chang and Shiso had already scoped out all the prominent faces here. Wu Qing, from Yanzi, was a giant in the industry. The Lin family has formed a close connection with Yanzi. With things like this, targeting the Lin family would be quite difficult. This damn Zi Qing, she won't be so smug for long. As for him, I won't let him have peace. In contrast to Xiao Chang, a girl blushed slightly when she saw Yang Ning, then looked over at Man Xian, who was smiling brightly. "I'm really looking forward to seeing how you spend the sleepless night tonight." At that moment, a young gentleman approached and greeted Man Xian. "Miss Lin, I'm the CEO of Weibang Group. Here's my business card." He handed her his card. After receiving it, Man Xian responded politely. "Hello, President Chen." He made a suggestion. "I've heard that the Lin family is planning to enter the luxury goods market. Director Zhou of our company is quite interested and hopes to meet with the Lin family to discuss this. Both of them have already returned to the country." Would you and President Lin like to meet tonight? Man Xian spoke gently. Please wait a moment, I'll go ask.
Without wasting any time, she immediately went out. As soon as she entered the main hall, she ran into Zi Qing.
Yang Ning peeked his head out, curious to see what was going on.
At that moment, Zi Qing thought to herself, if she missed this opportunity, she didn't know when the next one would come.
So she straightforwardly invited him. Would you like to come with us? Yang Ning happily agreed. Since I have nothing else to do, sure, let's go. I'll follow you.
As they drove, Zi Qing casually revealed.
Dragon Spring Mountain Villa is Director Zhou's property.
At that time, when he spent 500 million to acquire this plot of land, everyone thought that Wei Bang Group's business venture had suffered a loss. But unexpectedly, 2 years later, the policy changed, and this area was about to be developed into the second Jianghai of Huahai.
Yang Ning looked up curiously, also asking, has Wei Bang Group been resurrected?
Man Xian added, not only has it been revived, but it has soared to new heights.
That piece of land is now worth 3 billion.
Hearing this staggering number, Yang Ning was so shocked that he shouted, 3 billion. Zi Qing remained calm, knowing that the land he owned could, in 10 years, possibly become. Just as he was about to continue, something caught Yang Ning's attention.
He quickly ordered, stop the car.
Yang Ning got out of the car and instructed, hurry, let's switch places. I'll drive.
Zi Qing, confused, asked, what's going on? But your tone is so tense. This isn't the time for explanations.
Man Xian, noticing the situation, also advised, Zi Qing, just listen to Yang Ning.
Once you're in the driver's seat, I hope I'm just overthinking.
From Yang Ning's perspective, he could see 2 cars speeding toward them.
Not just 2, but a whole bunch.
Now, the 2 girls realized that they were being tailed. They deliberately turned on their high beams, blinding Yang Ning and obstructing his view. They were surrounded. Now, all around them were strange black cars.
She turned to ask, what should we do now? Yang Ning smiled faintly. What else is there to do? Don't tell me you want me to get out of the car and fight them? He then specifically reminded her, Sister Zi Qing, hold on tight. We're about to play a game here.
As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Ning immediately made a sharp turn. Then he added, I just remembered, this is actually the first time I'm driving for real. The other 2 were speechless.
Man Xian angrily cursed, crazy, how is this your first time driving? Still, Yang Ning only told them to hold on tight.
She and Zi Qing really couldn't understand what he was trying to do.
Yang Ning gritted his teeth and kept steering the wheel, weaving through cars on the road. One of the men in the opposing car gave the order, chase them, don't let them get away.
Immediately, the cars behind them all accelerated at once. The display on Yang Ning's car shot up to the maximum.
Man Xian was horrified, are you crazy? But Yang Ning remained calm.
She was so scared her face turned red, gripping the handle above the car's door as he successfully made another sharp turn, shaking off the pursuers. This made them break into a cold sweat.
Are you still chasing them? Can you still catch up?
The driver turned to him, worried.
At this speed, you want me to catch up with him?
In the end, the person next to him had no choice but to pull out his phone.
Forget it.
All the cars came to a stop in the middle of the road, followed by a report, Plan A has failed, initiate Plan B.
The car stopped in a not too crowded entertainment district.
Zi Qing hurriedly got out of the car and vomited violently. She lightly wiped the stains still on her mouth and turned her head back to say, Earlier, we clearly managed to shake them off, so why did you still accelerate?
Do you realize how dangerous that is?
Yang Ning scratched his head awkwardly and replied,
Isn't this me just fumbling around? I'm exploring the functions of your car. Zi Qing growled irritably. Enough, I will never let you drive again. She then sat in the driver's seat.
Man Xian took the passenger seat, and Yang Ning breathed a sigh of relief as he sat in the back. He secretly smiled. This was the pinnacle technique from the handbook of the ace training manual, just a little awkward at the start.
After a while, the car entered a villa area.
One by one, they got out of the car, and the three of them slowly walked inside the villa grounds.
At that moment, Yang Ning suddenly felt uneasy.
He frowned in concern.
The next second, Yang Ning shouted loudly for Man Xian to sit down.
Fearing that she wouldn't be able to avoid the bullet in time, he rushed forward to embrace her in protection, accidentally falling along with her. A marksman was holding a gun, aiming at them. The three of them fell into a tense state due to this dangerous situation. Yang Ning carefully observed and gritted his teeth, cursing the damn ghosts for chasing them all the way here.
This guy was a master.
At that moment, Man Xian pulled her arm away from Yang Ning's grasp in annoyance.
Let go of my hand.
Her action accidentally put herself in the sights of the gun's barrel. Yang Ning sensed the danger and quickly pressed Man Xian's head down to the ground.
The sniper began to feel increasingly uneasy. This kid reacts too quickly.
So, instead of aiming at Man Xian, he directly targeted Yang Ning.
But when he saw Yang Ning staring back at him, he suddenly froze. Then, out of nowhere, three vengeful spirits appeared, moaning and wailing.
Take responsibility for my life, take responsibility for my life.
The sniper's eyes were clearly panicked, but his mouth still spoke arrogantly, as if he wasn't afraid of ghosts.
Ridiculous.
Yang Ning, standing at a distance, continued to control the spirits. Illusion alchemy.
Gradually, the number of vengeful souls increased, and the cries grew louder.
You killed me and my son, have you taken our lives?
The sniper still tried to calm himself down.
When I was alive, I wasn't afraid of you, so why should I be scared now that I'm dead?
At this moment, Yang Ning clenched his teeth, telling himself to give his all. No matter what, he had to protect Man Xian, even if reinforcements arrived. The sniper was now completely panicked, starting to scream.
Get out of here! After a while, a flash of light appeared in the isolated villa area.
It seemed like he had overexerted himself, as he staggered and fell backward. When Yang Ning fainted, she immediately rushed over to support him and called his name in worry. Yang Ning then noticed blood seeping out from beneath his pants, while Man Xian was still shaking him and repeatedly calling his name.
Yang Ning kept calling out his name, while Zixing, in a state of panic, rushed over.
The chaotic scene had prompted Guohan and his two bodyguards to hurriedly rush out from inside.
Was that the sound of gunshots? Where did it come from? The female bodyguard on his left immediately replied, over there.
By the time he reached the sniper, he found that the man had already breathed his last.
Guohan was stunned and quickly asked, did he take his own life? Is there such a way to sleep?
The female bodyguard had already sprinted over to conduct a preliminary examination. Indeed, the cause of death was suffocation. In the next moment, his gaze shifted to the right, and he noticed Yang Ning, who was lying unconscious on the road. Zixing and Man Xian were seated on either side, holding him up to prevent him from collapsing. Guohan was startled and shouted loudly, his feet rushing over in panic.
It's Yang Ning! What happened to him?
She turned to look at him, her eyes filled with tears. Yang Ning was shot while trying to save me. Guohan immediately went pale, fear gripping him as he thought to himself, it's over, if anything happens to Yang Ning, we're all finished.
He hurriedly ordered his subordinates, quick, call the police, get an ambulance. In no time, both a police car and an ambulance arrived at the scene. He was placed on a stretcher and loaded into the ambulance, where a police officer inquired about the situation. He's Yang Ning, the representative from the Lin family who participated in the inspection competition. Zixing quickly responded, that's right. After confirming the information, the officer immediately pulled out his phone. Chief Kong, something's happened. Something major has happened. The news spread so quickly that all three people, Yukong, Yushu, and an unfamiliar man, were already aware. Yang Ning was then taken to the hospital, just outside the emergency room. Man Xian, Zixing, and Guohan anxiously waited for the results. After a while, Chief Dao Chun appeared and inquired about the situation. Upon seeing the severe injury, he turned to greet Director Kong. The two then walked down the hallway, talking. Guahan summarized Yang Ning's condition. I've checked the injury. It's not usually serious. The wound is on his arm. He's temporarily unconscious, but there's no immediate danger to his life. I really wanted to call him, but I haven't been able to do anything yet. Hearing this, Dao Chun patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry. The Yang family isn't the type to act recklessly. Then he added, I'll go notify them. By this time, it was late at night. Inside the Yang family's mansion, Yang Ning's family had already received the news. Ji Wei cried uncontrollably. Her brother, Gui Yu, comforted her, saying, It's okay, it'll be all right. The messenger continued, They've agreed to send a plane. President Ning has already arrived at the airport. Su Shan immediately responded, All right, I'll go right now. As she was leaving with the messenger, he paused, standing still, deep in thought. Gui Yu, noticing this, turned back and asked, Aren't you coming, Dad? Hearing her call, Su Shan looked up and answered, Let's leave now. The living room was now empty, and the space had fallen into silence. At this moment, the door to a room opened, and Yang Qing slowly stepped out, muttering to himself, And Ning, your Bazi has encountered a deadly fate. As Dragon Master once said, your life has 3 lifetimes, the life of birth, the life of transformation, and the life of destiny. You survived the car accident, escaping disaster. Your life of transformation has been broken. When you were little, you were incredibly weak. Grandmaster Long had once said, keep her alive, and she won't survive past 12. Now, you're 18, the life of destiny has been broken, and the life of birth is in a perilous state, with only a tiny chance of survival. If you had just lived carelessly back then, if you had stayed silent like that. I locked you away for 11 years, kept you under my care for 11 years, not in hopes that you would accomplish something great, something that would shake the world. I just wanted you to live in peace, hoping that, before I die, I might hear you call me grandfather. With that, he made up his mind and set off toward Chongqing Mountain. At Chongqing Mountain, surrounded by rolling green hills and a cool breeze, Yang Qing stood before an elegant old house. Inside, a man was already waiting. He turned to the bodyguard and gave instructions, Wait here. The bodyguard obediently replied, Yes. Yang Cheng slowly walked forward and opened the door. Before he could even greet him, Wu Qing spoke first, looking at the sky today, it's clear that friends from afar are arriving. I've specially prepared a small reception for you. Yang Qing walked slowly, sharing his thoughts. Ning was born to face 3 lifetimes of hardship, his fate contending with heaven and earth, yet heaven and earth could not bring him down. Assassinations, ambushes, these tricks were nothing more than trivial matters for him. The descendants I raised, none are weak or timid. From this day forward, Ning's fate will no longer be decided by heaven or earth. His destiny belongs to him alone, the 3 lifetimes of suffering are now over. He paused to take a sip of tea, then continued with a voice full of enthusiasm and anticipation, Ning, go ahead and do what you must. I will always watch over you. When I'm on my deathbed, I don't know if I'll be able to witness your success. Back in the hospital in the city, inside the patient room, Man Xian had her head resting as she slept after a long night. Despite being in deep sleep, her beautiful face still carried a hint of worry. Yang Ning's family had arrived. Su Shan stood quietly outside, observing. He stepped out of the room and began to inquire. Officer Kong, I'd like to ask, have you found the real culprit yet? Dao Chun hesitated for a moment but still answered warmly, we are still investigating, but the identity of the assassin has been confirmed to be from an international organization. Fearing that Su Shan might harbor resentment because of his love for his daughter, Guahan stepped forward to clarify, Mr. Yang, actually, Man Xian. As soon as Su Shan heard those few words, he understood immediately. He raised his hand, though it was because of her that this situation had arisen. But I don't blame her. Did I hear that the assassin already self-destructed? Are you sure you're not joking? Dao Chun replied bluntly. I wouldn't dare joke with you. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance footage over there.
Hearing that, Sushan decisively stepped forward and waved his hand.
Let's go. At the same time, the ward door opened once more. Ma Xian had now regained consciousness.
Seeing Gui Yu and Ji Wei standing there, she involuntarily called out.
A moment later she sat up in confusion and hurriedly explained, "What? I'm sorry, because
Yang Ning she gently said not to blame me for this.
I'm also a victim.
Although a Ning was dragged into this because of me." As she spoke, she felt uneasy and waved her hand.
Forget it, as long as a Ning is all right.
Whoever is behind this, we must punish him.
After checking Yang Ning's condition, Wei Yu stepped out of the ward, saw that Su Shan had already left, and immediately asked, "How is she?" He replied, "I checked the cameras."
This is truly very strange. She then pulled out her phone and continued, "Man Xian is a good girl, we must help her seek justice for In Ning."
Has the Yang family taken action yet? Su Shan frowned with anger and declared, "Yes. It's time for the Yang family to act."
Yu Shu was standing in the storeroom at that moment. He asked his subordinate,
"Does that mean a Jiu has really gone missing?"
He replied sharply, "Impossible. I admit that Guy is a skilled driver, but he can't be a match for a Jiu." Yu Shu, uneasy and restless, took out his phone and started scrolling.
"Anyway, we should report this to the boss first."
As soon as the call connected, he was met with a sharp reprimand.
"Look at the mess you've caused for the organization."
"We were just panicking earlier, and Yu Shu, you were too scared to even keep the phone close."
His subordinate, seeing this, asked, "Boss, what happened?" He replied, "I don't know, but it seems like there's a fight over there. Hua Hai can't stay here any longer, we need to leave now."
As they stepped out of the base, he still felt irritated.
"What now? Is someone raiding our hideout?" At the police office, officers and staff were urgently exchanging information.
The target had been located at the end of Changfu Street, Hua Hai.
All operations were underway.
In a car speeding down the road, someone cheerfully said, as expected, "Once we're out of the city, the traffic is much better.
There's no congestion on the highway either."
As the car zoomed on, Yu Shu suddenly raised his hand.
"Ha! Stop the car."
The car screeched to a halt, the tires squealing.
His subordinate immediately asked, "What's wrong?" "Yu Shu, why are you staring ahead like that?" "Everything's fine, the toll booths are showing green."
There was not a single car in sight. As soon as these words were spoken, several police cars suddenly appeared behind his vehicle. When Yu Shu heard the noisy sounds, he turned his head to look. As if that wasn't enough, the police even sent a helicopter to approach from above. Seeing this, he lost all vitality, sat motionless, and seemed to have died.
At the hospital, Gui Yu, in a daze, asked, "What exactly is going on?"
There's no sign of him waking up.
Didn't they say his injuries weren't serious?
The doctor, looking sorrowful, tried to explain to her, were also very puzzled. Indeed, the wound on his arm isn't anything to be worried about.
He's already had surgery.
Another doctor, standing nearby, added. When we were preparing to remove the bullet from his arm, we found that the bullet only grazed the skin. The wound was very shallow. His current state of unconsciousness may not be related to the injury. No matter what anyone did, Yang Ning remained in a deep slumber, but within another unfamiliar space, he was completely awake.
Where was this?
Suddenly, a clear voice came from behind him, "Welcome back home."
Tian Tian, the huntress, a cute girl dressed as a maid, seemed to be waiting for him. Yang Ning, confused, widened his eyes to look at her and then asked, "Home? Where am I? I don't think I've been here before."
He seemed a bit intrigued by her, noticing how beautiful she was, though she was a little too tall for his taste.
Tian Tian continued, "Dear hunter, this is a room in the dream realm. We've communicated before, but it seems you didn't hear me."
Yang Ning, after listening, hummed and recalled.
The room in the dream realm? Why did it sound so familiar? Immediately, he realized. Could it be that the room in the dream realm was the one corresponding to the reputation system? Perhaps so. He couldn't wait any longer. Yang Ning grinned. So, who are you then? Tian stood there dazed for a moment before replying. That's right, who am I? Who am I?
Yang Ning covered his mouth and chuckled quietly, thinking how beautiful she was, but her head seemed to be a little off. Then, he gently reminded her, Dear Hunter, I don't remember who I am.
Can you tell me my name?
He replied verbally, but his eyes were still fixed on her chest. Even though she had asked him, he suddenly remembered he had to maintain his dignity, so he lowered his voice and tried to act cool. Is it just you here?
Tian quickly responded, Yes, it's been a long time since anyone spoke to me.
Upon hearing this, Yang Ning began to glance around.
Forget it, let me look around. Maybe I can find your name. Suddenly, he noticed, Huh? When did this house appear? So, Yang Ning, and she slowly walked closer, his head spinning as he wondered, could this be the house? In the dream? He took the initiative to walk ahead and opened the door. Hello, is anyone here?
Inside, there was no response, only a large bookshelf in front of them. Yang Ning reached out and grabbed a pink notebook.
A diary. Could this be the diary of that girl?
He flipped to the first page and read the contents inside. My hands are stained with the scent of blood, filled with crimes, leaving in the distant sunset, waking up in the quiet dark night. After reading, Yang Ning immediately hurried to close it.
No way. Writing something as horrifying as this, could this girl be a serial killer? He thought to himself, then asked directly, Is this your diary? Tian didn't respond. Yang Ning continued to think, what's going on?
If I keep reading, this seems like the diary of some guy, and a perverted one at that, but he quickly put it back in its place, feeling the urge to wash his hands immediately after reading it.
So Yang Ning turned to her and asked, Is there any water here? She innocently asked back, Water?
What is water? He asked, hands on his hips, his tone sharp.
So how do you shower normally? Tian, once again confused, asked in return. Shower.
Seeing her clueless expression, Yang Ning sighed in frustration and muttered to himself, Forget it, I'll just find it myself.
You have to work for something to get it.
The system panel appeared with a long description, the mission of honor, the dream house, task description, and the brave hunter. When the dream house recognizes your courage, the door will open. The progress of task 1/1 has been completed, and the reward has been granted. The key to the dream house has been unlocked, along with an additional 1,000 fame points. You have received the key to the house, and your fame points in the dream house have increased by 1,000.
Are you really surprised?
I completed the task in such a strange way, it seems like it's because I saved Manxian.
This is truly killing two birds with one stone. Let's see what the introduction says. Does this mean I can turn this house into a kingdom? After developing to a certain stage, can I also recruit people from the outside? Tian looked at him and nodded, smiling.
Yes, yes.
Yang Ning was full of excitement, speaking non-stop. If this house is completed, the system functions will continue to increase. Moreover, it's possible to earn accumulated points by completing tasks here.
She cheered him on from behind. Dear Hunter, prosperity here depends on us.
Tian suddenly looked worried. But we have no money, no manpower, and no resources. We can only rely on you alone. Yang Ning, realizing the harsh reality, could not help but cry. Can you not discourage others like that? Then he asked again. Do you have any suggestions?
She didn't answer but simply pointed at the shelves and said,
Bookshelves.
Yang Ning understood the hidden meaning in this task. That's right, the clue must be there. With my current reading speed, I can finish reading in 3 days.
He suddenly remembered and hurriedly asked. By the way, is the time here the same as in the real world? Tian Tian smiled brightly to herself. Yang Ning quickly replied, caught off guard, goodbye. Tian Tian asked sadly, are you really leaving already? Yang Ning explained enthusiastically, I've been here for a few hours, and who knows what's going on outside.
What if I'm thrown into some corner and no one notices for days, and I just
pass away? She asked him with a bit of hope, will you come back?
Yang Ning simply stared at her cute face in silence, then gently patted her head, I'll come back.
Next time I come, may I give you a name?
After saying that, he smiled lightly.
See you next time.
His finger quickly pressed the exit button. Just before completely disappearing from this place, Yang Ning waved goodbye to the girl. The moment he left that space was also when he woke up in the real world.
Ji Wei exclaimed, he's awake, he's awake.
Yang Ning staggered as he sat up, but was stopped by Man Xian, who gently reminded him, lie down, don't move. He froze for a moment, thinking how gentle this person was.
Could it be that he had met her before? The little girl raised one finger and asked, excuse me, what number is this? Yang Ning, his eyes dull and tired, asked back, do you think I'm mentally disabled? My head isn't even injured. He was hurt in.
Suddenly something caused him to freeze. A sharp pain shot up from beneath his rear, and a moment later, his eyes rolled back, his mouth gaping wide as he let out a scream.
Yang Ning was forced to lie face down. Guiyu stood beside him, offering comfort. How careless you are. Don't you remember the injury on your backside? And now you're lying on it? He turned to answer, tears in his eyes, I remember now. The next day, just as Yu Kong was parking his car in front of the hospital, Tian Yi, who was with him, held a basket of fruit. Since you're here, you might as well go in.
If you didn't know his identity before, fine, but now that you do, at least show some sincerity, try to build a relationship. Yu Kong replied briefly, I know.
He waved his hand from outside, you go in alone.
I'll leave now, don't want to risk any misunderstandings. Back inside the hospital room, there was a knock at the door. Man Xian, from inside, called out, come in. Yu Kong slowly opened the door and entered.
Upon seeing him, Yang Ning was visibly surprised. Yu Kong.
Yu Kong held the basket of fruit out in front of him and said, here, I brought this for you.
I know you're injured, so I came to visit. At that moment, Yang Ning was still lying on his stomach, only able to turn his head slightly to speak, are you disappointed? Yu Kong chuckled and teased, I am indeed disappointed. You're lucky to be alive. Hearing that, Yang Ning fumed, raising his fist. You're really heartless. Yu Kong waved dismissively, pretending to be indifferent, and said, don't read too much into our relationship. I'm just here today with this basket of fruit out of gratitude for you saving Man Xian. It's not like I'm afraid of you or anything.
He stayed for just a few minutes before hurriedly saying, I'll leave now.
If there's nothing else, I'll leave first.
Yang Ning angrily cursed, deaf and not afraid of guns, thick-skinned bastard. Yu Kong, standing outside the door, replied, although I do find you somewhat appealing, it doesn't mean I like you.
From what I see, you're just annoying.
After saying that, he decisively slammed the door shut.
Yang Ning gritted his teeth in hatred but couldn't say anything.
Man Xian, watching the scene, snickered and, unintentionally, felt a sense of relief in her heart. Yu Kong no longer hated others like he used to. At that moment, in the police station, Bo Kong had been summoned and was gesturing with his hands, explaining. I admit to everything else, but hiring an assassin to kill someone wasn't me. The police, losing patience, spoke slowly, if you know anything, just say it. Whether you did it or not, we can figure it out ourselves.
Bo Kong trembled. All right, I'll speak.
After I was fired from the Chongyang group, I started working for another boss. This person has a deep grudge against Man Xian and, in the antique appraisal competition, will definitely get back at her.
Her name is Tai Yu Hong.
The unfamiliar name made the two police officers glance at each other with suspicion before returning to the familiar topic of the hospital.
Man Xian, upon hearing this information, asked again, Tai Yu Hong, you're saying she spent 10 million to hire an assassin to kill me? I don't know her.
Su Shan and Guo Yu simultaneously furrowed their brows and exchanged a look.
He took the initiative to speak.
We should head to the police station later for a confrontation. She also comforted Man Xian.
Don't be afraid, there's someone here to take care of you.
The woman gently agreed.
Yes.
In another space, a person angrily slammed their hand down on the table.
You're going too far.
The beautiful and seductive woman, Yu Hong, sitting across from him, calmly responded.
Too far? What do you mean?
The man across from her pointed at her, shouting.
I'm talking about attacking Man Xian. Yu Hong blinked, pretending to be innocent. I don't know what you're talking about. Did you come here to talk to me about this?
The man stood up in anger and continued to pound the table.
Do you even know what you're doing?
She didn't even glance at him, leisurely putting her bag on and preparing to leave.
I'm usually very busy. If you came to talk about the past, I welcome it, but don't ever mention that bitch in front of me.
After finishing her sentence, Yu Hong intentionally threw a sharp, threatening glance. Seeing her turn her back to leave, the man could only curse helplessly, oh. But before Yu Hong could reach the door, someone stepped forward and blocked her path.
A police officer stood and read the warrant.
Yu Hong, you are suspected of hiring an assassin to harm someone.
Please come with us to the station for questioning. She showed no intention of arguing and complied. All right, but I need my lawyer present. Her request, being reasonable, didn't pose any difficulty for the police. All right.
The man stood still, tightening his lips as he observed. Inside the interrogation room, Yu Hong was being questioned. At this point, Man Xian had recalled everything and began to recount.
I remember now.
She is Yang Xian's secretary. I've only met her twice at the party, and at most, we just exchanged greetings. There is no grudge between us.
Su Shan looked at Dao Chun and ordered, no matter what, go ahead and meet her and ask directly.
So, Guo Yu and Man Xian went into the interrogation room. As soon as they saw her, she stood up.
Didn't you get shot? Aren't you dead yet?
Man Xian immediately became suspicious.
How do you know the one who got shot was me? Yu Hong answered calmly. If it wasn't you, then why did Mr. Zhang personally go to the hospital?
Man Xian felt furious at that point.
What grudge do we have that makes you do this to me?
She raised her head and sneered.
Grudge? You still have the nerve to ask me this? What grudge could we have?
Yu Hong rudely pointed at Man Xian's face and shouted, a woman like you, shameless and indecent, ruined our relationship.
Do you know that? If it weren't for you, how could Yong Xian have left me?
That Mr. Zhang was enchanted by you, unable to recognize anything.
That Mr. Li keeps talking about you, and you couldn't even let go of my man. Man Xian, not understanding the situation, stammered, what are you talking about? I didn't.
She continued to push all the blame onto her.
Do you think you're so noble? Do you think you're so beautiful? Do you think you're such a good actress? Look at your face, you're the most shameless person in the world.
While Yu Hong was still raising her voice, Guo Yu angrily stomped over, and without hesitation, slapped me hard across the face. Yu Hong clutched her cheek, stunned by this unexpected action.
You hit me, you actually dared to hit me?
But Guo Yu just crossed her arms, unbothered, and retorted, who saw it?
Did I hit her?
She then glanced at the police officer, but he just turned away, avoiding the situation. Yu Hong, furious, pointed at her.
You're not leaving the other party alone? Guo Yu just started a tirade. What are you even saying? Do you have evidence that Man Xian stole your man? Are the two of you even married?
Even then, she still insisted they weren't married. But I am his girlfriend.
He is my man. Guo Yu didn't hesitate to respond.
Even if you're not married, it's his right to love whoever he wants. Manhwa probably wouldn't even look at a man like him. Only you treat him like a treasure. You curse others, thinking you're so noble? For a man, you're willing to do illegal things. Do you think that will make him love you? You don't care about morals, dignity, or face, you throw your whole life away for a man. Do you even realize how pathetic that is? In the end, Yuhan was overwhelmed by Guiyu's momentum. Stop talking, just shut up. But Guiyu wasn't about to stop. She had no dignity as a woman, nor as a human being, and so she pitifully collapsed to the ground. Shut up! Manhwa happened to arrive at the right moment, witnessing this tragic scene and being left in complete shock. When she turned to look at her, Guiyu's attitude was completely different from before. Manhwa, go back. There's nothing more for us here. Upon hearing that, she immediately replied, yes. A subordinate outside the car reported, Guizong, I've done my best regarding Tai young lady's situation. To avoid wasting time, Bui young master handed him a sum of money. This is 30,000. No more talking, just tell us the situation. The man further explained, because Miss Lin suddenly appeared in the interrogation room, Tai young lady became agitated. It caused quite a commotion, and in the process, she accidentally admitted to being behind everything. Upon hearing this, Bui young master fell into a brief silence, but his subordinate quickly reassured him. Don't worry. He's bringing some good news. Tai young lady passed out from being too agitated. She has already been taken to the hospital. I have someone there. Although I can't get her out, I can get someone in. Being straightforward, Bui young master immediately asked, what's the price? The man greedily quoted a large amount, 5 million. At Yang Ning's house, the sounds inside made it clear that this place was where she felt most at ease. Guiyu gently reminded, you keep insisting on leaving the hospital, but you need to rest for a few more days. He turned to show her, Mom, I'm fine. Everything here has healed, and I guarantee there won't be any scars. Hearing that, she felt somewhat relieved. I can no longer manage you. That's right, let Manhwa go. The girl has been taking care of you for the past few days and she's tired too. Before leaving, Guiyu gave some instructions, rest on your own, don't go outside these days. Yang Ning cheerfully replied. I know. Soon after, the door was closed. In that moment, he had already revealed his true feelings. He wasn't going anywhere anytime soon. He still had his own kingdom to build. With that in mind, Yang Ning shut his eyes tightly and drifted into the empty space, as usual. In just a moment, he had landed on the ground. That was when Yang Ning could open his eyes. The first person he saw was a girl nearby. Yang Ning pursed his lips, slightly surprised. Then, Yang Ning started to move. He turned around and met Tian's innocent face. Immediately, she clapped her hands excitedly, welcoming him back to the hunter's home. Yet, Yang Ning straightforwardly instructed. I'm going to read. You don't need to follow me, just do whatever you want. As soon as the words left his mouth, Tian felt a pang of disappointment. Alright, fine, he added, if you really want to follow, then go ahead. In an instant, she brightened up again. Yes. Upon entering the library, Yang Ning went straight to the bookshelf and took down a book. He let out a tired sigh before opening it. Originally, Shang Ning had activated the quantum browsing feature, so within just a few minutes, he had read the entire book. The books on the shelf gradually began to dwindle. Tian stood holding a stack of books, feeling dizzy. On top of that, Yang Ning had just finished reading another book. It seemed that developing this dream realm house was going to be quite troublesome. Suddenly, he remembered something. Sorry, I still haven't come up with a name for you. Previously, the most important thing was to develop human resources. The key to that was searching for and gathering resources. But I don't have the manpower to go searching.
At this moment, Yang Ning wanted to check if there was anything useful in the store. After browsing, he felt that everything was too expensive, and moreover, it consumed a lot of energy, especially the puppet machines that could plant trees and create forests. 2 vacant land plots could be purchased for 3,000 points each, and a puppet could be bought. The energy consumption was also very low, 1 battery could keep it working continuously for a month. This one's good, I have to buy it. The system then announced, you have purchased the civilian puppet set and 5 batteries. Seeing this, Yang Ning couldn't help but get excited. This is awesome. He then spotted something else. What's this? The system provided information, because the civilian puppet is a product native to the Flying Dream realm, its work efficiency will be reduced by 80%. Additionally, its energy consumption rate will increase by 100%. Please confirm whether you would like to transfer the civilian puppet to the Dream Realm house. Upon hearing this, Yang Ning clutched his head and shouted, I can tolerate the high energy consumption, but what's with this efficiency? Finish it quickly and then tell me. Is deception now so shameless? So these 5 will work in the garden, cut down forests, mine minerals, and clean the defenses? What's the use of the defenses? The Dream Realm house isn't in any danger, using a puppet just wastes energy. He ordered, let's skip this for now, and have them start working. The puppets received the command and immediately began their tasks, but seeing them shake uncontrollably as if their motors were malfunctioning made Yang Ning question life. He sighed in frustration, cheap things are always worthless. Yang Ning sat there like a lost soul. From somewhere, Ji Wei poked her head out. Did you get discharged from the hospital today? Yes, that's why I need to leave this space. I was already wanting to leave. When are you guys going? Once the girl confirms you're fine, we'll head out this afternoon. Yang Ning smiled brightly, making a promise, when the new semester starts, I'll take you to Huahai for a trip. Upon hearing this, Ji Wei agreed enthusiastically. Okay, you'd better keep your word. The plane soared through the sky. Yang Ning led the way, with Dao Chun following behind. He politely looked back. Sorry, Uncle Kong, could you take my family members with you? He waved his hand, it's nothing, a small thing. Yang Ning suddenly remembered something. By the way, Uncle Kong, why was Yu Hong at the hospital? Why hasn't she been arrested? Dao Chun revealed, after an examination, it was found that she's pregnant, so she's temporarily being kept at the hospital. But I've sent someone to keep an eye on it. After hearing that, he understood. Standing in front of the familiar door, Yang Ning immediately rang the doorbell. From inside, Dong Dong poked her small head out, waving her hand in a friendly greeting. Hey, but the little one slammed the door shut and shouted loudly. This made him confused and shout. Open the door. What's going on? It's me. It's Yang Ning. Inside, Dong Dong fearfully shouted back. There's a reason for everything, debts have their owner. I didn't kill you, don't come looking for me. Yang Ning was left with no choice but to take out his phone and call the landlord. Hey, I'm at your door. Your spiritual door says I'm a ghost, don't let me in. Man Xian replied. I'm in the shower, so I didn't hear the doorbell. So, you should come out and open the door yourself, Yang Ning continued, maybe it's because Fanny scared her, that's why she's so frightened. He asked again, you're not a ghost, right? Yang Ning could only sigh at the response from the girl. Fanny, I'm definitely going to settle this with her. He chuckled, she really was easy to fool. In some room, a sudden scream was heard. What's going on? Yu Hong has fled. Dao Chun lost control after hearing the news. Who can tell me what exactly happened? Officer, I'm sorry to report that the surveillance footage from 12/8 shows the staff in charge of monitoring was given a high dose of sedatives. She is currently being treated in emergency. Dao Chun loudly demanded, hurry up and investigate thoroughly for me, including Bui Yong Xian, the CEO of the Guowu Group.
Anyone who obstructs your duties, tell them to come find me. At the same time, Man Xian also reported that Yu Hong had gone missing. Yang Ning remained calm, reassuring him not to worry. Unless she's fled abroad, there's nowhere in the country she can hide. Upon hearing this, Man Xian felt relieved. Yeah, based on your calculations, the Yang family probably knows about this now, and the police have reinforced their efforts. They'll definitely find her. Right now, at the harbor, Yu Hong was there. Ahead of her stood a man, and unexpectedly, the last person to appear was him. I read the name of the person before me, Li Yushu. He then revealed, if I had arrived any later, I fear I wouldn't have been able to see you. Hearing this shocking news, Yu Hong lost her composure. She said, Yang Xian sent someone to harm me, I don't believe it. You're lying. Li Yushu looked directly into her eyes. Perhaps she thought she understood him, but this time, she didn't. Yu Hong was so heartbroken that tears streamed down her face. Li Yushu stood silently at the shore, his gaze fixed on the boat slowly drifting away. The people on the boat would soon arrange a safe life for her abroad. If you go into hiding for a while, after you give birth, we'll handle everything. Yu Hong stood there, her gaze filled with disbelief. Tears flowed freely down her cheeks, rolling down her face. Go away. You told me I should hide and run abroad, while that woman is living comfortably here? His gaze was cold and distant, turning completely away. Do you know? This situation has already become very troublesome. If I rescue you, I'll be taking a huge risk. Yushu shoved his hands into his pockets, walking slowly ahead. You took that bullet for Man Xian. The forces behind him are so powerful that even I have to be cautious. I can only help you this once, and I won't be able to help you a second time. He suddenly stopped, his body turning back around. No matter what happens, you need to think about the child in your belly. Don't you want it to be born into this world? Yu Hong's tears seemed to suddenly stop falling, her voice shaky and confused. I saw her standing still. Yushu slowly retracted his arm. Maybe this is your trump card, your only hope. Upon hearing those words, Yu Hong suddenly smiled brightly and opened her arms toward him. Yushu, you really know how to treat women. Now I understand why so many people who you've discarded still remain devoted to you. Finally, they held hands, and she smiled gently. No matter what happened between us in the past, I can see that you're not a bad person now. Yu Hong finally stepped onto the boat, and Yushu quickly reached out to steady her hand. Thank you for helping me. I'll remember this. He stood on the shore, his eyes fixed on the boat as it slowly drifted away. Yushu's eyes suddenly turned as sharp as a finely honed blade, carrying a dangerous, suggestive smile. Yang Xian, let me see how you plan to resolve this move. Don't you dare disappoint me. Elsewhere, in front of a building, a car pulled up, the door opened and two men stepped out. Li Zi sat in the car, gaze fixed outside, reporting into his radio. Yang Xian had already returned. Bai Ru, clutching a stack of documents, hurried after them. Boss Bui, those people are still tailing us. He paid no heed to her words and kept walking forward with an indifferent air, letting them pretend not to see. Bai Ru refused to give up, her worried eyes pleading to hold him back. But they'd been followed like this for days. It seemed those people were not the only ones our clients had noticed as well, and many orders had been affected. Buizong could no longer restrain himself, irritation from the constant nagging built up at his ears. I told you to ignore them. He wore an anxious, flustered expression and bobbed his head repeatedly in acquiescence. After scolding them, he turned away, his gaze momentarily distant with thought. Yu Hong had disappeared. He would be the prime suspect. That wasn't entirely bad, but he hadn't done this, and he knew who had. Buizong ground his teeth at the thought of him. Yushu, was he trying to take this chance to destroy the Guanning Corporation? His brows knitted, and he vowed firmly to himself, I won't let him get away with it. A month later, voices could be heard from inside Yang Ning's room. It's done. His face was beaming with joy as he rubbed his hands together continuously. The time spent wasn't wasted, he had already earned over 30 million, and his accumulated points were almost reaching 30,000. As soon as he finished speaking, the system immediately sounded an alert. The progress of the billionaire mission had been achieved. Without a second thought, Yang Ning naturally reached out and pressed the button to check his newly attained results. On the system board, the millionaire task appeared: strength 65, skills 70, speed 65, vitality 99, body 99, and a composite rating of B. He gazed at these numbers with a sense of admiration. 2 more attributes, and the composite rating would reach A. Yang Ning stroked his chin, his gaze briefly flickering with doubt. However, by that time, he would have to earn another 10 million to unlock an additional attribute. He wasn't sure how long it would take to reach that goal. Suddenly, the phone on the desk rang, interrupting his thoughts. Yang Ning answered the call, and a voice full of curiosity came through the line. "What's going on? Aren't you here yet?" On the other end of the line, Ji-wei replied, "Brother, I'm on my way." She cheerfully walked down the main road. "Why are you so anxious? Don't you know how heavy my luggage is?" Chenja, carrying heavy bags behind her, was almost in tears. "Grandma, I'm the one carrying all her luggage. Not sure if you're moving house or what. Why is there so much stuff?" The girl saw him dragging behind, a hint of annoyance crossing her face. "Chenja, hurry up, my brother's getting really anxious." He startled and nodded vigorously. "Yes." Chenja, in misery, bent over to carry the luggage, not daring to complain. There were even 4 dumbbells in his bag. "Grandma, what are you doing?" "I don't know." A group of people had gathered around Yang Ning's house, whispering with curious eyes. "What's going on here?" "They're all beauties." He had already stepped outside to greet Ji-wei and the others. Chenju was still behind, panting heavily, bent under the weight of the luggage. The 2 girls were already waiting, their eyes shining with excitement. They were here. Suddenly, a red banner was unfurled, fluttering in the wind. Ji-wei, thrilled, her eyes gleaming, pointed straight ahead. "Look, there's a white message on the welcome banner." The girl looked at the scene, trying to hold back a smile, then turned to Yang Ning, who was visiting. "You're not exactly a state leader, you know." The group of girls continued to wave eagerly, bright smiles on their faces. "Welcome, a warm welcome." He wanted to escape from this scene. His eyes closed as he turned and grabbed Ji-wei's hand. "Let's go, let's find a taxi. This is just embarrassing." The girl didn't stop. She kept on smiling mischievously, continuing to tease Yang Ning. "Can't believe you're so popular, huh?" Although Yang Ning was angry, he could do nothing more and still had to say, "Quickly take this pile of stuff back to the dorm, then come to my dorm." As soon as they arrived, Ji-wei immediately pointed inside and urged the 2 of them, "Hurry up." She was incredibly excited, running ahead, not forgetting to turn back and wave, asking, "Is this the right room?" Yang Ning raised an eyebrow helplessly. "Look at you. You just barged into a male dorm like this?" Without hesitation, Ji-wei opened the door and casually walked in. "What's the big deal? Let me help you arrange your stuff." Her sudden action caught He Lu, who was shirtless and exercising in the room, off guard, leaving him stunned for a moment. The girl quickly covered her eyes and screamed, "Why are you not wearing anything?" He, along with his 2 roommates, noticed Ji-wei's excited entrance. Perfect timing. "Hey, little sister, did you come to the wrong place? This is the male dorm, but it's okay, I don't mind." She backed away in fear, standing next to Chenja, her face turned away, yelling, "I came here with him." His gaze was sharp as he snorted coldly. Seeing Chenja's expression, the roommates quickly began flattering him. "Big brother, have some cold water." "Big brother, please sit down." "Big brother, let me hold that for you." Chenja, seething with anger, pointed at each of them, shouting, "Aren't you all going to put on your shirts? What are you showing off for?" He Lu covered her body with her hands, her eyes red.
Go put some clothes on. Ji Wei excitedly pulled Yang Ning into the room. This is my brother.
He suddenly jolted, a tremor spreading throughout his body, and his voice stammered as he confirmed, "Are you Yang Ning, the top student ranked first in history?" As soon as the words left his mouth, all three expressed their deep admiration with sincere gestures.
Little brother is willing to be a servant to you, Mr. Yang.
Your achievements have become famous everywhere, and I hope you will take care of us more in the future.
He nodded repeatedly, speechless. All right.
Not content with just words, He Lu confidently flaunted his body full of tattoos.
Mr. Yang, I am He Lu, with a free-spirited personality.
To men, I am a good brother, and to women, I would make a good husband. Zi followed up, clasping his hands together with a bright smile. Mr. Yang, I am Sun Zi, and I hope you will take care of me in the future. Shai Qing couldn't be left out and flipped his hair, presenting his own background clearly. I, cousin Zhang, was born on a night with moonlight, wind, and snow. I remember that night, amidst the cold snowy rain, a lightning bolt struck through.
Ji Wei, whose nickname is Mighty, teased while pointing at him.
That's why your name is Zheng Fenghua. Shai Qing awkwardly scratched his head as he stammered.
It's okay, can I really have a girl's name like that? Thus, the scene unfolded with one person asking, another stumbling and denying.
Your name is Zheng Shuiyu, not Zhang Leiyu. Not Zheng Lei Ding either.
He raised a white flag, his face smeared with tears and snot.
My name is Zheng Zhaicheng. Ji Wei rolled his eyes in annoyance, crossed his arms, and turned away. Couldn't you have just said that earlier?
What's the point of saying so much? It's not like it changes your name.
As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire room burst into uncontrollable laughter, creating a refreshing and energetic moment.
Yang Ning observed this scene, his eyes filled with satisfaction, and he couldn't help but smile, silently thinking, will I spend the next 4 years of university with these three guys? It doesn't sound too bad.
Yang Ning sat in front of the computer, comfortably stretching his back.
He Lu in the room suddenly spoke up, how about we go out for a meal later, let's take Yang Ning out to enjoy some fresh air.
Shai Qing turned around and was the first to respond, it's been so long, do you know how to write the characters for Hankan?
Zi also fully agreed, looking over. Exactly, I've never seen anyone invite guests to the cafeteria like that.
Yang brother, don't mind him, we'll go to a restaurant later, I'll treat. The atmosphere was peaceful and harmonious, and since he wasn't picky, he left it up to them.
I'm fine with whatever, no problem.
He Lu immediately changed his tone, the 2 words of criticism clearly written on his face. You guys clearly don't know the benefits of eating at the cafeteria.
Yang Ning, curious, asked, benefits? What's so good about eating at the cafeteria?
He didn't know what they were thinking, but he smiled slyly while covering his mouth, his voice filled with teasing implication.
This? Yang Ning broke into a cold sweat standing outside, wondering why the others had huddled together, whispering, why? Can't you say it in front of me?
Suddenly, his face turned pale, and a warning rang in his mind.
He didn't sit down, unsure of why he had a bad premonition.
The 3 of them, confused, spoke in unison.
Each person's face wore a mischievous grin. We've finished the negotiation, let's head to the cafeteria and eat, they said.
In the end, they all led the way down to the cantina.
From there, Zi quickly grabbed a seat by the window. Let's sit here.
He Lu, extremely skilled, raised his hand and called out loudly, waiter, bring the food. He was so excited, speaking loudly, today we're here to celebrate our roommate, the one who scored the highest in history, Yang Ning. Upon hearing this, Yang Ning's face turned pale, unable to stop himself from spitting out the sip of water he had just taken. Echoing that loud voice, Zi and Zhai Qing joined in without hesitation, shouting, bring the food, bring it for Yang Ning, the strongest roommate in history.
He was embarrassed, sweating, and tried to stop them. Can you all lower your voices a bit?
From all the noise, a crowd of people in the cafeteria gathered around.
It's Yang Ning, yes, that's him, the class's top scorer, perfect score, the most amazing. It really is him. So handsome. Yang Ning was in an awkward situation, not knowing what to do.
He scratched his head and stood up, quickly trying to slip away.
Right, I just remembered I left something in the dorm, I'll go get it. Suddenly, a female voice rang out, Junior, where are you going? How about I go with you? A group of people appeared, and Yang Ning, a bit excited, shouted loudly, Lu's sister, she's coming closer, pretending to be immature and pinched his cheek. You're getting more handsome, Junior, let me pinch it too. After that, more fingers joined in to pinch Yang Ning's face. I want to pinch too, I want to.
Lu's cheeks turned slightly red, her mouth breaking into a mischievous smile.
What did I say?
The perks are here.
Ze couldn't stop praising, you're truly wise. Shai Ching is excited, heading to the cafeteria is exactly right. Yan Zi stepped forward and asked, that's right, little brother, can you swim?
He rubbed his head and secretly smiled. The training handbook for Wang military cards was complete, so how could he not know how to swim? She was extremely happy, her eyes sparkling as she said loudly, that's great. You should come to the swimming pool and teach us how to swim. Upon hearing this, Yang Ning panicked and waved his hands. On the contrary, his friends seemed quite interested, each of them scrambling to take a chance.
I was the city swimming champion. Senior, I want to sign up too. I know how to swim.
She gave a dismissive glance and waved her hand to shoo them away. Go away, don't follow me. Our swimming pool doesn't allow male students. A friend beside her eagerly suggested, of course, Yang Ning can be the coach, he can come in. The three friends, from left to right, were eagerly imagining the scene where he was surrounded by girls. No boys, paradise, the swimming pool, only girls. Yang Ning trembled with fear, already picturing the terrifying consequences in his mind. If he agreed to this, he would probably become the target of the entire school's male students. It would be a miracle if they didn't tear him apart. Without hesitation, he straightforwardly refused, sorry, senior, I'm usually very busy, and after school activities. The group of Lu and her friends reluctantly held him back, insisting he change his mind, don't refuse, such a good opportunity would be a shame to miss, at least bring us in to watch together.
Yeah, exactly.
He was held tightly and helplessly shouted, go away, shut up. She stood to one side with her arms crossed, a faint hint of amusement in her voice.
I figured you wouldn't agree either.
Well then, a fruit forced to ripen never tastes sweet anyway. He pointed straight ahead, his gesture firm, a sly smile curling at the corners of his lips.
But you have to agree to another condition of mine.
He smiled lightly, his tone casual yet probing, in a few days, there'll be the freshman orientation ceremony. I hope you, Junior, can represent this year's freshmen and give a speech on stage.
What do you think? Yang Ning was startled.
He hadn't expected her to say that, to ask him to give a speech. All three girls refused to let him off the hook, threatening openly, if not the speech, then he'd have to be the swimming instructor instead. It was a cunning move, and he had no way out.
I'll do it. I'll give the freshman speech.
The girl beside him nodded in satisfaction, that's more like it. After returning to his room, Yang Ning lay on his back, lost in thought. What a clever tactic, first propose an impossible condition, then follow up with the real demand, the one he couldn't refuse.
As he was spacing out, his roommate's voice rang out in complaint, why didn't you agree to be the swimming coach? Another chimed in indignantly, no way. At the very least, you should have recommended me. I'm telling you, you're going to regret this. He rolled over and shouted back, can you all shut up already? Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice came from the door, accompanied by a few knocks, excuse me, is CE here? Without waiting for anyone's permission, the guy opened the door himself and introduced, hello, my name is Chen Quan. You're the one in charge of recruiting drivers, right? CE rubbed his hands together and replied warmly, that's right. Why? Are you here to sign up? He couldn't help but laugh inwardly, introducing the person as someone who earned commission, but then he slightly pushed up his glasses and asked, wasn't it the village head who signed me up without asking? I want to know, is it possible to cancel? CE tried to find a reason to stop him. Why cancel? Learning to drive is really convenient, is it because you don't have the money or something? Chen Quan crossed his arms and replied angrily, it's not about money.
It's just that the driving school now is disgusting, especially the driving instructors, they're a bunch of jerks. He scratched his head, confused.
Which driving school disgusts you? He pointed outside. It's the Guangpu driving school out there. CE broke into a sweat and asked awkwardly, what exactly makes it so disgusting? He secretly sighed in relief.
Fortunately, that wasn't the driving school where he worked. Chen Quan adjusted his glasses and continued, when I signed up, they said Teacher Chen was a top instructor with 20 years of experience.
The more he talked, the angrier I got.
They made me get in the car and start driving even before I learned anything.
They really have everything mixed up. Both Yang Ning and CE fell silent. They exchanged looks. Isn't that how all driving schools are? What exactly was so bad about it?
Chen Quan, acting all heroic, told the story in great detail, then the instructor told me to check how much fuel was left. So I opened the gas cap and looked inside. It was all dark and dirty in there.
How was I supposed to know how much was left?
This time, everyone was stunned, but he didn't seem to notice the silence in the air and continued talking. Then, I saw a lighter on the car, so I picked it up to see what was inside. As a result, the teacher kicked me and I rolled out. He scratched his face, sweat dripping, and awkwardly asked, so what happened next? He then dropped out because of this incident. Chen Quan, looking all cool, replied, nothing, I'm not that reckless.
The teacher kindly asked me to try driving, and I felt like I could do it.
Thinking back to that moment, his teacher kept screaming in desperation, brake, brake. Chen Quan angrily continued, then, when we were going downhill, he was frantically yelling to brake, and I got really pissed. The friction from the tires is supposed to slow the car down, so how could it stop the momentum going downhill?
CE turned away, silently crying. Then, he suddenly stopped and asked the question that had been bothering him, what does that mean?
He yelled out in frustration, he was such a nuisance, I had no choice but to open the door and stick my leg out.
My heel got completely worn down.
Then, he suddenly slammed the brakes. CE froze, while the other three smiled and gave Chen Quan a thumbs up.
He didn't notice and kept complaining, you told me there was a brake on his side, so why did he make me brake with my foot?
After getting out of the car, the teacher handed me 100 yuan and asked me to buy him a pack of Manhwa cigarettes. He had talked so much already, so I went ahead and did it for him.
Chen Quan, looking like he was about to puke, added, but you know what? It wasn't easy for me to get that tube of Manhwa toothpaste for him. And what does he do?
He opens his mouth and yells, take me to the office and make me quit school.
He was sweating and asked, so you were expelled, huh?
Just then, Hilu spoke up, seems like yours isn't that great, why don't you try my brother's driving school and see if it works? CE shouted loudly, quickly stopping the other, he's just pretending to go along with it.
I think your decision is right. Learning to drive is basically useless, we're not doing that.
He nodded in agreement, that's right, so help me cancel the registration. Meanwhile, the friend beside them had a ball stuffed in his mouth by CE. 3 days later, Jiwei teased him, you're saying that, so tonight you'll have to represent the new students and give the speech on stage, right?
Yang Ning wasn't very happy, but still replied, yeah.
She smiled lightly and asked him, are you scared? He looked confused, scared? Why should I be scared? Jiwei counted off the reasons on her fingers, because there will be 3,000 people listening to your speech, and if you count in the other year's students, it's probably over 10,000 people. Yang Ning was startled by this and said in shock, 3,000 or 10,000. She noticed him suddenly slam his face down on the table and worriedly asked, what's wrong? Yang Ning sighed, I wasn't scared originally, but now that you said it. Thinking about his 3 roommates, he clenched his fist in anger, it's all because they tricked me into going to the cafeteria, and that's how this mess started.
Yang Ning took out his phone, feeling like he couldn't just let them get away with it. Ji Wei didn't understand, so she asked directly, "What are you going to do?" On the other end, He Lu answered the call and asked, "Hello, Yang Ning, what's up? Are you dissatisfied? Did your father ask the three of you if you were jogging at the stadium yesterday? My little sister's favorite thing is watching other people run.
She asked me who the fastest runner was yesterday."
As soon as Yang Ning's three roommates heard that, they repeated it.
Your sister, Jai Qing, chimed in asking.
She likes the fastest runner. Ce pointed to himself, it was me.
The little girl quickly waved her hand and said, Brother, it wasn't me. But he put his finger to his lips and whispered, Shoo. The phone still carried the voices of the three arguing.
I ran the fastest. I left you two behind by 2 streets. You two should stop now.
Finally, Yang Ning calmly interrupted the argument.
No, stop it. Let's settle this. My sister and I are almost at the stadium. You all better pretend like you're jogging. Let her see it one more time. We can't let her know. She'd be embarrassed. The three immediately agreed. All right, we'll go right away.
Ji Wei laughed and gave a thumbs up.
I got it.
He also winked mischievously at the little girl. Cut to another scene, curious people gathered around, taking photos and videos.
Over there, Yang Ning's roommates were running as if they were being chased by dogs. He raised his phone excitedly and shared, Quick, look, the class group is already sending the video.
Watching the video, the others were panting, some even complimenting them. They both watched and laughed happily.
In the blink of an eye, it was evening.
The school had set up a magnificent stage. At this moment, both the students and the teachers had gathered.
He smiled politely and asked, So, are you ready? Yang Ning adjusted his jacket and replied, If I said I'm not ready, would I still be excused from going up? She won't give you the chance.
Reluctantly, he pushed the other person forward.
No way. Yang Ning, dressed in a sharp suit, walked calmly towards the microphone.
At that moment, he also spoke up to introduce, This year, our school is welcoming a very special student.
That's right, it's him. Yang Ning. Let's give a warm round of applause to the student who scored the highest and will deliver the speech on behalf of the new students.
Ji Wei, from below, excitedly shouted, Go, big brother. He took the mic, cleared his throat lightly, and then confidently spoke, Respected leaders, teachers, and fellow students, I don't need to introduce myself any further.
I'm sure you all recognize me. At this point, Yang Ning paused for a moment, and after a while, he scratched his head with a smug smile. First of all, I have to admit that I'm not a good person. A teacher adjusted his glasses and commented, What is this child trying to say?
Yang Ning's voice continued slowly, I'm just a bad student, boasting with others, secretly peeping at beautiful girls, cheating in exams, and fighting when there's nothing else to do.
Hearing this, the teacher felt a bit helpless, thinking, What? Could it be that because I forced him to give this speech, he's purposely ruining it?
Yang Ning smiled and continued, You could say, all the honors I've received have simply been a coincidence. Ji Wei looked on in confusion, puzzled by his brother's words.
Yang Ning's dignified voice slowly rose.
Anyway, since I have this opportunity, I want to reveal all the secrets deep within me to everyone now. He began speaking slowly. Since the beginning of the school year, I've encountered so many people who surround me, staring with curious eyes.
In reality, I'm no different from all of you. Right now, I'm standing here, but each one of you has the chance to stand here too. I've always thought about what it took to become who I am today. Did I put in any effort?
Yang Ning opened his eyes wide and confidently shared, Now, I can ask myself without shame and tell all of you, I have worked hard to become a better person. What kind of person I turn out to be is not decided by anyone else, but we can choose how we act.
Ji Wei clasped his hands together in admiration and called out.
His elder brother came over, and he too blushed, thinking quietly to himself.
Yang Ning pointed forward and continued, So, you too. Today, you might seem ordinary, nothing special, but when you step out of this school, your choices will determine who you become. You can choose to become a great person who despises evil, you can choose to pursue wealth, but you can also choose to be a good person, to protect your boundaries. Everyone was silent, following every word Yang Ning spoke. At that moment, you will be like me, and together we can create a better world. As the speech concluded, the auditorium erupted in a round of enthusiastic applause. Ci's eyes sparkled with admiration. Although he didn't fully understand what was going on, it seemed to deeply move everyone. Meanwhile, He Lu took out his phone to record it. Even Zhai Qing was excited. She couldn't help but praise, "Your speech was really impressive." He humbly replied, "You're too kind." As he walked down, he asked for her opinion. "Hey, how about joining the student association? With your eloquence and abilities, even competing for the president of the student association would be no problem." She winked mischievously. "Well, think about it." But Yang Ning decisively declined, absolutely not interested. Then he waved as he left. "Lu's sister, if there's nothing else, I'll head back to the dorm." He helplessly called after him, "You see, he's already gone." She's determined to make sure that, given the chance, as long as you're still a student, as long as you haven't left here, I'll find a way to persuade you. The next morning, the warm golden sunlight bathed the vast campus. Yang Ning's deep voice once again echoed from the laptop. "Today, I am working hard." CE excitedly reported, "Yang brother, that video of yours has been getting a lot of clicks." But he was angry, clenching his fist. "Stop downplaying it, delete it right now." Suddenly, He Lu rushed in. "What are you all doing here? Hurry up and go." Without waiting for everyone to calm down, he grabbed Yang Ning's hand and pulled him along. He Lu turned around in confusion, thinking to himself, "What's going on? Normally, I can drag around 100 kg with no problem." He didn't look that strong either. When Mo saw his expression, he asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" He suddenly remembered and quickly recounted, "That's right. You even asked, this morning we had English class, and you all forgot." At that moment, Yang Ning suddenly remembered, "Oh no, we totally forgot." CE panicked as well. "Hurry up." As soon as the class heard the sound of panting, they all turned around and began whispering. "It's Yang Ning, the one who gave the speech yesterday." Someone asked in confusion, "Even good students can be late?" By now, the three of them were completely out of breath, drenched in sweat. A classmate replied to the previous remark, "Didn't he say it himself? He's not a good person." Yang Ning sighed inwardly, "Guess I'm destined to be haunted by bad luck all my life." Just then, Zhai Qing raised her hand and called out, "Over here." Suddenly, Yang Ning noticed the person standing on the podium and asked curiously, "Teacher, you are?" Then he blurted out in surprise, "Aren't you my high school teacher, Miss Chen?" She smiled lightly and asked, "Since you're late, shouldn't you at least give me a reason?" Yang Ning scratched his head awkwardly. "Well, actually, the thing is." Then he began making up a story. "On my way here, I saw a sign that said, 'School ahead, please slow down.'" Sweating, he hesitated before finishing, "So I slowed down." Miss Chen stayed silent for a moment, just watching him get himself into trouble. Then she chuckled, deciding to let him off the hook. His joke wasn't half bad. "This time I'll let it slide. Go find your seat and don't disturb the class." Yang Ning scratched his head sheepishly. "Thank you, Miss Chen." As soon as he sat down, Zhai Qing praised him, "Nice one." As expected from the top English student with a perfect score. "The conversation just now between the two of them, I only understood half of it, and you, once again, got yourself into a new worry," awkwardly replying. "Really?" In my mind, I thought to myself, "That's it, I've started subconsciously integrating my native language memory skills." Then, the class continued with the lesson that was still unfinished. A while later, the bell rang signaling the end of class, and everyone stood up to leave, except for one girl who ran back. Xiaoyu happily held up her notebook and announced, "Class president, later we need to have a class committee meeting in room 4014 upstairs." Yang Ning, puzzled, asked, "Class president, are you talking to me?" She smiled brightly and replied,
yes, class president, my name is Xiaoyu, and I'm the vice class president of our class.
You waved your hand hurriedly and said, "Wait, when did I become the class president?" You've got the wrong person.
Xiaoyu scratched her head and explained, sorry, I forgot to mention. Last night, the tutoring members suggested that we vote for our class committee ourselves. You weren't here, but you got the most votes, so you're the class president now.
She pointed at Yang Ning, making her awkwardly protest, how can it be that random? You can just apply without even being present? Xiaoyu, pretending to be pitiful, asked, don't you want to do it? Actually, you don't need to manage anything. Just having the title is enough.
The other 8 class officers can handle the specific tasks. Yang Ning hesitated for a long time, still unable to bring herself to refuse, but her eyes were growing more and more sparkly, just like a cute little kitten.
In the end, you gave in. Alright, it's just a name on the paper anyway. Xiaoyu jumped up in joy. That's great. Let's hurry up and hold the class committee meeting.
The scene shifted to an empty classroom. Inside, the class committee and Yang Ning had gathered.
He anxiously wondered to himself, how is this possible? The class committee is made up entirely of girls except for me?
At that moment, she suddenly spoke up, class monitor, for the basketball competition for freshmen that our school is organizing, the girls have already signed up.
We just need the boys' team. Can you see to it? Yang Ning, dissatisfied, asked, why ask me? Tell them to sign up.
Xiaoyu raised his hand with a sad expression. I've already told you, our class has over 40 people, but only 7 boys.
We can't convince them. Then, all eyes turned to him.
That's right, class monitor. Please help us think of something. Yang Ning scratched his head and reluctantly agreed, alright, I'll think of something. But deep inside, he muttered to himself, but I don't even know how to play basketball. Back in the dormitory, Lu cheerfully suggested, we only have 7 boys in total.
Let's all sign up together.
Suddenly, Yang Ning widened his eyes in surprise, pointing to the name Chen Quan, asking in disbelief, wait a minute, you want to put him on the court? The 3 of them all thought of the image of him turning into a monkey while teaching, and in the end, as long as the ball got through the hoop, it would count as a win.
CE was the first to react, there's absolutely no way we're letting him on the court.
Zhai Qing smiled slyly.
Then, Yang Ning, you're the substitute captain, you don't accept that? He asked, angrily questioning. Wait, why am I the substitute? I already said I don't know how to play ball.
The 2 of them spoke in unison, with 5 official members there must be a substitute.
We only have this many people, you accept it for now. Yang Ning, unwilling to lose, instantly turned fierce. Fine, I'll say it now, don't expect me to take the court.
If you force me, I'll deliberately commit a few fouls so you'll be playing 4 against 5.
He shouted in anger.
While they were arguing, the sound of a quarrel came from the corridor.
You wanna see if I'll beat you up? Come on, I'm standing right here, try me. Lu and I peered out to listen. Outside were Ce and Song Kuan, the 2 of them were like water and fire, neither yielding an inch. Xiaoyu tried to calm things down. You 2, stop making so much noise. He paid no attention to her and snapped irritably, kid, you've got nerve, don't you know Xiaoyu's connection to me? She shouted angrily, Song Kuan, that's enough. I have nothing to do with you. He taunted, hear that? Be sensible and keep your distance from her. Don't let me see you around her again. If not, he sneered, then what?
At that moment Lu, Yang Ning, and Zhai Qing all stepped out.
He spoke up, someone dares to bully our CE? And indignantly added, we can't just ignore that. Lu pointed threateningly at Song Kuan. What's your problem? Looking for a fight? He didn't give up and continued mocking. Look who it is. Isn't this our new representative, who's here to give a speech? Song Kuan sneered with a smile. I heard you were quite the fighter back in the day, is that true or just a rumor? The guy next to him joined in, laughing mockingly. Definitely just bragging. A bookworm like him, does he even know how to fight?
He then provocatively issued a challenge.
Talking about what's true or false is useless. If you want to test it, feel free to come at me, and I'll give you your answer.
The two of them exchanged a subtle look and nodded in agreement.
Song Koan acted all mature and said,
"We're civilized people, and since we both like to play basketball, how about we settle it on the court?" Finally, he turned and walked away, leaving behind just one sentence. "If your class makes it to the finals, we'll settle this on the basketball court." Shai Chung stuck out his tongue and mocked, speaking as if making it to the finals was a guarantee. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu quietly apologized.
"Sorry, I've caused you more trouble." Ce awkwardly scratched his head. "Don't mention it, we're classmates and friends, of course we help each other." He confidently added, "If he bothers you again, just come to me."
The three of them stood in silence, each of them thinking the same thing, just friends. The scene shifted to the day of the basketball game, and the atmosphere was incredibly lively.
Ce raised his hand, cheering. "For our dignity, we can't lose, we must make it to the finals." He Lu joined in with enthusiasm. "Right." Yang Ning helplessly wished.
"You're doing great, keep it up, don't make me go on the court." A moment later, the whistle blew, and he and Song Kuan both jumped to grab the ball. At this point, the referee announced the score between the management department and the tourism department as 34-14.
On the adjacent court, the score between the management department and the chemistry department was 40-2. The current score was 28-26. He watched the scores getting closer, feeling anxious.
He hadn't expected the physics department to be so stubborn, but it was almost over.
If they could just hold on a little longer.
Over there, he had grabbed the ball and was about to charge forward. Someone from the opposing team rushed to snatch it away, but unexpectedly, he collided with Ce, causing both of them to lose balance and fall down. Yang Ning shouted in worry, "Ce, the ball was thrown off and missed the basket." Ce screamed in pain, clutching his leg, "My leg." Seeing the person who had collided with Ce give a thumbs up to Song Koan, Yang Ning understood.
It was intentional.
He Lu also realized it and pushed the guy who had bumped into Ce down.
"You did it on purpose."
The referee stepped in, sensing the situation was getting out of hand.
"Break it up, what are you trying to do? Fight?" The player angrily questioned.
The referee replied, "This kid intentionally bumped into him, and he resisted."
"I didn't."
Yang Ning silently affirmed to himself.
"I was just trying to block him." Lu wasn't wrong, that guy had done it on purpose.
Yang Ning glanced behind him and realized it had been planned all along.
It was Song Koan who had orchestrated this, trying to stop them from advancing.
At this moment, the referee patted Yang Ning on the shoulder. Then he turned to look at the other guy, "And as for you, that move you made was completely unnecessary and also very dangerous, resulting in Ce getting injured. Therefore, I'm calling a foul on you for malicious rule violation, get off the court." The referee turned and continued, "Now your team is down one player, let him substitute in."
This sentence made He Lu's face turn pale.
Everyone turned to look at the person sitting leisurely in the stands. Yang Ning scratched his head, also worried.
"That's right, I'm the only substitute, looks like there's no way around it now." He reluctantly went up to the court, but in the end, he had to be the one. Unexpectedly, the other guy asked, "Are you sure you can do it?" Yang Ning could only helplessly respond, "As for basketball, I really can't."
Suddenly, he looked up and grinned. However, the players on the other side, seeing them discussing among themselves, mocked them.
"Yang Ning, I heard he doesn't know how to play basketball at all." "If that's the case, they're no different from being one player short." The people next to him also laughed, "For against four, we still have a chance of winning." At this point, the referee had started blowing the whistle, followed by the signal for a penalty, a free throw for managing the ball. He Lu had possession of the ball. He missed the shot, causing the ball to fall off the rim. The ball bounced off the rim and flew to the other side. A young man from the opposing team cheerfully called out, "It's in our hands now, don't miss it." 1 minute left, still a chance. The game was extremely intense, one side was constantly attacking, while the other side was defending. The guy on the other team smirked when he saw him acting clueless. "This person is a rookie, we can use him as our weak link." He circled around behind Yang Ning, and sure enough, the guy didn't even notice the feint. The boy felt smug, thinking, "We've won this round." Suddenly, he leapt up to block, and Jai Ching was taken aback, completely surprised. Even Song Koan was stunned by this reckless move. On the other side, Yang Ning slammed the ball down, causing it to slip from his hands. He quickly shouted, "What are you doing? Counterattack?" He snapped back to his senses and quickly caught the ball. The other boy couldn't believe it, questioning, "No way. I clearly ran past you." Yang Ning ignored him and dashed straight through. The game time was ticking down 20 seconds, then 10. At that moment, the referee began to blow the whistle. The score was now 28-26. Yang Ning jumped up joyfully, while the other guy was yelling and hugging him. One of Song Koan's followers voiced their frustration, saying, "These lucky underdogs really made it to the finals?" But the other guy still wouldn't admit it and sneered, "It's just luck." Song Koan propped his chin up, expressing doubt, "But that guy's a little strange." His companion didn't understand and asked, "What do you mean?" He explained, "Yang Ning's a bit weird. He looks like he doesn't understand basketball, but every time he attacks, it's him blocking it." But soon, he dismissed the oddity, thinking to himself, "Never mind, it's just some lucky outsider's fluke. Anyway, he didn't score a single point, not enough to be afraid of. Tomorrow's match is up to you guys, I won't be going to the field." His friend replied smugly, "Got it." He confidently patted the other person on the back, "We're the physical education department, we're professionals. How could we possibly lose to those from outside our field?" The scene shifted to the school's infirmary. Yang Ning anxiously asked Han, "How is it?" Ce responded sadly, "The school doctor said, I need to rest for a few days, so I won't be able to play in tomorrow's match." He Lu angrily clenched his fists, "That was too ruthless, it's definitely intentional." Jai Ching also angrily said, "The physics department can't even win, what a disgrace." But he sighed and advised, "Forget it, we don't have evidence, we just have to accept it." He patted his friend's shoulder, confidently saying, "You focus on recovering, tomorrow I'll bring back the championship basketball flag for you." Ce smiled, comforted, "Thanks, I'll cheer for you guys." The door slowly closed. He curiously asked, "Yang Ning, do you have a plan?" As for the match, Yang Ning nonchalantly answered, "No." "Then why did you say all that?" Hearing this, He Lu couldn't help but sigh, "I thought you were so serious, I thought you had some kind of plan." Tomorrow's opponent is the physical education department. Do you really think we can win? At that moment, Jai Qing spoke up, patting the person next to him. Yang Ning said that to comfort Ce. "No matter what, we have to do our best in practice." He waved his hand as he said goodbye, "Sorry. You guys keep practicing, I have a little something to take care of." He raised his hand as if to stop him, "Are you trying to give up?" But Yang Ning only smiled reassuringly, "Don't worry, I've never lost. I still want to win this game beautifully." After saying that, he turned and walked away decisively, leaving General Xiao behind. Shai Qing sighed and also comforted those around him, "Forget it, Yang Ning has never been interested in basketball. Let's go find Jing Chuan and Wu Hai to practice." On the other side, as he walked, he thought, "Basketball, basketball." Yang Ning scrolled through the system's interface, wondering if there was anything related to basketball. His hand stopped on the basketball god's diary. Yang Ning wondered, thinking to himself, "This is the only thing." He opened the information, and the system displayed, "Item, Basketball God's Diary, Common Quality." The rating for basketball is a category of sport on the life planet. This item clearly recorded the life of the greatest athlete on the planet.
The user could merge with it and reach the peak of this great basketball star's 5-time championship wins. The cost was 200 points. Looking at the price, Yang Ning was slightly surprised. Only 200 points? That's so cheap. He rubbed his chin and thought, it seems that to the system, skills like this in basketball are not that important. Yang Ning stretched and relaxed his mind, finding a quiet place where no one would disturb him to begin the merging process. The next day, the audience was abuzz with discussion. So who do you think will win? Definitely the physical education department, they're professionals. I heard the basketball team has agreed to let Song Kuan join the school's team. The third-year management class is probably going to lose. Zhaiqing couldn't help but feel worried. Is Yang Ning coming or not? He didn't return to the dorm last night. He wouldn't just give up like this, would he? But He Lu was very confident in him, affirming, no way, Yang brother won't let us down. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Ning appeared coolly. He excitedly shouted, I'm here, Yang Ning is here. He voiced his concerns, you're here, I thought you weren't coming. Yang Ning smiled and said, I'll be in charge of passing the ball when we get on the court. Everyone froze at those words. Yang Ning scratched his head, awkwardly explaining, since I don't know how to play, I'll just pass the ball around. Scoring's up to you guys. With that, he tossed his jacket aside and confidently added, all right, let's hit the court. Zhaiqing tried to stop him, wait, passing the ball isn't that simple. But He Lu patted his shoulder in reassurance, saying, trust young brother, I feel like he has a plan. He wasn't fully convinced and asked again, does he really have a plan? As soon as they stepped onto the court, the opponent openly mocked them, don't think being good at studies means you can play basketball. Remember my name, I'll teach you a lesson today. Yang Ning coldly interrupted, shut up. He opened his eyes, full of challenge, I'm not interested in remembering the name of some passerby. The referee held the ball, and both sides took their positions, ready to steal the ball. The friend who always hung out with Song Kuan couldn't resist sneering, an outsider dares to come here and play basketball? Do you think you can win? I'm a professional player. At that moment, the referee blew the whistle. As the signal ended, the ball was already flying towards the center. Yang Ning's eyes flashed with sharp intensity. He jumped up as fast as lightning, leaving his opponent no time to react. Yang Ning slammed the ball down with a powerful strike. He Lu caught the ball and praised him, well done. Then, the two of them ran side by side, dribbling the ball. His opponent angrily shouted at the referee, foul. He jumped up to steal the ball, that play shouldn't count. But Yang Ning retorted in an angry tone, are you questioning my judgment? Or doubting my skills? The other player, seeing he couldn't cheat, ran off. We're done for, the referee today is actually the vice-captain of the school's basketball team. He gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. Yang Ning, just wait, I'll get you next time. On the other side, Yang Ning had already caught the ball, preparing to take a shot. His opponent was flustered and froze for a few seconds. The next moment, he screamed and dashed to block the shot. But as he lost focus, Yang Ning leapt and made a perfect shot into the basket. The ball went straight through without any deviation. His opponent stared, dumbfounded, unable to believe it. Yang Ning, with a sly grin, asked, block the shot? You thought I wouldn't make it? But the other player stubbornly retorted, that was just luck, you got lucky, that's all. Yang Ning ignored him and turned back to He Lu, next, I'll take care of guarding him. The ball bounced and rolled a few times on the court. This time, the other player managed to catch the ball, hurriedly running towards the basket. But in the blink of an eye, Yang Ning dashed past, snatched the ball, and effortlessly continued his run. He looked blankly at his empty hand, while Yu cheerfully spun the ball with a single finger. It took a moment before he realized, and in anger, he chased after Yang Ning. You're targeting me. Yu passed the ball back and replied, that's right. Yang Ning feigned a move before snatching the ball back. I am targeting you. In the end, he could only helplessly watch as you whistled and walked away.
Song Koen sat silently in the stands, observing the whole scene.
His team had started to fall into panic and confusion. Seeing this, Song Koen spoke up, "Substitute, teacher, I want to go in."
The referee blew the whistle and made the substitution signal.
The other guy gasped, glancing in that direction. By then, he had already taken off his jacket and arrogantly stepped onto the court.
Song Koen pointed at you and sneered, "Your luck ends here." The whistle blew again, signaling the start of the game.
As soon as the match began, he quickly stole the ball right before Yang Ning's surprised eyes.
In the blink of an eye, Song Koen jumped up to make a shot.
The ball went straight into the center of the hoop without the slightest deviation. He turned back and taunted, "Don't think you're great just because you score a few shots.
Let me show you what professional looks like." This comment made you furious. The next moment, Yang Ning caught the ball. Song Koen wouldn't keep quiet, continuously taunting, "Don't even think about scoring again. The moment you make a move, I can predict exactly what you'll do." But you weren't affected by his provocation, remaining silent. With that, Yang Ning lifted the ball in defense, and before his opponent could react, you leaped up and took the shot. The basketball slipped from Yang Ning's hand and flew straight toward the hoop. In the blink of an eye, he had made a spectacular shot that left him pale-faced. The students who saw it immediately stood up and cheered. Yang Ning turned around and gave Song Koen a provocative smile. He was sweating, thinking, what just happened? Earlier, he didn't even aim at the hoop, and yet he scored. How did he do that? It's impossible. At that moment, a voice called out, "Song Koen! Song Koen!" Finally, he snapped back to reality.
Song Koen rubbed his temples, trying to calm himself down, telling himself not to rush. He might be the dark horse, but I'm a professional player. I have to use strategy to defeat him. A second later, he gave an order, "Focus on Yang Ning, the others don't need to worry about anything else." Everyone responded in unison, "Got it." At that point, the score was 12-10. He held the ball and surveyed the players around him. Zhai Qing wanted to rush up and help, but was blocked by someone else. The situation was no different on Helu's side. A teammate of theirs, looking bewildered, asked, "What should we do now?" "Yang Ning's been blocked." He shouted angrily. "What else can we do?" "Pass the ball." He shot a sharp glance toward the other side. His teammate, trembling and pale, asked again, "You want me to throw the ball?" Zhai Qing shouted urgently, "Hurry up, what are you waiting for?" Seeing the opponent blocking in front of him, the teammate quickly responded, "Okay." Then, the teammate closed his eyes and tossed the ball aimlessly forward. The ball sailed over everyone's heads, eventually flying straight out of bounds. Watching this, he was utterly speechless. He clutched his head and screamed. On the other side, Song Koen and the guy with the green hair were laughing uncontrollably. The guy sarcastically spoke up, "Did you see that? Apart from you, the rest are all useless, but basketball is a 5-player game. Do you understand?" Yang Ning's face darkened as he thought, "Actually, I could use illusion alchemy to shatter his confidence, but I won't do that." Then he turned to comfort his teammates, "Don't rush, we still have hope." Yang Ning just thought he would save it for later and discuss the strategy again with the team members. At this moment, the teammate who had missed the shot awkwardly spoke up, "Sorry, I'm really useless." But then he pointed at his own eyes, "If you want to say that, look into my eyes." Yang Ning cheered everyone on. "I'm telling you, don't be afraid, winning or losing is normal." He frowned and advised, "They're professional players, even if we lose, we won't lose face. If we win, we'll slap them right in the face, and that's a win for us too." They said something true, basketball is a game for 5 people. Relying on just me definitely won't work. Don't be afraid to make mistakes, don't be afraid to hold me back, just play your best. Everyone was taken aback by his words. Finally, Yang Ning clapped his hands to encourage them, "Don't let them manipulate you, don't put pressure on yourselves, just play how you want, and let's crush them.
Everyone had figured it out.
They all cheered joyfully.
Song Kwon sneered, what's wrong with them? Are they so desperate they've gone crazy? The person next to him couldn't understand either.
The whole group returned to the court with an intense spirit. Jai Qing shouted and charged forward, with He Lu just as fired up.
Keep going, it's your turn last, we won't lose.
Watching this scene, Ji Wei couldn't help but feel proud. His older brother was back in the game, and he and another teammate had surrounded Yang Ning.
This time, the other guy confidently asked, no one's going to stop me, right? Then I'll dunk it. Seeing this, Song Kwon immediately ordered, block him.
As soon as he finished speaking, another player rushed up to block him. Seeing it wasn't really necessary, Song Kwon yelled, tell him, he's not making that shot.
Wait for the rebound.
The guy, looking a bit uneasy, clasped his hands together and apologized. This time, the crowd went silent. The ball bounced off the rim and, before it could hit the ground, Yang Ning dove to catch it. The guy with the green hair was left gaping, unable to believe Yang Ning had done that. On the other side, Yang Ning shouted, pass it to me. Then, he slammed the ball into the hoop. The ball landed directly at the feet of the guy who had just missed the shot.
Yang Ning smiled and reassured him, I can't let my teammates' effort go to waste.
The guy was so touched, tears welled up in his eyes.
Thank you. Then came a round of enthusiastic applause from the audience.
The girls were completely charmed, praising him non-stop.
Yang Ning is so cool.
The girl beside her agreed, he speaks so passionately too, I'm about to cry. He's great at basketball, has such a good personality, and his support for his teammate is so touching. Ji Wei, watching the girls behind him get all starry-eyed, thought, big brother, I'm really happy for you, but suddenly having a bunch of fangirls is giving me a headache. On the other side, you are the ball handler, and another beautiful goal is scored. This is followed by a series of other impressive goals. The score begins to show on the big screen, with the current score being 16-60. The referee blows the whistle and shouts, the match is over. He quickly told the others, ambulance, call an ambulance right now.
Both Song Kwon and his friend were sprawled on the floor. Yang Ning raised his hand and smiled at CE. He was so moved he almost teared up. Thank you, Yang Ning.
As the three of them stepped outside, they were surrounded by people taking pictures. CE scratched his face, feeling embarrassed. He never imagined a day when he'd be surrounded like this. Shai Qing sneered and criticized.
The one everyone is surrounding is Yang Ning, what does that have to do with you?
He turned around indifferently and said, stop making noise, let's go, the class vice president is waiting for us at the KTV.
The three of them then linked arms and walked away.
They all made a toast, clinking glasses for our class. Xiao Yu cheerfully spoke up.
They all watched your match, so they want to get to know you.
She smiled politely.
Hello, everyone.
The girl next to her shyly added, I'm so sorry for suddenly joining your celebration like this.
But CE quickly responded, no problem at all, you're not bothering us.
Yang Ning silently assessed, thinking there was no future in this. After a while, he began to sing karaoke. The sound spilled out into the corridor. At that moment a car pulled up outside the shop. The occupants of the car stepped out.
Song Kwon asked in a harsh voice, are you sure?
That guy is at Qinghao. One of them affirmed, Brother Song, don't worry, I've already called, Xiao Yu invited them to come.
He angrily ordered, fine, drag those kids out here for me.
At that point his blue-haired friend intervened, Brother Song, Qinghao is the Bui family's turf, we can't make a move there. But Song Kwon stubbornly said, as long as we don't act in Qinghao, that's fine, pull them outside so we can beat them. A thug kicked the door open and cursed, get the hell out here. Seeing this, Xiao Yu and the girl beside him grew worried, while Yang Ning remained calm as ever.
He said arrogantly, this doesn't concern you girls, I just want to speak with those four. CE angrily retorted, who said we'd talk to you? Get out, you're not welcome here. Song Kuan's face darkened with contempt. Isn't that the cripple? Can you walk now?
He sneered, my leg's been fine for a long time, you should be grateful. With his hands still bandaged, he continued to address the others.
Provoked, he ordered, cut the crap.
If you're real men, take it outside and settle this. Fighting in here will only put the girls at risk. She anxiously tried to stop him. Don't let them provoke you.
Stay here, if they cause trouble, we'll call the police.
Yang Ning smiled confidently and replied, calling the police would take all the fun out of it.
I want to see what they can do.
Xiao Yu hesitated, faltering as he tried to speak.
Yang Ning Song Kuan had already goaded them and walked away, said, You've got nerve.
I'll wait for you outside.
He turned to the other two and said, Jing Chuan, Wu Hai, this is my room's business, it's nothing to do with you.
Please go. But one of them replied firmly, maybe what happened before didn't concern us, but now we're teammates who fought together.
I can't just walk away.
The friend beside him agreed, right, we'll stay and help you.
Yang Ning extended his hand and accepted cheerfully, we'll help. Outside, the other man taunted, not bad you actually showed up?
Then we'll make your deaths worth watching today.
CE turned back in alarm, aren't we bringing anyone else?
Yang Ning waved his hand dismissively, coldly, no need for that kind of trouble.
He cracked his knuckles, radiating a murderous aura. Honestly, since that time with Tang Fei Yang, I haven't had a good scrap in a long while. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment at the mention of Tang Fei Yang. Song Kuan paid no heed and bluntly ordered, shut up and go up.
He smiled faintly, a strange power emanating around him.
Yang Ning landed a punch on one of them, then spun to kick another. His movements were smooth and predatory, sending 3 men flying.
Yang Ning seemed tireless, in the blink of an eye he leapt forward to deal with the remaining ones.
The man went deathly pale with fear. How did it come to this? How did it end up like this? At that moment Song Kuan suddenly remembered what he had just said. Tang Fei Yang, he recalled the horrifying scene from that day.
He trembled as he realized he knew who the man was, a fiend. On the other side, Yang Ning had already taken care of the pathetic thugs.
Is this for real? Yang Ning is incredible.
Shai Qing said in disbelief.
Ce chimed in, what fiend? Song Kuan? What's wrong with him? He Lu shouted to rouse the 2 idiots, Yang Ning, he's the war god Tang Fei Yang. He asked calmly, in the last match, didn't I seem to have broken your arm? How embarrassing. He trembled as he tried to resist, what do you want to do?
Yang Ning cracked his knuckles and replied, I'm here to help put your arm back free of charge. Song Kuan, terrified, hurriedly explained, no, I'm injured. His cries pierced the night beneath the eerie moonlight. He lay sprawled on the road in a pitiful state. He asked dazed, who on earth is he? Suddenly, he stepped on the blue-haired boy's hand. He Lu demanded, what now? Going to call for backup? Haven't you had enough beating? He nonchalantly stopped him, let him call. Let as many people come as he likes. Hearing that, the other stood up quickly and sneered under his breath, do you take me for a fool? Then he wailed dramatically, officer. Hurry, come quick, someone's about to be killed. Yang Ning looked at the scene and was at a loss, thinking, what do you expect me to do? Call the police? This is actually a good thing. After a while, the police stepped out of the car. In a stern voice, the officer asked, what's going on here? Who called earlier? Looking at the pitiful group sitting on the ground, he asked, what happened? Who caused this? The green-haired guy pointed at him, it's him, Yang Ning. Hearing that, the officer asked skeptically, Yang Ning, are you sure you don't recognize me? He smiled lightly and replied, no, this is the first time we've met, but your name sounds very familiar. Then the officer gave a direct order, take these people away, charge them for brawling. The others immediately complied. Yes, the guy cried, asking in a soft voice, why is it that when I called the police, Yang Ning was the one beating people?
Shai Qing, confused, wanted to ask Yang Ning, "What exactly are you doing here, acting all mysterious?"
Don't tell me you're the ultimate main character of the Supreme System. Yang Ning then threw an arm around his friends and cheerfully said, "But the Supreme main character is tired now.
Let's just keep things low key. From now on, I'll quietly be just a regular college student."
He turned away and muttered to himself, "But the Supreme System is still always here."
So, what's the next mission?